Wu Ning was just an ordinary transmigrator who wanted to live a peaceful, carefree life in this cultivation world. But fate clearly had other plans. On his 18th birthday, his fiancée came to break off the engagement. His parents revealed their true identities as supreme beings from the Great Thousand World. And then, ding! Sign in successful. You have gained 10,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Sign in successful. You have obtained a supreme treasure. Ding! Sign in successful. You have received a mythical beast cub. From that moment, Wu Ning awakened his invincible sign-in system. While others trained bitterly for decades just to take one small step forward, Wu Ning simply signed in and soared beyond the heavens. He no longer needed to cultivate, struggle, or fight for recognition. His system made him unbeatable from the very start. Divine sons, holy daughters, and self-proclaimed geniuses were all crushed with a single palm. When the younger ones couldn't handle him, the elders came. And they were crushed too. Chapter 1 18th Birthday. Tianxian Continent, Yunnan Prefecture in the eastern region. The Great Jin Dynasty, the Prince of Yan's mansion. Today is the 18th birthday of the Prince of Yan's heir, and the entire palace is filled with joy. The place was bustling with activity, a truly lively scene. As one of the 5 kings of different surnames in the Great Jin Dynasty, and a renowned expert in the Dharma aspect realm, few in the entire dynasty dared to disrespect him. At this moment, in the backyard of the prince's mansion, the melody of the zither lingers, and the flowing robes dance lightly. A young man in fine clothes lay lazily on a luxurious sandalwood rocking chair, admiring the dance of several beauties. The boy's name was Wu Ning, and he was the heir apparent to the Prince of Yan. Wu Ning was originally from Blue Star. He was robbed and stabbed in the kidney, dying from excessive blood loss. After death, the soul transmigrates into a mother's womb. It is possible that because the fetus's brain is not fully developed, the memories of the previous life are only gradually restored after the age of 5. Unlike the world I lived in before, the Tianxian continent is a fantasy world where martial arts reign supreme. There are powerful beings who can move mountains and overturn seas, and pluck stars from the sky. He can decide the life or death of others with a single word, and look down upon all living beings. As a transmigrator from Earth, Wu Ning once longed to become a powerful being, capable of flying and escaping freely. Unfortunately, he was born weak and his meridians were different from ordinary people, so he was stuck at the body refinement realm and could never become a true cultivator. The body refinement realm is only considered to be for ordinary martial artists. Above that are the Qi gathering, innate, true essence, see transformation, Dharma aspect, heavenly palace, king conferment, saint, and other realms. Only those at the Qi gathering realm can be considered true cultivators. Unable to gather his energy, Wu Ning was unwilling but helpless. He gave up after 2 years of hard work. Anyway, being born into the Prince of Yan's mansion, with his father protecting him, he could be a powerful and wealthy playboy. He spends his days idly playing with cats and dogs, and listening to music with a few close friends in bars. That's how he lives his ordinary life. That's not bad. Watching the beautiful woman's graceful dance, Wu Ning felt a surge of desire. Several years ago, I made a promise with my father that I would not lose my virginity before I turned 18. Today's deadline has arrived, so it should be possible to break through now, right? Thinking of this, Wu Ning was so excited that he couldn't help but stand up. Your Highness! Just then, a young servant in a blue robe came running over quickly. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The fire that had risen in Wu Ning's heart was instantly extinguished, and he sat back down dejectedly. Disturbed by this, the music stopped abruptly, and the dancers all ceased their movements. Wu Ning waved his hand, displeased, and said, "Don't stop. Keep the music playing and keep dancing." The servant in blue rushed to his side, panting, "Your Highness, Princess Qingyao has come with people to annul the engagement. The prince and princess want you to go to the front hall quickly." That termination. Wu Ning frowned. This plot, could it be that he's about to rise to power? Now that we've reached a crucial point in the plot, shouldn't the next step be to defy fate and change our destiny? A moment later. Wu Ning arrived late at the front hall of the prince's mansion. The people in the hall immediately turned their attention to him, their expressions varying. At the head of the table, a stunningly beautiful woman beckoned to him. "Ninger, come quickly to your mother's side." This stunningly beautiful woman was none other than Wu Ning's mother, Princess Moronin of Yen. Father, mother. After exchanging greetings, Wu Ning leisurely sat down in the empty seat next to his mother. "Ninger, Princess Qingyao wants to dissolve her engagement with you. What do you think?" Moronin remained calm, showing no sign of anger. Prince Yen, Wu Tianyun, standing to the side, seemed equally indifferent to the matter. Wu Ning's gaze swept around the lobby, finally landing on the two people opposite him. Lin Qingyao, daughter of the Prince of Pingxi. And an old man in a gray robe. "Now that everyone is here, let's get this over with quickly. I'm waiting to return to my sect to report back. I don't have time to chat with you." A hint of impatience flashed in the gray-robed old man's eyes. "Mr. Zhou, please wait a little longer." Lin Qingyao stood up and gave a slight bow in Wu Ning's direction. "Your Highness, Qingyao has been fortunate enough to be chosen by an elder of the Seven-Star sect. She will soon be going to the sect with the elder to cultivate. After this parting, we may never see each other again." In order not to delay the prince's life, Qingyao has come to visit today specifically to request the annulment of her engagement with His Highness. Wu Ning frowned, wondering if he should utter the phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river at this moment. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still somewhat displeased. After all, knowing something is one thing, experiencing it firsthand is another. Today is his 18th birthday. With many guests in the hall, being jilted in front of everyone, no matter how good the reason, is a humiliating act. Needless to say, he will soon become the laughingstock of the entire capital. By then, he would have completely disgraced the Prince of Yan's mansion. Suppressing his anger, Wu Ning coldly said, "Princess Qingyao, I would like to ask, when you came to break off the engagement today, did you consider the reputation of my Yan prince's mansion? What happened today was due to Qingyao's lack of consideration. I hope your Highness, and the Crown Prince will forgive me." Lin Qingyao bit her lip lightly and bowed again to express her apology. Wu Ning snorted coldly, "This concerns the reputation of the prince's mansion. How can you so easily cover it up with just a casual remark?" Lin Qingyao frowned slightly, secretly annoyed that Wu Ning was ungrateful. She possessed the Taiyin profound body and had already broken through to the innate realm before she was even 16 years old. Didn't he know the difference between the two of them? Lin Qingyao's expression turned cold as she took out a pure white jade bottle from her storage ring. Qingyao knows that her actions today have been offensive. There are 3 top-grade qi-gathering pills in this jade bottle as an apology. She hopes they can help His Highness break through to the qi-gathering realm as soon as possible. In the main seat. A cold glint flashed in Moronyan's eyes, and then she turned and glared at Wu Tianyun. If he hadn't made that impulsive, ill-conceived engagement back then, this mess wouldn't be what it is today. Wu Tianyun felt a chill run down his spine and looked at Lin Qingyao with displeasure. "It's an arranged marriage, and if you want to break off the engagement, have your father come. I won't stoop to the level of a little girl like you." "Your Highness." Lin Qingyao moved her lips, as if she wanted to say something more. The old man in the gray robe next to her waved his hand to interrupt her. "All right, enough of this nonsense. You are the Prince of Yen, aren't you? This engagement is off today, whether you like it or not. How can a piece of trash who hasn't even reached the qi-gathering realm be worthy of being a disciple of our 7-star sect?" Snap! Before the old man could finish speaking, Wu Tianyun slapped him across the face from a distance. "You old fool, you've repeatedly acted arrogantly in front of me, and even dared to insult my son. You've got some nerve. You. The old man's eyes widened, he was stunned by the blow. The people in the hall were stunned. No one expected Wu Tianyun to make a sudden move, and even the elder who was also at the Dharma aspect realm was caught off guard. Snap! Wu Tianyun slapped him across the face again. "What do you mean, you? It's an honor for you that I'm hitting you. Ah! Damn it! I'm going to kill you." The old man's expression was ferocious, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, but before he could make a move, Wu Tianyun slapped him across the face again. This slap was exceptionally forceful. The old man's head was spun 360 degrees by the blow, killing him instantly. Elder! Lin Qingyao gasped in surprise, her face turning deathly pale. Everyone was shocked. The elder of the Seven Stars sect was actually killed? Holy crap! Wu Ning was secretly shocked. His father's actions were truly awe-inspiring. This is what a man should do. Take this old bastard's corpse and get out of here. Wu Tianyun looked at Lin Qingyao coldly. Lin Qingyao trembled slightly, suppressing her fear, grabbed the old man's corpse, and quickly walked outside. Etc. Wu Ning's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Qingyao, our engagement is hereby dissolved. From now on, there will be no further connection between us. Lin Qingyao dared not linger and fled as if her life depended on it, channeling her cultivation energy. Wu Tianyun also gave the order to leave, and many guests hurriedly took their leave. The once bustling palace quickly became deserted. Dad, you've gotten yourself into trouble. That old man was an elder of the Seven Star sect, someone even the royal family couldn't afford to offend. How could you have killed him? Wu Ning was somewhat troubled. The Seven Stars sect is the overlord of Yunlan Prefecture. If you kill an elder of the Seven Stars sect, they will probably have to run away. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a tiny sect, no bigger than a sesame seed. Wu Tianyun waved his hand casually, then looked at Wu Ning with a serious expression. Son, there's something I've kept from you for a long time, and now the time is right, it's time to tell you the truth. Wu Ning looked puzzled, seeing his father's unprecedented seriousness, and his mind began to wander. Could it be that I'm not their biological child? Or rather, is he a stepfather? Wu Tianyun had no idea what he was thinking, otherwise he would definitely have slapped him. He paused, then continued, actually, your mother and I are not from the Tianxian continent. Not from the Tianxian continent. Could it be that I was really picked up? Wu Ning's expression changed slightly. Wu Tianyun's voice continued, your mother and I come from a great world called the Primordial Ancient Realm. I am the young master of the Wu clan in the Primordial Ancient Realm, and your mother is the daughter of the patriarch of the Murong Imperial clan. Both the Wu clan and the Murong Imperial clan are unparalleled imperial clans, and they are among the most elite families in the entire Primordial Ancient Realm. Listening to his father's endless narration, Wu Ning no longer knew how to describe his feelings. It's like a beggar who's been begging for food all over the place suddenly finding out that he's the emperor's son. Even more outrageous than this. Grass. Dad, you're not just making this up, are you? Why would I lie to you? Wu Tianyun rolled his eyes at him, then pointed a finger, and a stream of light entered Wu Ning's forehead, containing a massive amount of information. It includes an introduction to the Primordial Ancient Realm, detailed information about the Martial clan and the Murong Imperial clan, and various cultivation tips, etc. It also included the reason why the family of three appeared in the Tianxian continent. This is considered a tradition of the Wu clan. Every member of the main branch with extraordinary potential will undergo such a family trial. Only those who complete the trial will be invited back to the Wu clan. As the young master, Wu Ning was no exception. However, unlike others, Wu Ning was born with the bloodline of the ancient emperor of the Wu clan. In order to create an unparalleled powerhouse, the elder of the Wu clan used a bloodline secret technique, using his own blood essence as a guide to refine a large number of top-grade natural treasures, thereby enhancing the purity of his bloodline. Young Wu Ning was unable to withstand this power, so the elders of the Wu clan placed 9 layers of seals on him. As cultivation levels increase, these seals will be broken one by one. A deluge of information overwhelmed Wu Ning, causing a throbbing pain in his brain. It took him a full half-hour to process it all. Half an hour later, Wu Tianyun waved his hand and set up a barrier, saying, Son, I will now remove the first layer of the seal for you. After the seal is removed, you can begin your cultivation. Cultivation. Wu Ning immediately became excited. Dad, let's get started. Wu Tianyun smiled slightly and placed one hand on his shoulder. The next moment, Wu Ning felt a surge of immense power enter his body. Immediately afterwards, he felt as if something inside his body had broken, and streams of scorching blood energy gushed out, instantly turning his clothes to ashes. Ah! Wu Ning let out a scream. He felt as if every inch of his flesh and blood, every cell in his body, was being washed and roasted. His veins bulged, and his skin turned blood red. Extremely painful. It felt as if my entire body was about to explode at any moment. Ninger. Moromine felt a pang of heartache, her heart leaping into her throat, but she knew this was something he had to go through. 2 more hours passed during the long, agonizing ordeal, and Wu Ning felt the pain lessen considerably. I don't know if the pain has really lessened or if I've just gotten used to it. Moromine took out a xiandan and fed it into his mouth. Ninger, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt? The elixir entered his stomach and immediately transformed into a cool energy, soothing his body and soul. Mother, I'm all right. Wu Ning recovered quickly. After the extreme pain came extreme comfort, feeling like he was floating on air, and his whole body was full of power. Ahem, put your clothes on first. Wu Tianyun reminded him. Wu Ning's face flushed as he realized that his clothes had disappeared, leaving him completely naked. He exclaimed in surprise and rushed into the house. Laughter came from behind me. 15 minutes later. Son, the first seal has been broken. You can begin your cultivation now. Wu Tianyun said with a smile. A golden light flew from his hand and instantly entered Wu Ning's forehead. Then, Wu Ning discovered that a mysterious golden sheet of paper had appeared in his mind, radiating profound Taoist charm. This is our Wu clan's signature cultivation technique, the ancient refining heaven scripture, which only disciples of the main branch of the Wu clan can cultivate. Under Wu Tianyun's guidance, Wu Ning began to comprehend the cultivation technique and entered a state of cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy was gradually drawn in, swirling and circling around him, and slowly seeping into the major acupoints throughout his body with each breath. Wu Ning's aura surged dramatically, instantly breaking through the qi-gathering realm and entering the innate realm. Congenital duality. The 3rd level of innateness. 9 levels of the innate realm. The 1st level of true essence. True essence 9 levels. Transformation into the 1st level of the Sea of Transformation. His cultivation rate only began to slow down after he entered the Transformation Sea realm, eventually stopping at the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm. Son, take a break and adjust to your current level of cultivation. Take a couple of days off before continuing your practice. Don't rush to break through. Unlocking the 1st layer of Bloodline Seal is enough to allow you to advance to the King Realm or above within a month, so there's no need to rush. Wu Ning nodded, eager to test his cultivation level. The Transformation Realm is a top-tier existence in the Great Jin Dynasty. Wu Tianyun stopped him, his tone becoming heavy. Son, now that you have begun your cultivation, it is time for your mother and me to leave. Wu Ning was not surprised by this, as he already understood the rules of the so-called family trial. One cannot rely on family influence, one must grow step by step through one's own efforts, and in the process, temper one's mindset and will. This is a crucial element in ensuring the long-term prosperity of the Wu clan. Wu Tianyun handed him 2 jade pendants. The golden jade pendant contains 3 attacks from your father, enough to avert 3 calamities for you. The purple jade pendant is a symbol of the direct descendants of the family. Once you crush it, someone will guide you back to the family. However, I hope you will not need these 2 things and will return to the family through your own efforts. Father, rest assured, I will not let you down. Wu Ning was bursting with confidence at this moment. Wu Tianyun nodded in satisfaction. Of course, safety is the top priority. If we encounter an insurmountable danger, we must use it. I know, child. Moromine, her face full of reluctance, hugged Wu Ning tightly. Ninger, you must be careful out there all by yourself. Your mother and father are waiting for you in the primordial ancient realm. Mother. Soon, Moromine and Wu Tianyun's figures disappeared into the world. In reality, these are merely manifestations of their magical powers. Wu Ning stared blankly at the sky, feeling somewhat lost, until a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind, startling him awake. Ding, host has begun cultivation. Invincible daily check-in system activated. System activation in progress. 10%. 50%. 99%. Ding, system activation complete. A series of notification sounds kept ringing out. Wu Ning was stunned. Holy crap! A system? As a transmigrator from Earth, how could he not know about the existence of the system? This is standard equipment for time travelers. Damn! There really is a system. So the novels weren't just lies after all. Ding! The invincible sign-in system has been successfully bound. The host has been given a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? P.S. The realms in the Tianshan continent are body refinement, chi gathering, innate, true essence, see transformation, dharma aspect, heavenly palace, king conferment, saint, venerable, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Each realm has 9 levels, except for quasi-emperors, which are divided into early, middle, late, peak, and perfect. Among them, the top saints are saint kings, the top venerables are supreme beings, and the top emperors are emperors. Wu Ning's eyes lit up. No need to think about it, open it now. Ding! New player gift pack activated. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the invincible cultivation technique, the Supreme Scripture. This technique includes the Supreme Creation chapter, the Physical Body and Universe chapter, and the Divine Soul Immortal chapter, leading directly to invincibility. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. Wu Ning felt his heart pounding. He wasn't particularly impressed by the first 2 gifts, but the 10 billion top-grade spirit stones were a real thing. Spirit stones are an important resource for cultivation and also a common currency among cultivators. There are 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and top grade. 1 top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 high-grade top-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, or 1 million low-grade spirit stones. 10 billion top-grade spirit stones is simply an astronomical figure. Before this, he had never even seen what a top-grade spirit stone looked like. The entire Prince Yan's mansion only has a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and even mid-grade spirit stones are scarce. Even the great Jin royal family probably only has tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Converted to top-grade spirit stones, it's only a few dozen yuan. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Wu Ning's senses probed the mountain of top-grade spirit stones in the system space, and he instantly became excited. It's like a penniless person who can't even afford bread suddenly finding out they've won a $10 billion jackpot. Calm down, calm down. I'm a professional, I can't laugh. Ha ha ha. After venting for a long time, Wu Ning finally calmed down. He focused his attention on the first 2 gifts. The invincible martial art, the Supreme Scripture, leads directly to invincibility. It sounds incredibly powerful. This cultivation technique is of a much higher grade than the martial clan's refining heaven ancient scripture, making it a truly invincible technique. Wu Ning felt a burning desire, but he was in no hurry to start cultivating. Like a thick dictionary, upon closer inspection, the black cover has fine dark gold patterns, making it appear extremely mysterious and extraordinary. Wu Ning looked him over carefully and asked curiously, "Are you really omniscient?" "Of course. As long as it's within the Great Tao, there's nothing I don't know." Shuling was full of confidence. Wu Ning thought for a moment and asked, "Then do you know my background?" He didn't want to ask about the martial clan, but about Blue Star. The master is shrouded in a mysterious force field, which is beyond the scope of the search, and we cannot find out the master's origin. Wu Ning raised an eyebrow. Could it be that they couldn't even find out that he came from the Wu clan? A mysterious force field. He guessed it must be related to the system. Do you know about the Wu clan? Master, there are 586,596,214 martial races in the myriad realms. To pinpoint a specific target, we need more information. one of the supreme beings in the primordial ancient realm. Receive. A few seconds later, the pages stopped turning, revealing dense golden text. Master, would you like me to read this for you? No need, I can see it myself. Wu Ning read it for a long time and truly understood the power of the Wu clan from between the lines. As expected of the supreme imperial race, they possess a heritage spanning trillions of years and are one of the 13 most powerful overlord forces in the entire primordial ancient realm. TSK, my father is the young master of the Wu clan. Does that mean I'll be the clan leader of the Wu clan in the future? Wu Ning was filled with longing. Although he now has a system to rely on, who would be willing to work hard if they could win without effort? With the behemoth that is the martial clan backing him up, he has more confidence even if he goes out and roams around. Afterwards, Wu Ning asked some more questions, which Xu Ling answered one by one. I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Mo Bao. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Master. Aside from the personal panel and system space, only the check-in function remains. This is also the system's main function. You have one chance to check in every day. Moreover, the number of check-ins can be accumulated continuously. It is divided into 5 levels: daily, monthly, annual, millennium, and 10,000 year. One sign-in opportunity is a daily sign-in. 30 sign-in attempts can be combined into one monthly sign-in. 365 check-in opportunities can be combined into one annual check-in. 365,000 check-in opportunities can be combined to form one millennium check-in. 3,650,000 check-in attempts can be combined to create one 10,000-year check-in. Daily sign-ins generally only yield ordinary treasures, such as spiritual artifacts, spiritual stones, and spiritual medicines from the Tianxian continent. These are only useful for those at lower cultivation levels, but there is a very small chance of obtaining true treasures. The higher your daily check-in level, the greater your chance of obtaining rare treasures. The Millennium Contract guarantees at least a treasure of the innate supreme level. The Eternal Fortune Slip will surely grant you a truly supreme treasure. Wu Ning couldn't even imagine what a treasure of this level would look like. His weakness truly limited his imagination. Additionally, checking in at certain special locations can increase the chances of obtaining valuable treasures. I happen to have a sign-in opportunity today, so I'll try it out first. Wu Ning felt a surge of anticipation, like waiting for a lottery draw. Hopefully, my luck won't be too bad. System, check-in. Ding, first check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,000 years of cultivation. Wu Ning blinked. 10,000 years of cultivation? That's possible? Holy crap, isn't this invincible? Wu Ning was excited, but soon became disappointed. This cultivation level of 10,000 years is the average cultivation level of a cultivator who is 10,000 years old throughout the entire universe, and it is expected to help him advance to the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Above the Sage is the Venerable, and above that are the Quasi-Emperor and the Great Emperor. The Venerable One of the 9 heavens is far from being invincible. Moreover, this is only the realm of the Tianxian continent. If placed in the primordial ancient realm, a venerable of the 9th heaven would at most be considered an ordinary expert. The road ahead is long and arduous, and the task is heavy and the journey is far from over. Wu Ning sighed and took out an antique-looking storage ring from his sleeve. This was secretly slipped to him by Morongin when she left. Wu Ning probed the ancient ring with his divine sense and was immediately shocked by the scene inside. Holy crap! The space inside the ancient ring was frighteningly large, like a small world. Inside, there were mountains of spirit stones, and even a vast amount of spirit crystals and immortal stones. In addition, there are all sorts of treasures, spiritual medicines, pills, and even immortal pills, as well as weapons and magical artifacts of various levels. Countless. For a moment, he was dazzled by what he saw. I thought the 10 billion top-grade spirit stones the system gave me was already a huge sum of money. In retrospect, it seems he was short-sighted. Turns out, my mom is the real super-rich woman. Having become rich overnight, with so many treasures and resources, Wu Ning was at a loss for what to do. he lay down on the bed, feeling a bit confused. The events of today have been increasingly shocking, and he needs time to sort them out. He didn't know how much time had passed when he sat up in bed. No matter how many treasures I have, nothing is more important than strength. What I should do now is become stronger. Get stronger, and get even stronger. Wu Ning revealed a determined look in his eyes. He spent some time transferring most of the treasures and resources in the ancient ring to the system space, leaving only some spirit stones, as well as some relatively ordinary spiritual artifacts and pills. There is no place in the world safer than system space. After doing all this, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to study the Supreme Sutra. At the same time, the 10,000 years of cultivation gained from signing in will be extracted. At the same time, the news of Lin Qingyao's visit to annul the engagement caused a sensation in the capital city, spreading throughout the entire city at an extremely fast pace. But compared to Lin Qingyao's annulment of the engagement, the news that the Prince of Yan slapped an elder of the Seven-Star sect to death was even more shocking. The Prince of Yan's mansion is finished. Having made an enemy of the Seven-Star sect, they will have no place to stand in the entire Yunnan prefecture. Sigh, it's all because of women that things go wrong. Humph. If you ask me, this engagement should have been called off long ago. Princess Qingyao is a true prodigy. She broke through to the innate realm before she was even 16. The Prince of Yan's son is not even at the Qi-gathering realm. How can he be worthy of Princess Qingyao? I heard that the Prince of Yan was able to compose poems at the age of 7 and was hailed as a child prodigy. I never expected his talent for cultivation to be so poor. Hey, do you think the Prince of Yan's heir is hiding his true abilities? The Prince of Yan is already a Dharma aspect realm expert at such a young age. How could his offspring be a good-for-nothing? How could that be? If he's hiding his true abilities, then his scheming is terrifying. Even if we really hide our talents, it's pointless now. Offending the Seven-Star sect means we probably won't live for more than a few days. Inside the restaurant, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. Beside the table by the window, a young man holding a folding fan frowned, tossed down a piece of silver, and quickly left. The Li family in the north of the city. Li Yuanbao knelt in the courtyard. He secretly glanced into the house and, finding no one there, stood up, rubbed his knees, and cautiously slipped towards the gate. Call out. A shoe flew out of the house and hit him squarely on the back of the head, knocking him to the ground. Ah! Immediately afterwards, a roar came from inside the house. Where do you think you're going, you little brat? You'd better kneel down in the yard and stay put for the next few days. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. If I'm a lackey, then what are you? Li Yuanbao thought to himself, shrank his neck, struggled to get up from the ground, and obediently knelt in place, not daring to resist. He sighed, Your Highness, it's not that I'm disloyal, I've tried my best. I hope you'll be blessed by heaven. Well. At the same time. The imperial palace of the great Jin dynasty, Juntian Hall. Brother Wu, you've really put me in a difficult position. Emperor Jin pressed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The murder of a Dharma aspect realm elder would definitely enrage the Seven-Star sect, and their royal family's power is not enough to resolve this matter. The Emperor of Jin held a purple dragon-shaped spirit jade in his hand, frowning as he fell into deep thought. To resolve this matter, he could only rely on the personal connections left behind by the founding fathers. These personal connections are the royal family's most important trump card. Use it once, and you'll have one less time. Was it really worth it to use it to resolve the crisis at the Prince of Yan's residence? Under normal circumstances, he would definitely stay out of it. But Wu Tianyun had a very good relationship with him and had even saved his life. Most importantly, he knew that Wu Tianyun and his wife had a mysterious background. Based on his observations, they likely came from a powerful, top-tier family. For Emperor Jin, this was a crucial opportunity. If the gamble pays off, they can gain Wu Tianyun's favor and even climb up to the family behind him. However, if you gamble wrong, you will waste a trump card and risk offending the Seven-Star sect. Emperor Jin hesitated. He didn't like gambling, so he decided to wait and see. If they truly came from a powerful family, they would not have fallen so easily to the seven-star sect. It would be more effective for him to step in and resolve this feud later. The Prince of Pingshi's mansion. Father, Elder Zhou has been killed. Won't this implicate our Pingshi prince's mansion? Lin Qingyao asked uneasily, feeling extremely resentful towards Wu Tianyun and his son. The killing of the seven-star sect elder not only prevented her from going to the seven-star sect to cultivate, but might even bring disaster to the royal palace. The Prince of Pingshi looked rather grim, never expecting that Wu Tianyun would dare to commit such a heinous act. Is it really necessary? Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the seven-star sect? Prince Pingshi sighed heavily and said, although the seven-star sect acts domineeringly, they are not going to make things difficult for us. Moreover, our Prince Pingshi mansion is not to be trifled with. Qingyao, you will set off for the seven-star sect early tomorrow morning, bringing with you Elder Zhou's body. With your talent and abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for you to successfully join the seven-star sect. Yes, father. Lin Qingyao's eyes flashed, and she already had a plan in mind. The next day, Wu Ning rubbed his eyes. Before he knew it, it was already dawn. He sat up in bed and opened his personal panel. A pale blue screen appeared out of thin air in front of him. Name, Wu Ning. Cultivation level, 9th heaven of venerable, supreme. Physique, timeless divine body. Cultivation techniques, supreme scripture, 1st level, ancient scripture of heavenly refinement, 1st level. Supernatural powers, none. Remaining check-in attempts, 1. In just one night, Wu Ning had extracted 10,000 years of cultivation and advanced to the 9th level of the venerable realm, his realm becoming incredibly solid. In reality, extracting the cultivation level from the system check-in is equivalent to compressing the time required to cultivate to this level into an extremely short period of time. It is not simply a matter of initiation and transmission. It was even better than the results of his own arduous practice. The understanding of this realm is much deeper than the understanding gained from one's own cultivation, roughly equivalent to the difference between a peerless genius and an ordinary cultivator. The Venerable Nine Heavens is already considered a top-tier figure in the Tianxian continent. The top experts in this realm can be called supreme beings. Although Wu Ning lacked combat experience and had not cultivated any martial arts skills or supernatural abilities, his strong physique and bloodline were enough to make up for the gap. Having advanced his cultivation to the 9th level of the venerable realm, the first 3 layers of his bloodline seal have been broken. With his current bloodline power, he is enough to dominate the entire Tianxian continent. Moreover, he also cultivated the invincible technique, the supreme scripture. Although he had no combat experience or supernatural martial arts skills, his absolute strength was enough to crush any opponent of the same level. If he could refine a few more of the immortal artifacts and magical treasures his mother had given him, he would be confident he could fight even a great emperor. There's no way around it, having powerful connections makes you this awesome. Wu Ning happily closed the system panel, opened the door, and walked out. He hadn't forgotten that there was another troublesome matter waiting for him to deal with. Oh right, I haven't checked in today. Just as he stepped out of the room, Wu Ning suddenly remembered that he had one more sign-in opportunity left. He didn't plan to save it. If he could sign in for another 10,000 years of cultivation, he should be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm. System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Damn! More spirit stones? Wu Ning frowned slightly. He was no longer the naive and inexperienced Wu Ning he had been yesterday. Although 100 million top-grade spirit stones are a lot, he is not short of spirit stones at all. Come to think of it, he seems to have everything he needs right now. Wu Ning suddenly felt troubled. He had a mountain of spirit stones, but he had no idea how to spend them. Well, he finally understood the pain of the rich. Your Highness, you've gotten up. A young servant in a blue robe walked over quickly. Wu Ning's gaze fell on the servant boy, Zhang Liang, who was his page. The person he grew up with is trustworthy. He's at the 7th level of the Qi-gathering realm, with average talent, but he can be nurtured a little. Xiao Liangzi, go and tell everyone in the prince's mansion to gather in the front yard. Yes, your highness. Zhang Liang quickly left. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. All the servants and guards of the prince's mansion gathered in the front courtyard, totaling more than 100 people. Some people whispered among themselves, as news of what happened in the mansion yesterday had already spread, making them feel uneasy. Wu Ning enveloped everyone with his divine sense, secretly observing their every move. Only after a quarter of an hour did he slowly walk to the front hall. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Wu Ning glanced around and went straight to the point. As you all probably know, the prince's mansion has offended the Seven-Star sect, and may be facing great calamity soon. Now, those who want to leave, stand to my left. I will give you 2 extra months' wages, and then you can leave. Those who are willing to live and die with the prince's mansion, stand on my right. I promise that as long as the prince's mansion stands, I will never treat you unfairly. Whether you stay or leave, it's up to you. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. The first person to make a choice was Zhang Liang. He stood on the right without hesitation, willing to live and die with the royal family. Then, the others started moving as well. Several of the bolder servants stood nervously on the left, while Wu Ning looked indifferent. Seeing this, the others also made their choices. The vast majority of people chose to leave. Only 13 people were willing to stay, less than 1/10. Uncle Fu, pay them their wages, and give each person an extra 2 months' wages according to their position. Wu Ning instructed the steward. He was one of the people who wanted to stay. The old man of the prince's mansion, at the 9th level of the innate realm, is already over 60 years old. Thank you, your highness. Upon hearing this, the group that was about to leave immediately knelt down to express their gratitude, and then followed the steward toward the accounting office. Wu Ning looked at the remaining people. Besides Zhang Liang, there were 7 guards, 2 maids, and 2 old women. The guards were all people close to the father, including Qi Hao, the commander of the guards in the prince's palace. At the 9th level of the true essence realm, one could be considered a master in the great Jin dynasty. The 2 maids were her mother's personal attendants, named in Shui and Xiaozhu respectively. The remaining 2 old women were elderly women from the prince's mansion, without children, and had nowhere else to go if they left the mansion. Wu Ning asked again, are there any of you who still want to leave? If you don't leave now, you might never be able to leave again. Your highness, the prince's mansion is our home. This servant is willing to live and die with the prince's mansion. And Shui clenched her fists, looking as if she was ready to die a martyr. Your highness. At this moment, Qi Hao stepped forward and said, Your highness, if I may be so bold as to ask where the prince has gone? He was a trusted confidant of Wu Tianyun, and Wu Tianyun did not tell him when he disappeared, so how could he not be anxious? Wu Ning glanced at him and replied, My father and mother have both left and will never return. From now on, this royal residence will be under my control. Qi Hao immediately knelt on one knee, Your highness, I am willing to follow you to the death and live or die with the prince's mansion. Your highness is willing to follow you to the death and live or die with the prince's mansion. Behind him, the other guards all knelt down. Wu Ning nodded slightly and raised his hand, saying, Get up. Those who stay will have their monthly allowance increased tenfold. Qi Hao, how many spirit stones do you get each month? Your highness, I receive 300 spirit stones per month, while others receive 50 to 100 spirit stones. Qi Hao replied. So little? Wu Ning raised an eyebrow. His standards had risen, and such a small amount of spirit stones was nothing to him. Moreover, it's only a low-grade spirit stone. He thought for a moment, then tossed Qi Hao a storage ring containing some low-grade spirit stones. He didn't give him many, only 1 million. These spirit stones are for you to keep safe. Your cultivation levels are too low. Use these spirit stones to cultivate and improve yourselves as much as possible. Qi Hao probed a wisp of his divine sense into the storage ring and was immediately startled. So much? Qi Hao's eyes widened. It was the first time in his life he had ever seen so many spirit stones. He suspected that Wu Ning had given him all the spirit stones from the prince's mansion.
Is that a lot? This is nothing.
Wu Ning curled his lip. This amount of spirit stones was nothing to him.
These spirit stones are all for you. As long as you don't squander them, use them all to improve your cultivation and strength. Come back to me when you've used them up.
Alright, Xiao Liangzi, come with me for a bit.
Everyone else, you can leave. A moment later,
Wu Ning led Zhang Liang out of the palace.
As the two walked down the bustling streets of the capital, they could feel many eyes on them.
As the heir apparent of the Prince of Yan, Wu Ning was already a celebrity in the capital, and yesterday's annulment of the engagement incident made him even more famous. Ignoring the strange looks from passers-by, he led Zhang Liang straight towards Linglong Pavilion.
This is the place with the most treasures in the capital.
Linglong Pavilion belongs to the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, which Wu Ning has heard is one of the largest chambers of commerce in the entire eastern region. The Tianxian continent has 7 major domains, with the eastern domain alone containing 3,000 states, each of which is extremely vast, at least 100 times the size of the Great Jin dynasty.
This shows that the Linglong Chamber of Commerce is definitely a behemoth.
Wu Ning had so many spirit stones that he didn't know what to do with them, so he decided to go to Linglong Pavilion first and buy some suitable cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, pills, and weapons for the guards at home. Aside from spirit stones, the worst items he possessed were those suitable for the king-level realm. Giving those things to Qi Hao and the others will only harm them. After all, he wouldn't stay in the Great Jin for long, he would leave sooner or later.
Upon entering the Linglong Pavilion, a beautiful woman immediately greeted us.
So you are His Highness the Crown Prince of Yan.
May I ask what you need to buy? The woman smiled broadly, clearly recognizing Wu Ning.
With a sweep of his divine sense, Wu Ning brought all the items in the Linglong Pavilion into his perception.
There are indeed many treasures here, a dazzling array, and even several precious high-grade spiritual artifacts.
However, his perspective has changed drastically, and he no longer values mere high-grade spiritual artifacts.
He patted Zhang Liang on the shoulder. Little Liang, pick whatever you want, this prince will pay today. Your Highness, I. What do you mean I? Stop being so wishy-washy.
Pick whatever you like, this young master has no shortage of spirit stones. Wu Ning waved his hand, turned to look at the woman, and said, bring me all the spiritual fruits in your shop, I'll take them all.
You want them all?
The woman paused for a moment, then looked at him seriously, nodded, and quickly left.
About 5 minutes later,
she returned with a storage ring in her hand. Your Highness, these are all the spirit fruits we currently have in our shop, a total of 126, mainly of 3 types, Qingyuan fruit, Tianling fruit, and Ninghan fruit, totaling 380,000 low-grade spirit stones.
This storage ring is a free gift from our Linglong Pavilion.
Wu Ning took the storage ring, and then asked for a batch of pills and cultivation techniques, as well as more than a dozen spiritual artifacts and magic treasures.
Most of them are swords and knives.
This was a big deal, so the manager of Linglong Pavilion invited Wu Ning into the VIP room and personally received him. Your Highness, you have quite a lot of things, totaling over 3.62 million low-grade spirit stones. I can give you a discount and only charge you 3.6 million. The manager of Linglong Pavilion said with a smile. This was a sprightly old man with the cultivation of the Dharma aspect realm. He looked to be in his 60s, but he had no white hair. He was short and stout, and always had a friendly smile on his face. Wu Ning nodded and, without saying a word, handed him a storage ring. There are 3.6 million low-grade spirit stones in here. You can take the spirit stones, but remember to return the storage ring to me.
The shopkeeper chuckled and did as he was told.
He was somewhat surprised. Spending 3.6 million low-grade spirit stones in one go was something that probably only the royal family of the Great Jin dynasty had the financial resources and courage to do. I never imagined that the Prince of Yan's mansion was so wealthy, they really kept their wealth hidden.
Thank you very much, shopkeeper. Wu Ning did not refuse and left Linglong Pavilion with the shopkeeper's escort.
As the two figures walked away, a glint of shrewdness flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes.
Interesting.
It seems that the Prince of Yan's residence is not simple either.
After leaving Linglong Pavilion,
Wu Ning took out a Qingyuan fruit, took a bite, and found it to be crisp, juicy, and full of spiritual energy.
It was indeed a spiritual fruit worth thousands of spirit stones, far superior to ordinary fruits. Here, this is a reward for you. He casually tossed one to Zhang Liang. Thank you, Your Highness.
Zhang Liang carefully put it away. Such a precious thing might be able to help him break through to the innate realm in one fell swoop, so he couldn't bear to just eat it whole. Wu Ning rolled his eyes at him and led him toward the cultivation market in the west of the city.
Don't miss out.
1,000-year-old blood jade ginseng, not 998, only 888.
Second-hand magical artifacts and treasures, rock-bottom price sale. Selling spirit wine. Freshly brewed, top quality. Spirit wine.
In the market, all sorts of people mingled together, and various shouts and calls of vendors rose and fell. This used to be one of Wu Ning's favorite places. You can find elixirs, magical artifacts, pet beasts, and all sorts of strange and unusual things here.
But things are different now.
After walking around, he felt uninterested and could no longer find the feeling he used to have.
Perhaps this is the trouble of the wealthy.
Wu Ning led Zhang Liang to a butcher shop.
The owner was a true Yuan realm cultivator with a buzz cut, a burly build, and bare chest.
The stall sold only demon beast meat.
Boss, I'll take this spirit deer.
Wu Ning pointed to a spirit deer hanging on the stall. It hadn't been skinned yet and looked quite fresh, with the bloodstains still wet. It's even bigger than a regular yellow cow, it should be enough to feed him for a long time. The boss's eyes lit up, he could tell from the man's clothes that he came from a wealthy family. Young master, this spirit deer is a third-tier demon beast, with strength equivalent to a cultivator at the innate realm. I spent several months guarding the mountains before catching it, so the price will be a bit higher.
How about 1,800 low-grade spirit stones?
Wu Ning nodded.
Okay, I'll take it.
Seeing how readily he agreed, the boss felt a pang of regret. It seemed he had found a very attractive customer, he should have asked for more. Unfortunately, the words had already been spoken, and he was not a greedy person, how could he do such a fickle and petty thing? Wu Ning readily paid the spirit stones. The boss chuckled as he took the deer down, placed it on the cutting board, gutted it, skinned it, and removed the bones with practiced ease and skill.
May I ask your surname, sir?
Wu Ning asked with a smile. The shopkeeper quickly waved his hand. I dare not accept your surname.
My surname is Luo, and my given name is Qing. Boss Luo, if you catch any good prey in the future, you can send it directly to the Prince of Yan's residence. I will take it all.
So you are the Crown Prince of Yan.
My apologies for not recognizing you.
The boss quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Wu Ning smiled faintly and sat down to wait for 7 or 8 minutes.
Luo Chang then sorted and processed the large spirit deer. Your Highness, please wait. Luo Chang warmly saw him off.
This is a long-term, major client, we cannot afford to neglect them. After buying some more things, Wu Ning was about to return to his residence when a handsome young man in fine clothes walked up to him. A golden spirit sword hung at his waist, his gaze was arrogant, and his face wore a confident and composed smile.
2 attendants followed behind him. Oh, isn't this Prince Wu?
Your Prince Yan's mansion offended the 7-star sect, yet instead of fleeing overnight, you still have the leisure to stroll through the market? The young man in fancy clothes said in a sarcastic tone. The passers-by and vendors around immediately turned their attention to Wu Ning and whispered among themselves. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly.
This guy's name was Wang Shang, the heir of the Marquis of Chang'an.
3 years ago, Marquis Chang'an had a dispute with Wu Tianyun, and the latter slapped him so hard that he knocked out 2 of his front teeth. Since then, Wang Shang has been causing him trouble frequently. He used to be just a useless body refinement cultivator, while Wang Shang was a qi-gathering cultivator.
He had suffered a lot at the hands of this guy. They're practically asking for a beating.
Wu Ning was too lazy to waste words with him and directly swung a large whip at him.
Snap!
Wang Shang was sent flying backward instantly, his 2 front teeth flying through the air with blood, and his cheeks swelled up at a visible speed. Wu Ning controlled his strength perfectly, so I'll reward him with a father-son combo meal.
Your Highness. The two attendants were shocked and hurriedly caught Wang Shang.
Wang Sheng felt his head buzzing and was still a little dazed. It took him a while to recover. But by then, Wu Ning had already vanished without a trace.
You bastard! Wu Yin is going to kill you.
Zhang Liang watched Wu Ning's retreating figure, a sense of doubt creeping into his heart. He felt that Wu Ning had suddenly become mysterious, not only spending lavishly but also possessing formidable strength. Wang Sheng is at the 9th level of Qi gathering, only half a step away from the innate realm. To be able to slap him away with a casual slap, he must at least be at the innate realm.
Your Highness, aren't you in the body refinement realm? When did you become so powerful? Is he hiding his true abilities?
Zhang Liang shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. These were not matters for him to worry about.
Back at the prince's palace,
Wu Ning handed the purchased cultivation resources to Zhang Liang, saying, "Go and distribute these things to them, you'll get a share too. Don't worry about saving money for me, all these things are for you."
Wu Ning waved his hand and walked towards the kitchen.
Zhang Liang probed a wisp of his consciousness into the storage ring and immediately froze on the spot. This, Your Highness is too extravagant. With so many resources, even a pig could cultivate to the innate realm or higher.
Dining room.
With the cook from the prince's mansion gone, Wu Ning had no choice but to call his two maids, Shui and Xiazhu, to help out. Fortunately, there were two old women helping out, such as cooking and starting the fire.
Your Highness, are you planning to make hot pot again?
Shui craned her neck and saw Wu Ning throwing various medicinal herbs and spices into the boiling oil pot.
She couldn't help but ask curiously.
That's right, we're having venison hot pot today. You two should learn from this, you'll be doing this kind of work from now on. Upon hearing this, Shui and Xiazhu immediately gathered around the pot, carefully observing Wu Ning's actions.
Hot pot is all about cooking it fresh and eating it right away.
You need to prepare the broth first, then prepare all kinds of ingredients and dipping sauces, and you cook them as you eat. Wu Ning was teaching the two little girls about hot pot, his hands moving quickly as he added various medicinal herbs and spices into the pot. Even if he didn't have the ingredients, he could find similar substitutes. Soon, a spicy and enticing aroma wafted out, even more so than he remembered. After all, it contains many precious medicinal herbs that enhance color and aroma, making it incomparable to ordinary spices.
At the same time,
in a side courtyard of the prince's mansion, looking at the pile of cultivation resources and magical artifacts on the table, Shi Hao and the others were filled with longing.
Zhang Liang, no, Brother Liang, are all these things for us?
Shi Hao swallowed hard and looked at Zhang Liang with a smirk.
Nature.
Zhang Liang, with his hands behind his back, said in a deep voice, "These are all gifts from His Highness. You must all cultivate diligently, use these resources to improve your strength, serve His Highness well, and never let His Highness down." Shi Hao and the others immediately knelt on one knee. "We are willing to serve Your Highness even at the cost of our lives. I would serve Your Highness without hesitation, even unto death."
"For Your Highness."
The firm and resonant voices echoed in the courtyard, like an oath, demonstrating their unwavering determination. Zhang Liang nodded and said, "Very good. I hope you remember what I said today. If you ever dare to betray His Highness, I will make sure he suffers a terrible death." His cold gaze swept over everyone in the courtyard before he strode over to the table.
"All right, let's start allocating resources now."
He picked up a cyan scroll from the table and said, "This is a superior earth rank cultivation technique called Hanyuan Wu Ji Gong, which can be cultivated to at least the Dharma aspect realm. It will be your main cultivation technique from now on."
A superior earth rank cultivation technique.
The crowd's eyes burned with fervor. They are currently only practicing a low-level Xian rank cultivation technique, which is difficult even to reach the transformation sea realm.
This earth rank cultivation technique is an absolute treasure to them.
Shi Hao was particularly tempted. His progress had been slow since entering the true essence realm. If he were to switch to cultivating this primordial limitless technique, he was confident that he could break through to the Transformation Sea realm within half a year. If we add the abundant cultivation resources available today, it might not even take a month. Zhang Liang then looked at the other 5 scrolls on the table. There is also a fist technique, a leg technique, a body technique, a sword technique, and a saber technique here. They are all at least high-level Xian rank techniques. Choose what suits you and study it diligently. But it's better to be an expert in one field than a jack of all trades. Remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. In addition, there are also pills such as body tempering pills, qi gathering pills, yuan condensation pills, and spirit refining pills, which I will distribute to you according to your cultivation level later. Begin distributing the magical artifacts now. Everyone's breathing quickened, and their gazes became even more intense. Zhang Liang picked up a 12-foot-long, silver-gray spear and turned to hand it to Qihao. Commander Qihao, you are skilled with guns, so this wind and thunder gun was prepared for you. Qihao was extremely excited. This was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, and a high-quality one at that. He estimated it to be worth at least 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even selling him wouldn't be enough. Thank you. Zhang Liang waved his hand. No need to thank me, thank His Highness. These are all gifts from His Highness. Qihao nodded emphatically and said, Your Highness's kindness will be forever etched in my heart, and I will never forget it. After him, the others received a spiritual weapon in succession. Although it was not as good as Qihao's wind and thunder spear, it was still a mid-grade spiritual weapon, much better than the ones they had used before. With these magical artifacts and new cultivation techniques, their strength will surely increase dramatically in a short period of time. Half an hour later. In the back of the prince's mansion. 2 huge sandalwood tables were placed in the open space. In the center of the table sat 2 steaming copper pots, bubbling and boiling, with charcoal burning fiercely beneath them. Around the copper pot were plates of venison, various fruits and vegetables, and fine wines. Eat up, everyone. Today, let's not be bound by the distinction between master and servant. Don't be shy, eat as much as you like. Wu Ning dipped a thin slice of venison in the sauce, put it in his mouth, chewed it dozens of times, and swallowed it without realizing it. He felt that his mouth was full of fragrance and had an endless aftertaste. As expected of third-tier spirit deer meat, ordinary beef and mutton are simply not in the same league. Eating hot pot is all about the atmosphere, so he invited Zhang Liang, Qihao, Uncle Fu, and Shui, and Xiaozhu to eat at the same table with him, but none of them dared to pick up their chopsticks. The concept of master and servant has taken deep root in people's hearts. Wu Ning doesn't care, so they dare not act recklessly. They didn't move, and the people at the other table didn't dare to move either. Helpless, Wu Ning waved his hand at them. Fine, you can go over there. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhang Liang and the others breathed a sigh of relief and headed towards another table. What's that smell? It smells so good. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the gate. Everyone turned to look, and saw that the newcomers were 2 young men. One is tall and the other is short, one is thin and the other is fat. The former is Su Ziqian, the grandson of Grand Tutor Su and a talented scholar from the capital. On the surface, he is a gentleman, pure and upright, but in reality, he is an unconventional, brooding, and scheming man who loves listening to music in brothels. The latter is Li Yuanbao, the young master of the wealthy Li family. He has an honest appearance and a childlike face that can deceive people. In reality, he is shrewd and cunning, cowardly, but also extremely loyal. These 2, like Wu Ning before them, were both cultivation failures, unable to even break through to the qi-gathering realm. The 3 shared a similar plight, and being kindred spirits who didn't adhere to worldly conventions, they became extremely close. Within the circle of noble young men in the capital, it's considered a small circle. Ha, it seems we've arrived just in time. Li Yuanbao walked a few steps quickly and plopped down next to Wu Ning. Su Ziqian may seem slow, but his foot speed is anything but slow. The 2 of them acted as if they were at home, not as if they were outsiders. Wu Ning laughed and said, You 2 arrived at such a convenient time, didn't you just come at the exact moment? Li Yuanbao looked distressed and began to complain to him. Your Highness, you have no idea how many tricks I tried to sneak out of the manor. I suffered a lot and almost had my legs broken by my father. In the end, I was only able to sneak out when he went to Shenyang County to handle business. Wu Ning's eyes were moved. He had previously scanned the entire capital city with his divine sense, so he naturally knew how difficult things were for him. The fat man has a bruise on his forehead that hasn't completely faded yet. Wu Ning patted him on the shoulder. Without further ado, good brother, I'll toast you. To receive a toast from the crown prince, all this suffering was worthwhile. Li Yuanbao immediately burst into laughter. Su Ziqian snapped his folding fan shut and sighed, fine wine and delicacies go well together. The weather is perfect today. Brother Wu, Yuanbao, let's drink until we drop. Come on, let's drink. The three of them toasted each other, enjoying the food and wine. Your Highness, your way of eating hot pot is quite good. I wonder what the secret is to the soup base. Why don't you provide the recipe, and I'll provide the financial and human resources. We can partner up and open a hot pot restaurant, and I guarantee it will become a sensation throughout the capital overnight. Li Yuanbao suddenly said. It's a small matter. Just go directly to Xiazhu and Inshui. They have already mastered my skills. Wu Ning didn't care at all. This product may be very popular for a short time, but as soon as it is released, all kinds of imitations will appear. He can only earn a little money, and he doesn't even care about it now. By the way, Brother Wu, where are the Prince of Yan and his wife? Su Ziqian asked. They're all away, they've gone on a long trip, a really, really far one, Wu Ning said vaguely. No way? The Prince of Yan and his wife ran away without you? Li Yuanbao looked shocked. Young master, you weren't adopted, were you? Wu Ning rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to explain. Li Yuanbao took his expression as a tacit agreement and gave him a sympathetic look. Young master, after you finish this hot pot, you should go out and lay low for a while. Try to go as far away as possible, otherwise, if the 7-star sect comes looking for revenge, you'll be in big trouble. 7-star sect. Wu Ning's expression shifted, and he turned his gaze to the eastern horizon. The next moment, a large blue-feathered bird, 7 or 8 meters long, appeared in the sky and rushed straight towards the capital city at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths, they flew over the Prince of Yan's residence. In an instant, a powerful pressure emanated, enveloping the entire capital city. People in the city were filled with fear, and countless people looked at the sky in terror. They're here. The Prince of Pingshi's mansion. Prince Pingshi stood in the courtyard, gazing at the giant bluebird above the Prince Yan's residence, his eyes showing no emotion. Linglong Pavilion. The shopkeeper stood behind the window, gazing at the bluebird in the sky, a thoughtful look in his eyes. An elder at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, I wonder what trump cards the Prince Yan's mansion has up its sleeve. The Imperial Palace. Emperor Jin walked to the palace gate, looked at the huge bluebird in the distance, and his face darkened slightly. This is the capital of the great Jin dynasty, its upper capital. Yet others flew through the air with impunity, swaggering and radiating their power, showing no regard for him whatsoever. Damn it! However, he had no way to solve the problem. This is ultimately a world where strength reigns supreme. Without sufficient strength, one can only swallow one's pride. It's the Azure Phoenix of the 7-star sect. Su Ziqian's expression changed, and he glared at Li Yuanbao hatefully. You jinx, people just show up like that. Enveloped by the oppressive aura emanating from the bluebird, Li Yuanbao felt his legs go weak and he was so nervous that he couldn't even speak. Wu Ning smiled faintly. This bird is quite nice, I just happen to be missing a mount. Above the bluebird, an old man in purple robes stood with a cold expression, using his divine sense to lock onto the people of the Yin Prince's mansion. Behind him was a young man in his 30s, who was staring resentfully at the Prince of Yan's residence, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. Elder Hu, I wish to personally kill everyone in the Yin Prince's mansion to avenge my father. I hope you will grant my request. Elder Hu nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the Yin Prince's residence, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. These guys, instead of running away after offending their 7-star sect, they actually had the mind to gather and make merry.
Could it be that they have something to rely on?
He stood on the back of the bluebird, looking down at the people of the Prince of Yan's mansion, as high and mighty as a god.
Where is the Prince of Yan? Come out and face your death. His voice boomed like thunder, instantly resounding throughout the entire city.
The Prince of Yan's mansion is finished. The Prince of Yan was wise all his life, but made a foolish mistake this time.
Even the royal family doesn't dare to touch the 7-star sect, how dare he?
Now he's getting his comeuppance.
You reap what you sow?
Many people secretly shook their heads, as if they could already see the scene of the Prince of Yan's mansion turning into ashes.
But at that moment, a huge handprint appeared out of thin air, grabbing the two people and the bird in its hand, and then fell into the Prince of Yan's mansion. Holy crap, what's that? So big. So powerful. Inside the Prince of Yan's residence, Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and the others were dumbfounded.
They only saw Wu Ning stretch out his hand, grab something casually, and then a large handprint appeared, directly grabbing everyone in the air, including the birds.
Bang! The two people and the bird landed on the open ground in the back.
Wu Ning stepped forward, and a terrifying pressure enveloped them, making them tremble and unable to move at all.
Spare me, spare my life. Elder Hu lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to speak.
At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. He felt that Wu Ning's aura was as deep as an abyss, and his pressure was even more terrifying than that of the most powerful ancestor of the 7-star sect, Yuheng ancestor. No, the two were worlds apart and could not be compared at all. He had never encountered such a terrifyingly powerful figure, who seemed capable of annihilating him with a single thought.
This was an absolute terror.
Wu Ning withdrew his oppressive aura, glanced at him, and then looked at the young man behind him.
What is your relationship with Elder Zhou? The man's face turned deathly pale, but he remained silent.
Senior, he is Zhou Hai's son, and he's here to avenge his father.
Elder Hu betrayed him without hesitation. Zhou Hai was just an ordinary outer sect elder.
The sect set him out to avenge him only to maintain the prestige of the 7-star sect. He never expected to provoke such a terrifying being. He was so frustrated he almost vomited blood, and he hated Zhou Hai and his son to the core.
If they're not careful, the entire sect could be implicated by the father and son.
Wu Ning nodded slightly. He could naturally tell that the man had an unusual relationship with Elder Zhou, and asking was just to confirm it further.
A family should be together. Since you're here, let's send you down to reunite with your father.
Before the young man could react, his body shattered like a mirror and then vanished without a trace, leaving no mark whatsoever.
Elder Hu was horrified. This way of dying was too bizarre.
He had no idea how Wu Ning had made his move. It seems his soul has been scattered. He probably won't see his father again.
My apologies.
Wu Ning muttered to himself. This was his first time killing someone, but he didn't feel any discomfort. First, the improvement of one's cultivation subtly changes one's mindset, making one see others as weak as ants and diminishing one's reverence for life. Secondly, his methods were completely bloodless. He simply destroyed the body to cover up the crime, so that out of sight, out of mind, he didn't feel anything.
Holy crap!
The young master is too amazing.
Is this really the young master I know? Li Yuanbao murmured in shock. Su Ziqian remained silent, his gaze towards Wu Ning filled with a hint of inquiry.
The people in the prince's mansion looked at him with admiration, but there were also many who looked at him with doubt. Senior, spare my life. It was all Zhou Hai and his son's reckless behavior that offended the seniors. It has nothing to do with the juniors. Seeing Wu Ning looking over, Elder Hu jumped up and immediately knelt on the ground, crying out in tears.
Wu Ning's eyelids twitched.
This old guy really has no morals at all.
Is this bluebird your spirit pet? Wu Ning asked calmly.
Elder Hu's expression changed. This blue-feathered bird was his most loyal companion, having followed him for decades, closer than family.
The next moment. Senior's cultivation is extraordinary, a peerless figure like a banished immortal.
If Xiaoqing is fortunate enough to follow you, it will be an immense blessing for her. Elder, who looked sincere as he quickly dissolved the spirit pet contract, feeling as if his heart was bleeding.
Not bad, not bad.
Wu Ning smiled with satisfaction. Since you're so sensible, I won't make things difficult for you.
Elder, who breathed a sigh of relief.
Although he was reluctant, he was already lucky to have survived in the face of such a terrifying being.
Having broken the spirit pet contract, the bluebird's aura weakened slightly, and it lay on the ground trembling, not daring to make any move.
This bluebird is a fifth-tier demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the transformation realm. Its intelligence is no less than that of an ordinary human, so it naturally understands the situation before it. Wu Ning took a drop of its blood, and then a drop of his own blood, preparing to form a spirit pet contract.
This contract, based on blood, is a master-servant contract and not particularly profound.
He had even studied it before because he couldn't break through to the chi-gathering realm, so he wanted to create a powerful spirit pet. However, he later learned that if the difference in strength between the master and servant was too great, it would easily cause the spirit pet to backfire. He dared not risk his life, so he gave up the idea of forming a spirit pet.
Now it's perfect to use it directly.
Golden contract runes swam in the air like tadpoles, then split into 2 columns and were injected into 2 drops of blood. Then, 2 drops of blood entered the head of the bluebird and the forehead of Wu Ning respectively, and he immediately felt a strange connection established between himself and the bluebird. He was the dominant party, able to completely control the life and death of the bluebird, even from a great distance. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. After the blood bead bearing the contract runes entered the bluebird's body, its body immediately began to swell uncontrollably, as if it were about to explode and die at any moment.
I was careless.
Wu Ning sensed something was wrong. That drop of blood was his. Although it wasn't his essence blood, it was still blood at the venerable level, and it also contained a trace of ancient emperor bloodline.
With only a 5th-level cultivation, Qingniao simply couldn't withstand it.
Wu Ning instantly appeared next to the bluebird's head and pointed a finger at its head. The expansion of the bluebird's body immediately stopped, and a mysterious power entered its body, helping it absorb the energy emitted by the drop of blood.
Boom!
A violent aura swept outwards in all directions. Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and the others, who had little cultivation, were almost blown away by this aura.
Wu Ning reacted quickly and protected them.
He protected the entire back, otherwise, it would have been a complete mess.
At the same time,
the aura of the bluebird began to rise steadily, breaking through to the 6th level in just a few breaths.
Moreover, its aura continues to rise. Gurgle.
Elder, whose eyes widened in shock. Having lived for over 100 years and seen much of the world, he naturally understood what was happening before him. The fact that simply forming a spirit pet contract could cause the azure bird's cultivation level to skyrocket shows how terrifying this powerful being's cultivation is.
Not long after, Qingniao broke through again, reaching the 7th level. Its aura grew increasingly terrifying, enveloping the entire capital city.
Millions of people trembled with fear, completely bewildered by what was happening. Even experts at the Dharma aspect realm dared not probe the Yin Prince's mansion with their divine sense at this moment. They could only deduce from this aura that the bluebird was rapidly breaking through, which made them even more confused.
Deep within the palace,
a pair of aged eyes suddenly opened, shooting out 2 beams of light that pierced through the void.
A 7th-tier demonic beast. Strange, how could its aura increase so rapidly? He released his divine sense, wanting to find out the truth.
Puff! A moment later, the old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly became weak and listless. He was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his divine sense and concealed all his aura. He didn't know who had made the move, but it was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend. The bluebird let out a long cry, and its aura finally stopped after rising to the peak of the 7th rank.
Elder, who was stunned.
He watched helplessly as his former companion's cultivation level soared from far below his own to a level far surpassing his own, and his feelings were extremely complicated. A peak 7th tier expert is equivalent to a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. He was a little envious and really wanted to ask Wu Ning if he would accept contracted servants.
A single contract can save you hundreds of years of arduous cultivation and allow you to follow a terrifyingly powerful expert. It's totally worth it. However, he was self-aware enough to know that his level of cultivation was beneath him. Owner. The bluebird spoke in a human voice, affectionately nuzzling Wu Ning's hand. Its voice was clear and crisp, like that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Wu Ning patted its head and said, "You should cultivate diligently and consolidate your cultivation." Then, he looked at the people in the back and said, "You all eat first, I'll be right back." After saying that, he and Elder Hu disappeared directly from the courtyard. The group looked at each other, completely unsure of what to do. Should we continue eating? Who can still eat this now? Could it be that the young master went to the 7-star sect to cause trouble? Li Yuanbao muttered to himself. Su Ziqian shook his fan.
There's no need to guess, they must have gone to the 7-star sect. Brother Wu has always been resourceful and wise.
He must be confident about this trip. Don't worry about him. Let's continue drinking. He's not even afraid of the 7-star sect. Just how strong is the young master now? Li Yuanbao clicked his tongue in amazement.
Yunnan Prefecture, Lingwu Mountain Range. The Lingwu Mountain Range spans 3 states, is extremely vast, rich in resources, and teeming with demonic beasts. Dozens of sects, large and small, are entrenched within it. The 7 Stars sect is one of them. Moreover, it is one of the 2 dominant sects in the Lingwu Mountain Range. The other dominant sect is the Divine Martial sect of the neighboring Qingxian Prefecture, which is 3 points stronger than the 7-star sect in terms of its heritage and foundation. 2 figures appeared silently above the 7-star sect. Elder Hu was shocked. The capital of the Great Jin dynasty was tens of thousands of miles away from the 7-star sect. It took him most of the day to travel to the capital, but he returned in less than 10 breaths. Traveling thousands of miles in an instant, how terrifying. TSK, no wonder it's the dominant sect in Yunnan Prefecture. Wu Ning stood in mid-air, looking down at the 7-star sect below. The entire 7-star sect covers an area of at least 1,000 square kilometers, stretching endlessly, magnificent and awe-inspiring. 7 of the peaks are named after the Big Dipper. Above these peaks, clouds and mist drift, ancient trees reach for the sky, medicinal fields are scattered like stars, pavilions and magnificent palaces abound, and occasionally cranes circle around, bathed in radiant light, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Nestled among the 7 peaks lies a magnificent ancient city, bustling with people and extremely prosperous. I had heard before that the 7 Stars sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples, and today it seems that the rumors were true. After watching for a while, Wu Ning lost interest and released a wisp of his aura. The entire 7-star sect was immediately thrown into panic, as if facing a formidable enemy. A man in a blue robe appeared out of thin air not far in front of Wu Ning. He looked to be in his 30s, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes, and he was definitely an old monster who had lived for an unknown amount of time. After him, more than a dozen figures appeared, all standing behind the man in the blue robe, watching Wu Ning nervously, but daring not to make any move. Greetings to Ancestor Yu Hong, and to all the patriarchs. Elder Hu quickly bowed, attracting a lot of attention. The leading man in the blue robe didn't look at him, but respectfully bowed to Wu Ning. Junior Yu Hong, may I ask what brings Senior to my 7-star sect? Wu Ning glanced around and saw that the leading man in the blue robe was at the peak of the 9th level of the King Realm. Behind him were 3 experts at the King Realm, 1 at the 5th level of the King Realm, 1 at the 3rd level of the King Realm, and 1 at the 1st level of the King Realm. The rest are basically all at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace Realm. As expected of the dominant sect in Yunnan Prefecture, their strength is indeed formidable. Don't you know what I'm after? Wu Ning countered, does this old monster really think he can't detect that he's using a secret technique to communicate with Elder Hu? Senior. Upon learning the truth, Ancestor Yu Han was filled with unease, never expecting that his sect's disciples could cause such trouble. Senior, this matter was caused by our sect's disciple. I failed to discipline him properly and apologize to you. I am willing to offer this as an apology and hope it will appease your anger.
Ancestor Yu Hong took out an ancient jade box about the size of a palm.
After opening it, a strange fragrance immediately spread out, and many people present felt a strange desire. Wu Ning looked closely and saw that inside the jade box was a small, crystal-clear flower with a jade-like texture and 7 petals, filled with a powerful life energy.
What is this?
Wu Ning raised his hand, and the jade box appeared in his hand as if by teleportation.
Ancestor Yu Hong's pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't noticed anything unusual before the jade box was snatched away by the other party. This is something that no ordinary saint could do.
It could very well be a powerful holy king, or even. Ancestor Yu Hong dared not think any further, but his eyes became even more respectful. Senior, this is a sacred longevity herb called crescent moonflower. It grows by absorbing the essence of the moon and has 7 petals. If a cultivator at the King realm consumes it, it can extend their lifespan by 700 years. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Although it was of little use to him, for the 7-star sect, taking out a sacred herb was definitely a huge financial loss. At this moment, Ancestor Yu Hong felt as if his heart was bleeding. He has lived for over 3,000 years and has only obtained 2 sacred herbs. To have to give one of them away now is like tearing out his heart and flesh. However, if this crisis in the sect can be resolved, it will be worth it.
Very good. Since you're so sensible, I won't make things difficult for you.
But if there's a next time, the 7-star sect will be wiped out of the world. You'd better watch yourselves. After saying those words, Wu Ning vanished instantly. As the terrifying aura that had been pressing down on them dissipated, the members of the 7-star sect breathed a sigh of relief in unison.
Ancestor Yu Hong's face suddenly darkened.
Pass on my order, Lu Mao has failed in his duties as sect leader and is unworthy of his position. He is hereby removed from the post of sect leader and exiled to the Cliff of Repentance for 300 years. Inside the 7-star sect, a middle-aged man in purple robes suddenly changed his expression, which then turned ashen. There was no other way, such a big thing had to happen, and someone had to take the blame. As the current sect leader, no one was more suitable than him. Mingshan, before a new sect leader is chosen, you will temporarily assume the position of sect leader and handle all sect affairs.
Ancestor Yu Hong continued. The expert at the first level of the King realm immediately bowed, yes, Grandmaster. Ancestor Yu Hong nodded slightly, his killing intent surging as he said. Once you take office, immediately begin to rectify the sect's atmosphere. Anyone who bullies others or commits wrongdoing shall be severely punished. At best, their cultivation shall be abolished and they shall be expelled from the sect, at worst, they shall be executed without mercy. Yes. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Furthermore, hang the portrait of that senior in the ancestral hall, and all disciples of the sect must pay homage with great respect, so that no one will be so foolish as to offend the senior again in the future. This should also serve as a lesson for everyone, and a warning to others. Everyone nodded slightly. Somewhere in the sky, Wu Ning remained hidden, not leaving. Immediately. He wanted to observe the 7-star sect's attitude in secret. If they didn't know what was good for them, then they had no reason to exist. But I didn't expect that this old ancestor Yu Hong would be so sensible. He is indeed an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. He is old and wise. In addition, Ancestor Yu Hong turned his gaze to Elder Hu, who immediately lowered his head respectfully. Do Zhou Hai and his son still have any relatives alive? Elder Hu respectfully cupped his hands and said, reporting to the ancestor, Zhou Hai and his son are from the Zhou family of Qingshui City, and they still have relatives alive. Ancestor Yu Hong's face turned cold. Mingshan, send men to the Zhou family in Qingshui City to eradicate them completely. Do not let a single member of the Zhou family go. Yes, Master, I'll make the arrangements right away. Wait, before we take action, we need to thoroughly investigate the Zhou family's ancestors for 18 generations. We must not leave any hidden dangers behind. Ancestor Yu Hong added with concern, if we eliminate the Zhou family and then provoke another terrifying expert, the 7-star sect will truly be finished. Although the possibility is extremely slim, it's better to be on the safe side. The Great Jin Dynasty, the capital city.
Wu Ning stepped out of the void and landed in the Prince of Yan's mansion.
Your Highness, you're back. How come you're back so quickly? Li Yuanbao exclaimed in shock. It hasn't even been the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Everyone stood up.
Wu Ning waved his hand, glanced at Qingniao, and then sat back down in his original seat.
I came back as soon as I finished my business. The 7-star sect is indeed far away.
Fortunately, my cultivation is now high, otherwise I would have been exhausted to go there.
Your Highness, you've changed.
Li Yuanbao sighed. We agreed to be good-for-nothings together, but I never expected you to be so talented.
Sigh. Brother Wu, I'm saying you haven't been possessed by some old monster, have you?
Su Ziqian said jokingly, but his eyes were fixed on Wu Ning's eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Ning sighed helplessly. Sigh, I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was this suspicion.
Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. Actually, I come from a super family.
For certain reasons, I came to the Great Jin Dynasty and had to hide my identity and pretend to be an ordinary person. Now that the 18-year period has ended, I have mastered my divine skills and no longer need to hide. Wu Ning looked down at him with disdain, speaking in a half-serious tone.
Everyone was stunned. Brother Wu, are you serious? Su Ziqian said hesitantly. Wu Ning rolled her eyes at him and said, Why would I lie to you? Without money or looks, you have nothing to offer. What makes you worth my deception? Su Ziqian looked dejected.
Although it stung, it was the truth. They really didn't seem to have anything worth lying about.
Li Yuanbao suddenly chuckled. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me.
Now that you've made it big, don't forget to help your brother out. Wu Ning patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, you'll all get your share. He took out a piece of milky white jade from the system space. It was about the size of an adult's head and had a faint liquid flowing inside. He pointed his fingers like a knife and made a small hole in the jade.
In an instant, a refreshing fragrance filled the air.
Everyone who smelled it felt incredibly comfortable, as if every cell in their body was cheering and shouting. Especially the two old women who had no cultivation at all. At that moment, they felt as if they had suddenly become 10 years younger. Wu Ning twitched his fingers slightly, and a milky white liquid flew out from the jade and fell into the empty wine cups in front of Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian.
After it was filled, a lot of liquid flew into the hot pot on another table. Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone in the prince's residence quickly rose to express their gratitude.
Wu Ning waved his hand, poured himself another cup, and then put away the rest.
Brother Wu, could this be 1,000-year-old spiritual milk? Su Ziqian asked in surprise.
Wu Ning glanced at him in surprise. Old Su, you truly are a scholar, you know so much.
However, this is not 1,000-year-old spiritual milk, but 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. 10,000-year-old spiritual milk? Brother Wu, isn't this too precious? Su Ziqian gripped the wine glass tightly, staring longingly at the ancient spiritual milk inside.
We've known each other for so many years, no need for such formalities. Drink up, this stuff should be able to help you officially embark on the path of cultivation.
No matter how precious it is, it's worth it.
The preciousness of the 10,000-year spirit milk is no less than that of a sacred medicine. It can directly increase cultivation level and also has the effects of cleansing the marrow and improving one's foundation. However, Wu Ning didn't care. His mother had given him an ancient ring containing many 10,000-year-old spiritual milks, as well as 100,000-year-old spiritual milks, and even immortal spiritual milks. It allows us to cultivate.
Li Yuanbao's eyes lit up. He picked up his wine glass and gulped it down in one go.
After drinking a cup of millennia-old spiritual milk, it immediately transformed into a surge of pure spiritual energy, rapidly circulating throughout his body. Fortunately, this spiritual energy was extremely gentle, otherwise it would have directly burst him apart.
Holy crap! I've broken through.
Li Yuanbao licked his wineglass, and his cultivation level instantly broke through the threshold that he had not been able to overcome for more than 10 years, entering the qi-gathering realm.
And it was still growing rapidly, breaking through to the innate realm after 10 breaths. First level of innate ability. Congenital duality. 9 levels of the innate realm. He paused for a while at the 9th level of the innate realm, then broke through to the true essence realm in one go, and finally settled at the 3rd level of the true essence realm. Everyone was dumbfounded. A cup of 10,000-year-old spiritual milk actually allowed Li Yuanbao to cross 2 major realms, breaking through from the body refining realm to the 3rd level of the true essence realm in one step. In reality, Li Yuanbao only passively absorbed a small portion of the spiritual energy from that cup of 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. A large portion of spiritual energy remains hidden within his body, slowly improving his foundation. After deducting losses, it can at least help him cultivate to the transformation C realm. Su Ziqian, seeing this with envy, didn't wait any longer and drank the millennium-old spiritual milk in one gulp. While absorbing the spiritual energy of the spiritual milk, he began to try circulating his cultivation technique. It only took a short time for him to go from being clumsy to becoming skilled and fluent. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Although this guy's cultivation aptitude was as bad as a pile of shit, his comprehension was definitely at a genius level. At the same time, Li Yuanbao was also trying to circulate his internal energy, but his comprehension was much worse than Su Ziqian's. Several times I almost misdirected my spiritual energy through my meridians. A full quarter of an hour later, the two opened their eyes one after the other. Su Ziqian broke through to the 9th level of the true essence realm in one go, only one step away from the transformation C realm. Li Yuanbao successfully completed a full cycle of the cultivation technique, breaking through another minor realm and reaching the 4th level of the true essence realm. Ha ha ha! Su Chen broke through to the true Yuan realm at 18. And was hailed as the #1 genius of the Great Jin dynasty, while I, your humble servant, am only 17 years old and have already broken through to the 4th level of the true Yuan realm, ha! Li Yuanbao burst into unrestrained laughter. Su Ziqian rolled his eyes at him. That guy had real skills, he cultivated them step by step. How could you compare? He opened his mouth, about to say something, when he suddenly smelled a pungent, fishy stench. His gaze instantly fell on himself. His once fair skin was now covered in a layer of dark substance, emitting a nauseating odor. An invisible barrier surrounded him, preventing the scents from escaping. Ugh! Su Ziqian gagged, covered his face, and turned into a blur as he rushed towards the entrance of the back. Brother Wu, please excuse me for now. We'll meet again another day. Ugh! Your Highness, let's meet again another day. Li Yuanbao's face was contorted with rage. When he left, he took the wine glass with him. Wu Ning waved his hand, and the lingering odor in the air instantly dissipated. He had finished the deer meat on the table, got up, let out a satisfied burp, and walked into the house. Zhang Liang, Shi Hao, and the others immediately relaxed. The meat and vegetables were almost all gone, and a dozen people were sitting around the table drinking the hot pot broth. It contains a considerable amount of millennia-old spiritual milk. Shi Hao drank 2 large bowls and broke through from the 9th level of the true essence realm to the transformation C realm. Except for 2 old women who had no cultivation, everyone else had made a breakthrough. A guard sighed. I never imagined that Our Highness is not only incredibly powerful, but also has such a distinguished background. It's truly unbelievable. Yes, I was prepared to live and die with the prince's mansion, but I never expected such a big reversal. Ha ha! If those guys who left knew, they'd probably regret it to the core. Humph. Disloyal bastards, thank goodness they left early. The crowd whispered among themselves. Zhang Liang couldn't help but glance in the direction Wu Ning had left, and sighed inwardly. Shallow waters cannot nurture dragons. Your Highness has revealed your identity, it's time for you to leave. What will they do then? Inside the room, Wu Ning set up a barrier, sat cross-legged on the bed, and was attempting to refine a dark golden ancient sword. The ancient sword had a powerful seal that suppressed its sharpness and Taoist aura, otherwise, the entire royal palace would probably have been razed to the ground by the sword energy it emitted. This is an imperial weapon called the Taie Emperor Sword. Among the ancient ring that Morongin gave him, there were not many immortal artifacts, only 7 or 8. But there are quite a few imperial weapons, at least 100.
Wu Ning estimated that his current cultivation level would make it difficult to refine immortal artifacts, so he decided to refine an imperial weapon first to practice. However, the power of the imperial weapon exceeded his expectations. Even an unclaimed weapon was terrifyingly strong. He spent a whole day and night refining it, only to grasp a trace of the emperor weapon's essence. At this rate, it will take about 2 or 3 months to fully refine this Taie Emperor sword. Wu Ning was secretly shocked. Just from the powerful strength of this imperial weapon, he could see just how terrifying a great emperor was. Perhaps in the eyes of a powerful emperor, there is not much difference between a supreme being and an ordinary person. Both can be defeated in one move. He originally thought that he could contend with a great emperor with his immortal artifacts, but now it seems that he was a bit naive. Even a powerful emperor might not be able to contend with a celestial artifact, but for him to master one with his current cultivation level is simply wishful thinking. Wu Ning immediately abandoned his idea of going out and having fun, and decided to develop his cultivation in a more cautious manner for a while longer, at least until he reached the quasi-emperor realm. He put aside all distractions and devoted himself to refining the Taie Emperor sword. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in a flash. A lot has happened in the capital over the past 2 months. The day Wu Ning captured Elder Hu and his party in one move shocked the entire capital city. Several more days passed, and no one from the Seven Stars sect came to their door again. They realized that the matter was over and that the Prince of Yan's mansion had dealt with the Seven Stars sect. After that, the reputation of the Prince of Yan's mansion soared, and people from all the major families in the capital came to visit with generous gifts. The Prince of Pingxi immediately went to apologize. However, Wu Ning was in seclusion refining his imperial weapon and had no interest in meeting those people. They could only leave behind generous gifts and depart with regret. Furthermore, after Wu Ning went into seclusion for a month, Li Yuanbao couldn't stand the loneliness and came to challenge Su Chen, defeating him decisively. He displayed the cultivation level of the 7th level of the True Essence realm. His famed sword, leaving countless people stunned and speechless. In fact, Su Chen now has the cultivation level of the 4th level of the True Yuan realm, and his combat power is strong enough to defeat a master of the 5th level of the True Yuan realm. Even though Li Yuanbao was 3 minor realms higher than him, he lacked combat experience, making it extremely difficult for him to defeat him. But this guy was playing dumb, taking advantage of Su Chen's carelessness to unleash his full power and defeat him in one move. Although the victory was somewhat unfair, a victory is a victory. Su Chen lost because he underestimated his opponent, and he can't blame anyone else. Moreover, Li Yuanbao's cultivation at the 7th level of the True Essence realm was genuine. He was younger than him, yet 3 minor realms higher. To outsiders, it was only natural that someone with a cultivation level 3 minor realms higher than him was stronger. In no time, Li Yuanbao's name resounded throughout the city. The title of the greatest genius in the Great Jin dynasty also changed hands. This is because most people do not know that the person who captured Elder Hu that day was Wu Ning. Su Ziqian's cultivation level was higher than Li Yuanbao's, but he was a cunning old fox. Not only did he not reveal his cultivation level, but he also specially learned a secret method to conceal his realm. Li Yuanbao was ashamed of this, and then secretly learned a similar secret technique. He wants to develop stealthily like the crown prince, and then amaze everyone. These two would come to the Prince of Yan's residence every few days, but Wu Ning was in seclusion and had no time to deal with them. That morning, a clear and melodious sword cry resounded through the sky, like a peerless divine sword being drawn from its sheath. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and countless sword energies appeared, reaching the heavens and the earth, turning the capital into a sea of sword energy. The entire city was utterly horrified. Fortunately, these sword energies did not carry any killing intent. It came quickly and went quickly, disappearing into the world in a fleeting moment. Finally refined. Wu Ning held the Taie Emperor's sword in his hand. The seal on it had been broken. He felt the terrifying power contained within the Emperor's sword and felt that the past 2 months had not been in vain. With this sword in hand, even a quasi-emperor at the peak of his power can fight. However, he still felt somewhat uneasy, as the sword was a weapon of attack. At least one more defensive imperial weapon needs to be refined for greater safety.
No, one is not enough. At least two are needed.
One imperial weapon to defend the physical body, and one imperial weapon to defend the soul.
Wu Ning sheathed the Taie Emperor's sword and then opened his personal panel. Name, Wu Ning. Cultivation level, perfected ninth heaven of venerable, supreme. Physique, timeless divine body.
Cultivation techniques, supreme scripture, first level, ancient scripture of heavenly refinement, first level.
Supernatural powers, none. Weapon, Taie Emperor sword. Remaining check-in attempts, 66.
Over the past 2 months, Wu Ning has occasionally consumed some rare and precious herbs, and his cultivation has unknowingly increased to the peak of the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, not far from the Quasi-Emperor Realm. However, for him, the number of times he signs in is more important. There were 66 times in total, which was saved up over 2 months. Wu Ning got excited, it was time to sign in again.
System, send 3 daily check-ins first. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million top-grade spirit stones.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a sacred herb, Phoenix Bloodgrass.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 years of cultivation.
1,000 years of cultivation, not bad luck.
Wu Ning hesitated for a moment, then prepared to try his luck again.
System, send me a monthly sign-in. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the time manipulation ability, a glance of 10,000 years.
Would you like to cultivate it? Time manipulation?
Wu Ning's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the details of this supernatural ability.
A glance that lasts 1,000 years is a time-related supernatural power, and also a powerful eye technique.
Time flies by as far as the eye can see. There are 5 levels: beginner, minor success, major success, peak, and perfection, which are respectively equivalent to 1 year in a glance, 10 years in a glance, 100 years in a glance, 1,000 years in a glance, and 10,000 years in a glance. This glance was not instantaneous, but rather lasted approximately 1 second.
When one cultivates to perfection, in just 1 second, one can make time fly by for tens of thousands of years. If someone is targeted by a gaze, they will be deprived of tens of thousands of years of their lifespan in a single second. It's like killing someone with your eyes, it's terrifying.
System, begin cultivating a glance that lasts 10,000 years.
After reading the detailed information, Wu Ning immediately shouted. Ding, cultivation has begun.
The next instant, a massive amount of information flooded into Wu Ning's mind, and even with his current cultivation level, he still found it extremely difficult to process.
About an hour later. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have mastered that a glance that lasts 1,000 years technique. Wu Ning stopped cultivating, as his current cultivation level only allowed him to reach the 3rd level, 100 years in a glance. However, once he improves his cultivation level, he can quickly reach the peak, or even perfection. The supernatural powers and techniques he obtained from the system's daily check-in didn't require him to spend a long time figuring them out little by little. Wu Ning's figure flashed and disappeared from the room in an instant, and the next moment he appeared on a mountain near the capital city. He was going to test the effect of a glance that lasts 1,000 years. His gaze swept around, and he chose a large tree that was as thick as a man's embrace. Then he caught an ordinary wild rabbit and a 3rd-tier tiger demon, tied them to the tree, and placed a few spiritual herbs under the tree. After doing all that, begin to unleash a glance that lasts 1,000 years. Countless golden runes flashed in his pupils in an instant, and a strange change quietly occurred in the area. Covered by his vision. The leaves are falling. The weeds on the ground died instantly. The hare died soon after. The tiger demon let out a terrified roar. 1 second later. The tree was now bare, long since dead, and the area beneath it was desolate, with only a few specks of black grime remaining from the remains of the wild rabbit. The 2 medicinal herbs also withered and died. 2 seconds later. The big tree turned into a dry, rotten piece of wood. 3 seconds later. The tiger demon also died, quickly turning into a skeleton. All the medicinal herbs withered and died.
10 seconds later,
the tiger demon's remains had turned to dust. Within a radius of several meters, there was no life left, it had become a dead zone.
32 seconds later, the land became like a desert.
Only a piece of rotten, withered wood remained in the same spot. Wu Ning deactivated his supernatural powers and rubbed his tired eyes. With the blessing of the divine body of time, he could continue to cast the spell for 32 seconds, far exceeding his original expectations. Under the influence of the supernatural power, all living beings ceased to grow and would not continue to become stronger. This was not simply an acceleration of time, the area covered by the vision was not accelerated to more than 3,000 years in the future.
This is more like the power of time. It's not very useful at the moment, but for cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan, it's an absolute killer move. Moreover, killing with your eyes sounds pretty cool.
Wu Ning returned to the Prince of Yan's residence with satisfaction. With 33 check-in opportunities remaining, he thought for a moment and decided to use one more monthly check-in.
Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Bodhi seed. Bodhi seeds?
Wu Ning immediately checked the details. This Bodhi seed was a divine medicine, consuming it directly could improve comprehension and suppress inner demons. Furthermore, it can be used as the main ingredient to refine a celestial-grade pill called Bodhi Enlightenment Pill, which increases the success rate of an emperor breaking through to the true immortal realm.
At least 30%. This is good stuff.
Wu Ning's eyes lit up, and he took the Paitisi out of the system space. It was emerald green, the size of a cat's eye, and looked like a piece of crystal jade, exuding a wonderful Taoist charm. Just holding it in my hand, I felt a refreshing coolness in my mind, and my state of mind seemed to be elevated. Refining elixirs is too troublesome. Not only do you need to collect medicinal herbs, but you also need to know how to refine immortal pills. Wu Ning prepared to swallow it directly.
This is a perfect opportunity to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Sit cross-legged and adjust your posture.
Wu Ning consumed the Bodhi seed and extracted the 1,000 years of cultivation he had accumulated through daily check-ins.
Unlike before, this 1,000 years of cultivation is equivalent to the average cultivation of a cultivator at his level over 1,000 years.
But that wasn't enough to help him break through to the quasi-emperor realm. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to break through, let alone a breakthrough of a major realm. To break through from the 9th level of the venerable realm to the quasi-emperor realm, one needs to comprehend a complete law and condense the origin of that law. It's quite normal for cultivators to remain stuck at this realm for tens of thousands of years. Wu Ning was confident of breaking through because he had successfully comprehended the complete power of the laws of time during the process of cultivating the supernatural power, a glance of 10,000 years. With the help of the Bodhi seed, condensing the origin of the law is not difficult. In order to break through in one fell swoop, Wu Ning also took out a piece of spiritual milk that was 100,000 years old, as well as an ancient herb of the emperor level. Everything is ready, except for a breakthrough.
2 months passed quickly.
After consuming the Bodhi seed, Wu Ning felt that his comprehension had indeed improved significantly, and that this improvement was permanent. It was originally estimated that it would take half a year to condense the origin of the time law, but unexpectedly it was condensed in just 2 months.
That day,
the sky over Yunnan Prefecture suddenly became heavy, and an incomparably terrifying aura descended from the sky, as if the sky were about to collapse, making countless people unable to breathe. One after another, figures flew into the sky, looking around with surprise and uncertainty.
What's going on? This feeling is terrifying. It seems someone is about to undergo tribulation? Could it be that the Jade Balance King of the 7-star sect is about to become a saint? It's not about becoming a saint.
I've seen people undergo the same tribulation before, but it's nowhere near as terrifying as this.
Damn, could someone have broken through to the venerable realm? Someone exclaimed.
The scene in Yunnan Prefecture was so terrifying that it even alarmed the powerful figures from other prefectures.
Chiling Prefecture, the sacred land of Xiang.
2 illusory figures appeared in the sky, gazing in the direction of Yunnan Prefecture with shocked expressions.
A quasi-emperor's tribulation. What a terrifying aura.
It's been tens of thousands of years since anyone in our eastern region has broken through to the quasi-emperor level.
I wonder which senior has broken through this time.
The Great Jin Dynasty, the Prince of Yan's residence. Wu Ning suddenly opened his eyes and sensed the heavenly tribulation brewing in the sky.
His brows immediately furrowed.
From the moment a cultivator becomes a saint, they need to undergo a heavenly tribulation. He had broken through to the 9th level of the venerable realm in one go without undergoing tribulation, so he overlooked this matter. It seems that even to break through to a higher realm, one needs to undergo a tribulation. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the room and went straight into the void, preparing to undergo tribulation in the void.
Otherwise, the quasi-emperor tribulation is too terrifying, and a single misstep could endanger hundreds of millions of lives.
After he entered the void, the lightning tribulation in the sky stopped brewing and quickly returned to calm. Apart from a very few powerful individuals who knew that someone was undergoing tribulation, everyone else had no idea what had happened. Some people wanted to find the powerful individuals who had undergone tribulation, but the tribulation lightning dissipated before it could take shape, leaving no trace.
It can only be roughly determined that the person undergoing the tribulation is in Yunnan Prefecture. But a state is so vast that it's simply unrealistic to look for someone who has no clue whatsoever. In the boundless void, terrifying bolts of purple lightning fell from an unknown place, striking Wu Ning fiercely. He did not launch an attack to shatter these lightning tribulations. Instead, the lightning strikes directly on his body, thus tempering his physical form. If anyone else had seen this, they would have been utterly shocked. The quasi-emperor tribulation is terrifying. Even a low-level venerable will die instantly upon contact with it, and a supreme being will be severely injured even if not killed by a single strike. Even ordinary quasi-emperors would not dare to withstand such a direct attack.
Wu Ning dared to do this entirely because of the strength of his martial arts technique. The supreme scripture he cultivated was an invincible technique that integrated cultivation, physical body, and spirit. The Physical Universe chapter is also the most powerful body refining technique in the world. The Flesh and Blood Universe chapter is mainly divided into 3 levels. The first level refines the indestructible golden body, the second level opens up the divine treasure within the physical body, the third level opens up the universe within the physical body. When cultivation reaches its peak, every cell in the body is like a universe, containing boundless power. One can suppress all heavens with one's palm, shatter all worlds with one's fist, and subdue all enemies. However, Wu Ning has not yet even completed the first level of the indestructible golden body. Under the bombardment of lightning, his clothes had long since turned to ashes, leaving him completely naked, and even his hair had disappeared. Besides the antique ring his mother gave him, not a single hair was left on his entire body. Wu Ning seemed oblivious, but being struck by lightning still hurt quite a bit. The violent power of lightning drilled into his body, like being slowly sliced to death, which meant that his cultivation level had increased and his ability to endure pain had improved.
Otherwise, you'd be in excruciating pain.
A thought suddenly struck him: the system could increase the chances of obtaining treasures by checking in at special locations.
I wonder if this tribulation of lightning counts. System, check in. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a source of the Thunder Law.
Whom? The origin of the laws?
Wu Ning was overjoyed. The quasi-emperor had just begun to condense the origin of laws when he unexpectedly signed in with a ball of Thunder Law origin.
If he were to fuse and refine it, wouldn't he be able to directly master the Thunder Origin Law?
Although it cannot compare to the supreme law of time, it is still an extremely powerful law of attack.
This is completely unexpected. It seems like I'm on a lucky streak today.
Wu Ning checked his personal panel and saw that he still had 68 sign-in opportunities left. System, send 5 more daily check-ins.
Ding. Sign-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the quasi-emperor weapon, Thunder God Halberd.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the quasi-emperor level halberd technique, Thunderous Might.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-grade sacred medicine 9-layer heavenly heart lotus.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million top-grade spirit stones.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 years of cultivation.
5 notification sounds kept ringing.
The items you can sign in for are all pretty good, but they're nowhere near as good as the Thunder Law Origin. Wu Ning stopped signing in and focused on overcoming the tribulation. The lightning struck him for a day and a night, and then it finally ended. His cultivation level was stable at the early stage of Quasi-Emperor realm. At the same time, his indestructible golden body finally achieved minor success. The lesser completion undying golden body is stronger than the physical body of a quasi-emperor at the perfection stage. It is difficult to be harmed by laws and can go head-to-head with quasi-emperor weapons.
It can be called a human weapon of death.
Wu Ning examined his body. His skin was fair and translucent, and his figure was still slender and upright. However, if he activated the undying golden body, a layer of mysterious golden light would appear under his skin.
It seemed to possess inexhaustible power.
The strength has undergone earth-shattering changes. He felt that he could easily defeat his previous self with a single punch.
After testing his strength in the void, Wu Ning flashed back to his room.
After changing into a brand new robe, he touched his bald head in front of the mirror and felt somewhat comical. Fortunately, with his current level of cultivation, he is now able to control the growth of body hair with great precision. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to go out with such a shiny bald head.
I spent another day in the room.
After controlling his hair to regrow, extracting the 1,000 years of cultivation he gained from signing in, and cultivating a quasi-emperor level halberd technique, Wu Ning finally left the room. After being in seclusion for almost half a year, he decided to go out for some fresh air. It was sunrise, and the warm sunlight felt wonderful on my skin. Wu Ning stretched and walked towards the back. The bluebird has made the back its home, and over the past few months, it has become familiar with everyone in the palace.
Oh nar.
Seeing Wu Ning approaching, Xingniao called out affectionately. Wu Ning patted its head, then took out the sacred herb phoenix bloodgrass that he had signed in with earlier. Here, take this.
It should help you break through to the king realm.
Thank you, master. The bluebird excitedly flapped its wings, creating a fierce gust of wind. As soon as the phoenix blood grass entered its stomach, a powerful aura erupted from the azure bird and swept out in all directions. Wu Ning waved his hand, setting up a barrier to cover the back and prevent the aura from leaking out, otherwise it would frighten many people. At this moment, Zhang Liang, Qi Hao, and the others sensed something was wrong and rushed to the back.
Your Highness!
Wu Ning glanced around and realized that their efforts over the past few months had not been in vain. With the help of abundant resources, their cultivation levels had improved significantly. Qi Hao has already advanced to the 7th level of the Transformation Sea realm. In less than half a year, he has advanced by almost a whole realm, which was absolutely unimaginable before. After him, the one with the highest cultivation level was Uncle Fu. Reaching the 9th level of the True Essence realm, he directly advanced to a major realm. The rest of the people were also at the True Essence realm. Zhang Liang later surpassed him and had already reached the 3rd level of the True Essence realm. At the bottom are Xia Zhu and Shui, both of whom are at the 1st level of the True Essence realm. Good. Uncle Fu, you are responsible for distributing these cultivation resources. Focus on improving your strength. Don't worry about saving them for me. As long as you don't waste them, you can have as much as you need. Wu Ning nodded slightly and tossed a storage ring to Uncle Fu, which contained 5 million low-grade spirit stones and some low-level resources that he didn't need. These are all used by experts at the King Realm, and they are more than enough to enhance their cultivation and strength. Yes, Your Highness. Uncle Fu put away the storage ring and did not check it immediately. Instead, he reported to Wu Ning what had happened at the prince's mansion in the past few months. By the way, a few days ago the palace sent someone to invite Your Highness to the king's banquet.
The king's banquet?
Wu Ning raised an eyebrow. This was a grand event held only once every 3 years in the Great Jin dynasty.
The so-called King's Banquet, hosted by the great Jin royal family, was actually a grand martial arts competition for young prodigies. Young men and women under the age of 30 are welcome to participate, and the top 10 will receive generous rewards. If they perform exceptionally well and demonstrate extraordinary talent, they are often invited by the royal family and various powerful families, and may even be taken in as disciples by some powerful figures. Wu Ning had participated before, but only as a spectator.
If there's nothing else, I might go and take a look. When does it begin? The 9th day of next month, Uncle Fu replied immediately. It's already the end of the month, and there are only about 10 days left until the 9th day of next month.
Alright, you can all leave now.
After dismissing everyone, Wu Ning went to the kitchen and personally roasted a second-tier spirit sheep that Luo Chang had sent. Despite his improved cultivation, he did not abandon his appetite. I've only been eating rare and precious herbs like spiritual fruits for the past few months, and I'm getting so bored. On the huge grill, a plump sheep was sizzling and dripping with oil, emitting an enticing aroma.
High-end ingredients often only require simple cooking. This whole roasted lamb doesn't need any seasonings, it's a rare delicacy. Just as Wu Ning was enjoying a lamb leg, Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian arrived at the Prince of Yan's residence. You two have dog noses, don't you?
Wu Ning said speechlessly. The two chuckled. During this period, the two of them frequently went to the Prince of Yan's residence to freeload. Wu Ning was in seclusion, and Luo Chang would send him some prey every now and then, which he would then instruct Zhang Liang and the others to eat. By chance, Li Yuanbao discovered that the food at the Prince of Yan's mansion was too lavish, so he dragged Su Ziqian along to freeload. Your Highness, we have waited for months, and we are finally pleased to see you emerge from seclusion. The two quickly sat down around it, swallowed hard, and stared longingly at the lamb on the grill.
Wu Ning waved his hand, do it yourself. He then asked, do you need something from me?
Well, it's like this, old Su and I have both broken through to the Transformation Sea realm, and we plan to venture out into the world, wanting to go with you, Your Highness.
Li Yuanbao mumbled something while gnawing on mutton. Su Ziqian's eating manners were much more refined. Brother Wu, you probably won't be staying in the Great Jin for long, will you? When you leave, would it be convenient for you to take us with you?
The two were about to cling to someone's leg. Wu Ning's gaze swept over them. Su Ziqian was at the 8th level of the Transformation Sea realm, but his cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the innate realm. He's hiding 2 major realms of knowledge, he's definitely a cunning old fox. Li Yuanbao revealed himself to be at the 7th level of the True Essence realm, but his true cultivation level was the same as Qihao's, also at the 7th level of the Transformation Sea realm. With their current cultivation levels, they're almost at the top in a small place like the Great Jin Dynasty, where even the Dharma aspect realm is rare.
No wonder they're thinking of going out for a stroll.
Wu Ning nodded slightly, it's just 2 people, no big deal. But I'll have to wait a while longer before leaving.
Aren't you two in a hurry? We're not in a hurry. Brother Wu, you can wait as long as you want. Su Ziqian shook his head.
He also wanted to improve his strength so that he would be more secure when he was out and about. Suddenly, a powerful pressure emanated from it.
Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian were horrified.
They felt as weak as ants before this oppressive force, as if the other party could crush them to death with just that pressure if they wanted to.
A breakthrough has been achieved.
A hint of surprise flashed in Wu Ning's eyes. The azure bird had absorbed the medicinal effects of the phoenix bloodgrass and not only broke through to the king realm, but also seemed to have a trace of phoenix bloodline.
Phoenix bloodgrass. Could it really have been soaked in phoenix blood?
Chirp chirp. The bluebird flapped its wings and chirped merrily. After breaking through to the 8th rank, its body grew even larger, exceeding 30 meters in length.
Fortunately, the back of the prince's mansion is large enough, otherwise it really wouldn't be able to fit it.
But the next moment, the bluebird's body began to shrink, and soon it became the size of a sparrow, flapping its wings and flying to Wu Ning.
Master, I've broken through.
Not bad, he has also awakened the power of wish fulfillment. Wu Ning reached out and let it land on his hand. He stroked its feathers and noticed that it could change size, which would make it much more convenient to
carry around in the future. Once I break through to the 9th rank, I should be able to take human form, right? Master, I'm hungry.
The bluebird rubbed his fingers, its eyes fixed longingly on the lamb on the grill, and said softly. Wu Ning tore off a leg of lamb and placed it on the table.
Eat. Thank you, master. The bluebird flew to the table, its size increased, and it quickly devoured the meat on the lamb leg.
A roasted lamb leg weighing over 100 pounds was quickly devoured by it, and it even swallowed the bones whole. Wu Ning tore off a large piece of lamb chop for it, and the three of them, along with the bird, quickly devoured the whole roasted lamb.
Most of them ended up in the bluebird's stomach.
Wu Ning felt he hadn't had enough, so he roasted another level 2 wild boar. After the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they went for a stroll in the street. The bluebird wasn't full yet, so Wu Ning let it go out to find food on its own.
With its appetite, it could probably eat 100 cows and still not be full. People were coming and going on the street.
Perhaps because the king's banquet was approaching, young geniuses from all over the great Jin dynasty flocked to the capital, creating a lively scene.
Young master, I heard that a stunningly beautiful courtesan has recently arrived at Tianshan Pavilion.
She is unparalleled in music and painting, and possesses exceptional talent. She sells her art but not her body.
Shall we go and take a look?
When people are well-fed and warm, they start to think about sex, Li Yuanbao suggested. Su Ziqian's hand, which was waving a fan, immediately paused. Wu Ning thought about it and realized that since he had nothing else to do, listening to music in a brothel seemed like a good idea. Then let's go and see what that courtesan's musical skills are like. The three immediately turned around. Turning a corner, Wu Ning sniffed and suddenly smelled a spicy hot pot aroma. Looking up, you can see a grandly decorated hot pot restaurant not far away, which is very popular and has a constant stream of customers.
Fatty, how's your hot pot business? Wu Ning asked. Li Yuanbao immediately became excited when this was mentioned. Business is absolutely booming. All 30+ hot pot restaurants in Beijing are packed with people every day.
We have divided the ingredients into common ingredients and rare ingredients.
Common ingredients can be paid for with silver, while rare ingredients require payment in spirit stones.
Now, the hot pot restaurant has made a name for itself, and recently many people from other places have come here specifically to try it. The Li family has been in business for generations, and they certainly have a knack for it. Hot pot is not difficult to make and is easy to imitate, which they naturally took into account. In response, the Li family took a different approach, planning to monopolize several key spices used in making hot pot broth. They even sell pre-prepared spice packets that only require simple brewing. By controlling the source, they are indirectly enveloping the hot pot market. That's what perspective means.
Li Yuanbao spoke with great enthusiasm.
Young master, the hot pot business has earned more than 800,000 taels of silver and more than 30,000 spirit stones in the past few months. We will split it 50/50ths. While you were in seclusion, I delivered the silver and spirit stones to Uncle Fu every month. Wu Ning recalled that Uncle Fu had mentioned it before, but he hadn't paid attention to it at the time. For cultivators, silver is worthless. The spirit stones were divided into several thousand pieces each month, and Uncle Fu thought that Wu Ning probably wouldn't care about such a small amount of spirit stones, so he didn't say anything more. Wu Ning waved his hand and said, "You don't need to give 50% in the future, 10% is enough." Although he looked down on it, it would still be a source of income for everyone in the prince's mansion after he left. How can that be? Even brothers keep clear accounts. Your Highness, you've provided the recipe, and 1/10 is far too little. Moreover, the hot pot restaurant's business benefits from the name of the Prince of Yan's mansion, which can reduce a lot of trouble for us. It's only fair that it gets 50% of the profits. Li Yuanbao shook his head. Although he knew that Wu Ning didn't care about this little bit of money now, whether Wu Ning wanted it or not was one thing, and whether he gave it to him or not was another. The Li family cannot be greedy. Then let's go with 30%, Wu Ning said after thinking for a moment. Okay. Li Yuanbao did not insist any further. The three of them soon arrived at Tianxiang Tower, where several beautifully dressed women stood in front of the door. Upon seeing Wu Ning and his companions, they immediately surrounded them.
Wu Ning used to be a regular at Tiangxi Anglu, not to mention the other two. Surrounded by several women, the three entered Tianxian Tower.
Upon being notified, Chai Mama smiled and waved her handkerchief as she quickly came to greet them.
"Oh my, young Master Li, young Master Su, and Prince Yen, it's been so long since I've seen you."
Chai's mother was a middle-aged woman, around 40 years old, who still retained her charm and maintained her appearance very well. It was said that she had been a courtesan in her youth.
Li Yuanbao tossed her a gold ingot, weighing a full 10 taels, and said, "Mama Chai, I heard you have a new courtesan here?" Madame Chai took the gold and immediately beamed with joy. "Young Master Li, are you referring to Miss Yi? Please come upstairs, all three of you. Miss Yi will be here shortly."
Mother Chai led the three into a luxurious private room and then ordered tea and snacks to be served.
"Please wait a moment, gentlemen. Miss Yi will be here shortly." Chai's mother left. Wu Ning's expression was indifferent. He always felt very happy when he came to Tianxian restaurant. Even if he couldn't eat, he was still very happy just looking at it. Now that he can eat, he seems to have obsessive-compulsive disorder and no longer looks down on these ordinary women. They even felt resistant. His horizons have broadened.
Not long after, a maid knocked on the door, and then a woman in a green robe walked in. She had a gentle temperament and an air of scholarly refinement. Her face was covered by a veil, but it could not hide her stunning beauty in the slightest. Even that couldn't stop Wu Ning's gaze. She had a pair of extremely beautiful almond-shaped eyes, and her skin was as smooth and fair as a lotus flower emerging from clear water. She wore no makeup, and her features were exquisite with no blemishes on her face.
Wu Ning glanced at it, a hint of interest piqued.
He had seen many courtesans, but he had never seen such a pure and beautiful woman before, with her natural elegance and scholarly air. However, this woman's figure was a little lacking. She was like a willow swaying in the breeze, slightly lacking in plumpness. This humble woman is Lu Yi, and greets the three gentlemen.
Lu Yi gave a graceful bow. Su Ziqian stepped forward half a step. "Miss Yi, please rise. My name is Su Ziqian.
I have long admired Miss Yi's talent.
Today, I am honored to meet you. May I hear you play a piece?"
"It's my honor," Lu Yi said with a gentle smile. Two maids carried in a sandalwood guqin, and Lu Yi sat by the window, her 10 fingers caressing the strings. The zither music was melodious and gentle, like the babbling of a spring or the ripples on the water in spring, rising and falling, swirling and turning. The melody is cheerful and elegant, yet it carries a subtle sense of sadness.
Su Ziqian listened intently.
Although Wu Ning did not understand music theory, he could still appreciate the beauty of the zither music. Few people in the entire capital city could match the skill of this young lady. Li
Yuanbao took out a pot of spirit wine and filled the three of them's cups. He only liked beautiful women and didn't like listening to music. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside.
Wu Ning frowned and immediately set up a barrier to isolate all noise. But a moment later, the door to the private room was kicked open.
Bang! One of the door panels shattered, sending many wood chips flying into the room.
With a thought, Wu Ning caused all the wood chips to freeze in mid-air before flying towards the person who kicked the door, instantly piercing through his limbs.
Ah!
A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout Tianxian Tower. The piano music in the private room suddenly stopped.
Li Yuanbao flew into a rage, yelling, "What the hell? Which bastard is it?" Su Ziqian's expression also turned cold. "Damn it!"
A young man in fine clothes walked into the private room with a stern face and angrily questioned, "Who are you people?
How dare you injure my men? Are you looking for death?"
Li Yuanbao was stunned for a moment. Where did this country bumpkin come from?
He doesn't even recognize us. "You fatso, who are you calling a country bumpkin?"
"I am the young master of the Yang family of Qingling County."
"Do you want to die?"
A hint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Su's eyes, but he was not a reckless person. The capital was full of hidden talents, and it would be foolish to act rashly before understanding the situation.
It's not too late to send someone to teach them a lesson after we've found out their background. Although the Young family is not afraid of causing trouble, the Young family is the Young family, and he is himself.
If someone were to kill him in a moment of madness, even if the Young family avenged themselves, he wouldn't survive.
The Yang family of Qingling County?
Li Yuanbao said he couldn't afford to offend them. He was probably the strongest in his family right now, and they were no match for the Young family. Yang Su snorted coldly, turned his gaze to the window seat, and said menacingly, "Louis, you bitch, you'd rather be ridden by 1,000 men than submit to me, you're a born slut."
Louis stood by the window, her face deathly pale. Bang!
A large ingot of gold was thrown in front of her.
"I'm going to keep you as my mistress. Is this enough gold? If not, I'll have more."
After saying that, several more gold ingots were thrown in front of her. Each ingot weighs a full 20 taels.
Louis took a deep breath, forcing back her tears.
Her eyes turned bloodshot as she stared intently at him. "Yang Su, you despicable and shameless scoundrel, you ruined my family and caused my death. I will never forgive you even if I die." Her voice was filled with hatred that went deep into her bones. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped onto the brocade stool and leaped out of the window.
"Want to die? It's not that easy."
Yang Su's face turned cold, and he rushed towards him in a flash.
The 5th level of the True Essence realm, as fast as lightning. But someone was faster than him.
Su Ziqian flashed forward and grabbed Louis around the waist, sending Yang Su flying with a casual slap, smashing a large hole in the wall with a loud bang.
"Young master!" The two attendants were terrified.
One rushed towards Yang Su, while the other rushed towards Su Ziqian.
"You dare to injure my young master? You're asking for death."
His cultivation at the 2nd level of the Transformation Sea realm caused the building to tremble continuously, as if it would collapse at any moment. Wu Ning flicked a stream of light from his fingertip, and the entire building was strengthened by an invisible force, instantly becoming tens of millions of times stronger. Not to mention the Transformation Sea realm, even the Heavenly Palace realm would find it difficult to shake.
Su Ziqian's eyes turned cold, and he used 80% of his strength to punch the man squarely in the chest.
The follower threw a punch to meet the attack, but his expression suddenly changed drastically. One of his arms shattered instantly, followed by the destruction of most of his chest. His body flew backward and crashed heavily against the wall. When it landed again, it had already stopped breathing.
Holy crap!
Li Yuanbao's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected old Su to be so strong. Su Ziqian placed the somewhat dazed Louis on the ground, took a step back, and revealed a smile.
"Missy, this was an emergency, please forgive my rudeness."
"You?"
"Thank you, young master." A look of guilt appeared on Louis's face.
"Young master, the Yang family is powerful, it's my fault for dragging you down."
Su Ziqian glanced around and saw Yang Su and another follower squatting on the ground, silent as if trembling with fear.
They were all terrified to see a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Transformation Sea realm killed with a single punch.
Upon seeing Su Ziqian's gaze, Yang Su's legs went weak with fear. "Don't kill me.
I'm the young master of the Yang family, the Yang family will not let you get away with this."
Snort! Su Ziqian gave him a cold glance.
Just then, a large crowd gathered at the entrance, including Chai Mama and the guards of Tianxiang Tower, as well as other onlookers, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier.
Holy crap, isn't that young Master Yang? He actually got beaten up? Some people showed sympathy, saying, "These people are finished."
They even dared to hit the young master of the Yang family. "I'm afraid their families will suffer as well."
The person next to him glanced at him and said, "Are you from out of town?"
"Yes, how did you know?" "He doesn't even recognize the Prince of Yan's heir, he's definitely not from our capital."
The heir apparent of the Prince of Yan? Never heard of him. Does he have a background even more powerful than the Yang family?
The person next to him said with disdain, "Ignorant fool. The Prince of Yan's mansion isn't even afraid of the 7-star sect, why would they be afraid of a mere Yang family?" Inside the private room,
Wu Ning handed Su Ziqian a jade token.
"Old Su,
with this item you can kill anyone below the king realm at will. Remember, never be soft-hearted. Patting him on the shoulder, Wu Ning and Li Yuanbao vanished without a trace. Those below the rank of king can kill indiscriminately.
As Su Ziqian held the token, he immediately felt a terrifying power surge into his body, making him feel stronger than ever before.
It's as if he can smash anything with a single punch. The next moment, his gaze fell on Yang Su, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Once he takes action, he will eliminate all traces of the enemy. Su Ziqian is no merciful person.
Yang Su's eyes were filled with terror as he collapsed to the ground.
Don't come any closer. On the street, Wu Ning and Li Yuanbao quietly blended into the crowd. What kind of magical power is this? It's amazing. Li Yuanbao exclaimed in surprise.
It's not a supernatural power. You'll naturally acquire it once you reach the King Sealing realm, Wu Ning said calmly.
Kinghood realm. Li Yuanbao rolled his eyes. That was the King realm, the top figure in the entire Yunnan prefecture. He didn't even dare to dream of it. Your Highness, do you think I'll be able to break through to the King realm in the future? Wu Ning glanced at him and said, Is the King realm so difficult? Li Yuanbao.
Wu Ning genuinely felt it wasn't difficult. Even without the system, after unlocking the first layer of his bloodline seal, he was able to cultivate to the King realm within a month.
Easy peasy. Teach me, boss. Li Yuanbao suddenly squatted down and grabbed Wu Ning's leg, completely disregarding his image.
Wu Ning immediately felt a lot of strange looks at him and said speechlessly, Get out of the way.
Young master.
Look at your pathetic self. If you just follow me, you'll be able to break through even a minor king realm.
Li Yuanbao's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up.
Young master, from now on you are my boss.
I will listen to you in everything. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I, Li Yuanbao, will follow you for life.
Before long, news of what happened at Tianxiang Tower spread.
Su Ziqian, a talented scholar from the capital, was so enraged that he risked everything for a beautiful woman.
He killed the young master of the Yang family of Qingling County at Tianxiang Tower, and then left with the courtesan Louis, which became a popular topic of conversation. The stories of talented men and beautiful women are the most popular and beloved. But before the storm of this matter had subsided, an even more shocking piece of news arrived in the capital the next day, exploding like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Their entire family was wiped out. The news spread throughout the capital city in a very short time and quickly reached the entire Jin dynasty. Given what happened at Tianxiangla the day before, many people are speculating that Su Ziqian was behind it. After all, Su Ziqian had demonstrated extremely strong abilities at Tianshan restaurant the day before. While marveling at his terrifying strength, some people also accused him of being cruel and indiscriminately killing innocent people, even wiping out the entire Yang family for a woman, sparing neither the elderly nor women and children. Many people scoffed at it. In this world, isn't eliminating problems at their root the most normal thing to do? It's just wiping out a family, what's the big deal? Descendants, blessed by the legacy of their ancestors, are born into wealth and resources stained with blood. They should therefore inherit the karma of their ancestors and coexist with the Yang family. This is simply the cycle of fate. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Subsequently, a large amount of information about the Yang family's misdeeds was exposed. The number of cases involving bullying men and women, indiscriminate killing of innocent people, and exploitation of the common people is simply countless. There were even rumors that the patriarch of the Yang family was nearing the end of his life and, in order to prolong his life, he secretly captured young boys and girls to refine for life-extending purposes, causing countless families to be destroyed and people to die. Meanwhile, the feud between the Lu family and the Yang family in Qingha County was also unearthed. The Lu family is a century-old family of scholars, known for their philanthropy and good reputation in Qingha County. Louis, the daughter of the Lu family, was skilled in both music and painting, and was known as a talented woman. She was also a renowned beauty. However, beauty can be a curse. Louis's beauty caught the eye of the young master of the Yang family, who then forced her to marry him. This young master of the Yang family was a lecherous man who had abused many women. Naturally, Lu's parents were unwilling to marry their only daughter to him and resolutely refused, arranging for Louis to go into hiding. Upon learning of this, the young master of the Yang family flew into a rage and killed everyone in the Lu family, leaving no one alive. The Yang family held absolute power in Qingling County, and even after wiping out the Lu family, no one dared to speak up for them.
After these reports came out, the Yang family was subjected to countless scornful insults. Su Ziqian, on the other hand, has been praised by countless people. The imperial palace of the great Jin dynasty.
Emperor Jin sat in the Juntian Hall, frowning as he looked at the shadow guards kneeling on the ground.
Is the information accurate? Was it really Su Ziqian who personally took action? Emperor Jin asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, the entire Yang family was completely razed to the ground. The commotion was immense. The person who did the attack did not conceal their appearance. Many
people witnessed it firsthand.
After extensive investigation, I can confirm that the person who did the attack was Su Ziqian without a doubt.
As he spoke, he presented a portrait to the Emperor of Jin, and the person in the portrait was none other than Su Ziqian.
Emperor Jin frowned even more deeply. Wu Ning, Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian.
The three notorious good-for-nothings in the capital city suddenly gained immense strength and became mysterious.
What exactly happened? Emperor Jin felt a headache coming on.
It all seems to have started after Princess Qingyao broke off her engagement. Perhaps his previous guess was correct, the Prince of Yen and his wife really did come from a terrifyingly powerful family. Unfortunately, I made the wrong choice that day. A few days later, in the back of the Prince of Yan's mansion,
Su Ziqian reluctantly returned the jade token to Wu Ning. Li Yuanbao teased, Old Su, how's it been being the groom these past few days? Don't talk nonsense. I only admire Missy. Our relationship is completely innocent. Don't spread rumors. Li Yuanbao's eyes widened. No way? With such a beautiful woman in front of you, you can actually resist?
He was somewhat incredulous. Old Su was a handsome and talented man who had rescued Louis from her suffering and avenged her.
It shouldn't be a problem for her to repay him with her body, right?
If it were him, he would definitely still be in bed right now.
Could it be? Old Su, you're not going to be unable to perform, are you? Su Ziqian glared at him fiercely, if you want to die, just say so. Li Yuanbao gave an awkward smile and raised his hands in surrender.
The image of Su Ziqian killing a transformation realm expert with a single punch that day was still vivid in his mind, and he felt somewhat timid.
Old Su, you really don't like Louis?
Wu Ning asked curiously, not believing that this repressed guy was a gentleman.
Su Ziqian shook his head slightly, a fair maiden is sought after by a gentleman, so there's definitely some attraction. However, liking someone doesn't necessarily mean you have to marry her.
If you marry her, you have to be responsible for her, stay with her and live your life, dealing with the daily necessities of life, year after year.
I don't like this kind of life.
I decided to go out and explore, see the vast landscapes, observe the world, and experience different scenery. As for settling down, I guess that will have to wait a very, very long time.
Su Ziqian's gaze was distant.
99% of people in the world are born confined to a small place, and the longest distance they travel from birth to death may only be a few hundred miles.
He was unwilling to accept this. The world is so big, he wants to see it.
Saving Louis was just a passing fancy, although he liked her somewhat, it was far from enough to make him truly devoted to her. Wu Ning looked surprised, not expecting this guy to have such an idea. This reminds him of a saying, life is not just about the present hardships, but also about poetry in distant places. Old Su, I support you.
Several days have passed in the blink of an eye.
In the past few days, Wu Ning not only integrated with the origin of the Thunder Law, but also unlocked the fourth layer of Bloodline Seal.
The powerful bloodline power has greatly enhanced his indestructible golden body.
His cultivation level thus improved from the early stage of Quasi-Emperor to the middle stage of Quasi-Emperor, and he was not far from the late stage of Quasi-Emperor. For other Quasi-Emperors, this is equivalent to saving them thousands of years of arduous cultivation.
In reality, breaking the bloodline seal primarily enhances the bloodline's potential. Its effect on cultivation level is merely a secondary benefit.
It was a pleasant surprise.
Today marks the start of the king's feast. Early in the morning, Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian arrived at the Prince of Yan's residence, ready to go and
watch the excitement together. The king's banquet was held in the large square in front of the main gate of the palace. When the three arrived, the square was already packed with people, and there were imperial guards maintaining order, otherwise they would have been surrounded by a dense crowd. On a high platform near the palace gate, there are 2 rows of tables, each half a meter high, with the table in the center being particularly tall. It should be the position of the Jin Emperor. At this moment, some seats were already occupied by either meritorious officials or heads of powerful families. With a wave of his hand, Wu Ning sent the 3 of them directly onto the high platform without attracting anyone's attention. Wu Ning casually found a seat and sat down. Li Yuanbao brought his own stool and squeezed next to him. At such a grand event, the Li family was not qualified to have a place. Su Ziqian followed suit. His Su family had a seat, but that seat belonged to his grandfather, Grand Tutor Su. Fortunately, the desk is spacious enough, otherwise it would be too cramped. Beautiful palace maids constantly moved about on the high platform, setting out various fruits and snacks, as well as fine wines and pastries, and dishes of appetizers prepared by the imperial kitchen. Wu Ning and his 2 companions quickly attracted the attention of many people. These 3 are now celebrities in Beijing. Few people sitting on the high platform don't recognize them. About half an hour later, Emperor Jin arrived late, surrounded by a group of imperial guards. Your Majesty, this old minister just looked around and found that there are many more young geniuses this year than in previous years. It seems that the national strength of our great Jin has been rising steadily in recent years, showing signs of a golden age.
This is all thanks to Your Majesty's effective governance.
An old man stroked his beard and smiled. The others were not to be outdone, showering the emperor with flattery, which greatly pleased him. Just then, an old eunuch strode up to Emperor Jin. Your Majesty, an envoy from the Tianyun kingdom has arrived.
Announce. He already knew that the Tianyun kingdom had sent an envoy. Soon, the 5 envoys from Tianyun kingdom, led by the old eunuch, ascended the high platform.
Envoy Longqing of Tianyun pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Jin. Shuyu, the 3rd Prince of Tianyun, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Jin.
Emperor Jin nodded slightly. Please take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Immediately, eunuchs carried a table and a brocade stool onto the table. Longqing and Shuyu took their seats one after another, with 3 tall and handsome young men standing behind them. Emperor Jin's eyes flashed, and he said, You envoys have come from afar, you must be tired from your journey. Longqing cupped his hands and said, My emperor asked me to convey his greetings to the Emperor of Jin. Finally, he took out a golden brocade box from his storage ring.
Your Majesty, this is a gift prepared by my master for you.
He hopes that our 2 countries can live in peace and never have war again. Please convey my gratitude to Emperor Yun on my behalf.
Emperor Jin waved for someone to accept the gift.
Shuyu cupped his hands in greeting. Your Majesty the Emperor of Jin, I have long admired the banquet hosted by your esteemed ruler and have long yearned to attend. Today, I have the good fortune to be here.
I wonder if the people of my Tianyun kingdom may participate?
The Emperor of Jin glanced at him and nodded slightly, Of course.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Shuyu looked at a burly young man behind him and said, Daihong, why don't you go down and give it a try?
Yes, Your Highness. A young man named Daihong grinned and leaped onto the huge arena that had been set up in the center of the arena. Daihong of Tianyun Kingdom is 24 years old this year and has reached the first level of the Transformation Sea Realm.
Is there anyone who dares to step forward and challenge him?
Daihong said with a provocative look. The surrounding area erupted in uproar. At the age of 24, he had broken through to the Transformation Sea Realm, making him an absolute prodigy. It's almost certain that I'll reach the Dharma Aspect Realm in the future, and I might even be able to break through to an even higher realm.
He announced his cultivation level as soon as he stepped onto the stage. This guy from Tianyun Kingdom is pretty arrogant. Li Yuanbao muttered to himself. Su Ziqian glanced at him. What, you want to go up and beat him up? The big shots always make their appearance last, it's not my turn yet. A hint of anticipation appeared in Li Yuanbao's eyes.
With my strength, making it into the top 10 is definitely not a problem, and I can even fight for the top 3.
I just don't know what the reward will be this year. Just then, a burly figure leaped onto the arena.
Meng Shuang of the Divine Fist sect, 28 years old this year, at the first level of the Transformation Sea Realm, I will fight you.
Meng Shuang?
The people around were puzzled, seemingly unfamiliar with the name.
On the high platform.
Shiyu smiled slightly. The Great Jin Dynasty is truly a place where hidden talents abound. He investigated the famous geniuses of the Great Jin Dynasty, but the name Meng Shuang was not among them. Emperor Jin was also somewhat surprised. Geniuses who broke through to the Transformation Sea Realm within the age of 30 were his main focus, and Meng Shuang was clearly not among them.
Looks like he just broke through recently.
An elderly man, acting as referee, stepped onto the stage and briefly announced the rules of the contest. Now, let's announce the prizes for the top 10. 10th place, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 9th place, 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. 6th place, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. 5th place, 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 5th grade chi restoring pill. 4th place, 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 5th grade bone regenerating pill. 3rd place, 80,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a low-grade earth rank cultivation technique.
2nd place, 90,000 low-grade spirit stones, a low-grade earth rank cultivation technique, and a low-grade mid-grade spirit weapon.
1st place, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, a superior earth rank cultivation technique, and a superior mid-grade spirit weapon.
Shiyu laughed and said, Emperor Jin is truly generous.
Excluding cultivation techniques, the other items alone are worth no less than 1,000,000 spirit stones, which is a considerable sum even for the royal family of Tianyun Kingdom.
Moreover, the fact that it's held only once every 3 years is painful to even think about. It seems that the Jin royal family's foundation is much deeper than they expected.
On the other side,
Li Yuanbao's eyes gleamed with golden light. So many spirit stones. There are also elixirs, cultivation techniques, and magical artifacts. If he can get first place, he'll be rich. Su Ziqian calmly and collectedly crushed the Yang family, making a fortune in the process.
The wealth and heritage of this ancient clan, which Wu Ning disdained, ended up entirely in his pocket.
Moreover, with his current strength, winning first place is a piece of cake.
The martial arts competition has begun on the arena. Wu Ning ate the imperial food and watched the martial arts competition with great boredom.
In his view, a battle at the Transformation Sea Realm was not even as good as a children's fight.
He had extremely little combat experience and had originally wanted to observe their fighting style and learn from them. But at the last minute they realized that the battles between quasi-emperors and the battles between Transformation Sea Realm cultivators were completely different things.
They're not even on the same level.
At a lower level, one may pay attention to techniques and skills, but the higher the level, the more one should emphasize the great way is simple and returning to one's true nature. At the quasi-emperor level, it's all about the clash of supernatural powers, laws, and weapons and magical treasures. Ordinary moves and techniques are simply not up to par.
Wu Ning suddenly smiled. Why should he pursue combat experience? Isn't it more satisfying to crush the enemy?
No matter how much combat experience a supreme being possesses, it is impossible for them to defeat a quasi-emperor. One method can lead to all methods. As long as you are strong enough, you can crush others with absolute power.
Combat experience is completely unimportant.
Rather than honing combat experience, it would be more practical to refine another imperial weapon. Moreover, he has cheat codes, so he's not worried about not getting stronger.
Open your personal panel, you have 75 more sign-in opportunities. System, please sign in. Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million top-grade spirit stones.
Damn. More spirit stones.
Wu Ning used his mind to explore the mountains of spirit stones in the system space, feeling somewhat helpless.
I have too many spirit stones, I really don't know where to spend them.
At this point, the battle on the arena had ended. Dai Hong had been honing his skills at the first level of the Transformation Sea realm for a long time, and defeated Meng Shuang in just 10 rounds.
Ha, who else? Dai Hong's gaze was arrogant and disdainful.
The surrounding crowd stirred with rage.
How dare someone from the Tianyun kingdom be so arrogant in their great gene? It was outrageous. The crowd was immediately outraged.
Some people were calling out the names of the great talents of the Great Jin dynasty, hoping they would step up and teach this guy a lesson.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a figure rushed onto the arena like a streak of light.
Don't be so arrogant, I'll defeat you in one move.
The one who rushed onto the stage was a tall, upright young man with a resolute face and an intense killing intent surrounding him.
Sanglin Mountain, Little Wolf King Panli. Many people exclaimed in surprise. This man is a ruthless person who will kill at the slightest provocation.
Once, he gouged out a person's eyes simply because the person glanced at him.
He was infamous and countless people died at his hands. A flash of anger appeared in Dai Hong's eyes. Defeat me in one move? What arrogance! Die! Boom!
The two collided instantly with a loud bang, and a terrifying shockwave exploded in all directions, leaving many people terrified and their legs going weak. Fortunately, the thunder was protected by a powerful array, otherwise, a large number of people would have been killed by the aftershocks.
Put!
Dai Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was instantly sent flying backward.
Third level of the Transformation Sea realm.
On the high platform, Shu Yu narrowed his eyes. This little wolf king had only broken through to the Transformation Sea realm a little over a year ago, but he hadn't expected him to have already reached the third level of the Transformation Sea realm.
Lu Tai, go and give it a try.
Behind Shu Yu, a young man in purple robes nodded slightly and flew towards Lei Ting.
Lu Tai of the Lu family of Tianyun, please enlighten me. Enough talk, let's fight. Clang!
A blood-red longsword fell into Pang Li's hands, leaving a spark on the arena. It was clearly a top-tier low-grade spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Lu Tai also took out a spirit sword, which was a low-grade mid-level spirit weapon.
Get off the stage now! Pang Li said to Dai Hong with disdain. You!
Dai Hong glared resentfully at Pang Li, then dragged his heavily injured body away from the arena in a disheveled state.
Lu Tai and Pang Li clashed instantly.
Both were at the third level of the Transformation Sea realm, and their strengths were almost equal. However, Lu Tai, relying on the advantage of his spiritual weapon, subtly gained the upper hand. Blood Wolf Slash. Pang Li unleashed a murderous aura, becoming extremely ferocious.
Laugh.
A crimson blade of energy, several meters long, appeared, cleaving through the air as it fiercely attacked Lu Tai. Lu Tai's expression changed slightly. This guy only attacked and never defended, and his fighting style was completely about trading injuries for injuries, as if he had some deep-seated hatred for him. Ghost Step. Lu Tai did not want to engage in close combat, so he used his agility to maneuver around him. A burst of momentum can be followed by a decline, and eventually exhaustion. He only needs to wait for Pang Li's momentum to weaken, and he will be able to win easily.
Don't run away if you dare. Pang Li shouted. We cultivators should forge ahead without hesitation. What kind of skill is it of you to just dodge and weave? Idiot. Lu Tai scoffed.
He wasn't that stupid to go head-to-head with such a brainless guy.
The two dodged and weaved, chasing and fleeing, leaving behind afterimages on the arena.
Those below the True Essence realm couldn't even see their shadows, only two streaks of light dancing in the air. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on Pang Li's lips, and his speed increased dramatically in an instant.
Go to hell!
Pang Li unleashed his full power, slashing down heavily with his sword. Lu Tai was shocked, not expecting his speed to suddenly increase so much, and could only hurriedly parry with his sword.
Bang!
Lu Tai's body was instantly blasted away, crashing heavily into the array barrier surrounding the lightning.
Die!
Before he could react, Pang Li lunged forward again, slashing him in the waist with all his might.
If this strike lands squarely, Lu Tai will surely die.
On the high platform, Long Qing immediately stood up.
Lu Tai was one of the top geniuses in their Tianyun kingdom, and he absolutely could not die here. Just as he was about to make his move, the old man acting as referee at the edge of the ring made his move first. This old man was a royal retainer with the cultivation level of the Dharma aspect realm. A force seemed to traverse space, instantly striking Pang Li's blood-red longsword and saving Lu Tai.
Pang Li was annoyed at being interrupted, but when he sensed the faint yet terrifying aura emanating from the old man, his anger vanished instantly.
He gave Lu Tai a disdainful look. "You're the idiot, do you really think I'm a brute?"
Lu Tai, still somewhat shaken from his near-death experience, could only manage a wry smile upon hearing Pang Li's words. He then turned and bowed to the old man, saying, "Thank you so much for saving my life, senior." The old man nodded calmly. This time, Pang Lixing wins. A cheer immediately erupted from all around.
Only the people from Tianyun Kingdom looked somewhat displeased. "Zuo Xiao, go."
Shu Yu snorted coldly and spoke to the last young man behind him.
Zuo Xiao nodded, took a step in midair, and walked towards the arena.
His movements were unhurried but actually extremely fast. He was dressed in flowing white robes, tall and slender, with a handsome and elegant appearance. His thin, beautiful lips were slightly upturned, and a gentle smile graced his face.
He was truly a refined and elegant young gentleman. Many young women in the crowd were immediately captivated by his charm. Putting on airs. Pang Li scoffed disdainfully.
Zuo Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Zuo Xiao of the Four Symbols Palace of Tianyun Kingdom, please enlighten me." Without saying a word, Pang Li slashed at him with his sword. But after less than 3 rounds, he was knocked off the stage by Zuo Xiao with a light palm strike. This guy is at the 6th level of the transformation realm. Li Yuanbao's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, his chances of making it into the top 3 were slim.
6th level of the transformation.
Sea realm, so powerful. The young prodigies of the Great Jin dynasty were all astonished. To have reached the 6th level of the transformation Sea realm before the age of 30, that's terrifying.
Does anyone on our team have the ability to defeat him?
I've heard that the 5th prince possesses the Thunder Spirit battle body and is already at the 5th level of the transformation Sea realm at the age of 28.
Perhaps I can fight him.
Young Master Lian of the Wuji Sword Sect has already reached the 8th level of the transformation Sea realm, but unfortunately he is too old.
If only he had been a year earlier. Young Master Lian was the champion of the previous Junlin banquet.
The crowd whispered among themselves. Zuo Xiao waited for a long time but no one came up on stage. He looked around and said, "If no one comes up on stage, then this first place is mine."
"Old Su, aren't you going to go?" Li Yuanbao asked. Su Ziqian, who was drinking with Wu Ning, replied, "No rush, the big shots always make their appearance last."
As soon as Su Ziqian finished speaking, the 5th prince of the Great Jin dynasty stepped through the air and landed on the arena amidst a chorus of admiring and awe-inspiring gazes. After exchanging greetings, the two immediately started fighting. The 5th prince of the Great Jin dynasty possesses the Thunder Spirit battle body, making him incredibly powerful. Even though he is a minor realm lower, he is only slightly at a disadvantage. The two fought fiercely, exchanging over 100 blows in the blink of an eye. Li Yuanbao sighed, "We're both at the 5th level of the transformation Sea realm, so why is there such a huge difference between people?"
The match lasted a full half hour, and Zuo Xiao ultimately emerged victorious. The proud talents of the Great Jin dynasty were all sighing and lamenting. At this moment, Su Ziqian stood up. "It's my turn to go on stage now."
"Minister Su, I had previously heard that your grandson was extremely learned and exceptionally talented, but I never imagined that he was also a prodigy in cultivation. Such talent is rare in the world, truly a great blessing to the nation."
Emperor Jin laughed loudly. Not far away, an elderly man in his 70s gave a wry smile.
"This old minister is humbled. Great Jin is full of talented people and geniuses.
I am not worthy of your majesty's praise.
Grand Tutor Su downplayed the seriousness of the matter, and he only had a superficial understanding of Su Ziqian's situation.
Emperor Jin smiled faintly and looked towards the arena.
Brother Zhua, you've just been through a fierce battle and are exhausted.
Why don't we let others go up first, and then fight last?
Su Ziqian revealed his cultivation level of the 6th level of the Transformation Sea Realm and made a suggestion to Zhua Xiao. Very well, let's do as young Master Su says. Zhua Xiao was slightly surprised, but readily agreed. The two vacated the stage, and other prodigies took to the field one after another. The King's Banquet is the highest level gathering of geniuses in the Great Jin Dynasty. No one without the True Essence realm is qualified to attend. But this year was different. The first to appear were geniuses at the Transformation Sea realm, which immediately created a climax. The subsequent appearances were also at the Transformation Sea realm, and those at the True Essence realm didn't even have a chance to participate. Those at the Transformation Sea realm are already among the strongest in the Great Jin Dynasty, and there are not many Transformation Sea realm prodigies under the age of 30.
There were fewer than 20 people in total.
Most of them are over 25 years old. And most of them are at the 1st or 2nd level of the Transformation Sea realm.
As each battle ended, Li Yuanbao also entered the fray.
He barely managed to defeat a 4th level Transformation realm cultivator, but directly conceded defeat when facing the
5th prince.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should finish 4th at this year's King's Feast.
3 hours have passed in the blink of an eye.
The rankings from 3rd to 10th have been preliminarily determined, leaving only the final showdown.
Young Master Su, please enlighten me.
Brother Zhua, please.
Su Ziqian's cultivation had already broken through to the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm a few days ago.
However, he only used his cultivation level of about the 7th level of the Transformation Sea realm, maintaining a level roughly equivalent to Zhua Zhao's.
This guy, he actually used me as a whetstone? Zhua Zhao's face darkened, and he was extremely frustrated.
After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, he figured out Su Ziqian's intentions. This guy has the potential, but his martial arts skills are barely at the beginner level, as naive as a novice.
Could it be that this guy is only focused on training and has no combat experience at all? He couldn't help but wonder to himself.
But to his alarm, Su Ziqian grew more and more courageous in battle, becoming increasingly adept at changing tactics and responding to the enemy, and soon he was able to handle the fight with ease. Zhua Xiao knew he couldn't wait any longer and prepared to defeat him in one fell swoop.
However, the next moment, Su Ziqian directly used his cultivation at the 8th level of the Transformation Sea realm. Chow! I'm not playing anymore, I admit defeat. Zhua Xiao withdrew and stepped back, looking frustrated. Su Ziqian, still somewhat unsatisfied, cupped his hands and said, Brother Zhua, you flatter me.
I have learned a great deal from this battle, and I hope to have the opportunity to fight with you again in the future. Zhua Xiao turned and left, not wanting to pay him any attention.
Su Ziqian of the Su family wins. The elderly referee announced the result.
The crowd was incredibly excited, with tens of thousands of people chanting Su Ziqian's name in unison, their shouts deafening. Thus, this year's King's Feast came to a hasty end. Wu Ning had already left at some point.
After enjoying the excitement, it's time to get down to business.
Upon returning to the palace, he did not rush into seclusion to refine the imperial weapon, but instead planned to treat himself first. He has eaten all the demonic beasts that Luo Cheng sent over the past few days.
Wu Ning decided to take action personally.
About 5 minutes later, he carried a huge 5th-tier fireball back to the palace. This yak was tens of meters long and weighed hundreds of tons. Wu Ning simply waved his hand, and instantly completed the tasks of gutting, breaking iron, skinning, and removing bones. He asked Uncle Fu to hire more than a dozen chefs from the best restaurants in the capital to prepare a whole beef feast, and the rest were simply seasoned and roasted. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Uncle Fu walked over quickly. Your Highness, the Prince of Pingxi has come again.
Would you like to see him? The Prince of Pingxi.
Wu Ning frowned slightly. He had absolutely no good feelings towards his former prospective father-in-law.
Fine, let him in.
Yes. Before long, Uncle Fu led Prince Pingxi to the back.
Nephew, it's been a long time, you.
Wu Ning interrupted him directly. Prince Pingxi, speak your mind and stop being so polite with me. The Prince of Pingxi gave a wry smile and said, Nephew, it was our mistake for Qingyao to come and break off the engagement. Uncle Lin apologizes to you here. After speaking, the Prince of Pingxi bowed deeply, adopting an extremely humble posture. Wu Ning watched his figure and remembered that when he was young, his family had a very harmonious relationship with the Prince of Pingxi's mansion. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable and things have turned out like this. It was indeed hateful that Lin Qingyao came to annul the engagement, but it was also his fault for being a good-for-nothing in the past. People are realistic. If you don't strive for success, how can you expect others to respect you? Wu Ning sighed inwardly, thinking that right and wrong were now meaningless. He's no longer from their world. Prince Pingxi, the past is the past, there's no need to bring it up again. If there's nothing else, you may go back. The Prince of Pingxi slowly straightened up, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately did not speak. In that case, Uncle Lin will take his leave. No need to see me out. Not long after, Su Ziqian and Li Yuanbao received their martial arts competition rewards and arrived at the Prince of Yan's residence. The fat man grinned foolishly. The fourth-place winner received 70,000 low-grade spirit stones and a fifth-grade bone-regenerating pill. He had never been so rich before. Su Ziqian also had a smile on his face. Although he had received millions of spirit stones, a large number of cultivation techniques and pills, and even 2 high-grade spiritual artifacts from the Yang family. But having been poor for so long, 100,000 spirit stones, a superior earth-rank cultivation technique, and a superior mid-grade spiritual weapon would be a huge fortune for him. Wu Ning shook his head inwardly. These two were naive and unsophisticated. Li Yuanbao grabbed Su Ziqian's arm and said affectionately, Old Su, we've been friends for over 10 years, closer than brothers. Can I ask you something? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't get physical. Su Ziqian slapped his hand away. Hee, could I also practice your Zhou Tian Qian Yuan Gong? Li Yuanbao rubbed his hands together. The Zhou Tian Qian Yuan Gong was not the martial arts technique awarded to the first-place winner of the Junlin banquet, but rather the inherited martial arts technique of the Yang family of Qingling County. Cultivation techniques are divided into yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, saint rank, venerable rank, quasi-emperor rank, and emperor rank. The yellow rank technique corresponds to the qi gathering and innate realms. The Shen level cultivation techniques correspond to the true essence and transformation C realms. Earth rank cultivation techniques correspond to the Dharma form and heavenly palace realms. Heavenly level cultivation techniques correspond to the king ceiling realm. Each level of skill is further divided into lower, upper, and top levels. The Zhou Tian Qian Yuan Gong is a top-tier earth-rank cultivation technique. As long as one has sufficient aptitude, one can directly cultivate it to the heavenly palace realm. Li Yuanbao was extremely eager to see it. Su Ziqian didn't hesitate and handed him a purple scroll. Go ahead, remember to return it to me when you're done. Good brother, that's a true friend. Li Yuanbao put away the martial arts scroll with satisfaction. Wu Ning smiled and said, I don't have any suitable cultivation techniques for you, so I'll give you a few spiritual artifacts instead. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. Boss, what level of spiritual weapon is it? With your abilities, it should at least be a top-grade spiritual weapon to match your status, right? Li Yuanbao's eyes were full of anticipation. Alright, then let's go with a top-grade spiritual weapon. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Even the worst spiritual weapon he possessed was a top-grade one. Similar to cultivation techniques, top-grade spiritual artifacts are usually only possessed by experts at the king level. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of top-grade spiritual artifacts appeared in the air, emanating powerful auras. Even the worst were superior-grade spiritual artifacts. Holy crap! Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs almost popping out. Gurgle. Su Ziqian swallowed hard and asked, Brother Wu, are these all top-grade spiritual artifacts? Yes, all of them. 3 items each, you can choose for yourselves. 3.
Items?
The two looked at the hundreds of top-grade spiritual artifacts suspended in the air, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, whips, hammers, clubs, and even the contradictory tower cauldron. All kinds of spiritual artifacts were there, making them dazzled and mesmerized. Wu Ning pointed out, and two beams of spiritual light entered their minds, containing information about these hundreds of top-grade spiritual artifacts. I suggest you choose one offensive spirit weapon, one defensive spirit weapon, and one spirit weapon of the soul. Wu Ning suggested.
Half an hour later. Brother Wu, I've made my choice. Su Ziqian was holding 3 top-grade spiritual artifacts in his arms, a cyan spiritual sword, a soft armor, and a soul-suppressing cauldron. Li Yuanbao also chose a defensive inner armor and a soul-type artifact that combines offense and defense. He was currently torn between an Aurora Shuttle and a World King Tower. The Aurora Shuttle is an escape artifact, capable of covering thousands of miles in an instant, with a speed comparable to that of a saint, but it has little offensive power. The Realm King Tower is a tower-type spiritual artifact that combines offense and defense. It contains an extremely large space and is also equivalent to a storage spiritual artifact that can carry living things. After hesitating for a long time, Li Yuanbao decided to have both. With the King of the Realms Tower, there is no need for defensive inner armor. Wu Ning waved his hand and put away all the other magical artifacts. Alright, go back and refine the 3 spiritual artifacts as soon as possible. This will give you more protection when you're out and about. The two nodded excitedly. After they left, Wu Ning returned to his room to prepare for seclusion and refine his defensive imperial weapon. Besides the Taie Emperor's sword, he also has 102 other imperial weapons. After some careful selection, Wu Ning chose the Soul Emperor weapon Chaotic God Bell and the defensive Emperor weapon Giant Spirit Battle Armor. The Chaos Bell can be used for both offense and defense, and it also has a certain counter-damage effect. When the bell rings, all living beings submit, and billions of souls are annihilated. It is extremely terrifying. The Giant Spirit Armor is immune to most law-based attacks, can reduce physical damage by 99%, and has a strong weakening effect on soul attacks. It also has a terrifying combat power amplification of 10 to 100 times. Both of these imperial weapons are among the most exceptional imperial weapons. After making his selection, Wu Ning began his secluded cultivation to refine the essence. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. After breaking through to the quasi-emperor level, Wu Ning's speed in refining emperor-level weapons increased significantly. In just 2 months, he successfully refined the 2 imperial weapons. Now that I possess 3 imperial weapons, plus the life-saving trump card my father gave me, I should be safe enough. Now, it's time to leave the Great Gene. 3 days later, in the back of the prince's mansion. Everyone looked at Wu Ning with reluctance. They all knew that His Highness was going to travel across the continent and might not return for a very long time. He might never come back. Wu Ning handed a storage ring and a golden token to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, the storage ring contains the resources I left for you. Are you responsible for distributing them? This golden token contains my magical power. With this token, you can kill any expert below the level of a saint. But remember not to use it carelessly, because the magical power inside will diminish with each use. From now on, the prince's mansion is in your hands. If any of them want to leave, do not stop them. The prince's mansion is not your prison. Uncle Fu, with tears streaming down his face, said, "This old servant remembers everything. Your Highness, please be careful while you are out and about. If you have the chance, please don't forget to come back and visit." Wu Ning nodded and turned to look at Xia Zhu and In Shui. You two are not young anymore. If you meet the right person in the future, you should get married. Let Uncle Fu make the decision for you. Your Highness. The 2 women wept bitterly, tears streaming down their faces, unable to speak through their sobs. Wu Ning patted their shoulders and then looked at the others. Qi Hao, you are the strongest. Take good care of them. If you want to leave, that's fine with you. Your Highness, your subordinate awaits your return. Qi Hao immediately knelt down. Wu Ning lifted him up, then with a wave of his hand,
more than a dozen streams of light entered each of their bodies. I'll give you one last gift, one that can save your lives in a critical moment.
Everyone knelt down.
Wu Ning swiftly landed on the bluebird's back, and Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and Zhang Liang also jumped on. Of all the people in the prince's mansion, Wu Ning only brought Zhang Liang with him.
I'm leaving.
Take care.
Wu Ning waved his hand, and the bluebird took flight.
Your Highness, please take care.
Uncle Fu, Xiao, Seju, and Shui, and the others shouted loudly, watching the bluebird leave without making a move for a long time.
Wu Ning directly unleashed the aura of an 8th-tier demon beast from the azure bird, shocking the entire capital city. In this way, after he leaves, no one will dare to cause trouble for the Prince of Yan's residence for at least a long time. The storage ring he gave to Uncle Fu contained 1 billion each of low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spirit stones, as well as many top-grade spiritual herbs and pills, and several top-grade spiritual artifacts. In addition, he also had a top-tier heavenly rank cultivation technique that he had purchased in other states during his spare time these past 2 days. Even if we use resources to create them, we should be able to produce several experts at the king level.
Hopefully, next time we meet, I'll be able to see them in their entirety. Have you both made arrangements at home? Wu Ning asked Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian.
Boss, everything is arranged. Both of them looked rather somber. Years had passed, and they didn't know when they would look back.
At that time, I wonder if my old friends will still be around?
Brother Wu, where should we go first?
Yunzhou City. The bluebird circled the capital once, then flapped its wings and flew high, quickly disappearing into the horizon. The Imperial Palace.
The Prince of Jin gazed at the sky, his expression solemn, seemingly lost in thought. The Prince of Pingxi's mansion.
He really left.
The Prince of Pingxi sighed, and for some reason, his expression became somewhat melancholy.
In an ordinary little courtyard in the capital city.
A beautiful woman gazed wistfully at the sky, her expression wistful, yet her eyes held a hint of determination.
Yunzhou City.
Located in the heart of Yunnan Prefecture, it covers a vast area, stretching for thousands of miles, and has a population of hundreds of millions. It is the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Yunnan Prefecture.
Yunzhou City is a complex web of power, historically jointly managed by the 4 major families of Wang, Sun, Hui, and Luo.
This is Wu Ning's first stop on his journey across the continent.
The capital of the Great Jin dynasty was more than 30,000 li away from Yunzhou City. The bluebird flew slowly and arrived over Yunzhou City in less than half an hour. The bluebird revealed the aura of an 8th-tier demonic beast and descended directly into the city.
A group of patrolling guards tried to stop them, but immediately backed down after sensing the aura of the bluebird.
An 8th-tier demonic beast is equivalent to a king-level expert.
Even the patriarchs of the 4 major families in Yunzhou City only have this level of cultivation.
To actually use a powerful demon.
At the king level as a mount, it must at least come from a sacred land.
The top experts of Yunzhou City were all alarmed. What a bustling city! Li Yuanbao and his 2 companions looked around in amazement, feeling like country bumpkins visiting the city.
The area boasts endless houses and pavilions, bustling markets everywhere, as well as arenas for martial arts, beast fighting, grand auctions, alchemists' guilds, and more. It is extremely prosperous.
Compared to Yunzhou City, the capital of the Great Jin dynasty was like a backwater.
The bluebird landed in a relatively open area in the west of the city, and then transformed into a small bird that perched on Wu Ning's shoulder.
Let's go explore Yunzhou City. Wu Ning walked towards a large market town not far away.
He planned to stay there for a few days before going to other places.
Li Yuanbao and the other 2 quickly followed.
As Wu Ning walked, he checked his personal system panel. He has now accumulated 145 check-in opportunities. P.S. Wu Ning will only take Li Yuanbao and the other 2 on their travels in the lower realms. When they return to the Wu clan, he will not take them to the primordial ancient realm. Everyone has their own path to walk. Wu Ning can guide them for a while, but he cannot guide them for a lifetime. System, send 3 daily check-ins.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 9th-tier pill, the 9th-tier sainthood pill.
Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Saint-level secret realm token. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Saint-level talisman manual, the Heavenly Origin Talisman Codex.
3 consecutive beeping sounds rang out. A Saint-level secret realm token?
An ancient black and gold token appeared in Wu Ning's hand, exuding an extremely ancient Taoist aura. The value of this token itself was no less than that of a top-grade spiritual artifact.
Wu Ning checked the detailed information.
This token is a qualification token to enter the Tianyuan Secret Realm, which is located in Qingyun Prefecture in the eastern region. It is extremely famous and was created by an ancient top-level holy king. The Heavenly Origin Secret Realm opens once every 1,000 years, and only those with a qualification token can enter.
That's interesting. Wu Ning put the token away.
This holy king who opened up the secret realm was the founder of the Heavenly Origin Talisman Codex and was a holy king of Talisman Dao.
If you have the chance, you can go and take a look.
Talismans, formations, alchemy, weapon crafting, spiritual plants, beast taming, insect control, corpse refining, medicine and poison, divination, and astrology. Cultivation encompasses all arts and crafts, covering everything. He was just about to learn a skill, and talisman making was a good choice. As the group entered the market, the surroundings immediately became lively, with spiritual herbs and plants, weapons and magical treasures, and rare minerals everywhere. The group was dazzled by the sight. With a wave of his hand, Wu Ning sent 3 storage rings flying to Li Yuanbao and his companions, each containing 100 million low-grade spirit stones.
Buy whatever you like, it's on me. Holy crap!
The 3 were stunned when they discovered the mountain of spirit stones piled up inside the storage ring.
Boss, you're way too extravagant. Brother Wu, isn't this a bit too much? Look at you all, so ignorant and naive. It's just a few low-grade spirit stones, what's the big deal?
Wu Ning smiled faintly. Among the ancient rings his mother had given him were hundreds of billions of low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones, as well as spirit crystals. A few 100 million low-grade spirit stones are just a drop in the ocean. Given his current level, he should at least need to use high-grade spirit stones, right? Low-grade spirit stones were no longer befitting his status. Throwing them hundreds of millions is like giving them spare change. The group swept through the area, buying any rare and precious medicinal herbs they encountered without even haggling over the price. Wu Ning savored the local delicacies of Yunzhou City and also bought a few 6th-tier demon beast cores for Qingniu as food. Suddenly, Li Yuanbao came running over quickly, holding a bronze plate the size of a palm. Boss, can you help me identify this? Wu Ning glanced at it and was immediately stunned. Where did you come from? This is... If he wasn't mistaken, this bronze plate should be a fragment of a quasi-emperor weapon. Although the Taoist principles on it had been almost completely lost, its value was still immeasurable. It is at least as valuable as a sacred artifact. Even higher. Li Yuanbao immediately laughed. Seeing Wu Ning's expression, he knew that this thing was definitely extraordinary. Boss, I bought this from a street stall over there. Although it's only the size of a palm, it weighs over 1,000 pounds. I spent 80,000 spirit stones to buy it. Then you've hit the jackpot. This thing is a fragment of a quasi-emperor weapon, its value is no less than that of a saint-level artifact. A sacred artifact? A sharp glint flashed in Li Yuanbao's eyes. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter in the street, attracting the attention of many pedestrians. Boss, come with me quickly. Li Yuanbao quickly led Wu Ning to the stall where he bought the bronze fragments. It's just an ordinary stall. The stall owner was a thin, middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He possessed the cultivation level of the 7th level of the Transformation Sea realm and carried a trace of fierce aura. He looks like an archaeologist. Young man, what brings you here again? A hint of wariness flashed in the stall owner's eyes. He thought the man had come to return the goods. Li Yuanbao glanced at Wu Ning, who shook his head slightly, indicating that there was nothing of value left on the stall. Snap!
Li Yuanbao took out the bronze fragment, then threw a low-level storage bag in front of the stall owner and said, "Boss, if you tell me where this bronze fragment was found, then the 100,000 spirit stones in this bag are yours." The stall owner picked up the storage bag, probed it with a wisp of divine sense, and his eyes immediately lit up. He looked at the bronze fragment in Li Yuanbao's hand and asked with a smile, "Young man, this bronze fragment must be a treasure, right? Telling you won't hurt. This bronze fragment is very likely a fragment of a top-grade spiritual artifact. If you can take me to the place where this bronze fragment was obtained, I'll give you another 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones." Fragments of top-grade spiritual artifacts. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in the stall owner's eyes. Top-grade spiritual artifacts are priceless, far exceeding high-grade spiritual artifacts. If they were put up for auction, they would fetch at least 1,000,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If you exchange it for top-grade spirit stones, it would amount to thousands. Even a single fragment would be worth at least hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, right? He only sold it for 80,000, what a loss. We've lost a fortune. Young man, look at this, it's a fragment of a top-grade spiritual artifact. Isn't 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones a bit too little? Li Yuanbao frowned and snorted coldly. Boss, don't be too greedy. It's still uncertain whether it's a fragment of a top-grade spiritual artifact, and it's also uncertain whether there are other fragments where you obtained this bronze fragment. If there were no other fragments, my 1,000,000 spirit stones would have been wasted. Of course, you can also go find other fragments yourself. If you don't find them, you won't get anything. The stall owner's face stiffened. He did intend to find the other fragments himself. He's not stupid, how could he possibly give away something so precious? But what if there are no other fragments in that area? On one side is over 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones that are readily available, and on the other side is an uncertain treasure. How should I choose? He was caught in a dilemma. If he were the only one who knew this news, he would definitely choose the latter. But he wasn't the only one who knew the news. Li Yuanbao was very generous, spending millions of spirit stones at a time, so it was obvious that he was someone of great importance. If he were to search for other fragments of spiritual artifacts on his own, he might end up with nothing, having done all the work for someone else. They might even lose their lives. Young man, this is a fragment of a top-grade spiritual artifact. 1,000,000 is indeed a bit too little. How about 5,000,000? The stall owner said nervously. Li Yuanbao was secretly delighted, but hesitated on his face and shook his head, saying, "No, 5,000,000 is too much." 3,000,000, that's the most. 3,000,000, all right. The stall owner was thrilled. 3,000,000 low-grade spirit stones was a huge sum of money for him. Where is it? Take us there first, and I'll give you the spirit stones when we get there. Not far, just in Lu's Valley. Lu's Valley is about 3,000 li away from Yunzhou City. When the stall owner Yu Hong left Yunzhou City on the Bluebird, he was already terrified. He couldn't tell what level of demon beast the Azure Bird was, but he could sense the terrifying power of its aura, which was more frightening than any powerful being he had ever seen before. Li Yuanbao patted him on the shoulder and gave him a kind smile. "Boss Yu, don't be nervous, please give me directions." Yes, yes. Yu Hong nodded hurriedly, secretly wiping away a cold sweat. I actually tried to bargain with such a terrifying person, I was really asking for trouble. Fortunately, they didn't hold it against him. Otherwise, he would be gone. Under Yu Hong's command, the Bluebird flew to Lu's Valley in less than 2 minutes. This is a vast, unremarkable valley filled with swamps, rarely visited by humans, and inhabited by a large number of monsters. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. This valley was not formed naturally, it must have been created by the battle between quasi-emperors, but the time was too long ago, and all traces had been erased. It would probably take at least 100,000 years for all the Taoist principles on the quasi-emperor weapon fragments to disappear completely. 100,000 years is definitely a very long time. Even the most powerful beings might not live that long. Wu Ning released his divine sense, scanning the valley inch by inch and spreading out in all directions.
10 breaths later, he nodded to Li Yuanbao. A discovery has been made. Li Yuanbao was overjoyed and tossed a low-grade storage bag containing 3 million low-grade spirit stones to Yu Hong.
Here's your payment. You can go now. No need, no need. It would be my honor to guide you all. Yu Hong waved his hand repeatedly, somewhat hesitant to accept the offer. Just take it. Do you think we're untrustworthy people? Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Yu Hong took the spirit stone and ran off in a flash. Fatty, you've gone to so much trouble, it can't be just a fragment of a top-grade spiritual weapon, right? At this moment, Su Ziqian asked curiously. Li Yuanbao put his arm around his shoulder and said excitedly, Old Su, I'm going to make it big this time. It's not some fragment of a spiritual artifact, but a fragment of a quasi-emperor weapon. A legendary quasi-emperor weapon. Do you know what a quasi-emperor weapon is? Su Ziqian was stunned. Fragments of a quasi-emperor weapon. Quasi-emperor weapons are powerful weapons wielded by quasi-emperor level experts. He had that much common sense. Zhang Liang was also stunned. Wu Ning stepped into the sky, and with a slight thought, more than 10 streams of light burst from the ground and flew toward him at great speed. Only 12 pieces. He searched an area of over 1,000 miles and found only 12 bronze fragments. Adding the one in Li Yuanbao's hand, that makes 13. It's far from enough to assemble a quasi-emperor weapon. He released his divine sense and continued to probe further into the distance, but still found nothing. It seems that the quasi-emperor weapon wasn't completely shattered, only some fragments fell off during the collision. He gave all the fragments to Li Yuanbao. Boss, you can keep these. I'm already very satisfied with just one piece. Li Yuanbao swallowed hard. Although he really wanted it, he knew he couldn't have it. One shouldn't be too greedy, getting even a fragment is already incredibly lucky. After all, this fragment of a quasi-emperor weapon is equivalent to a sacred artifact. Wu Ning waved his hand, and a dark blue double-edged halberd appeared out of thin air, exuding an extremely terrifying and violent aura. The three were horrified, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at the suddenly appearing Thunder God's halberd. Do you know what this is? Wu Ning asked with a smile. He had already instructed the Thunder God halberd to restrain its power as much as possible, otherwise, even a wisp of its aura would have been enough to annihilate the three of them. This could be a sacred artifact? Li Yuanbao guessed. He had already seen top-grade spiritual artifacts, and the aura of the Thunder God halberd was far stronger than that of top-grade spiritual artifacts. It should be a sacred artifact. As for higher, he dared not even think about it. You can be bolder, this is actually a quasi-emperor weapon. Wu Ning smiled, his eyes narrowing. Holy crap! A quasi-emperor weapon? Boss, I'm not very educated, you're not kidding me, are you? Wu Ning gave him a disdainful look. It's just a quasi-emperor weapon. If I said I had an emperor weapon, would you think I'm crazy? Watch closely, I'm going to show you something amazing today. He casually hurled the Thunder God halberd, and a terrifying aura erupted instantly, like the might of heaven, making Li Yuanbao and the other two feel as weak as ants. The next moment, Thor's halberd pierced the sky, revealing a huge black hole. A terrifying void storm raged, and the scene resembled the end of the world. Li Yuanbao and the other two were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Wu Ning was also shocked. He didn't realize how strong he had become until he made a move. A single move could pierce the sky. He quickly recalled the Thunder God's halberd, and flew to the black hole in the sky. His entire body surged with magical power, helping the sky to quickly repair the hole. This world is too fragile. Back on the ground, Wu Ning couldn't help but sigh. Of course, it's also possible that he's just too strong right now. Brother Wu, just how strong are you? Su Ziqian asked hesitantly. I'm only a tiny bit better than you guys. If you work hard, you might catch up with me someday. Wu Ning smiled and encouraged him. The three remained silent, already having some guesses in their minds. Li Yuanbao put away the fragments of the quasi-emperor weapon.
He distributed the fragments to both Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang, ensuring that everyone who saw them received a share. After all, Wu Ning found the last 12 fragments, he only contributed a small amount of effort. Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang felt unworthy of the offer since they had done nothing, and after some refusals, they each only accepted a fragment. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. He was an elderly man in gray robes with a terrifying aura. He stared at the sky in confusion. Strange, such a powerful aura, how could it disappear so quickly? The old man released his divine sense and immediately discovered Wu Ning and the others on the ground. Ha! This person is quite strange, even I can't see through him. He was somewhat surprised, but didn't pay much attention. He just guessed that the person must have some kind of treasure to conceal their aura, or had cultivated some powerful secret technique to conceal their aura. After all, with 3 little guys beside him who weren't even at the Dharma aspect realm, they couldn't possibly be stronger than him, right? Kids, who are you guys? Did you notice anything unusual just now? The old man flashed and appeared in the sky above the valley. As the question was being asked, a powerful pressure descended upon the people on the ground. Roll! Wu Ning frowned slightly and gave a cold shout. The sound contained a terrifying power. The old man groaned, as if struck by a heavy blow. He glanced at Wu Ning in shock, then cupped his hands in greeting. I apologize for disturbing you, this old man will take his leave. After saying that, he vanished instantly. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. He wondered which faction this old monster at the venerable realm came from. Let's go too. He used his power to engulf Li Yuanbao and the other 2, and they vanished from the spot in an instant. Back in Yunzhou City, the 4 continued to stroll through the market. Li Yuanbao frequented street stalls, but finding a bargain was never that easy. Running into someone like that once is incredibly lucky, expecting it to happen a second time is just wishful thinking. Wu Ning shook his head speechlessly and unknowingly walked to a magnificent and beautiful building. Looking up, the 3 characters Linglong Pavilion came into view. Linglong Pavilion. Let's go in and take a look. Wu Ning stepped inside. Linglong Pavilion is affiliated with Linglong Chamber of Commerce, a top chamber of commerce in the eastern region. The Linglong Pavilion in Yunzhou City is a branch of a prefecture-level institution. It is lavishly decorated, occupies a huge area, and its level of luxury is far superior to that of the Linglong Pavilion in the capital of the Great Jin Dynasty. Inside the Linglong Pavilion, the place was magnificent and filled with people dressed in fine clothes. As soon as the 4 entered the hall, a beautiful receptionist greeted them with a smile. Gentlemen, what would you like to buy? Buy whatever you want yourselves, I'm just browsing. Wu Ning walked into the hall. Su Ziqian said to the receptionist, we would like to see the cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, at least of the superior earth rank. Their most obvious flaw and weakness is the lack of powerful offensive means and the absence of martial arts techniques that match their cultivation level. Now that I have money in my pocket, I naturally want to take this opportunity to make up for it. Upon hearing this, the maid's eyes lit up slightly. Gentlemen, please follow me. She led Su Ziqian and the other 2 upstairs. This exquisite pavilion is very tall, but it only has 3 floors. The lower level sells items and resources such as pills, spiritual weapons, cultivation techniques, and treasures for cultivators below the Transformation Sea realm. The second floor sells items for those in the Dharma aspect realm and Heavenly Palace realm, including earth-rank cultivation techniques, high-grade spiritual artifacts, and so on. The customers on the 3rd floor are at the King realm. Here you can find all kinds of top-grade spiritual herbs, 8th-grade pills, rare treasures, and various materials for refining weapons and setting up formations, and so on. There are even heaven-rank cultivation techniques and top-grade spiritual artifacts. Although almost all of them are of inferior quality, they are unique in the entire Yunlan prefecture. Su Ziqian and his 2 companions followed the maid upstairs to the place where martial arts techniques were sold. Please take a look, gentlemen. Our Linglong Pavilion possesses over 100 earth-rank cultivation techniques, including 26 superior earth-rank techniques and 9 top-tier earth-rank techniques. In addition, there are various earth-rank sword techniques, saber techniques, movement techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques. The three of them looked at a huge wooden shelf against the wall, where scrolls of martial arts techniques were neatly arranged in different categories, probably numbering in the thousands. They are all earth-rank cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. The wooden frame has 3 layers.
The bottom layer contains lower-grade earth-rank martial arts techniques, the middle layer contains upper-grade earth-rank martial arts techniques, and the top layer contains top-grade earth-rank martial arts techniques.
These cultivation techniques and martial arts scrolls are all protected by a restriction, and can only be viewed after purchasing them with spirit stones. The One-Chi creation technique, a top-tier earth-rank cultivation method, priced at 1,200 high-grade spirit stones.
That's roughly equivalent to 12 million low-grade spirit stones. Su Ziqian was secretly taken aback, the price was somewhat beyond his expectations.
A typical superior earth-rank cultivation technique costs around 2 million low-grade spirit stones, but unexpectedly, a top-tier earth-rank cultivation technique has increased its price by a full 6 times. According to the brochure, each martial arts technique from Linglong Pavilion will only be sold once. Therefore, the price is slightly higher. But how could the 3,000 states of the eastern regions only be bought once? He simply doesn't believe it. No merchant is without guile. At most, even if the goods are sold in different states over several decades, no one will know. He shook his head and looked at the other top-tier earth-rank cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, which were priced between 1,000 and 2,000 high-grade spirit stones.
It took almost half an hour.
Su Ziqian selected a top-tier earth-rank sword technique and a top-tier earth-rank movement technique, while Li Yuanbao and Zhang Liang also selected their preferred martial arts techniques. In addition, they also purchased a high-grade spiritual artifact, since top-grade spiritual artifacts are their trump card and cannot be revealed casually. Gentlemen, if you pay with low-grade spirit stones, there will be an additional 10% spirit stone discount.
The maid smiled broadly. Holy crap, you guys are really ripping me off. Li Yuanbao couldn't help but say. An extra 10% would amount to several million.
Although the Li family can be quite shady in business at times, they still can't stand others being even more shady than them. The maid's smile remained unchanged. Young master, there's a price difference when exchanging low-grade spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones.
Our Linglong Pavilion only charges 10%, which is already very low in the industry.
The maid explained patiently. After paying the spirit stones, all 3 of them looked pained.
Damn, it's so dark.
At this moment, Wu Ning came down from the 3rd floor, followed by the manager of Linglong Pavilion, whose face was covered in chrysanthemums.
Have you finished shopping?
Wu Ning asked the 3 of them. The 3 of them smiled and nodded, then followed Wu Ning downstairs.
Please wait, young master.
At the main entrance, the manager of Linglong Pavilion waved goodbye, unable to hide the smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, Wu Ning bought all the spiritual fruits, top-grade spiritual wines, and inner cores of all 5th rank and above demon beasts from Linglong Pavilion. The total value exceeds 3 billion low-grade spirit stones.
That's equivalent to more than half a year's worth of his revenue.
Most importantly, such a generous offer indicates that the client is definitely a major spender. He had lived in Yunzhou City for over 100 years, and this was the first time he had ever encountered someone so extravagant.
After leaving Linglong Pavilion, Wu Ning and his companions checked into the most luxurious inn in Yunzhou City. Yua Lai Inn.
Boss, I heard that the Xianyu auction house will be holding a top auction that only happens once every 10 years and half a month. There will be a chance to see many rare and precious treasures.
Shall we go and take a look? Li Yuanbao asked earnestly. Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang also looked expectant.
Xianyu Auction House is also one of the top business associations in the eastern region. Its main business is auctions.
Small auctions are held every 6 months, large auctions every 3 years, top-tier auctions every 10 years, and pinnacle auctions every century.
The pinnacle auction is only held at the headquarters of Xianyu Auction House. The top-tier auction is already the highest-level auction in Yunnan Prefecture, with the lowest-priced items starting at thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Although they couldn't afford to go, they still wanted to broaden their horizons and gain some knowledge.
Alright, then let's stay for another half-month. Wu Ning nodded. It was only half a month, he had plenty of time anyway. The auction should have VIP boxes, right? Go and get one. Won't they kick us out?
I'll have Xiaoqing go with you.
That's all.
Xiao Cheng is the Bluebird, an 8th-tier demon beast, equivalent to a king-level expert. In Yunnan Prefecture, it is definitely a top-tier existence, and getting a VIP box is a piece of cake for it.
Sure enough, the group went out and soon returned with a gold-embossed invitation. Private room number 2, who's in private room number 1?
Boss, it's the 7-star sect.
Oh.
Wu Ning nodded slightly and said nothing more.
The next day,
Wu Ning led Su Ziqian and the other two to the martial arts arena located in the north of the city.
The full name of the fighting arena is Tianluo Fighting Arena.
Together with the Dragon Arena, Alchemist Guild, Blood Fiend Guild, Listening Rain Pavilion, Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, Mysterious Moon Auction House, Exquisite Chamber of Commerce, Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce, and Divine Weapon Pavilion, it is known as one of the top 10 forces in the Eastern region. Only below the 3 giants of the Eastern region, it can rival the 9 top Holy Land sects. The Heavenly Net Martial Arts Arena not only allows you to watch others fight and place bets on one side of the fight, but you can also personally go on stage to fight and earn a share of the bets. This is definitely a great place to hone your combat skills and accumulate experience. Su Ziqian and his 2 companions, one at the 9th level of the Transformation Sea Realm, one at the 6th level of the Transformation Sea Realm, and one at the 1st level of the Transformation Sea Realm, just met the threshold for participating in the arena. Wu Ning sat down in the audience. The first to appear was Li Yuanbao, whose opponent was also at the 6th level of the Transformation Sea Realm.
His name is Koshu. Huh, there's a newcomer? Damn it! It's that Gu Xiu again.
He's fought 26 matches in 6 months and hasn't won a single one.
How come he hasn't been beaten to death? This guy keeps fighting despite repeated defeats, I'm totally impressed.
Damn it, one's a newbie, the other's a weakling, I don't even know who to bet on to win.
That must be a newbie. If that good-for-nothing Gu Xiu can win, I'll call him daddy. The first match for newcomers is always a battle against someone of the same cultivation level.
This piece of trash, Gu Xiu, can't even beat someone at the 4th level of the Transformation Sea Realm.
He's definitely going to lose this time.
He is the weakest among those of the same cultivation level, and I will not accept any rebuttal. Upon seeing the two appear on the ring, the audience erupted in a frenzy of discussion. Wu Ning smiled without saying a word. This ancient cultivator was indeed quite weak, but even the weakest among the weak have their own strengths.
This time, if Li Yuanbao doesn't use his trump card, he might not necessarily lose.
On the stage, as soon as the two exchanged blows, Li Yuanbao was at a disadvantage and was defeated in less than 100 rounds.
Gu Xiu was a little stunned. No way, brother, how come you're so bad that you can't even beat me? Li Yuanbao's face darkened, this guy was definitely not weak.
However, those who dare to come to the arena to fight are basically elites in their respective realms, and very few people come looking for a beating. This guy is only mediocre, and on top of that, he had some bad luck, which is why he lost 26 games in a row.
You won? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that good-for-nothing Gu Xiu possibly win? Damn it, this is rigged. It's definitely a fixed match. Give me my money back. I've bet my entire fortune. An angry murmur rippled through the audience. Soon, even the auction house's management was alerted. Manager Han, what do you think we should do now?
There's a huge commotion at Arena 7, everyone's demanding a refund.
A refund is out of the question. If we refunded the money, wouldn't that be admitting we were pulling a stunt? Did we pull a stunt? What the hell?
Send out the heavenly guards directly, be firm, and suppress anyone who dares to cause trouble.
Yes.
The farce quickly came to an end. The majesty of the Tianluo martial arts arena was not something that some insignificant people could dare to offend.
Wu Ning left after watching Su Ziqian's match.
Of the three, only Su Ziqian managed to win the first match, while Li Yuanbao and Zhang Liang both suffered crushing defeats. Compared to those cultivators who have practiced for decades and experienced all kinds of dangerous battles, they are still too inexperienced.
The days that followed.
Wu Ning lived a very leisurely life, spending his days enjoying delicious food, walking his birds, or listening to music in brothels.
Experienced the local customs and culture of Yunzhou City.
Apart from occasionally traveling with Wu Ning, Su Ziqian and his two companions spent most of their time in the fighting arena during their cultivation. With at least one battle every day, the three of them quickly improved their combat experience. By the 10th day, Li Yuanbao and Zhang Liang were no longer losing so badly. The two of them, along with Gu Xiu, were jokingly referred to as the three weakest fighters in the arena. Su Ziqian has already achieved 3 consecutive victories, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. In the east of the city, in front of a magnificent and splendid building, a long queue had already formed at the main entrance. There were over 1,000 people, but very few were at the Transformation Sea realm. Most were at the Dharma Aspect realm, and there were even quite a few at the Heavenly Palace realm. Wu Ning glanced at the gilded characters Xianyu auction house high above, then led Li Yuanbao and the other two toward the VIP passage. After presenting the VIP invitation, a servant respectfully escorted me to the second VIP box.
Please come in, sirs. This is the second private room in the heavenly tier. If you need anything, please feel free to call me. I will be waiting outside the door. The servant said humbly, then gently closed the door. TSK, as expected of a top power in the eastern region, their luxury is truly astounding. Li Yuanbao looked around the private rooms and the auction hall and couldn't help but sigh. The entire private room was resplendent in gold and jade, with luxurious monster fur carpets covering the floor and various precious gems inlaid on the walls. All the tables, chairs, and utensils were made of spirit wood or refined metal. It was the epitome of luxury. However, the auction hall was even more luxurious than the private boxes. The entire hall is at least tens of thousands of square meters, and the floor is paved with extremely hard strange stones that even a Dharma Aspect realm expert would find difficult to damage. The ceiling of the hall is inlaid with a large number of fluorescent moonstones, and clusters of gorgeous crystals hang below, reflecting the lights and illuminating every detail of the hall. At this moment, most of the 3,000 seats in the hall were already occupied. Most of the 12 heaven-level private rooms and the 12 earth-level private rooms were also occupied. You can call out whatever you like later. Since you're already here, you can't leave empty-handed. Wu Ning gave them most of his low-grade spirit stones as if he were clearing out a warehouse. It's a whopping 30 billion, which seems like a lot, but it's only worth 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Due to the exchange rate difference between exchanging low-level spirit stones for high-level spirit stones, it's not even 30,000. Su Ziqian and the other two were utterly shocked. A top-grade spiritual artifact usually costs around 1 billion low-grade spirit stones, so a total of 30 billion would dazzle them. Boss, how much do you think a sacred artifact is worth? Li Yuanbao looked hopeful. He had 11 quasi-emperor weapon fragments, equivalent to 11 sacred artifacts. The quasi-emperor weapon fragments are of little use to him now, and he had long planned to sell 1 or 2 of them to exchange for various resources, which would be more beneficial to him. Wu Ning pondered for a moment and said, a sacred artifact is probably worth over 100 million top-grade spirit stones, and it's priceless. Hundreds of millions of top-grade spirit stones. Li Yuanbao felt a little dizzy. Top-grade spirit stones are extremely rare on the market. Even experts at the King Realm usually use high-grade spirit stones for transactions. Only those at the Saint Realm level have the ability to casually produce large sums of top-grade spirit stones. For low-level cultivators, top-grade spirit stones are like rare and precious treasures. It might even appear at auction as an item. Li Yuanbao couldn't help but grin foolishly. 11 quasi-emperor weapon fragments, worth at least 1.1 billion top-grade spirit stones. It's an astronomical figure. So, I'm already this rich? Bang! Just then, a commotion broke out at the door, and someone was banging on the door of the private room.
Zhang Liang stepped forward and opened the door, but before he could speak, he heard someone at the door question him with dissatisfaction.
Damn it! What's wrong with your auction house?
The second VIP box has always been our Sure family's, and you actually gave it to someone else, making us go to the VIP box.
What does this say about us historians?
If word gets out, I wonder how many people will laugh at our Sure family.
Summon your manager here immediately. If you don't give me an explanation, your auction today can't continue.
A haughty young man in purple robes stood outside the door, reprimanding the servants outside the private room. The servant wore a fawning smile. This young man is Shi Ji, the youngest son of the head of the Shi family in Yangling. The Shi family of Yangling is the #1 family in Yunnan Prefecture. In terms of foundation, it is not much weaker than the Seven-Star sect. They also have a marriage relationship with the dominant family of the neighboring Yulong Prefecture. Although Xianyu Auction House was not afraid, he could not afford to offend a mere servant.
Young Master Shi, please wait a moment. Our manager will be here shortly. Young Master, the person is out. A guard reminded him.
Shi Ji's gaze immediately fell on Zhang Liang, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes.
He was just a mere first-level cultivator in the Transformation Sea realm.
It should be noted that his guards were at least at the Dharma aspect realm. And he himself was at the 9th level of the Transformation Sea realm. The fact that a weakling at the first level of the Transformation Sea realm actually walked out of this private room suggests that he couldn't possibly have any significant background. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. These people didn't fight for the top-tier private room, clearly indicating that they didn't want to provoke or couldn't afford to provoke the Seven-Star sect. The power behind them is at most on par with the Seven-Star sect. They, the historians, are not afraid.
Kid, who are you people? Don't you know this private room belongs to the Shi family?
I'll give you two choices, either you're smart enough to give up your private room, or I'll teach you a lesson and throw you out of the auction house. Shi Ji's expression was contemptuous, and his tone was full of threat. Even though it's a dominant force from another state, a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. This is his home turf.
Are you done talking?
If you're done talking, then get lost, Zhang Liang said calmly.
You're asking for it.
Shi Ji felt insulted, and his anger surged up instantly. Without thinking, he slapped Zhang Liang.
Boom!
A powerful burst of spiritual energy erupted instantly, enough to severely injure an ordinary cultivator at the Sea Transformation realm.
Zhang Liang's expression changed slightly, but he did not retreat.
At that moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. Young Master Shi, my Xianyu auction house is not a place for you to run wild. Even if your father came, he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. As the sound rang out, Shi Ji's attack was instantly neutralized and vanished without a trace.
Manager Qian.
Shi Ji gritted his teeth as he watched the old man in brocade robes approach, but ultimately dared not be presumptuous again. Manager Qian, this #2 VIP box has always belonged to the Shi family.
Why did you give it to a bunch of people of unknown origin?
Shi Ji questioned him. Manager Qian cursed under his breath, calling him an idiot, and said with dissatisfaction.
Young Master Shi, when did this private room become part of the Shi family?
This is a private box in our auction house. It's not up to your Shi family to decide who gets it. If you are not satisfied with the arrangements of our auction house, you may leave on your own. Shi Ji's face turned pale and then red, and finally he glared at Zhang Liang fiercely before leaving in anger. Manager Qian scoffed disdainfully, but then turned and changed his expression, smiling as he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Zhang Liang, saying, Young man, it's all our fault for not handling things properly, that's why you were frightened.
Would you mind if I were allowed to come inside for a chat?
Zhang Liang turned to look at Wu Ning.
Let him in. Manager Qian, please come in.
Manager Qian followed Zhang Liang into the private room with a smile, his gaze quickly sweeping over the people in the room before finally settling on Wu Ning. The sight of the bluebird perched on Wu Ning's shoulder made his eyes narrow slightly.
I am Qian Hong. May I ask how you are addressed, young master?
Manager Qian cupped his hands in a very polite gesture.
My surname is Wu.
Wu Ning said calmly.
So it's young Master Wu. Manager Qian's mind raced, but he couldn't recall any prominent families with the surname Wu.
Perhaps he is a disciple of a sect. He thought to himself as a purple gold card appeared in his hand. Young Master Wu, this is a VIP card for the Yunnan Prefecture branch of our Xianyu auction house. With this card, you can reserve a top-tier private room and enjoy a 10% discount on both auctions and consignment auctions. This card is also valid at the Xianyu auction house in other states, but in some top-tier states it can only be used as a regular VIP card. Wu Ning nodded slightly and accepted the card he was offered.
Thank you, Manager. Qian smiled and said, the auction is about to begin. I wish all the gentlemen good luck in winning the bids.
The auction house is busy, so I must take my leave.
No sooner had Manager Qian left than a commotion erupted in the auction hall. Boss, it's starting. The private room has a huge window that offers a panoramic view of the hall.
A voluptuous, alluring woman in a red dress gracefully walked onto the auction stage.
Hello everyone, I am auctioneer Nailin Jean. Welcome to this auction.
Nailin Jean smiled slightly and spoke in an extremely charming voice, her every move seemingly carrying a provocative intent. The surroundings were noisy, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively, with many burning gazes falling on her. I wanted nothing more than to punish her on the spot with my gaze and whip her mercilessly. Naked, without the slightest concealment. Nailin Jean was already used to such gazes. She smiled and gestured for silence, saying, everyone, please be quiet.
I'm sure you're all waiting anxiously. I won't say any more. The auction will now begin. TSK, so alluring and charming. It's a shame this woman isn't a top courtesan. Inside the private room, the eyes of several men were fixed on Nailin Jean. Li Yuanbao had a dreamy look on his face, imagining what it would feel like to touch it. Su Ziqian's eyes revealed admiration, but this guy was actually a repressed pervert, and who knows what he was thinking. Zhang Liang's face flushed slightly, and his gaze darted away, like an innocent young man.
Wu Ning coughed lightly, feigning seriousness. This was his type, and he wondered if he should go and get to know her later. With 3 men and a bird by his side, he felt like he was part of the journey to the West Quartet. But he's not a monk. At this point, the first item for auction has been brought to the stage. It's an 8th grade longevity pill. The starting bid was 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, and it quickly soared to over 50,000. Bidding calls rose and fell. Longevity pills are always expensive, let alone an 8th grade longevity pill. It was almost entirely the VIPs in the private rooms who were bidding, and the competition became increasingly fierce. After a fierce bidding war, the 8th grade longevity pill was finally sold to the number 6 VIP box for 85,000 high-grade spirit stones. The atmosphere in the auction hall became extremely lively. The later lots were of lower quality. The transaction prices were almost all within 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The cheap ones cost a few hundred, the expensive ones cost several thousand. A number exceeding 10,000 only occurs occasionally. Li Yuanbao and his 2 companions also bid on a few items. Su Ziqian bid on a bottle of 6th order lesser rejuvenation pill and a top-grade spiritual artifact that could conceal one's cultivation level. Fatty bid on a jar of 1,000-year-old spiritual wine and a 7th order combat puppet, and Zhang Liang bid on a 7th order array plate. Half a day passed quickly. The auction has finally reached its final, climactic stage. Now we begin the grand finale auction. This auction features 10 final items. Distinguished guests who haven't yet secured their desired treasures, please seize this last opportunity. Nailin Jean smiled charmingly. At this moment, a pretty maid slowly walked to Nailin Jean's side, carrying a silver tray covered with a luxurious red cloth. Nailin Jean stretched out a snow-white hand, picked up a corner of the red cloth, and gently lifted it. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. The first and final item in the auction is an 8th-tier demon beast's inner core. The red cloth was lifted, revealing a palm-sized jade box on a silver tray. Inside, a fist-sized cyan inner core was exposed, surrounded by a halo of light and radiating powerful spiritual energy. Hiss! It's actually the inner core of an 8th-tier demon beast?
Many cultivators gasped in shock. An 8th order demonic beast was equivalent to a king-level expert. Extremely powerful.
They were the undisputed rulers of the entire Yunnan prefecture.
An 8th tier demon beast's inner core.
This means someone has killed a powerful 8th tier demon beast.
Just what kind of powerful person could do that? The entire auction hall fell silent as everyone stared at the cyan inner core, their emotions running high.
Of the more than 3,000 cultivators present, no more than 2 were at the king level, and all of them were in the top-tier private rooms. At this moment, even these powerful experts at the king realm narrowed their eyes slightly. The killing of an 8th order demon beast made them feel uneasy.
This inner core is the inner core of an 8th order illusion wind wolf. I believe everyone knows its value.
It can be directly refined and absorbed to improve cultivation, or it can be used for alchemy, weapon crafting, serving as the core of a puppet, and so on. Nayland Jean paused for a moment, then continued, the starting price is 300,000 high-grade spirit stones.
Now, please begin bidding. 350,000. The person in the number 5 VIP box shouted. 360,000. 370,000. 400,000.
One voice after another rang out, all belonging to the big shots in the top-tier private room. The others could only watch helplessly as the price quickly rose to 500,000. At that price, only 3 people remained to compete for it.
1 million.
Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out. For a moment, the auction hall fell silent, and everyone's eyes followed the sound toward the second VIP box. The second highest VIP has offered 1 million high-grade spirit stones.
Is there anyone else bidding? Nayland Jean asked with a smile. No one responded.
1 million high-grade spirit stones was a huge sum of money for most experts at the king realm. Without the support of their backers, very few people present could afford such a large amount of spirit stones. At this moment, many people are speculating about the identity of the person in the second VIP box.
After so much time, they finally realized that the people in the second VIP box were not from the Sure family at all.
Nayland Jean asked 3 times in a row before finally making the final decision. Congratulations to the VIP in box number 2 for winning this 8th order demon beast inner core. Soon, a pretty maid delivered the inner core to the second VIP room, accompanied by Manager Qian.
Young Master Wu, this is the inner core of the demon beast that you photographed.
Manager Qian had a big smile on his face.
Thank you for your trouble.
After receiving the inner core, Wu Ning handed it directly to Qingyao.
Thank you, Master.
The clear, melodious sound of a bluebird rang out. Its body grew a little larger, swallowed the inner core in one gulp, and then returned to its previous miniature size, comfortably perched on Wu Ning's shoulder.
This.
Manager Qian's eyes widened.
That's it? This was bought for 1 million high-grade spirit stones, and you're just feeding it to your pet like this? Damn it! Even someone with a fortune couldn't afford to do this, right?
Wu Ning paid with low-grade spirit stones, and Manager Qian directly eliminated the difference in spirit stone value, accepting only 9 billion low-grade spirit stones according to the 10% discount for VIP cards. Wu Ning did not refuse. After paying the spirit stones, Manager Qian took his leave.
Then, the second highlight item was brought out.
It is a piece of ancient spiritual marrow the size of a child's head. After a fierce competition, it was finally sold for 60,000 high-grade spirit stones.
The third and final item was a bottle of 8th tier monster blood essence.
The fourth item is a rare and top-grade medicinal herb.
The fifth item is a piece of ancient black iron.
The sixth and seventh items are both top-grade spiritual artifacts.
The 8th item was a
spirit crystal, which sold for 1.28 million high-grade spirit stones. The 9th item is a profound king pill, which can help a king-level expert break through a minor realm. The final prize was a qualification token to enter the Tianyuan secret realm. The scene erupted in uproar.
Even the king-level experts in the top-tier private room were shocked. A qualification token to enter a saint-level secret realm. That's a saint-level secret realm. There might be an opportunity to become a saint inside, its value is immeasurable.
Almost everyone's breathing became rapid, their eyes burned with desire, and some even revealed a look of greed. If it weren't for the fact that Xianyu Auction House had a powerful background, some people would probably have taken the risk and directly tried to rob it. However, some well-informed individuals knew the inside story. Although the Tianyuan secret realm is indeed a saint-level secret realm, and it was opened by a saint king, it only opens once every 1,000 years, and has been opened no less than 100 times so far. We don't know how much value is left, but it's certainly not as high as we imagine. However, being a saint-level secret realm, it is still very tempting for those below the saint level. The qualification token to enter is no less than a top-grade spiritual artifact. Nalan Jean quickly gave the starting bid. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Boss, it's a saint-level secret realm, should we film it? Li Yuanbao looked excited. No.
Wu Ning shook his head slightly. With his strength, he could simply lead them in. It's just a saint-level secret realm, there's no way it could stop him. Here you go. He took out the token he had used for signing in and tossed it to them. It was almost identical to the one being auctioned on stage.
Boss, is there only one?
I'll take you in directly, no tokens are needed. Wu Ning said calmly. The three of them looked at him with admiration. The auction had reached its final moments, and the experts at the King Realm were bidding frantically, their eyes almost bloodshot, driving the price of the token up to 2 million high-grade spirit stones. Ultimately, the token was auctioned off to the 7-star sect for a staggering 2.1 million.
It's over, let's go.
As Wu Ning stepped out of the auction house, he glanced at the several figures hidden in the air and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
TSK, a fight is about to break out.
A saint-level secret realm token might offer the opportunity to become a saint, making it incredibly tempting for a king-level expert.
Su Ziqian said calmly.
Wu Ning waved his hand, let's go, this has nothing to do with us.
The auction is over, it's time to leave Yunzhou City.
Let's go to Qingyun Prefecture next.
The Tianyuan secret realm is located within Qingyun Prefecture. Not long after they left, terrifying battle fluctuations came from the sky. Boom boom boom. Xingkue, hand over the secret realm token. Dream on.
You dare to plot against my 7-star sect?
You're courting death. Don't think I won't recognize you just because you've used a secret technique to change your aura and appearance.
Retreat now, and I might let bygones be bygones.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I'd like to see how you'll act so rudely. Let's finish this quickly and stop wasting time talking to him. Hand over the token, or die. Boom.
The terrifying battle fluctuations created a horrific scene.
When a powerful expert at the King Realm makes a move, the weather changes drastically. A single strike can shatter mountains and split the earth, overturning rivers and seas.
The people of Yunzhou City were filled with fear.
Countless people looked at the sky in terror.
When powerful kings clashed, even a wisp of the aftershock was enough to cause a terrible disaster.
Even cultivators at the Heavenly Palace realm would be annihilated. Fortunately, the powerful experts who made the move consciously controlled the angle of their attacks, preventing the aftershocks from reaching the ground.
Of course, they weren't worried about innocent people being harmed. The deaths in Yunzhou City were insignificant to them. It was only because they were wary of the presence of forces such as the Xianyu Auction House, Linglong Pavilion, Tianluo Martial Arts Arena, and Alchemist Guild in the city. If these forces are accidentally harmed, even if they are powerful kings, they will be severely injured, if not killed.
Sigh, I can't see anything. Li Yuanbao sighed.
This was the first time they had encountered a battle between powerful kings, but unfortunately their cultivation was too weak, and they couldn't even watch the excitement. The sky was filled with terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, and they could only vaguely see a few blurry figures flashing by. The group strolled leisurely down the street, unhurried.
At this moment, the once bustling street became extremely empty and deserted.
Apart from a few brave souls who stayed on the street to watch the excitement, everyone else ran home.
He stayed indoors and didn't go out.
For most people, battles in the sky are nothing short of a fight between gods, often resulting in the annihilation of billions of lives. Perhaps only returning home can bring them a sense of peace. Even in death, I can die together with my family. The battle in the sky had reached a fever pitch, with occasional aftershocks falling, but they were all neutralized by an invisible force. You deserve to die. If Patriarch Yuhang arrives, I will surely slaughter you all here. Xingque roared. He was at the third level of the King Realm, but now he was being besieged by 2 experts at the third level of the King Realm and 2 experts at the second level of the King Realm, and he had already suffered extremely serious injuries. It will probably take decades to recover. The 4 people who were besieging him all changed their expressions. The Jade Balance ancestor of the 7-star sect was a super strong person at the peak of the 9th level of the King Realm and possessed the title of King. It is said that he is only 1 step away from the realm of sainthood. If he makes a move, I'm afraid none of them will escape. A cold, indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Humph. Since that's the case, then I'll deal with you first. As soon as he finished speaking, another figure joined the attack. Xingque secretly groaned. Another 4th-level King Realm expert had appeared. If this continued, he might not be able to hold out until Ancestor Yuhang arrived. Should we ask that person for help? The streets were deserted. The group slowly walked towards the inn. It was getting late, so they decided to rest for the night before heading to Qingyun Prefecture. Suddenly, a group of people walked quickly toward them. The leader was none other than Shiji, the young master of the Shi family. He was followed by 7 or 8 Dharma Aspect Realm Guards, as well as 2 Heavenly Palace Realm Elders. That's them. Get them all. Break their arms and legs first, then give them a good beating. You dare to make me lose face at the auction? You lot are all dead. Shiji waved his hand, and 7 or 8 Dharma Aspect Realm Guards immediately surrounded Wu Ning and his group. To vent his anger, he summoned all the powerful members of his family who remained in Yunzhou City. Brother Wu, could you leave this guy to me? Su Ziqian looked at Shiji, somewhat eager to try. Okay, go ahead. With a snap, Wu Ning snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the guards vanished into thin air, including the 2 Heavenly Palace Realm experts behind Shiji. Shiji's eyes widened suddenly, revealing fear. Help! Help! There's a ghost! Bang! Su Ziqian punched him hard in the face and cursed, What are you wailing about? What kind of ghost are you talking about? Bang! After cursing, he punched him hard in the face. Again. Shiji was so dizzy and disoriented that he was seeing stars. Before he could even recover, Su Ziqian pinned him to the ground and gave him a severe beating. Li Yuanbao, seeing this, couldn't resist joining in. The 2 men used both their hands and feet, and in no time they had beaten Shiji to the point of near death. Just then, a pitiful cry for help came from the sky. Senior, help me! A pale-faced man covered in blood flew rapidly toward Wu Ning. Senior! Before Xingque could finish speaking, he was struck on the back by a terrifying attack, and his body slammed into the ground like a meteor. Wu Ning frowned slightly, and an invisible force flew out from his hand, enveloping him and instantly neutralizing his downward momentum. Otherwise, if he smashed it, the area within several miles would be razed to the ground. Xingque was overjoyed and quickly flew to Wu Ning's side, respectfully clasping his hands and saying, Thank you for saving me, senior. Wu Ning gave a soft and looked up at the sky. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business and hand over Xingque, or else. The 5 powerful kings stared coldly at Wu Ning, their eyes filled with solemnity. Ancestor, save me. Before the leader, a 4th-level King Realm expert, could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. Shiji lay on the ground, barely alive, his face covered in bruises and his body a mess of flesh. Even his own mother probably wouldn't recognize him. The powerful king looked him over several times before he dared to be sure. You're Shi Zhang's youngest son? What happened to you and what happened to you? Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Ziqian and Li Yuanbao immediately retreated behind Wu Ning. Ancestor, you must avenge me. These guys not only killed my guards, they also beat me. Shiji's voice carried a hint of sobbing.
The powerful figure who had been granted the title of king looked at Wu Ning and his group, his gaze slightly narrowed.
Sir, it seems you are deliberately trying to make enemies of us?
Wu Ning's face suddenly turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, "You know what? I hate robbers more than anything else in my life." The five of them were stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt uneasy.
Attack together, kill him. One of them roared and set off to attack Wu Ning.
But at that moment, a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky suddenly descended from the heavens, instantly grabbing them as if they were 5 ants. Gently squeeze it twice, and then it will slowly dissipate.
The 5 powerful experts at the King Realm also vanished without a trace.
Apart from the 5 storage rings, not a single trace was left.
Countless people in Yunzhou City watched this scene in horror.
Those were 5 experts at the king level.
A godlike being, just like that, is gone? The top experts from the city's various powerful forces also looked horrified.
The 5 kings were crushed to death like ants, without any power to resist. This scene made their scalps tingle.
Too strong. He's at least an invincible king.
At the Xianyu auction house, an old man in white robes spoke in a solemn voice. 2 other people stood beside him, Qian Hong, the person in charge, and Nailan Jin, the auctioneer.
Invincible king? Qian Hong was shocked.
He knew Wu Ning might be strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. The invincible king is the strongest among those who have reached the king realm. His combat power is terrifying and heaven-defying. He is in existence who can barely contend with a Saint Realm expert. Nailan Jin's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Every invincible king was a renowned figure. Why had she never heard of this young Master Wu? At this moment, Xingkuwei remained calm. He had sensed the aura released by Wu Ning before and knew that he was at least a Saint Realm being. Wu Ning took the storage rings of the 5 powerful kings into his
hand and probed them with his divine sense. Bah, they're all a bunch of poor bastards. The most precious thing was the spirit crystal that appeared at the auction.
All the other items combined probably amount to less than 2 million high-grade spirit stones. I never expected that these powerful experts at the King Realm would be so poor.
You can divide these among yourselves.
He put the spirit crystal away, and then casually tossed 5 storage rings to Su Ziqian and the other 2. After doing all this, Shi Ji was also eliminated, and he gained another storage ring. Wu Ning didn't even glance at it before tossing it to them.
The group continued walking towards the inn. Xingkuwei followed along. A moment later, a man in a blue robe appeared in the sky above Yunzhou City, exuding a terrifying aura. He quickly released his divine sense, which enveloped the entire city.
"Master, over here." Xingkuwei waved excitedly at him. An old man over 1,000 years old looked at this moment like a child seeing his parent.
"Senior."
The next moment, Patriarch Yuhong appeared beside Wu Ning and respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. "Thank you very much for your help this time, Senior.
May I ask if you could visit the 7-star sect as a guest?"
Wu Ning waved his hand. "No need, it's just a small favor."
Master Yuhong was somewhat disappointed.
After thanking him again, he left with the seriously injured Xingkuwei.
Back at the inn,
Li Yuanbao and the other 2 excitedly sorted through the contents of the 6 storage rings. Various spirit stones were piled up like mountains, but their total value was only a little over 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. It also includes more than 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. In addition, there are various pills, magical artifacts, spiritual medicines, cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, demon beast inner cores, various refining materials, clothing and other miscellaneous items, as well as some strange and unusual things.
The 3 of them were thoroughly enjoying tidying up.
Wu Ning stood by the window, his gaze distant. He suddenly realized that he didn't seem to know where Qingyun Prefecture was. The eastern regions comprise 3,000 states, it's far too vast. Just as he was about to ask for directions at the Xianyu auction house, a loud shout echoed throughout the entire Yunzhou city.
"Who is it? Who dares to kill my son? Get out here right now!" A figure appeared in the sky above Yunzhou City, exuding a terrifying aura. He was a powerful expert at the first level of the King realm. What are you barking like a dog?
Wu Ning appeared out of thin air 10 feet away from him.
Did you kill my son?
Shi Zhang's gaze immediately fell on Wu Ning, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He had worked hard for over 100 years to finally have this one youngest son, but he never expected him to be killed so easily. Whoosh! Wu Ning was too lazy to waste words with him. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of him, then stretched out a hand and pressed it down on the top of his head. As the head of the number 1 family in Yunnan Prefecture, he should know the location of Qingyun Prefecture. Shi Jiang looked horrified. He found himself suppressed by a strange force, unable to move at all, and could only watch helplessly as Wu Ning's hand landed on his head.
No! Father, save me!
Shi Jiang screamed in terror. High in the sky, a hunched old man in a yellow robe appeared, his eyes solemn.
He couldn't even suppress Shi Jiang single-handedly.
Shi Ji and a powerful member of his family who had reached the King realm died in Yunzhou City. He had initially thought it was the work of that old ghost from the Seven Star sect, but now it seemed highly likely that it was him.
Ah!
Shi Jiang let out a scream. Wu Ning's soul-searching technique was extremely brutal.
Your Excellency, release my son at once.
The old man in the yellow robe looked extremely
unpleasant. Boom!
With a casual slap, Wu Ning caused the space to tremble, and the old man in the yellow robe instantly turned to ashes.
Do you have a grandfather? Let's call him over too, or any kind of great-grandfather will do.
Wu Ning asked Shi Jiang.
You can forget about it.
Shi Jiang's expression was ferocious, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He then tried to self-destruct.
Then go die.
Wu Ning snorted coldly and his palm trembled slightly.
Shi Jiang's body shattered into countless fragments in an instant, like a phantom, and then vanished into the world.
Having obtained the information he wanted, Wu Ning flashed back to the inn and tossed 2 storage rings to the 3 people in the room.
Boss, I absolutely love you. Li Yuanba was beaming with excitement.
The 3 of them immediately got to work, and another batch of goods worth nearly 10 billion came in.
At this moment, countless people in Yunzhou City were shaken to their core.
In the blink of an eye, 2 more kings died. Today, in just one day, the number of powerful kings who died is almost more than the number who died in the past 1,000 years. The next morning, as the bluebird soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon, countless people in the city secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qingyun Prefecture is extremely far from Yunnan Prefecture, separated by dozens of prefectures. Even at the speed of a bluebird, it took 7 or 8 days to fly there. We've finally arrived. Wu Ning stood on the back of the bluebird, looking down at the prosperous and vast continent below. Qingyun Prefecture is far larger and more prosperous than Yunnan Prefecture, solely because a sacred sect exists there.
Qingyun sect. But even a starved camel is bigger than a horse.
Even today, Qingyun sect remains a powerful holy land that commands respect across hundreds of states. Even among the many holy land-level forces, they are a relatively powerful existence. Qingyun Prefecture, the ancient Xianshan Mountains. Wu Ning and his companions strolled around a large city and easily discovered the location of the Tianyuan secret realm. Then, the group went directly to the ancient Xian Mountains. There are still more than half a year before the opening of the Tianyuan secret realm, and Wu Ning can't wait that long. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered near the mountain peak where the Tianyuan secret realm had been opened. Each of them possessed a powerful aura and was almost a king-level expert. Apart from a very few who possessed tokens, the rest of them planned to wait here for their prey to come to them. When Wu Ning and his group of 4 arrived, several powerful experts who had been granted the title of king immediately surrounded them.
Halt! Hand over the token if you don't want to die.
A burly man shouted loudly. A white-robed scholar-like man beside them hesitated and transmitted his voice, "Brother, these are 8th-tier demonic beast mounts. These lads are no ordinary people, they should have powerful protectors with them."
"We?" The burly man waved his hand to interrupt him. "What's there to be afraid of? With the 5 of us brothers joining forces, we're not afraid of even the peak of the king realm. These 4 kids might all have tokens on them.
If we rob them, and add one of mine, all of us brothers can enter the secret realm. At worst, we'll just take the tokens and not kill them. At this moment, everyone's attention near the secret realm was drawn to it. Someone joked, "A few more unlucky guys have arrived. They dare to come here at the sea transformation realm? They really don't know the meaning of death." Unfortunately, the 5 demons of Sakiyama beat them to it. Hee hee, I don't think so. These little guys have 8th tier demon beast mounts. You can tell they're from extraordinary backgrounds. This time, the Chishan 5 ghosts might run into a brick wall. An old man stroked his beard and smiled, his gaze sweeping over the faces of Wu Ning and the others. Calmness always indicates a strong support. "Brother, something seems off?" A man in black frowned. He noticed that these kids showed no sign of panic whatsoever. In fact, the chubby one was even staring at them with intense eyes. It's like looking at a girl who isn't wearing clothes. "Boss, remember to leave the storage ring behind," Li Yuanbao said excitedly. 5 powerful figures who have been granted the title of king represent another great fortune. Wu Ning glanced at the burly man at the head of the group and said expressionlessly, "I hate robbers more than anything else in my life. Especially those who try to take advantage of me. Kid, what are you looking for?" Before the burly man could finish speaking, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Boom boom boom. With a few muffled thuds, the other 4 people also exploded into clouds of bright red blood mist. Li Yuanbao excitedly put away the 5 storage rings. Wu Ning waved his hand to disperse the blood mist, his gaze sweeping across the vicinity of the secret realm, and the surrounding crowd fell silent. "Found it, let's go." Wu Ning used his magic to envelop Qingyao and Li Yuanbao, and they vanished instantly. Only then did the people around dare to breathe heavily. Wow! What a terrifyingly powerful expert. Luckily I didn't do it, or I would be dead. I never expected it to be such a tough nut to crack. The 5 demons of Sakiyama, they've really become 5 demons now. No, they might not even be able to become ghosts anymore, huh? This is a saint-level secret realm? It's huge. Inside the secret realm, the group sat on the back of the bluebird, looking down at the entire realm, which stretched as far as the eye could see and had no end in sight. It's like a small, independent world. Wu Ning unleashed his divine sense with all his might, rapidly spreading it in all directions. It took him more than 10 breaths to withdraw his consciousness. This secret realm is indeed quite large, spanning tens of thousands of miles in circumference, roughly the size of half of Yunnan Prefecture. It truly lives up to its reputation as a creation of a Saint King level powerhouse. The entire secret realm was filled with anti-flight restrictions, and the ground was covered with a large number of terrifying formations and checkpoints, with powerful monsters lurking everywhere. Among them are many extremely powerful 8th tier peak demonic beasts. Even a powerful king could perish here if he wasn't careful. Of course, none of this was a problem for Wu Ning. He simply used his magic to shield the anti-flying restrictions, allowing the bluebird to fly deep into the secret realm, where there was a magnificent ancient city. At this moment, the ancient city is in a closed state, shrouded by an extremely powerful protective barrier that even low-level saints would find difficult to break through. Wu Ning teleported directly into the ancient city with the group, without damaging the protective barrier above. The ancient city was very empty and desolate, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes atmosphere, and there were no living beings in the city. A moment later, they arrived at an ancient palace in the center of the ancient city. This is the heart of the entire ancient city, and the place where the heavenly origin Saint King left his legacy. Whoosh! Suddenly, a somewhat ethereal old man in white robes appeared out of thin air in the main hall. Ha! Who are you? The secret realm hasn't opened yet, how did you get in? The old man asked. Of course, they just barged in. Wu Ning's return was perfectly reasonable. The old man was silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Fine, no matter how you got in, if you want to inherit the legacy, you must first pass the test. Wu Ning sized him up. You must be the spirit of this ancient city, right? Do you know if the heavenly origin Saint King is dead or not?
How? Did you know?
The old man's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time in 100,000 years that someone had seen through his identity. In the past, everyone who came here thought he was a wisp of consciousness left behind by the heavenly origin Saint King.
Is it that hard to tell at a glance?
The old man fell silent for a moment again. I don't know whether Tianyuan Saint King is dead or not, but I think he is probably still alive. This guy is not only exceptionally talented, but he also cherishes his life extremely and never puts himself in danger.
As long as he doesn't die unexpectedly, I think with his talent, breaking through to a higher realm shouldn't be a problem.
If he were still alive, he might have already broken through to the Great Emperor realm.
Great Emperor realm? That strong? Li Yuanbao and the others were somewhat shocked.
The old man chuckled. Tianyuan was hailed as having the potential to become an emperor from birth, and his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds afterward. He was crowned king at the age of 100, became a saint at the age of 1000, and reached the pinnacle of sainthood at the age of 3000, surpassing all others of his time. Now that 100,000 years have passed, it would be no difficult for him to break through to the Great Emperor realm with his talent. Of course, that's assuming he's still alive. To be crowned a king at the age of 100, to become a saint at the age of 1000.
Su Ziqian was dazzled and filled with longing.
He is now 20 years old, by Chinese reckoning, and has not yet broken through to the Dharma aspect realm.
He is still far from the king realm, let alone the elusive saint realm. It seems it's time to prepare for breaking through to the Dharma aspect realm.
Boss, how old are you this year?
Li Yuanbao turned his head and asked. I'm 18. Wu Ning gave him an approving look. 18?
The old man's gaze was fixed on him.
Young man, what is your cultivation level now?
Not high, just a quasi-emperor. Wu Ning said calmly.
Just a quasi-emperor, only? Sigma, oh winky face.
The old man's eyes widened, his figure swayed, and he seemed to be so shocked that he was about to collapse.
How is this possible? An 18-year-old quasi-emperor? Are you kidding me? Absolutely impossible. Facts speak louder than words.
Wu Ning released a trace of his cultivation aura, immediately silencing him. The old man's expression became dazed.
An 18-year-old quasi-emperor.
This completely overturned his understanding. Although he had never seen a quasi-emperor level expert, Wu Ning's aura was far more terrifying than that of the heavenly origin Saint King.
At least at the venerable realm. But even an 18-year-old venerable one is terrifying, right? This is truly unprecedented and will likely never be repeated. Unheard of. Senior, what kind of legacy did the heavenly origin Saint King leave behind? Wu Ning asked. This was something that would normally require a test to find out, but I might as well tell you now. The old man was somewhat helpless. What could he do in the face of a quasi-emperor? The core inheritance of the heavenly origin Saint King consists of three things: the heavenly origin talisman canon, a secret record of talismans created by the heavenly origin Saint King, and a cultivation manual written by him personally. Secondly, this ancient city of Tianyuan is comparable to a Saint King's weapon, and thirdly, it is a star map. Star map?
Wu Ning raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest.
The old man nodded. It is a star map. Saint-level experts can travel through the starry sky.
This star map is the route map drawn by the heavenly origin Saint King when he traveled through the starry sky. Wu Ning already knew that the universe where the Tianqian continent was located was a medium thousand world. The Milky Way is vast and boundless, beyond imagination.
The Tianqian continent
is nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. Unexpectedly, the heavenly origin Saint King had even traveled through the starry sky.
Senior, I want these inheritances. How will you test me?
Wu Ning said directly. He didn't care about anything else, but he was determined to get his hands on the heavenly origin Saint King's cultivation manual and the star map. A cultivation manual written by a Saint King is an absolute treasure for cultivators below the Saint realm. It can be given to Li Yuanbao and the other two. He might need the star chart later, so we can't let it go.
Upon hearing this, the old man remained silent for a moment. Young people lack martial ethics.
You're already a quasi-emperor, yet you still covet the inheritance of a saint king.
Have you no shame? They don't show any sign of being a strong person at all.
However, the necessary procedures still need to be followed.
The elder spirit directly initiated the inheritance test. This test consists of 7 stages, which test aptitude, comprehension, temperament, perseverance, and so on. Each level is extremely difficult.
Tianyuan Saint King himself was an unparalleled genius who had traveled through the starry sky and seen the world, so his vision was naturally extremely high. Otherwise, no one would have been able to obtain the core inheritance for 100,000 years.
But this was meaningless to Wu Ning, who easily passed all the tests.
After obtaining the star map and the notes, he pointed to Li Yuanbao and the other 2 and asked the old man, "Would you like to go with the 3 of them? If you don't want to, then stay here by yourself."
"I don't want you anyway." The old spirit silently looked at Li Yuanbao and the other 2. He was deeply conflicted.
Wu Ning's talent and strength were too great, and he knew he was not worthy of her.
But these 3 ordinary guys are really terrible, aren't they?
Upon hearing Wu Ning's words, Li Yuanbao and the other 2 looked at the old man with some anticipation.
After much hesitation, the old spirit decided to choose one of the 3.
Although these 3 are of average talent, they are able to follow an 18-year-old quasi-emperor prodigy, so their future is definitely promising. After all, opportunity is often more important than talent, and choice is more important than effort.
For example, isn't this their opportunity? The 3 of you should also try the inheritance test.
Whoever goes the furthest, I will choose to follow.
Wu Ning waved his hand. "You can go ahead."
He already had his answer in mind. Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and Zhang Liang originally had extremely poor cultivation aptitude, but he used some rare and precious materials to help them build a foundation and improve their physical constitution. The 3 of them have undergone tremendous changes in their cultivation aptitude. Even in a large state like Qingyun Prefecture, they would definitely be considered geniuses. In terms of innate talent and aptitude alone, Zhang Liang was the best among the 3.
But it wasn't much taller than the other 2.
In terms of comprehension, Su Ziqian far surpasses the other 2 and can be compared to top geniuses.
Li Yuanbao is somewhat mediocre, but this guy has the best luck.
To be able to buy a quasi-emperor weapon fragment while browsing a street stall, that's incredibly lucky. You must be a chosen one of destiny, right? Each of the 3 has their own strengths and weaknesses. At this moment, Su Ziqian undoubtedly has the greatest advantage in accepting this test of inheritance.
About an incense stick later, the test ended, and Su Ziqian emerged victorious as expected. With your current strength, you are not capable of refining the Tianyuan ancient city.
However, you can inscribe a primordial spirit mark on the control core, which will allow you to barely unleash a trace of the ancient city's power.
The old spirit said to Su Ziqian. "Thank you, senior. I will certainly live up to the reputation of this ancient city in the future," Su Ziqian said firmly.
The old spirit smiled and led him to the control core of the ancient city to inscribe his primordial spirit mark.
Afterwards, the group left the ancient city. Boom!
The protective barrier in the sky vanished in an instant, and the entire majestic ancient city trembled violently, shaking the mountains and the earth, before slowly rising into the air and then shrinking continuously. It eventually transformed into a miniature ancient city the size of a palm and flew into Su Ziqian's hand.
Su Ziqian's face showed some excitement.
He felt that if he just threw this ancient city out, it could kill a large number of king-level experts. The Holy King's army is terrifying beyond belief.
Brother Wu, Su Ziqian looked at Wu Ning gratefully, knowing that without Wu Ning, he wouldn't be who he is today.
Wu Ning waved his hand. "We've known each other for over 10 years, so there's no need for words of thanks."
Su Ziqian didn't say anything more, but kept his gratitude in his heart.
If Brother Wu ever needs you, he will overcome all difficulties and dangers to help you.
Alright, let's go.
Wu Ning did not rush to leave the secret realm, but instead led the group to a vast lake. He planned to stay in this secret realm for a while, as it contained many top-grade spiritual herbs and rare treasures.
Since we're already here, we should naturally take some with us. We can't let others benefit from this for nothing. Of course, Wu Ning would not do it himself. He sent Qingniao, Li Yuanbao, and the other two together. With the addition of Tianyuan ancient city in Su Ziqian's possession, they could roam freely in this secret realm. Beside the big lake, Wu Ning set up a table and chairs, filled with various fruits and spirit wines, and lay down on the chairs, leisurely fishing. This lake is enormous, occupying roughly 1/10 of the entire secret realm. Vast ocean. It is inhabited by a large number of aquatic monsters, and even a peak 8th order flood dragon. As Wu Ning fished for the spirit fish, he pondered whether or not to catch the dragon and eat it. He's never eaten dragon meat before in his life. In the end, Wu Ning realized that he had been too kind. He didn't kill the dragon, he only cut off its 2 legs and a piece of its liver. With its cultivation level, it should be able to recover from such a minor injury in no time. Moreover, Wu Ning gave it a sacred herb as compensation. The dragon was so grateful that it cried. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Ning spends his days fishing by the lake, eating and drinking, living a very pleasant life. Li Yuanbao and his companions would return to the lakeside every day or two. Over the past 2 weeks, they gathered mountains of spiritual herbs, including more than 300 top-grade ones. There were even 2 sacred herbs. In addition, there are a large number of rare stones, spirit jade, as well as refining materials such as black gold and animal bones. This day's journey to the secret realm made their pockets richer than ever before. Hee, I wonder what those guys will think when they come in 6 months from now and see what's inside. Li Yuanbao had a lewd expression on his face. The Tianyuan secret realm has been opened over 100 times, and it was never rich to begin with. Now, almost everything of value has been looted, leaving only monsters scattered everywhere. Those guys would probably be so angry they'd vomit blood if they came in, right? Wu Ning shook his head and smiled, then led them away from the Tianyuan secret realm. As the bluebird gradually disappeared into the horizon, the people guarding outside the secret gate whispered among themselves. These are the people who killed the Sakayama 5 demons half a month ago, right? Didn't they leave? How come they suddenly appeared here? Could it be that they came from a secret realm? How is this possible? Even ordinary saint-level experts can't break into the heavenly origin secret realm. Even if a saint king broke in, there would be more than a few sounds, right? Holy crap, could it be the Venerable One? You really dare to dream. The Venerable One is so high and mighty, how could he possibly disregard his dignity to seize the inheritance of a saint king? I think there must be some special treasure. The powerful figures were all discussing amongst themselves, completely unaware of what awaited them next. After leaving the ancient Xian Mountains, the group rode the Bluebird to Qingyun Holy City at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. This holy city holds a position equivalent to Yunzhou City in Yunnan Prefecture. It is the largest and most prosperous city in Qingyun Prefecture, far surpassing Yunzhou City. The Qingyun Holy City is directly under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect. Tens of thousands of families and forces of all sizes are located in the city, but it presents a peaceful and prosperous scene. No one dared to offend the dignity of the Qingyun sect. Wu Ning and his group's entry into Qingyun Holy City did not cause any disturbance. Although there is a no-fly zone in the city, it only applies to cultivators below the king realm. The guards who were guarding the city sensed the powerful aura of the Bluebird, but they turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. They successfully entered Qingyun Holy City. Li Yuanbao and his companions were dazzled by the prosperity of the place. In this city, the Dharma images are everywhere, and even the most powerful monks are no match for dogs. There are also quite a few experts at the Heavenly Palace realm. In fact, one can even see powerful experts at the king level from time to time. However, cultivators at the Qi Gathering and Innate realms are quite rare, and they are mostly children. As for the body refinement realm, they didn't see any of them. Li Yuanbao and the other two suddenly felt a sense of insignificance. It was just a Qingyun holy city, and they were so ordinary that they were inconspicuous. What if we consider the entire eastern region? This was the first time Wu Ning had ever seen such a bustling city,
and he immediately opened his personal system panel. He hasn't checked in for over a month, and his check-in opportunities have accumulated to 181.
System, send 3 daily check-ins.
Wu Ning gave the order directly.
Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 million tons of stellar ancient gold.
Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million spirit crystals.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 3,000 years of cultivation. Wu Ning's eyes lit up, these 3 rewards were all excellent.
Starry ancient gold is a metal that can be used to forge imperial weapons.
A piece the size of a palm can weigh tens of tons, making it extremely precious. 100 million tons of ancient star gold could probably be used to forge several imperial weapons. 100 million spirit crystals is at least equivalent to 1 trillion top-grade spirit stones, which is 10,000 times more precious than the top-grade spirit stones obtained from previous sign-ins.
3,000 years of cultivation was an unexpected bonus.
He is now on the verge of a breakthrough. With these 3,000 years of cultivation, he will be able to break through to the late stage of Quasi-Emperor. Wu Ning felt a surge of excitement, he hadn't expected the sign-in reward to be so generous.
System, send 3 more daily check-ins. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 9th-tier demon beast inner core.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 9th-tier pill recipe 99 soul refining pill.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million spirit crystals.
It's alright. Wu Ning.
Stop signing in, these things were nice, but they were of no use to him.
We continued wandering around the city for most of the day.
Then, Wu Ning rented a small courtyard of 300 square meters in a bustling area near the city center.
The monthly rent is 8,000 high-grade spirit stones.
Over the course of a year, the rent alone could buy a decent, high-quality magical artifact. If it were placed elsewhere, it would be ridiculously expensive. But this is Qingyun Holy City, where every inch of land is incredibly valuable.
However, there's a reason why it's expensive.
This courtyard has a unique landscape, complete with pavilions and towers. It is planted with many rare and precious plants and flowers, as well as a 1,000-year-old tree that is more than 10 feet tall. In addition, the entire courtyard is reinforced by a powerful defensive formation, capable of withstanding attacks from a king-level expert. The room also has a spirit-gathering array, making it a truly luxurious setup. 8,000 high-grade spirit stones a month is indeed worth the price. Wu Ning paid a year's rent up front.
After renting the yard, Li Yuanbao and the other 2 stayed indoors to cultivate.
Wu Ning also went into seclusion for a short time, and after extracting 3,000 years of cultivation, he successfully broke through to the late stage of Quasi-Emperor.
A life with cheat codes is so awesome.
Stepping out of the room, Wu Ning stretched and felt refreshed. A quick glance revealed that Li Yuanbao and the other 2 were still cultivating. It seems they were indeed quite provoked.
Come over. He waved to the bluebird that was perched on the ancient tree.
Chirp chirp. The bluebird immediately flew happily towards him and landed on his palm.
Master.
The bluebird rang out with a crisp voice, tilted its head, and affectionately rubbed against Wu Ning's fingers.
Little one, are you hungry? Master will give you something good to eat.
Wu Ning extended a finger, smiled, and tapped its head. Then he took out the 9th-tier demon beast inner core that he had signed in earlier. A pale golden inner core, about the size of an adult's head, faintly exuded a terrifying and ferocious aura.
A 9th-tier demonic beast is equivalent to a Saint Realm expert.
The azure bird is currently only at the late stage of the 8th rank, and it is completely unable to refine the inner core of a 9th-rank demon beast.
If it swallows it, it will most likely explode and die.
However, with Wu Ning's help, everything is not a problem. He inscribed runes on the inner core, sealing all the energy contained within it, but left a loophole. After swallowing the inner core, the bluebird can continuously absorb the energy from the inner core through this loophole, preventing it from bursting out of control all at once.
Afterwards, the bluebird returned to the ancient tree and lay down, quietly absorbing the energy of the inner core.
Wu Ning set up many restrictions in the courtyard, and then quietly left alone.
His destination was Qingyun sect.
The Qingyun sect is located on the Qingyun mountain range, with the Qingyun holy city at its foot. After leaving the courtyard, Wu Ning went directly to Qingyun sect.
He's here to sign in.
After all, this is a place that has produced quasi-emperors, so you should be able to sign up for some good stuff. Qingyun sect, as a sacred place, occupies a vast area.
The entire Qingyun mountain range is almost entirely within the territory of the Qingyun sect.
However, Qingyun sect does not have many disciples, only 100,000. They follow an elite route, and each disciple is at least 1 in 10,000. This resulted in very few disciples in the sect. It should be noted that even the Seven Stars sect has hundreds of thousands of disciples. Other holy lands and sects also have at least 1 million disciples. The Qingyun sect is considered powerful even among the holy lands, so 100,000 disciples does seem rather few.
When Wu Ning arrived at Qingyun sect, the sect was holding its annual disciple recruitment ceremony.
Hundreds of thousands of young men and women gathered in the huge square in front of the Qingyun sect's mountain gate, creating an extremely lively atmosphere. Wu Ning also watched curiously from the air for a while.
He originally intended to sneak into the Qingyun sect silently, but he did not expect that the Qingyun sect actually had a quasi-emperor level protective formation. An identity token is required for free entry and exit.
He wasn't good at formations, so if he were to force his way in, he might as well reveal his cultivation level and go in openly and honestly.
The apprenticeship ceremony proceeded very quickly.
In less than an hour, more than 30,000 boys and girls had been tested.
Only 5 people were selected. The probability is quite low.
If this continues, out of these hundreds of thousands of people, the estimated number will be less than 100.
Qingyun sect truly lives up to its name.
Wu Ning didn't watch any longer and directly revealed his figure, his powerful aura undisguised.
The entire Qingyun sect was instantly thrown into chaos.
Swish, swish, swish.
In an instant, figures rushed out of the sect, watching Wu Ning warily, as if facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? May I ask what brings you to my Qingyun sect?
A middle-aged man in a purple and gold robe stepped forward and bowed very politely. He is Xianqingzi, the current leader of the Qingyun sect.
It was none other than a Saint Realm expert. The many elders behind him were at least peak-level King Realm experts.
At this moment, hundreds of thousands of young men and women in the square stared at the sky in fear, amidst chaos. Wu Ning smiled slightly and said, "No need to be nervous. I was traveling and happened to pass by this place. I felt something and thought I would come and take a look."
I see. Xianqingzi breathed a sigh of relief, but dared not relax. This junior is Xianqingzi, the head of the Qingyun sect. May I ask your honorable surname, senior? My surname is Wu. Martial arts?
Xianqingzi pondered for a moment, but came to no conclusion.
Senior, if you don't mind, please come into our sect for a chat. Very good.
Wu Ning nodded slightly and followed Xianqingzi into the Qingyun sect. As soon as he crossed the sect's protective formation, he immediately felt an extremely rich spiritual energy, several times higher than the concentration of spiritual energy outside. As expected of a Holy Land-level sect. Living in such an environment makes cultivation twice as effective with half the effort, especially for those below the Saint Realm. This is the advantage of being a disciple of a major sect. In comparison, it is really difficult for ordinary people and independent cultivators to rise to prominence.
System, send 3 daily check-ins first.
As Wu Ning followed Xianqingzi toward the sect's main hall, he summoned the system.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a quasi-emperor level array diagram.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a quasi-emperor level sword technique, 9 Heavens Thunder Control Sword Art.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a quasi-emperor level cultivation technique, the Tai Xian Jing.
Wu Ning was slightly taken aback. The rewards for 3 sign-in days were all near emperor-level items. The Qingyun sect has quite a deep foundation. Senior, please come in. Xian Chengzi greeted Wu Ning as he entered the hall. There used to be only one chair in the hall, which belonged to the sect leader, but now there are 2.
Wu Ning didn't stand on ceremony and, at Xian Chengzi's invitation, sat down in one of the chairs.
Everyone settled down. Immediately, a maidservant brought out the sacred tea. Senior, please.
Xian Chengzi raised his hand and said. Wu Ning picked up the teacup, and just by taking a sniff, he felt a unique fragrance that was both pleasant and refreshing. He took a small sip, and the tea instantly transformed into a surge of powerful spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained in just this sip of tea is no less than that of a top-grade spiritual herb. But more importantly, this tea contains a profound Taoist charm that brings clarity to the mind and spirit. If consumed regularly, it can not only aid in spiritual practice but also enhance one's understanding. Excellent tea! Wu Ning exclaimed in sincere admiration. Xian Chengzi smiled and said, Senior, this tea is called Morning Dew, and it is produced by a 100,000-year-old mother tree of our Qingyun sect. The yield of Morning Dew is extremely low, only 2 ounces every 100 years.
We only use it to entertain our most distinguished guests.
If you like it, Senior, I'll have someone bring 2 more boxes over as a gift.
Wu Ning chuckled, how could I possibly accept this? But since sect leader Xian is so hospitable, I won't stand on ceremony.
Xian Chengzi felt a little sorry for him, but he also took the opportunity to start talking. After some casual conversation, he began to subtly probe into Wu Ning's background and purpose.
Wu Ning made up a random identity, half true and half false.
Xian Chengzi was an old monster who had lived for over 8,000 years. He was shrewd and cunning, and he could naturally see that Wu Ning was being vague and unwilling to talk about this matter.
So he only inquired casually and then didn't say anything more.
Senior, your travels have brought you here, which means you have a special connection with our Qingyun sect. Why don't you stay here for a few days?
Our sect's Qingyun Dao assembly is just a few days away.
At that time, people from all directions will come to offer their congratulations, and geniuses will gather.
Senior, you can watch the excitement before you leave. Xian Chengzi extended an invitation. The Azure Cloud Dao Assembly?
Xian Chengzi immediately began to explain. The Qingyun Dao Assembly was originally a trial for the Qingyun sect to select its holy sons, but it gradually evolved into a grand gathering where top geniuses from all over the surrounding hundreds of states competed for supremacy. At the same time, it is also the day when the leaders of the top sects and forces in the surrounding hundreds of states meet once every 10 years. As the leading sect among more than 10 holy lands and sects in the surrounding 100 states, Qingyun sect has hosted this grand event every time. Only the Qingyun sect has the strength and qualifications. That's why it came to be known as the Qingyun Daohui. Wu Ning nodded in agreement. He also wanted to try signing in at other places in Qingyun sect to see if he would get any surprises. It's also good to take a look at the level of the geniuses in these surrounding hundreds of states. Xian Chengzi smiled and immediately began arranging accommodations for him. Sunset Peak. A misty haze hangs in the air, ancient trees stand tall and verdant, adorned with 100 flowers. A gentle breeze carries the fragrance of blossoms, refreshing the soul and making one feel as if in a fairyland. This mountain peak is a special place used by Qingyun sect to receive distinguished guests. Xian Chengzi was worried that someone might offend Wu Ning, so after consulting with others, he arranged for him to stay in a quiet courtyard in the back mountain. It is named Bamboo. Surrounded by lush green waters and bamboo forests, this place is blessed with natural beauty and is an ideal place for spiritual cultivation. Wu Ning was very satisfied with this. After moving into the bamboo, Wu Ning closed the door and began practicing the quasi-emperor level sword technique he had signed in for, the Nine Heavens Thunder Control Sword Art. He has now mastered the fundamental laws of thunder, making this sword technique a perfect match for him. If the Taiye Emperor's sword were used, even a quasi-emperor at the peak of his power would likely be killed with a single strike. On the other side, after returning from Luoxia Peak, Xian Shengzi went directly to the forbidden area deep within the sect.
This is the ancestral mausoleum of the Qingyun sect, shrouded by a quasi-emperor level formation.
It is also the entrance to the core secret realm of Qingyun sect.
The so-called core secret realm is also known as the Qingyun secret realm.
It was created by a former quasi-emperor of the Qingyun sect, and it is like a complete small world, far larger than the Tianyuan secret realm. Within the Qingyun sect, many old monsters are diligently cultivating in this secret realm.
This is also where the foundation of the Qingyun sect lies.
Inside the Azure Cloud secret realm,
Xian Shengzi bowed to an old man in blue robes. Grand Master, have you noticed anything?
A hint of solemnity flashed in the old man's eyes. This person should be a quasi-emperor. Our sect must never provoke him.
A quasi-emperor? Xian Shengzi exclaimed in shock.
He had thought Wu Ning was a venerable, but he never expected him to be a quasi-emperor. Xian Shengzi, with his 8,000 years of experience, had long since cultivated a heart as still as water, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a ripple. In the eastern region, quasi-emperors are like legendary figures. On the surface, only the three major powers in the eastern region clearly possess quasi-emperor level experts, and all of them have not appeared in the world for thousands of years. There may be some quasi-emperors hiding in the shadows, but there will definitely be no more than a handful. You should know that in the past 8,000 years, he had only heard rumors that the Myriad Manifestations Academy had quasi-emperors. Xian Shengzi was slightly shaken, never expecting that he would personally receive a quasi-emperor today. A hint of worry flashed in the old man's eyes. What is the purpose of the arrival of a quasi-emperor? He didn't believe that the person was just passing by. If the other party harbors malicious intentions, I fear their Qingyun sect is in grave danger.
About an hour later.
Ding, congratulations host, you have mastered the Nine Heavens Thunder Control Sword technique to perfection.
Wu Ning opened his eyes and unleashed two sword beams that pierced through the void.
He rubbed his sore forehead. He had mastered an extremely powerful quasi-emperor level technique in just 1 hour, which made him feel like he had overused his brain. However, he was still very excited to be able to master a powerful sword technique.
The Nine Heavens Thunder Control Sword technique is definitely the most advanced quasi-emperor level sword technique.
Unfortunately, there was no one worthy of his sword. A fighting spirit, well, a desire to show off arose in Wu Ning's heart, but he had the strength but nowhere to use it.
He can't just go looking for those quasi-emperor old monsters to fight, can he?
Wu Ning considered himself a steady person, and it was better to play it safe until he broke through to the Great Emperor level. Once he breaks through to the Great Emperor realm, he can roam freely across the Tianxian continent. After brewing a pot of morning dew tea, a gift from Xian Shengzi, Wu Ning lay on a bench in the courtyard, leisurely admiring the vast expanse of green bamboo forest covering the mountains.
This morning dew tea is indeed a good thing.
After finishing the pot of wine, Wu Ning felt his mind relax.
Time to get back to work.
Wu Ning got up and walked outside, intending to stroll around the Qingyun sect and sign in at some special places. He did not hide his whereabouts.
Xian Shengzi received the news quickly. This senior Wu may enter and leave any part of the sect at will, no one may stop him.
Furthermore, instruct all elders to restrain their disciples and ensure they do not offend their seniors. Those who disobey will be severely
punished. Yes. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 million tons of yuan magnetic refined gold.
Ding. Sign-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a section of Azure Heaven Divine Wood.
Ding. Sign-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a supreme weapon, the Azure Rainbow Sword.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 million tons of top-grade spirit soil.
Ding. Sign-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 100,000-year-old ancient tea tree.
Ding. Sign-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 10,000-year love fruit.
A 100,000-year-old tea tree?
At Lingyuan Peak of Qingyun sect, Wu Ning stared in slight surprise at the medicinal fields covering the mountainside.
Could it be that ancient tea tree?
Wu Ning muttered something to himself and then dashed toward the summit. The ancient tea tree of Qingyun sect, which is 100,000 years old, grows on the summit of Lingyuan Peak, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and bathing in the essence of the sun and moon. It is definitely one of the most precious treasures of the Qingyun sect. When Xian Shengzi learned that he had come to Lingyuan Peak, he became nervous, fearing that he had come for the ancient tea tree. Lingyuan Peak soars into the clouds, and from its summit, one can see an endless sea of clouds, like a fairyland in the clouds. Wu Ning found the place where the ancient tea tree grew and discovered a man and a woman playing chess next to it. The man was dressed in a blue robe, with a jade pendant identifying him as a core disciple of the Qingyun sect hanging at his waist. He looked like a young man with an ordinary appearance, but he possessed an otherworldly and refined air.
Cultivation level, 3rd level of the King realm.
The woman wore a light green dress, had an ethereal air about her, and was stunningly beautiful. Her face was flawless, and her fair and delicate skin glowed with a subtle light, making her seem almost inhuman.
No, she wasn't even human to begin with.
A hint of surprise flashed in Wu Ning's eyes. This woman was actually the spirit of that ancient tea tree.
You two are in high spirits. Wu Ning walked towards the two of them. The two of them immediately looked up. Oh, you are that senior?
The young man quickly stood up and bowed. This junior is Lin Fan, the current senior disciple of Qingyun sect.
Greetings, senior.
Wu Ning waved his hand. Sit down, no need for formalities.
Senior. No need to call me senior. My surname is Wu, you can call me young Master Wu.
Wu Ning thought for a moment and said, I'm only 18.
People are calling me senior all too old.
This guy looks young, but he's at least 100 or 200 years old.
Young Master Wu?
Lin Fan was stunned. He couldn't help but glance at Wu Ning, never expecting that this senior would like to act young.
Fellow Taoist, may I ask how old you are?
The woman frowned and asked. Wu Ning glanced at her sideways. This tree spirit was very strong. She was probably capable of fighting a Saint King. Her lifespan is definitely more than 100,000 years.
Would you believe me if I said I'm 18 this year?
Letter. The woman nodded. She could faintly sense the life force emanating from him. He was excessively young. Compared to the powerful figures she had seen, they were incredibly tender and delicate.
You actually believe that?
Wu Ning was surprised.
With his cultivation level, anyone who dares to say he's 18 would be considered crazy.
Of course, I can sense your life force. You're definitely no more than 100 years old. The woman looked up and smiled slightly, her tone extremely confident.
10, 18?
Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Wu Ning smiled faintly. He had never intended to hide his age.
There's nothing to hide. He's already this strong, so he's not
afraid of anyone trying to take advantage of him.
All right, I haven't asked you your name yet? My name is Morning Dew. Morning Dew?
Wu Ning couldn't help but glance at the top of her head.
Thankfully, I'm not bald.
A hint of doubt flashed in Xiaolu's eyes. She felt that Wu Ning's gaze towards her was strange. At this moment, she appeared calm on the surface, but she was actually very nervous inside, worried that Wu Ning had come for her.
If he wants me, should I comply or not? Senior, are you really only 18?
Lin Fan's voice interrupted Xiaolu's reverie, and she looked at Wu Ning in disbelief. He is now over 120 years old and has already reached the 3rd level of the King realm. Looking at the entire eastern region, he is definitely a top-tier genius.
But what was he doing when he was 18?
When he was 18, he was not even at the Dharma aspect realm, but at 18 he was already a super strong person that the entire Qingyun sect treated with great respect. We're all experiencing life for the first time, so why is there such a big difference? Wu Ning patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. We're different, you don't need to compare yourself to me.
He's a cheater, how can he be the same as everyone else? This junior dares not.
Lin Fan quickly replied.
Although the person in front of him may be younger than him, on the path of cultivation, those who have attained enlightenment come first. He dared not be disrespectful. Wu Ning sighed almost imperceptibly. Powerful strength always inspires awe and distance, making it impossible to make friends. The strong are always lonely. Only the strong deserve to associate with the strong, but he has no interest in those old monsters. Perhaps only Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian, who grew up with him, can get along with him as friends. Wu Ning found it boring and left after a while. He stopped signing in. The items he's currently checking in with are quite good, but they're not very useful for his current level of understanding. With the ancient ring his mother gave him, he didn't need to worry about resources or magical artifacts before breaking through to the immortal realm. He plans to save the sign-in opportunities. Once you've accumulated 365 entries, try applying for an annual visa. It's at least a celestial level treasure, he's really looking forward to it. There are still 201 check-in opportunities needed. It's been less than 7 months. For the next few days, Wu Ning spent almost all of his time in the Qingyun Sex Sutra repository. Although Wu Ning is strong, he is still too inexperienced. To avoid suffering the consequences of a lack of education and making unnecessary jokes in the future. Now that he has this opportunity, he naturally won't miss it. A few days passed quickly. Wu Ning was so engrossed in the ocean of knowledge that he didn't want to leave the library unless Xian Chengzi sent someone to invite him to attend the ceremony. Qingyun Sect Martial Arts Arena. The place was packed with people. Not only the 100,000 disciples of Qingyun Sect, but also teams from top sects and Holy Land sects across hundreds of states. Together, the two groups number nearly 200,000. On the high platform, Xian Chengzi sat in the center position, with the holy masters of more than 10 holy lands from hundreds of states sitting beside him. Surrounding him sat the leaders of hundreds of secondary sects. "Young Master Wu, please sit here." Upon seeing Wu Ning approach, Xian Chengzi quickly stood up and pointed to an empty seat next to him. He already knew about what had happened at Lingyuan Peak. In the past few days, he visited Wu Ning twice, and later started calling him Young Master Wu directly. This makes us seem closer. Wu Ning nodded slightly and sat down, drawing the attention of many people around him. The eyes of the dozen or so Holy Land lords narrowed slightly, somewhat shocked. They realized that they could not see through the true nature of the young man in front of them. However, judging from Xian Chengzi's performance, this person's background is definitely extraordinary. Sect leader Xian, who is this young master? One of the holy lords tentatively asked Xian Chengzi a question. "This is young Master Wu, you must not offend him." Xian Chengzi warned in a low voice, without saying anything more, and made no attempt to introduce them to Wu Ning. A few minor holy landlords are not even worthy of the attention of a quasi-emperor. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and didn't ask any more questions. The fact that Xian Chengzi gave them such a serious warning suggests that they must have a terrifyingly powerful background. They said they couldn't afford to mess with them. Then, everyone turned their attention to the martial arts arena. The two prodigies at the first level of the King Realm were locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Physical clashes and martial arts techniques collided, and powerful energy swept across the training ground. Any aftershock could easily shatter a mountain. Young Master Wu, the one in the black robe among the two combatants, is called Meng Tian. He is the holy son of the Lingxiao Holy Land, possesses the 9 Yang holy body, and has unparalleled combat power. The one in the purple robe is called Gu Han, the holy son of the Gu family of the Holy Land. It is said that when this child was born, there were strange phenomena in the sky and auspicious omens descended from heaven and earth. He possesses the infinite holy body. Both of these two are prodigies who are under 150 years old and have been granted the title of king. As long as they don't die, they will surely become saints one day. Xian Chengzi explained to Wu Ning in a low voice. He had done his homework thoroughly for this day. He knew the information of every one of the hundreds of top talents in the arena. Wu Ning's gaze swept around the training ground. Both are grand gatherings of geniuses, but the Qingyun Dao gathering is many levels above the Great Jin Dynasty's Junlin banquet. There aren't many geniuses at the king level, but there are still about 30 of them. There are countless geniuses in the heavenly palace realm.
The prodigies of the Dharma aspect realm are insignificant here.
All they can compete on is their age.
There are simply too many people in the Dharma aspect realm under the age of 30, and there are even a very few who are not even 20 years old. If this were in the Great Jin dynasty, he could be considered an ancestor.
Comparisons are odious. Sect leader Xian, I wonder if there are any prizes at this gathering? Wu Ning asked.
Xian Shengzi shook his head and said, "It's just a martial arts competition between young people, there's no specific prize involved." However, in the past, occasionally the people on stage would take out some treasures and reward some outstanding talents.
That's not bad.
Wu Ning nodded slightly, thought for a moment, took out a sacred artifact spear, and tossed it into the air. The aura of the holy being spread, instantly attracting countless eyes. Today, the player with the best performance will receive this sacred artifact. Wu Ning's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but clearly reached everyone's ears.
Holy crap, a sacred artifact? Am I seeing things?
Which big shot is it that actually brought out a sacred artifact?
The best performer of the game. I'll fight tooth and nail for it. This sacred artifact belongs to me alone.
The atmosphere in the entire training ground immediately became heated, with many prodigies eager to fight, their eyes burning with determination.
What follows is bound to be a fierce battle.
Although the others knew they had no hope, they were extremely excited to witness such a battle for the sacred artifact, making the trip worthwhile. Wu Ning was very satisfied, he looked much more energetic this way.
However, at this moment, the leaders of many sects
on the stage were also staring intently at the sacred spear in the air. Their sects are mostly comparable to the 7-star sect, and at most not much higher, so they have no chance of possessing sacred artifacts. Now that a sacred artifact is placed before them, how could they not yearn for it? The more than 10 lords of the Holy Land were no exception.
Among them, the weakest Holy Land only has one saint and one holy artifact.
If we could have one more sacred artifact, it would definitely boost the overall strength of the entire sect by a significant margin. After all, even if he couldn't use the sacred artifact himself, he could exchange it for a massive amount of resources to improve the sect.
And it's not just them. Even Xian Shengzi was somewhat tempted.
Although the Qingyun sect has a profound foundation, it only possesses one sacred artifact.
Young Master Wu. Just then, a burly, broad-shouldered holy lord shamelessly asked, "Young Master Wu, can we participate in this martial arts competition?" He is Lei Mang, the master of the Lei Yan Holy Land. Upon hearing this, the others around him immediately looked at him with disdain. This guy has no shame when it comes to getting a sacred artifact. However, there was a hint of expectation in their eyes. That's a sacred artifact. Why wouldn't they want to personally take to the field and compete? Wu Ning glanced at the person who asked the question with amusement. This guy certainly had a thick skin. You, a dignified holy lord and a saint realm expert, actually want to get involved in a fight with a bunch of juniors to snatch things? Where's your face? Lei Meng stated that as long as he could obtain the sacred artifact, his appearance was completely unimportant. He smiled broadly and looked at Wu Ning expectantly. Wu Ning initially wanted to refuse outright, but changed his mind before he could finish speaking. Sure, it's not impossible for you to participate if you want. Real?
Lei Mang looked pleasantly surprised.
The others' eyes lit up as well.
Wu Ning nodded and said, "If you want to participate personally, you must seal your cultivation at the first level of the King Realm."
Sure. Lei Mang replied without hesitation.
As long as he can participate, with his level of cultivation, even if he is suppressed to the first level of the King Realm, dealing with these little guys who have just entered the King Realm will be a piece of cake. Wu Ning smiled, pointed a finger, and a stream of light instantly entered Lei Meng's body.
This is...
Lei Meng was shocked, realizing that an extremely strange energy had entered his body, instantly suppressing his cultivation level to the first level of the King Realm. He looked at Wu Ning in shock, never expecting that this young Master Wu was actually a super strong person. His cultivation was sealed with a single finger. Seeing the big picture from small details, even top-tier Saint King level experts probably couldn't do that, right?
Alright, you can go now. Wu Ning waved his hand. Thank you, young master. I, Lao Lei, am off now.
Lei Mang respectfully clasped his hands in a fist salute, then rushed down from the high platform.
The others exchanged glances, their eyes repeatedly landing on Wu Ning.
While shocked by Wu Ning's terrifying strength, they were all eager to try their luck. Xian Chengzi struggled for a long time, but still couldn't let go of his pride.
Wu Ning asked directly, "Is there anyone else who wants to go?" "I." "Me too." "Young Master Wu, count me in."
More than 10 holy masters stood up. The leaders of other sects remained silent, since the Holy Lord had personally intervened. They dared not vie for power.
Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't see the sun rise the next day. With over a dozen holy lords involved, this year's Qingyun Dao Assembly has completely changed its nature. Although these holy lords' cultivation levels are suppressed to the first level of the king realm, preventing them from using power beyond their realm, they are still top-tier prodigies. Coupled with thousands of years of combat experience, they can basically crush prodigies at the first and second levels of the king realm. This caused these exceptional talents to cry foul. Isn't this supposed to be a battle of the elite? What's with the departure of a group of old monsters? I was made a king at the age of 100 and became a saint after 3,000 years. How can I not be considered a prodigy? Lei Mang scoffed, "You brats can't even beat me at the first level of the king realm. What kind of geniuses are you?" The other holy masters also remained expressionless. They were all people who had lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and their skin was unimaginably thick. They don't care at all about being ridiculed by some younger people. The edge of the training ground. Lin Fan looked at the almost one-sided battle in the arena with an extremely solemn expression. Most of the geniuses who participate in the Qingyun Dao Assembly are around 100 years old, and those who reach the king realm are generally no more than 150 years old. Besides him, there were 2 others at the third level of the king realm. However, even with all their trump cards, these 2 geniuses at the third level of the king realm could only barely remain undefeated when facing a group of old monsters. The chances of winning are slim. Unless there's some killer move that can turn the tide. He considered himself stronger than the other 2 geniuses at the third level of the king realm, but defeating these old monsters would not be easy. "Senior brother, aren't you going to make a move?" A group of Qingyun sect disciples looked on with anticipation. Now, the only one with a chance of defeating these old monsters is their eldest brother. Lin Fan shook his head and said, "No rush, let me go and break through first." Lin Fan's figure flashed and he instantly disappeared from the spot. On the high platform, Xian Chengzi also left for a while. The battle on the field continues. Within half an hour, all the young prodigies had been defeated. Subsequently, the gathering of prodigies turned into the gathering of old monsters. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Fan returned to the training ground, more than half of the dozen or so holy lords had been eliminated, leaving only the last 4. Lin Fan smiled and quietly observed and learned, still not in a hurry to make a move. He broke through so quickly? Wu Ning immediately saw through his cultivation level, the 4th level of the king realm. Such a rapid breakthrough must have been achieved with the support of the sect. Although Xian Chengzi did not personally participate, it seems he placed his hopes on Lin Fan. Xian Chengzi watched with a calm and collected expression as the old men below fought to the death. The ultimate winner will undoubtedly be the Qingyun sect. He was determined to have this sacred artifact. Another half-hour passed. Lei Mang sent the Chen Yuan Saint Master flying with a single punch. "Ha, the sacred artifact is mine. Senior, I humbly request your guidance." Lin Fan gracefully entered the arena. Lin Fan of Qingyun sect. "Damn it, you little brat, you want to take advantage of me?" Lei Meng's eyes widened. He paid a considerable price to defeat the others. With their fighting strength greatly diminished, this battle is now in jeopardy. "Come on, let me see what you're really made of." Lei Meng quickly swallowed a handful of pills and waved to Lin Fan. "Despite the uncertainty, we have nothing to fear." His 6,000 years of combat experience is not something a little kid in his early 30s can shake. "Senior, please forgive me."
Lin Fan clasped his fists and charged towards Lei Meng instantly, unleashing his full power.
Fourth level of the King Sealing Realm?
Lei Meng's heart skipped a beat. This battle was now even more uncertain.
However, Lei Meng was
able to defeat other holy lords, so he must be incredibly powerful. Even with his combat strength greatly diminished at this moment, he was only slightly at a disadvantage against Lin Fan, who was at the fourth level of the King Realm.
Our senior brother will surely win. Our senior brother will surely win.
100,000 Qingyun sect disciples shouted in unison, cheering for Lin Fan.
It was a grand and imposing event, reaching the heavens.
On the other hand, the hundreds of disciples of Lei Yan Holy Land remained completely silent. They were thin-skinned, and even though their holy lord bullied the weak, they still ended up at a disadvantage. I really can't bring myself to shout out my support for him. Beside them, a disciple from the Lingxiao Holy Land said to a disciple from the Lei Yan Holy Land,
"Brother, it looks like your holy lord is about to lose?"
I didn't expect the senior brother of Qingyun sect to be so powerful. Even your holy master is no match for him.
Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you worried that your holy lord will lose?
Damn it, you're such a smart aleck. All the disciples of Lei Yan Holy Land had dark faces, plotting to find an opportunity to put that guy in a sack. At this moment, the holy lords who had been defeated first secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they lost first. Otherwise, if we lose to a child who is just over 100 years old, we'll probably be laughed at for thousands of years. In the arena, Lin Fan, with a serious expression, shouted,
"Senior, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move." Lei Meng remained silent, his face dark.
Just then, a dark stick appeared in Lin Fan's hand. In an instant, divine might spread.
Boom!
Lin Fan swung the stick and smashed it down on Lei Meng. Holy crap, a holy artifact! Lei Meng was shocked and was hit by a stick, flying backward instantly.
Everyone was stunned.
No one expected that, when the fight was going so well, Lin Fan would suddenly pull out a sacred artifact.
Damn, isn't this cheating?
More than 10 holy masters all turned their gazes to Xian Chengzi, staring at him intently.
It's as if it's saying, "You old sly devil, you're shameless."
Xian Chengzi turned around and smiled. It's reasonable for a genius at the King Realm to have a sacred artifact, right?
Tui.
Lei Meng scrambled to his feet, his face pale. He was weak. Fortunately, he possessed the body of a saint, otherwise he would probably have been blasted into dust.
The power of a sacred artifact is something even a first-level King Realm cultivator cannot withstand. Of course, there's also the reason why Lin Fan couldn't unleash the full power of the sacred artifact. Senior, shall we continue?
Lin Fan, holding a black stick, said with a smile. In fact, given the previous situation, he had a very high chance of winning even without relying on the power of the sacred artifact. But cultivation involves more than just fighting and killing, it also involves human relationships and worldly wisdom. Regardless of his confidence, Lei Meng could only lose to the sacred artifact.
What are you talking about? Lei Meng cursed angrily in dissatisfaction.
The young man has no martial ethics and bullies a 6,000-year-old comrade. With a cold snort, Lei Meng vanished in a flash. He felt that he wasn't thick-skinned enough, otherwise he would have just thrown a handful of 8th-tier talismans at them. Even if Lin Fan had a sacred artifact, he might not be able to withstand it.
Sigh, he's still too thin-skinned.
On the high platform, Wu Ning smiled broadly. The battle had indeed been spectacular.
It was much more interesting than the ordinary Tianjiao conference.
He waved his hand, and the sacred spear in the air flew towards Lin Fan.
Now, this sacred artifact is yours.
Thank you, Senior. Lin Fan excitedly accepted the sacred weapon spear, while the others looked at him with envy and jealousy.
The people on the high platform looked at Xian Chengzi with envy. This old schemer got a sacred artifact without doing anything. As expected of the Qingyun sect leader, he's truly amazing.
When he left behind a sacred artifact as a reward. Xian Chengzi waved goodbye, his face full of reluctance.
Back in the small courtyard I rented in Qingyun Holy City.
Li Yuanbao and the other two are still in seclusion in their room, cultivating their spiritual practice. With Wu Ning absent and their strength insufficient, they were worried about encountering trouble if they went out, so they had no choice but to bury themselves in cultivation. The bluebird was also working hard to cultivate and refine the inner core of that ninth-order demon beast. Wu Ning did not disturb them. Qingyun Holy City is very large and prosperous, and he plans to stay here for half a year. You should wait until you have accumulated at least one full year's pass before leaving. It's only been a little over half a year, time is the last thing he has to worry about. Sunrise and sunset, the cycle repeats itself endlessly. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Only 3 more tries, almost there. As the time drew nearer, Wu Ning's mood gradually became excited and filled with anticipation. Today marks the once-in-a-millennium opening of the Tianyuan Secret Realm. Thousands of powerful figures who had been granted the title of king gathered in the ancient Xian Mountains. There are 3,000 tokens in the Tianyuan Secret Realm, most of which are in the hands of powerful forces, with only a few appearing in the hands of independent cultivators. Therefore, this is also a grand gathering of major forces in the eastern region, with dozens of Holy Land-level forces participating. A large number of geniuses at the King Realm gathered in the ancient Xian Mountains, which was destined to be a fierce battle. The Qingyun sect also dispatched a team to the area. Lin Fan, as the senior disciple, was among them. The show is about to begin. Li Yuanbao smiled, his eyes narrowing. A few days ago, with the opening of the Tianyuan Secret Realm approaching, he auctioned off the token that Wu Ning had signed in with. A whopping 3 million high-grade spirit stones were auctioned off. I wonder what expression the guy who won the token will have after entering the secret realm empty-handed. The Tianyuan Secret Realm is only open for 12 hours. Once the time is up, everyone will be teleported out. 1 day later. The Qingyun sect members returned to their sect in a dejected mood. A disciple stepped forward and asked, "Senior brother, what happened to you? Were you robbed?" Lin Fan said speechlessly, "Pretty much. The Heavenly Origin Secret Realm has already been looted, not even a single top-grade spiritual herb was left." An elder shook his head and sighed, "I fought several demonic beasts for nothing, and all I got was a handful of spiritual herbs. I fared even worse. I was just looking to catch a couple of fish for a treat, but some 8th-tier dragon went berserk for some reason and chased me for a full 30,000 miles. An elder, limping, said. Xian Chengzi sighed softly, "What a pity about that sacred artifact. It's no secret that the ancient city in the Tianyuan Secret Realm possesses a sacred artifact, it's just that, due to the balance of power among various factions, no saintly expert has personally taken action against it. Only juniors at the king-level realm are allowed to compete for it. This is a kind of unspoken rule that is generally accepted by the public. Otherwise, who would dare to leave behind any secret realm inheritances in the future?" News of what happened within the Tianyuan Secret Realm spread quickly. The actions of Li Yuanbao and his 2 companions have been condemned by countless people. "You guys better stay indoors for a while, or you might get caught in a trap," Wu Ning warned. They were seen by many people when they came out of the secret realm, and now people are probably already trying to find out where they are. I believe that it won't be long before someone comes knocking on our door. However, once he has collected all the annual permits by tomorrow, Wu Ning plans to leave Qingyun Holy City. Having stayed here for more than half a year, it's time to leave. Before this, it's unknown if any unlucky souls had found them. Wu Ning smiled slightly. That evening at dawn, the number of check-ins was refreshed. Wu Ning opened his personal system panel. After half a year, the number of check-ins had finally accumulated to 365. Before he knew it, he was already 19 years old. He is no longer the boy he once was. Wu Ning took a deep breath and shouted excitedly. "System, grant me a yearly pass." Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a supreme innate treasure, the Chaos Divine Gourd. The Chaos Divine Gourd? Upon hearing this notification, Wu Ning immediately checked the detailed information about the Chaos Divine Gourd. In the beginning of time, in the primordial chaos, a gourd vine was born from the creation of heaven and earth. After countless years, it produced 7 gourds containing the essence of the great Tao.
This Chaos Divine Gourd is the first gourd nurtured by the Gourd Divine Vine.
The surface of the Chaos Divine Gourd is inscribed with the laws of the 3000 Great Da'as. Within it lies a chaotic space containing endless chaotic energy, capable of refining heaven and earth and devouring all things. Looking at the detailed information, Wu Ning's eyes widened slightly. This Chaos Divine Gourd is not only a supreme treasure for offense, but also a supreme treasure for support. The Chaos Divine Gourd can refine all things in heaven and earth and condense a divine creation called Chaos Origin Liquid. This Chaos Origin Liquid possesses the power to seize the heavens and create the universe. Most directly, it can be used to enhance cultivation and lifespan. A single drop can enhance cultivation by 10,000 years and lifespan by 10,000 years.
At the same time, the Chaos Origin Liquid can transform living beings.
An ordinary person who takes just 1 drop can instantly become an unparalleled genius with the appearance of an immortal. A single weed, when consumed, can become a supreme elixir. In addition, the Chaos Origin Liquid can also be used to condense an unparalleled immortal body and refine immortal pills and magical treasures, possessing endless wonderful uses.
Of course, there are different levels of Chaos Origin Liquid.
The effects of Chaos Origin Liquid condensed with spirit stones are definitely different from those condensed with immortal stones.
Holy crap!
Wu Ning was completely excited. This Chaos Divine Gourd has incredible power. It truly deserves to be called a supreme innate treasure.
With this treasure in hand, what difficulty is there in becoming an immortal or an ancestor?
He immediately probed his mind into the system space. The next moment, a delicate, small, purplish-red gourd appeared in his hand.
Boom!
The moment this gourd appeared, the surrounding space collapsed instantly, unable to contain its power. Wu Ning immediately took action to imprison the surrounding space to prevent the void winds from causing damage. The treasures obtained through system check-ins do not require him to refine them, they recognize him as their master the moment they are manifested. When Wu Ning took out the Chaos Divine Gourd, he had already tried his best to control it and restrain its power, otherwise, the entire Qingyun holy city would have been reduced to nothingness in an instant. The power of a supreme innate treasure can annihilate stars with just a trace of its power. However, the innate treasure was of too high a rank, and the space of the Tianxian continent could not contain it, so it began to crumble as soon as it appeared. Wu Ning frowned slightly. It seemed that he was not very proficient in controlling it yet and needed to practice a few more times. He cast aside his distracting thoughts and focused intently on the Chaos Divine Gourd in his hand. It is about 9 inches tall, crystal clear like jade, very exquisite and small. The whole body is purplish red, and there are mysterious golden patterns on the surface. One glance gives people a sense of enlightenment. They are the imprints of the laws of the 3000 Great Da'as. His mind sank into the divine gourd, within which was a boundless chaotic space, filled with endless dark gray chaotic energy. Wu Ning, like a lovesick man admiring the most beautiful woman in the world, who was completely naked, forgot about time. It wasn't until an hour later that he regained his composure. As expected of a primordial treasure born from chaos, it possesses countless wonders and boundless mysteries.
Wu Ning sighed.
Then, he began to throw some of his unused treasures and resources into the divine gourd, hoping to condense the Chaos Origin Liquid. First, I invested all the remaining 10 billion low-grade spirit stones, but there was no reaction at all. Wu Ning remained unfazed and threw in all the mid-grade spirit stones, totaling over 50 billion. This time, Wu Ning finally noticed that a trace of chaotic primordial liquid had condensed inside the divine gourd. Very little, less than 1/10,000th of a drop. Wu Ning was somewhat surprised to find that he could directly absorb this trace of Chaos Origin Liquid through the Chaos Divine Gourd. He tried it directly, and the trace of Chaos Origin Liquid immediately transformed into a stream of miraculous pure energy that surged into his body, instantly allowing his cultivation to take a small step towards the peak of Quasi-Emperor. If he were to do this a few million more times, he should be able to break through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor in one fell swoop. However, the effect of increasing cultivation level in this way is far less effective than the effect of signing in through the system. It can only break through cultivation level, unlike the cultivation level gained through daily check-ins, which includes the corresponding realm insights of each realm. Wu Ning shook his head,
feeling that he had been too greedy. This feature alone is already groundbreaking, what more could you ask for?
After a brief pause, he continued to invest various resources and treasures. Not only spirit stones, but also spirit artifacts, spirit medicines, and so on.
Half an hour later, a drop of Chaos Origin liquid was finally condensed.
Inside the Chaos Divine Gourd, a drop of crystal clear liquid floated quietly in the chaotic space. It was pale golden color and surrounded by a hazy, colorful glow, making it extraordinary. Wu Ning took it out and swallowed it whole.
Boom! As the Chaos Origin liquid entered his abdomen, it immediately transformed into a torrent of boundless energy that surged throughout his body.
Wu Ning felt as if every cell in his body was cheering, floating on air, his spirit and energy seemingly elevated, as if he had eaten the legendary elixir of immortality that allowed one to ascend to heaven in broad daylight.
About 15 minutes later,
his cultivation level broke through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor and continued to climb towards the perfection of Quasi-Emperor. His aura grew increasingly deep and terrifying. At the same time, Wu Ning discovered that his lifespan had increased by 10,000 years, and his physical condition had also improved slightly.
But it's not obvious.
He possesses the bloodline of an ancient emperor of the martial race and the divine body of time, his talent is unparalleled, and becoming an immortal is not difficult for him. This slight improvement is simply because years of eating meat and grains have had a minor impact on one's constitution. Another quarter of an hour passed. The single drop of Chaos Origin liquid has been completely absorbed. Wu Ning frowned slightly, his cultivation level had not broken through to the Quasi-Emperor perfection stage in one fell swoop. The supreme scripture he cultivates is an invincible technique that integrates cultivation, spirit, and physical body. With all three increasing simultaneously, the energy required to break through realms is also greater. One drop of Chaos Origin liquid is still missing. I estimate that another tenth of a drop would be enough to break through. Wu Ning wasn't hesitating. With the Chaos Divine Gourd in hand, breaking through was no difficult task at all. He estimated that it would take about 10 billion spirit crystals to condense a single drop of Chaos Origin liquid.
One spirit crystal is equivalent to 10,000 top-grade spirit stones.
100 billion spirit crystals is equivalent to 100 trillion top-grade spirit stones.
This is definitely not a small amount.
With his wealth, he could only condense a few hundred drops.
Of course, this is mainly because using pills, magical artifacts, and magic treasures to condense Chaos Origin liquid is a huge disadvantage.
The value of an imperial weapon is less than 1 billion spirit crystals. It's not even worth the cost of the materials.
The same applies to elixirs.
It should be noted that if an imperial weapon were to be sold, it would fetch at least 1 trillion spirit crystals.
Using it directly to condense the Chaos Source liquid is an absolute waste.
The most cost-effective solution is to use items containing energy to condense Chaos Source liquid, such as spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, and spiritual crystals. Wu Ning continued studying the Chaos Divine Gourd in the room. When he came out of the house, it was already noon. Wu Ning was in a great mood and invited Li Yuanbao and the other two to have a feast of roasted monster meat. After you finish eating, pack your things and we'll prepare to leave Qingyun Holy City.
Boss, we've already packed up. Li Yuanbao replied while eating.
Wu Ning had mentioned it to them yesterday, and the group packed their things last night, thinking they would leave this morning. However, Wu Ning didn't leave the house until noon.
Brother Wu, where shall we go next? Su Ziqian asked.
In the past 6 months, his cultivation has successfully broken through to the Dharma aspect realm.
A 20-year-old at the Dharma aspect realm would be considered a genius anywhere in the eastern region. We're going to Dongxian Prefecture.
Soon after, the bluebird soared into the sky from the courtyard. Wu Ning's brows furrowed suddenly.
Ha, you lot, isn't it a bit too late to try and escape now? Just then, a mocking voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, several figures appeared in the sky. The 3 men and 1 woman were all young prodigies at the king level. There was also an old man wearing a black Taoist robe, with white hair and a youthful face. He was a Saint Realm expert. Luckily we arrived at the right time, any later and they would have escaped.
A young man dressed in a golden robe stepped forward, looked at Wu Ning and his companions with disdain, and said arrogantly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Haoqian, the holy son of the 100 Refinements Holy Land in ancient Dao Prefecture, ranked 91st on the King Conferment list. You can introduce yourselves now. If you think you can't afford to offend our 100 Refinements Holy Land, then immediately hand over that sacred artifact. In that case, I might consider sparing your lives." Chen Haoqian looked proud. Their 100 Refinement Holy Land was a top-tier holy land. Aside from the three giants, we fear no one.
Chen Haoqian, the holy son of 100 Refinements? Hiss, these people are actually from the holy land of 100 Refinements. Who are these guys? They actually drew the attention of the 100 Refinement Saint's son himself? No matter who they are, they're doomed.
The 100 Refinement Saint is an unparalleled genius who has made it onto the
King ranking.
In the sacred city of Qingyun, countless people gazed at the sky, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. Chen Haoqian, the 100 Refinement Saint, is undoubtedly one of the most sought-after peerless geniuses in the eastern region.
A very important person. Some women looked at him with infatuation and admiration.
With an extraordinary background, handsome appearance, extremely strong strength, and unparalleled talent, he is definitely the dream lover of countless women.
Above the sky.
Wu Ning ignored Chen Haoqian's clamor, dismissing him as nothing more than an arrogant and conceited person. He looked towards the sky on the other side and said calmly, "Let's all come out together."
Ha? There are other people?
Chen Haoqian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Wu Ning had discovered it even earlier than him. "Ha, your strength is truly remarkable.
You spotted us at a glance. I admire you." Three figures appeared from the air. Two young people, a man and a woman, plus a dignified old man with a profound aura.
The speaker was the young man standing at the front. They had actually arrived long ago, but they didn't want to be the first to act, so they wanted others to make the first move and test the identities and strength of Wu Ning and the others. Now that his hiding place has been exposed, he has no choice but to reveal himself.
Lu Qiancheng? You also want that sacred artifact?
Chen Haoqian's eyes narrowed slightly. This Lu Qiancheng was also a prodigy on the king list, ranking 87th, which was even higher than his own. Moreover, the Tianyang Lu family behind him is a top-tier Holy Land family, not much inferior to their 100 Refinement Holy Land.
Lu Qiancheng glared at him. Chen Haoqian, don't slander me. I'm just here to watch the show. Snort.
Chen Haoqian snorted coldly, not believing his nonsense.
There are two more people, come out together, or do I have to treat you?
Wu Ning said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone else's gaze sharpened.
There were other people around?
Your perception is remarkably sharp. A space shattered like a mirror, and a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a pure white veil emerged. Her long, black hair flowed in the wind, her features were exquisite, her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were as bright and captivating as the moon. Behind him followed a kind-looking old woman whose aura was unfathomable.
Holy Maiden of the mortal world, I didn't expect you to come too.
A hint of admiration flickered in Chen Haoqian's eyes. Mu Xueli, the Holy Maiden of the Red Dust Holy Sect, ranks 36th on the King Conferment list. Her talent is unparalleled in the world, and she is also one of the four beauties of the eastern region. She possesses both strength and beauty, and is admired and pursued by countless young talents in the eastern region.
He was one of them. Wu Ning's indifferent gaze swept over them. You're all here to steal the sacred artifact?
Lu Qiancheng frowned slightly, suddenly sensing something was wrong, and immediately led his men to retreat.
Please don't misunderstand, sir. I was just watching the show.
Mu Xueli ignored the others and calmly looked at Wu Ning, saying, Your Excellency, you have broken the rules.
Hand over the inheritance of the heavenly origin Saint King.
Rule?
That's your rule, what does it have to do with me?
Wu Ning stood with his hands behind his back on the bluebird's back, his expression calm, his robes fluttering without wind. Mu Xueli frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes.
You are quite arrogant, are you? Do you not take us seriously? Presumptuous! Boy, how dare you disrespect the holy maiden of the mortal world? You have quite the nerve.
Chen Haoqiang wanted to show off in front of Mu Xueli, so he immediately shouted angrily and tried to teach Wu Ning a lesson.
Snap!
Wu Ning casually slapped out, shattering the space into pieces.
Chen Haoqiang was
instantly annihilated, leaving not even a trace of blood mist behind. A simp, will end up with nothing.
Holy Sun!
The eyes of the 100 Refinements Holy Land were filled with terror. The other's eyes narrowed sharply. Chen Haoqiang was a genius on the king ranking, with extremely powerful strength. They never expected that he would be killed with a single slap. A storage ring appeared in Wu Ning's hand.
He needed resources to condense Chaos Origin liquid, and he couldn't afford to waste any of his spoils.
You dared to kill my sex holy son, you deserve to die. The old man in the Taoist robe from the 100 Refinements Holy Land unleashed a terrifying pressure as he angrily charged towards Wu Ning. He is Chen Haoqiang's protector. Now that Chen Haoqiang has been killed, even though he was a Saint Realm expert, he will still be punished after returning to his sect, as there are many powerful figures behind him. Wu Ning didn't even bother to look at him, and casually slapped him, instantly turning the old man and the remaining two from the 100 Refinements Holy Land into nothingness.
So strong! Mu Xueli turned pale with shock. Retreat!
The old woman from the Red Dust Holy Sect waved her hand and swept her up, instantly escaping to a place tens of thousands of miles away.
Since we're already here, let's stay here forever.
Wu Ning stretched out a hand, instantly traversing space to grab the two of them back, and then crushed them into a blood mist. Only 2 storage rings and 1 sacred artifact remained.
A peerless saintess has fallen. Boom! Boom! Just then, 2 thunderclaps boomed in succession, making countless people's heads buzz and leaving them utterly terrified.
At that moment, countless people throughout Qingyun Prefecture looked up at the sky and saw endless red clouds gathering, as dazzling as blood, instantly covering the sky.
The sky and earth were bathed in a blood-red glow. Countless cultivators were suddenly jolted. Heaven and earth grieve, for a sage has fallen. Gurgle.
Lu Qiancheng swallowed hard in fear, feeling his legs go weak. Wu Ning's gaze fell on them.
Why didn't you run away?
Lu Qiancheng opened his mouth, then turned to look at the old man who was protecting him.
Yes? Why didn't you take me with you when you escaped?
The old man respectfully cupped his hands to Wu Ning and said, Your strength is profound, and I have nowhere to escape. He was about the same strength as that old guy from the 100 Refinements Holy Land, but that old guy was killed by Wu Ning with a casual slap. Even a Saint King didn't have that kind of strength. He knew he couldn't escape from such a being. To flee is certain death, but staying might offer a glimmer of hope. As expected, the Red Dust Holy Sect member died as soon as he fled.
And at least they are still alive now.
Wu Ning nodded slightly, agreeing, Yes, you really can't escape.
Senior!
Lu Qiancheng cried out and hurriedly said, Senior, spare our lives.
We were just passing by and had absolutely no intention of offending you. Do you even believe that yourself? Wu Ning sneered. Lu Qiancheng choked for a moment, but immediately put on a humble and ingratiating smile. Senior, you are so magnanimous, could you spare my life?
It's not impossible, Wu Ning said after thinking for a moment. You came to rob the sacred artifact, and although you failed, it is still considered an attempted robbery. This act must be punished. How about this, make your family pay a fine of 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, and I'll let you off this time.
1 billion, top-grade spirit stones? Lu Qiancheng's eyes widened.
The maidservants and the old man at the Saint Realm beside him were equally shocked by this number. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones are enough to buy several sacred artifacts.
What, you think it's not enough?
Wu Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. He originally wanted more, but he figured these 3 guys
didn't have that much influence in the Gu family. That's enough. Lu Qiancheng quickly waved his hand. Senior, I'll have my father send someone to deliver the spirit stones right away.
Wu Ning nodded slightly. After he sent the message, he took out a small sacred artifact tower and put all three of them inside, while confiscating their storage rings.
I'll let you go after your father brings the fine. Wu Ning glanced down at the Qingyun holy city, then rode away on a bluebird. How terrifying. The 100 Refinement Saint was actually slapped to death. His death was so tragic. The holy maiden of the mortal world is dead too. Humph. Even 2 saints have died, so what are they? Who on earth is that person? He's incredibly fierce. The Qingyun holy city was in an uproar.
In the north of the city, there is a magnificent building. More than 10 holy masters gathered here.
Lei Mang looked surprised. This young Master Wu is indeed terrifying.
He kills saints like chickens.
He must be at least a venerable.
Even forces as far away as the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Red Dust Holy Sect could come knocking on their door, so naturally the Holy Lands within 100 states could also find out the whereabouts of Wu Ning and his companions. However, they had all met Wu Ning before and knew that he had an extraordinary background and formidable strength. Therefore, they did not make any rash moves and tacitly refrained from revealing any information about Wu Ning, preparing to watch the show in silence. Those top holy sites often bullied them, and they were happy to see those guys stumble. If not, they haven't lost anything. Anyway, it's none of their business who suffers the loss. The 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Mortal World Holy Sect have probably bitten off more than they can chew this time. A holy lord laughed loudly. With the Holy Son and Holy Daughter killed, who knows what these 2 holy lands will do next? Some people looked on with anticipation. This young Master Wu doesn't even put the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Mortal World Holy Sect in his eyes. I wonder what his background is.
Now,
blood rain was falling all over Qingyun Prefecture. This is a celestial phenomenon signifying the fall of a saint-level expert. The endless rain of blood fell, soaking countless people and bringing with it a sense of desolation and sorrow to their hearts.
What's wrong? What happened? Countless people stared at the sky in astonishment.
Apart from a very few knowledgeable and powerful beings, the others had no idea what had happened.
Dongshuansu.
Located at the far east of the eastern region, it is a top-tier state, ranking among the top 5 of the 3,000 states in the entire eastern region.
The Tianqian continent consists of 7 domains: the Central Domain, the Eastern Domain, the Southern Domain, the Western Domain, the Northern Domain, the Northwest Demon Domain, and the vast Endless Sea.
East of the Eastern region, west of the Western region, south of the Southern region, and north of the Northern region lies the Endless Sea.
Wu Ning's destination, Dongxian Prefecture, is located right next to the sea.
Because of its coastal location, this place is incredibly prosperous and wealthy, and is home to countless sects and factions of all sizes.
Among them, the oldest and most powerful is the Myriad Realms Academy.
Rumor has it that there are quasi-emperors in this academy, and even in a more distant era, there were emperors.
Wu Ning's destination was the Wanxiang Academy.
He needed to find a place to stay and accumulate check-in points, and the Wanxiang Academy was a good place. At the same time, he planned to send Li Yuanbao and the other 2 in for further training, as he was too lazy to teach them. Fortunately, Wanxiang Academy has no shortage of instructors.
After refining a 9th order demon beast's inner core, Qingyao's cultivation level soared to the 8th order perfection.
He only needed to comprehend the laws to break through to the 9th order. Its flight speed increased dramatically compared to before, and it flew and stopped frequently, arriving in Dongxian Prefecture in less than half a month. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected of one of the top 5 states in the eastern region, its area alone is estimated to be hundreds of times the size of Yunnan state. Moreover, the prosperity here is incomparable to that of a remote and small state like Yunnan Prefecture. He stood on the clouds, his gaze piercing through endless distances, looking towards the vast ocean to the east, and anticipation rose in his heart. I wonder if the seafood in this sea is any good? I've heard there are dragons in the sea. I wonder how they taste compared to a jiaolong, a type of dragon in Chinese mythology. Let's go to Donghai City. With a cry, the bluebird flapped its wings and vanished into the clouds in an instant. Not long after, a seemingly boundless, giant ancient city came into view. This is the ancient city of Donghai. It is also the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Dongxian prefecture, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, with mountains and rivers, and its boundaries are nowhere in sight.
It's less like a city and more like an incredibly prosperous country.
The bluebird landed in an open space in the city, and no one stopped it. Donghai City is so big that riding a mount and flying is perfectly normal. As long as you don't fly over the heads of some top powers, no one will bother you. Wu Ning led Li Yuanbao and the other two to stroll around Donghai City.
This bustling scene was the first time they had ever seen it.
However, in terms of the quality of cultivators, it was not much higher than that of Qingyun Holy City, except that there were more Heavenly Palace realm cultivators. The realm of the king is only commonly seen in some prosperous areas.
As for the Saint Realm experts, they remain high and mighty.
Only a very few top families or forces have a saint-level ancestor in charge.
We entered a luxurious restaurant. Wu Ning took out the small tower and released Lu Qiancheng. We've arrived in Dongxian Prefecture.
Has your father sent the spirit stones yet? Lu Qiancheng took a greedy breath of fresh air and quickly replied to Wu Ning's words, "Senior, I'll ask right away.
My father loves me the most.
Even if he goes bankrupt, he will raise 1 billion top-grade spirit stones to redeem me." He took out a communication jade slip from his sleeve and immediately probed it with a wisp of his divine sense. When he sent a message to his family earlier, he mentioned that he would send the spirit stones to Dongxian Prefecture. A faint fluctuation of divine consciousness quickly emanated from the communication jade slip. "Senior, the spirit stones will be delivered shortly." Lu Qiancheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that his father would abandon him. Wu Ning nodded casually, and the three of them, including Li Yuanbao, enjoyed the food in the restaurant. There are many edible sea monsters here, which is a major feature of Donghai City. Wu Ning was overjoyed. Sure enough, there were octopuses, lobsters, scallops, and other seafood in the sea.
He hadn't come to the wrong place this time. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe walked into the restaurant.
"Father!" Lu Qiancheng shouted happily, but felt wronged and wanted to cry. He never expected that his father would come in person. Lu Yao glared at him fiercely, but seeing that he was unharmed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Your Excellency, this is 10 billion top-grade spirit stones." Lu Yao handed a storage ring to Wu Ning, while secretly observing him.
He was indeed unfathomable.
Wu Ning casually put away the storage ring and said with a smile, "I thought you would send a powerful expert to kidnap me directly."
Lu Yao cupped his hands and said, "This time, it was my son who was ignorant and offended you.
How could our Lu family not appreciate the kindness shown to us by settling this matter with a mere amount of spirit stones?"
He did consider asking the patriarch to directly suppress Wu Ning, but he couldn't figure out Wu Ning's background and didn't dare to take the risk.
The unknown is the most dangerous. If the other party is too powerful, they might even take down our ancestor, which would be a huge loss.
The best option is to end this matter with spirit stones.
At worst, we can find out his background later. If we can handle him, we can ask the ancestor to suppress him. If you can't afford to offend them, then just pretend nothing happened. With the 100 Refinement Holy Land and the Mortal World Holy Sect protecting him, he only needs to wait for things to succeed. Wu Ning didn't care what he thought, and directly released Lu Qiancheng's maid and the old man in the Saint Realm, waving his hand to send them away.
"Father, who exactly is that guy? He looks young, but his strength is terrifying?" After being quite a distance from the restaurant, Lu Qiancheng couldn't help but ask. "Have no idea."
Lu Yao shook his head slightly, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. "All we know is that his surname is Wu and that he has appeared in the Qingyun sect, but the Qingyun sect does not know his origins."
"I think this person might be from another domain." "Other domains?" Lu Qiancheng thought about it and felt it was very likely. Otherwise, such a terrifyingly powerful figure couldn't possibly appear out of thin air. Let's wait for news from the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Red Dust Saintess. They will definitely not let this go after losing their holy son, holy daughter, and a Saint Realm expert. Lu Yao shook his head and quickly left with Lu Qiancheng and the others. Restaurant. "Have you heard?
The 100 Refinement Saints Sun Chen Haoqiong and the Red Dust Saintess have been killed.
No way, who's so bold as to dare kill the holy sons and daughters of the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Mortal World Holy Sect? I've heard about this too.
It's been making headlines lately, and it seems to be related to the legacy of that heavenly origin Saint King in Qingyun Prefecture.
It's such a pity that such a stunning beauty as the Holy Maiden of the Mortal World was killed.
I've heard that many admirers of the Holy Maiden of the Mortal World are searching for the murderer's whereabouts, seemingly wanting to avenge her. Even the top 10 prodigies on the King ranking have been alarmed.
TSK, this is going to be interesting.
Inside the private room, Wu Ning listened with great interest to the conversation taking place in the restaurant lobby. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. The news of other talents arriving in Donghai City had already spread throughout the city.
Isn't this spreading a little too fast? Just then, the group entered the restaurant, and the lobby immediately fell silent. The group was led by a woman dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe. She had long, jet-black hair that cascaded down her back like an ink-black waterfall, reaching just to her waist, and was adorned with a jade hairpin. Beneath her loose Taoist robe, a graceful figure was faintly visible. She possessed a noble and elegant demeanor, with almond-shaped eyes, an oval face, crescent-shaped eyebrows, and star-like eyes. A gentle smile graced her flawless face. Behind her were 5 or 6 young boys and girls who looked rather immature. "Manager, I'd like a private room." The woman spoke casually, giving people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. "Professor Muyu, please come upstairs."
The innkeeper humbly led the woman and her party upstairs. The people in the hall watched the woman's retreating figure and whispered among themselves, no one daring to speak too loudly.
The instructors of the Myriad Realms Academy. Wu Ning's gaze lingered on the woman for a few more moments.
Her appearance was no less than that of the Red Dust Saintess, and her figure was probably even slightly better.
Wu Ning shook his head, shaking off some unhealthy thoughts.
The meal cost 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, and then the innkeeper gave them a warm send-off as they left the restaurant. Afterwards, Wu Ning led the 3 directly to the Wanxiang Academy. The Myriad Realms Academy is located in the north of Donghai City, occupying approximately 1% of the entire city's area, making it extremely vast.
"Boss, will we be cultivating here from now on?"
Wu Ning led the 3 directly into the Wanxiang Academy, where the guards at the entrance couldn't even see them. "We estimate we'll be staying here for quite some time, so you should focus on your cultivation during that time."
All 3 of them showed joy.
Those who can enter this place to cultivate are all exceptional geniuses, 1 in 10,000. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space, and a man in a blue robe appeared in front of them.
"Fellow Daoist, may I ask what brings you to my Myriad Phenomena Academy?"
The man in the blue robe glanced at Li Yuanbao and the other 2 before ignoring them. Wu Ning looked at him and smiled. "It is said that the Myriad Manifestations Academy has a quasi-emperor level expert. Seeing him today, I can confirm that the rumors are true."
"Fellow Daoist, you've come for me?"
A look of seriousness appeared in the eyes of the man in the blue robe. He couldn't see through Wu Ning's true strength. His cultivation level was likely higher than his own.
"You're overthinking it."
Wu Ning rolled his eyes. She wasn't some stunning beauty, he had no interest in her. However, this guy actually has the cultivation level of a late-stage quasi-emperor, so I need to find an opportunity to fight him. He's now at the quasi-emperor level, but he doesn't know just how strong he really is. It's just that he hasn't encountered anyone worthy of his full strength. This old guy is a late-stage quasi-emperor, so we should be able to force him to use half of his strength, right?
"Fellow Daoist, I wish to have the 3 of them enter the Myriad Manifestations Academy for cultivation."
Wu Ning directly stated his purpose to him. The man in the blue robe waved his hand and said, "No problem, I'll have someone arrange it right away." He was the strongest in the academy, and no one could beat him. Naturally, no one dared to contradict him.
Arranging a few people was a trivial matter.
But he was somewhat wary of Wu Ning's offer to accompany him to school.
A quasi-emperor even stronger than him, what is his purpose in coming to the Myriad Manifestations Academy?
He couldn't believe that a quasi-emperor was really just here to accompany a few little guys who weren't even at the heavenly palace realm in their cultivation.
Even the offspring of a great emperor wouldn't receive this treatment. A moment later,
the man in the blue robe instructed someone to take Li Yuanbao and the other two to handle all the matters related to their training at the academy. He personally led Wu Ning to a huge manor nestled against the mountains and beside the water. The scenery was extremely beautiful, with a large number of spiritual plants and flowers planted all around, like a sea of flowers.
When the breeze blew, the fragrance of flowers could be smelled for miles. Fellow Daoist, this is the forbidden area in the back mountain of the academy. No one will disturb you on ordinary days. How about you live here from now on?
Okay. Wu Ning tossed him a sacred artifact, saying, "This is for your lodging." The man in the blue robe casually put it away. It was just a sacred artifact.
Fellow Daoist, my name is Li Qingxian. Wu Ning.
After Li Qingxian left, Wu Ning tidied up the manor and was about to take a stroll around the academy when he suddenly frowned. When he left the Great Jin dynasty, the token he gave to Uncle Fu contained a trace of his divine consciousness, which would be triggered every time the token was used.
Now, the token has been used.
In the capital of the Great Jin dynasty, at the Prince of Yan's residence.
Who are you people, and why are you attacking the people of the Prince of Yan's residence?
Uncle Fu stood in midair, holding a golden token in his hand, coldly watching the four uninvited guests in the sky.
Not long ago,
these four guys suddenly appeared at the Prince of Yan's residence and attacked several guards for no reason. If it weren't for the life-saving trump cards left by His Highness, they would probably have been killed.
Ancestor, what's going on? This guy is only at the sea transformation realm, how did he suddenly become so terrifying? The group stared at the terrifying aura emanating from Uncle Fu, feeling a chill run down their spines.
The elderly man at the head of the group frowned deeply. My great-grandfather was right after all.
There is definitely a big secret in the Prince of Yan's mansion.
A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Humph, no matter who you are, if you dare to lay a hand on anyone from the Prince of Yan's residence, then stay here. Uncle Fu snorted coldly, mobilized the magic power in the token, and punched the four people in the air. The terrifying energy caused ripples to spread through the space. Uncle Fu narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that he could now shatter any enemy with a single punch. This token His Highness gave us is truly terrifying. In midair, the four people's expressions changed drastically.
Run! Boom! With a single punch, the four figures vanished into thin air. This includes the elder who was at the head of the King realm.
That's incredible. In the capital, countless people stared in disbelief at this scene. No one had expected that the old steward of the Prince of Yan's mansion would be so terrifying.
These guys are too weak. Uncle Fu felt a little unsatisfied. The enemy was killed in an instant, and he didn't even feel anything.
However, he remembered that His Highness had said that the magic power in the token was diminishing with each use and should not be wasted.
Uncle Fu landed back on the ground and carefully put the token away. But at that very moment,
an old figure appeared out of nowhere beside him, and with lightning speed, snatched the token from Uncle Fu's body before Uncle Fu could react. Then, the aged figure instantly retreated 10 feet away. This was an elderly man in gray robes, frail and aged, with white hair and wrinkled skin, looking extremely old, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. The gray-robed elder looked excitedly at the golden token in his hand, sensing an extremely terrifying energy contained within it.
If this were to erupt, even a saint would likely perish. Tell me, how do I use this token?
He stared coldly at Uncle Fu, while releasing a terrifying pressure that enveloped him. Uncle Fu's face was extremely ugly.
The token bestowed by His Highness had actually been snatched away.
He deserved to die.
Tell me how to use this token, or else.
The old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he asked again in a cold voice.
Oh, or what?
A faint voice suddenly sounded behind him.
Boom!
The old man's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he threw a full-force punch at his back. A full-force attack from a powerful expert at the 8th level of the King realm would be enough to raise the entire capital city to the ground. But to the old man's horror, his punch seemed to have struck empty air, without even causing a ripple. At the same time, he also saw the person behind him clearly. He was an extremely handsome young man. He wore a black robe and had black hair. He was tall and slender with a face like jade and eyes like bright stars. He stood with his hands behind his back, his dark hair fluttering in the wind, unable to conceal his dignified and noble air. But when the old man met his gaze, it was as if he were facing the ruler of heaven and earth, high above and unmatched, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, as if his soul would be scattered in the next second. Wu Ning was too lazy to say anything more to him, so he reached out a hand and placed it on the top of his head. A moment later, the old man vanished into thin air. Wu Ning's brows relaxed slightly. It turned out to be the ancestor of the Yanglingshi family. He thought it was people from the two Holy Lands who had come looking for him. However, he probed the old man's memories and found him by following the clue of the Bluebird Mount. This is indeed a clue. Perhaps the two Holy Lands can also use this clue to find the Prince of Yan's residence. Your Highness! Uncle Fu shouted excitedly. At this moment, the other people in the prince's mansion also ran over, all looking excitedly at Wu Ning. Your Highness! Wu Ning smiled slightly. Calculating the time, he realized that he had been away from the Great Jin for more than half a year. How have you been lately? Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. We are all well. Uncle Fu's eyes welled up with tears, and he briefly reported to Wu Ning what had happened at the prince's mansion in the past 6 months. Wu Ning listened quietly to the end. These were all trivial matters. With the resources left by Wu Ning, they had spent the last 6 months mostly holed up in the prince's mansion, cultivating behind closed doors and rarely going out. The prince's mansion had no owner, and no one else came to disturb it. Everything has been peaceful and calm. Until today, historians have come to investigate. Your Highness, when do you plan to leave after this trip? Everyone looked at him hopefully. I might leave soon. Wu Ning thought for a moment and added, however, I will come back to visit whenever I have time. Anyway, with his cultivation level, it wouldn't take him long to travel between the Great Jin Dynasty and Donghai City. In addition, before I leave this time, I plan to improve your strength. Wu Ning took out 100 million top-grade spirit stones, used the Chaos Divine Gourd to condense a wisp of Chaos Origin liquid, then divided it into 12 portions, and sent them into their bodies respectively. On average, each person can receive the Chaos Origin liquid condensed from over 8 million top-grade spirit stones. In an instant, their auras began to surge. While enhancing their cultivation, the Chaos Origin liquid also improves their physical constitution and extends their lifespan. 2 hours later, each of them had undergone a complete transformation. First, there's cultivation. With Wu Ning's special care, Fubo, Qihao, Xiazhu, and Inshui's cultivation levels soared directly to the 9th level of the King Realm. The others are slightly weaker, but they are basically all around the 5th level of the King Realm. Even the 2 old women who had just gathered their qi were instantly promoted to the 1st level of the King Realm. In addition, there is the improvement of qualifications. However, it wasn't significant. That trace of Chaos Origin liquid was still too little. It was mainly used to improve cultivation level, but it didn't greatly improve aptitude. At most, it was comparable to the top geniuses within the Great Jin Dynasty. At the same time, it doesn't significantly improve lifespan, in fact, it's negligible. However, once their cultivation reaches the King Realm, their lifespan naturally increases significantly. It has existed for at least 3,000 years, and at most 5,000 years. With the addition of some longevity elixirs or rare and precious herbs, it's possible to live for 7 or 8,000 years. Wu Ning nodded in satisfaction. The 100 million top-grade spirit stones had not been wasted. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Everyone knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by the immense kindness they had shown, which they did not know how to repay. Get up. Wu Ning reached out and helped them up. His gaze swept over them, and he said solemnly, I give you this power so that you can protect yourselves, but I don't want anyone to use it for evil purposes. You'd better remember this. Otherwise, what I can give you, I can also take away. This old servant will remember Your Highness's teachings.
Your Highness's teachings will be remembered.
This servant will remember your Highness's teachings. The crowd replied respectfully. Wu Ning smiled and said, of course, if anyone bullies you, don't tarnish the reputation of the prince's mansion. Fight when you need to fight, kill when you need to kill, there's no need to have any reservations.
Yes, Your Highness.
Subsequently, Wu Ning gave Uncle Fu another token, which contained even greater power, capable of killing even a Saint King. In addition, he gave Uncle Fu a storage ring containing a top-grade communication jade slip and various talismans.
We have everything from level 1 to level 9.
It includes talismans with various functions such as Vajra Talisman, Teleportation Talisman, Explosion Talisman, Invisibility Talisman, Healing Talisman, and Soul-Destroying Talisman. These were all made by Wu Ning during his 6 months in Qingyun Holy City when he had nothing else to do.
There are probably tens of thousands of them.
In addition, when he was bored, he also studied formations, alchemy, weapon crafting, puppetry, and other related fields.
Not too proficient, but not too weak either.
After thinking for a moment, Wu Ning set up a city-protecting formation that combined offense and defense throughout the entire capital city. It was a quasi-emperor level formation he signed in at Qingyun sect. There was a ready-made formation diagram, making it extremely easy to set up. Although the capital city is large, it is much smaller than Qingyun sect, so a smaller version of the formation is sufficient.
The formation's range has shrunk, but its power remains undiminished.
Wu Ning used a quasi-emperor weapon as the core of the formation, making it difficult even for a quasi-emperor to break through. This quasi-imperial weapon, which served as the core of the formation, was placed in the Prince of Yan's residence, and only a few people authorized by him could barely control it.
Controlling this formation, even the supreme ruler can shed blood.
In that case, there should be no chance of anything going wrong. Wu Ning muttered to himself. If even this can't protect Uncle Fu and the others, then it can only mean that this is their fate. However, just to be on the safe side, he left a protective force within them again before leaving.
He also gave gifts to Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian's relatives.
It can save their lives in times of crisis. After doing all this, Wu Ning left again. First, he went to Yangling and wiped out the Shi family with a palm strike that came from the sky. Then he returned to the Wanxiang Academy.
Li Yuanbao and the other two have successfully entered the academy to cultivate.
Within a single day, most of the higher-ups at the academy knew about these 3 people with connections. This was an order personally given by Li Qingxian, and no one dared to neglect it. Many high-ranking officials are speculating about the backgrounds of these 3 people, as they were able to gain access to a potential emperor through the back door. It's unlikely that they are disciples. The talents of the 3 of them are not enough to attract the attention of a quasi-emperor. Many people speculate that it is an offspring. Especially since one of the 3 of them happens to be surnamed Li. Although they don't look alike, perhaps he takes after his mother. And just like that, without Li Yuanbao even realizing it, he suddenly had a future emperor as his father. The college's higher-ups treated him with utmost courtesy, and no one dared to neglect him.
Li Yuanbao thought it was because of Wu Ning, and thought to himself, boss is awesome. Then enjoy it. Peacefully.
Although Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang sensed something strange, they couldn't figure out why, so they didn't think much of it.
House Han Villa.
Wu Ning's life returned to normal. He spent his days fishing in the mountains behind the town or catching seafood in the sea.
Occasionally, I would stroll around the academy or Donghai City. Then it's about accumulating check-in counts.
If he checks in enough times, he can break through to the Great Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Chaos Origin Liquid can enhance cultivation and help you break through minor realms, but for breaking through major realms, it's better to use the cultivation gained from daily check-ins. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in a flash.
The back hill, beside the large river next to the manor.
Wu Ning was lying on a chair, fishing. Fishing is fun, and fishing all the time is even more fun. He has already come to enjoy this recreational sport. Originally, Li Qingxian would occasionally come fishing with him, but half a month ago they had a fight. He lost in less than 10 rounds and then went into seclusion in his secret room.
It is estimated that he will not be able to come out for a while.
In that battle, Wu Ning didn't even use his imperial weapon. He physically withstood his quasi-emperor weapon and directly killed the master with a flurry of punches. Wu Ning felt a little regretful, as he still had many powerful moves he hadn't used yet. He shook his head, grabbed a handful of bait and threw it into the river, no longer thinking about those things. Beside, Shao Qing, you're so stupid. So much time has passed and you still can't even break through to the 9th rank. How can you be qualified to be your master's mount? Riding you would be beneath my dignity. Master will surely become an unparalleled being who shakes the heavens in the future. At the very least, only divine beasts like true dragons and Kuanping would be barely qualified to be master's mount. Little Qing, you are still too inferior. Mo Bao kept talking, saying that this guy was like a chatterbox, always having something to say. He sighed, never mind, I doubt your little brain could understand what I'm saying anyway, sigh. Little Black, I'm going to tell Master that you're bullying me. The bluebird's eyes reddened, and it looked as if it was about to cry. Hey, if you can't win an argument, you resort to complaining? That's not fair. You said I'm stupid. Did I say that? Oh no. The bluebird fluttered its wings and flew to Wu Ning, its big eyes staring innocently at him. Alright, Shao Qing is still young, Xiuhei, you should be more considerate of it in the future. Wu Ning gently patted Shao Qing's head and said helplessly to Mo Bao. Master, you've changed. You used to call him Xiao Bao, but now you call him Xiao Hei. It's true that a new generation replaces the old. Mo Bao sighed deeply, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Wu Ning rolled his eyes at it. Then, he took out a pure white pill the size of a longan, with a hazy glow on its surface and a faint layer of colorful light. The azure bird's cultivation level is indeed a bit low. This pill is the 9-turn sainthood pill that it signed for before, which should be able to help it break through to the 9th level. Thank you, Master. The bluebird happily swallowed the pill, then flew to a tree and lay down to refine its medicinal power. Oh no. Seeing that Qingniu was cultivating, Mo Bao didn't want to disturb her, so he decided to bother Wu Ning. Wu Ning's eyelids twitched, and he immediately put it away. He then opened his system profile panel. Name, Wu Ning. Cultivation level, quasi-emperor at the perfection stage. Physical body, imperishable golden body, minor success. Soul, void realm, peak. Constitution, timeless divine body. Cultivation techniques, supreme scripture, first level, ancient scripture of heavenly refinement, first level. Supernatural power, a glance that captures 1,000 years. Peak. Weapons, Tai Emperor Sword, Giant Spirit Battle Armor, Chaos God Bell. Remaining check-in attempts, 103. Wu Ning smiled, he had over 100 more chances to sign in. He planned to use it now and didn't intend to keep it any longer, as his priority was to break through to the Great Emperor realm. If all else fails, you can just save it again when you're done using it. He has plenty of time. System, give me 3 daily check-ins first. It seems he hasn't checked in at the Myriad Realms Academy yet. An emperor was born here, so he should be able to check in some useful things. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an imperial weapon, the mysterious emperor's purple gold robe. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an emperor-level movement technique, divine wandering in the void steppes. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 3,000 years of cultivation. Imperial robes? Wu Ning's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the Xian Emperor's purple gold robe. A white imperial robe, dark purple, exuding a powerful aura, was embroidered with rose-gold cloud patterns and fine golden patterns of mythical beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, lions, and roc. Wu Ning fell in love with it at first sight. The imperial robe was majestic and domineering, yet noble and elegant, perfectly matching his status and temperament. Most importantly, this Xian Emperor purple gold robe is a defensive imperial weapon. The clothing type imperial weapon is extremely luxurious. Wu Ning put it on directly, the sign-in item didn't need to be refined. With a thought, the imperial robe fit him perfectly, highlighting his slender and elegant figure. Wu Ning took out a huge mirror that was 2 zhang tall and carefully examined and admired it.
Excellent, excellent. This robe is exactly what I desire.
Wu Ning was very satisfied. Just by looking at the clothes, one could tell that he was a person of noble status and not an ordinary person.
Although he's a bit flamboyant, he doesn't need to be low-key.
Moreover, this imperial robe can change its appearance and color. Even if you want to keep a low profile, you can simply change its appearance.
Wu Ning put the treasure mirror away and continued signing in. System, use 3 monthly passes. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-grade immortal artifact, the Dragon Fishing Rod. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a spatial law source.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 30,000 years of cultivation.
Wu Ning's eyes widened slightly.
Sure enough, the monthly sign-in was more effective, offering much better items than the daily sign-in.
Top-grade immortal artifact.
This is the first top-grade immortal artifact he has obtained. Among the ancient rings that Moronin gave him, there was only 1 high-grade immortal artifact and 7 low-grade immortal artifacts. He immediately took out the fishing rod. It was a 3-foot-long golden stick with raised dragon patterns on the surface, the feathers of which looked lifelike, like a coiled dragon stick. A thin, transparent thread was wrapped around one end of the stick. Its material was unknown, but it was sharper than the blade of the Taie Emperor's sword, and its presence could not be detected by divine sense.
It's definitely a powerful tool for scheming.
The other end of the thin thread was tied to a small, delicate blue ball, which contained a hidden secret.
The power of this ball alone was no less than that of a top-grade immortal artifact. I need to try out this dragon fishing rod in the Endless Sea another day to see if it really works.
Wu Ning happily played with the items for a while, then looked at the other 2 sign-in rewards. The origin of spatial laws, by integrating them, one can master the fundamental laws of space.
This will be the second supreme fundamental law he possesses.
Wu Ning immediately entered the manor's secret chamber, preparing to merge with the origin of spatial laws, then extract his accumulated cultivation points to break through to the Great Emperor realm in one fell swoop. With 33,000 years of cultivation, I wonder how far he can be elevated. Cultivators begin to comprehend and control the laws at the Saint realm, and begin to comprehend and control the domain of the laws at the Venerable realm. Upon reaching the quasi-emperor level, one begins to condense the origin of laws and control the power of the origin laws. But in reality, before becoming a quasi-emperor, it's more accurate to say that they borrowed the laws of heaven and earth rather than controlled them. Only by condensing the origin of the laws and being able to generate the power of the laws on one's own can one be said to have truly mastered the laws. However, the fundamental laws condensed by the quasi-emperor are not perfect, and the power of the laws derived from them cannot yet compare with the laws of heaven and earth. The Great Emperor realm is different. To advance to the Great Emperor realm, one must condense at least one complete law origin. Upon breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, the origin of the laws undergoes a transformation, evolving into a complete power of laws that rivals the laws of heaven and earth. Before the Great Emperor, even the most revered sages are like his subjects. This is equivalent to completing the transformation from a subject to a ruler. At that time, the earth will be indestructible and the sky will be impossible to bury, and it will no longer be subject to the jurisdiction of any heavenly way under the universe's heavenly way. They can even freely travel between different middle thousand worlds, middle thousand universes, and small thousand worlds, small thousand universes. It took Wu Ning 2 days to fully integrate the origin of the spatial laws before he could directly extract his cultivation power. Everything was calm and peaceful, without any disturbances. Without anyone noticing, a powerful emperor who was not even 20 years old had appeared on the Tianxian continent. Moreover, he was a monstrous emperor who simultaneously controlled the laws of time, space, and thunder. After extracting all 33,000 years of cultivation, Wu Ning's cultivation level soared from the quasi-emperor perfection realm to the Great Emperor realm level 3, as if riding a rocket. As expected, there was no tribulation lightning. He looked up at the sky with some regret. An emperor who has never been struck by lightning is not a complete emperor. He always felt that something was missing if he had not undergone the tribulation of emperorhood.
Perhaps it's because I didn't manage to sign in during the emperor's tribulation. Step out of the secret room.
Wu Ning stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, dressed in a purple-gold imperial robe, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his gaze arrogant, exuding the demeanor of a powerful figure.
In the Tianxian continent, I am now invincible. Boss. Just then, the fat man's voice rang out at the manor gate. Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang followed him in, and the three of them walked in together. Boss, I have something big to tell you about. It's related to you. Oh? Tell me about it. Do you know Chu Xingkuan? Chu Xingkuan. I don't remember him.
Wu Ning shook his head slightly.
Boss, this Chu Xingkuan is the fourth-ranked genius on the King Conferment list. He's currently preparing to break through to the Saint Realm. And this guy even boasted that once he breaks through to the Saint Realm, he will personally kill you to avenge that red dust saintess. Li Yuanbao said with a hint of disdain. Another simp?
He'd still be licking someone even after they're dead.
This guy is a model worker in the simp world.
Wu Ning was speechless.
However, does this guy think he can kill me just because he's broken through to the Saint Realm? Has a donkey kicked his brain?
Su Ziqian's expression hardened slightly as he said, Brother Wu, although Chu Xingkuan is arrogant, he is the holy son of Wuji Palace, and I've heard he's also a personal disciple of a supreme being. Wuji Palace is one of the three major powers in the eastern region, with a quasi-emperor in charge. Moreover, there was more than one quasi-emperor. It is an absolute behemoth. Apart from the other two giants, no one in the eastern region dares to provoke it. No wonder the supreme disciple of Wuji Palace dares to be so arrogant. Wu Ning smiled disdainfully.
Just a supreme disciple? I'm already an emperor. Are you trying to be arrogant? When will he undergo the holy tribulation? Li Yuanbao replied, 7 days later. This guy even invited other geniuses from the conferring of kings list to attend the ceremony. He's incredibly arrogant. That's perfect, we'll give him a big gift then.
Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. This clown was not worth his attention, his target was the Wuji Palace. As one of the three giants of the eastern region, it's unknown whether he has an emperor.
Wuji Palace, Aurora Hall. Have all the invitations been sent out?
A young man dressed in a dark gold robe, exuding a profound aura, spoke up and asked. His gaze was deep, his sculpted features were as handsome as if carved by a knife, and his thin lips held a charming smile. He exuded a cold, arrogant, and domineering aura of a king. Before him, a man in black armor bowed slightly.
Reporting to your highness, all the invitations have been delivered. In addition, I have heard some news. Explain.
The person who killed the holy maiden of the mortal world seems to be at the Myriad Manifestations Academy now.
Two cold glints flashed in Chu Xingkuan's eyes. Is the news true?
The holy maiden of the mortal world, Mu Xueli, is a prodigy ranked 36th on the king conferment list and one of the 4 beauties of the eastern region. She is the woman he considers his own. But now he's been murdered. No matter who the other party is, he will torture them to death, making them regret ever being born. He had this confidence simply because he was the holy son of the Wuji Palace. Your Highness, I have already sent people to the Myriad Realms Academy to investigate.
We should receive news back soon.
The man in black armor replied respectfully.
Humph.
Whether it's true or not, spread the word that if that Wu fellow dares to come to Wuji Holy City, this holy son will make sure he never leaves. A murderous glint flashed in Chu Xingkuan's eyes. He wanted to see if that arrogant guy would dare to come after hearing the news. Your Holiness, people from the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Mortal World Holy Sect have come to visit.
Someone outside the hall announced the news. Hee, you've come at a pretty good time.
Chu Xingkuan curled his lips into a cold smile, let them in.
A moment later.
A middle-aged man in a blue shirt and a beautiful woman in a red dress walked in together.
Chen Tianqing of the 100 Refinements Holy Land pays respects to the Holy Sun Shu. Lu Tsongyun of the Red Dust Holy Sect pays respects to the Holy Sun Shu. The two bowed slightly. Both of them were Saint Realm experts, yet Chu Xingkuan calmly enjoyed the audience with the two saints. The status of Wuji Palace is evident. Just say it, you've come for that guy surnamed Wu? Chu Xingkuan went straight to the point.
The middle-aged man in blue nodded slightly.
To be honest, Your Majesty, we have indeed come for this matter.
The woman in the red dress continued, Holy Sun, we have found out some of that person's background.
Oh?
Tell me about it, Chu Xingkuan said, showing some interest. According to our investigation, the man's name is Wu Ning, and he comes from a remote little country called Dijin in Yunnan Prefecture.
But when we investigated the capital of Dijin, we discovered a quasi-emperor level formation there.
We dared not approach it, so we controlled some locals to gather information. But the information we found was rather strange.
Strange? Chu Xingkuan raised an eyebrow.
The woman in the red dress continued, it is indeed strange. According to the information we found, Wu Ning is the heir of the Yin prince's mansion in the Great Jin dynasty. He is only 19 years old now and used to be a well-known cultivation waste in the Great Jin dynasty. Last year, his fiancée even came to break off the engagement, causing quite a stir. But after that, the Prince of Yin and his wife of the Great Jin dynasty mysteriously disappeared, and Wu Ning also suddenly became mysterious, possessing unfathomable strength.
Chu Xingkuan frowned. Could it be that the old monster possessed my body? He didn't believe that anyone could possess such strength at the age of 19, no one in the world could do that. The middle-aged man in blue shook his head. It's not necessarily a case of possession.
That Wu fellow not only kept his two childhood playmates by his side, but also protected the Prince of Yan's mansion very well, even setting up a quasi-emperor level array for it.
If it were possession, there would be no need to do that.
Furthermore, according to our in-depth investigation, we have discovered that the Prince of Yin and his wife themselves have a very mysterious background.
Perhaps, there is an even more secretive origin behind them. It's not possession. Chu Xingkuan frowned deeply. In any case, he didn't believe that someone could possess the strength to kill a saint-level expert at the age of 19. Unprecedented. Even the legendary reincarnation of an immortal couldn't do that. Could it be?
He suddenly thought of a possibility, perhaps the man surnamed Wu did not rely on his own strength, but possessed some kind of heaven-defying treasure. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed.
Are you sure that quasi-emperor formation was set up by that Wu fellow?
The middle-aged man in blue replied, what can be confirmed is that the quasi-emperor formation was set up in a very short time, less than half a year. In addition, we discovered that the Great Formation is somewhat similar to the mountain-protecting formation of the Qingyun sect.
Qingyun sect?
A dangerous glint flashed in Chu Xingkuan's eyes, and he said with some disdain, it's just a declining sect.
Could it be that they're helping that guy surnamed Wu set up an array?
That man surnamed Wu once stayed at Qingyun sect for a period of time, and their relationship is definitely not simple.
Chu Xingkuan looked at the two of them and said, you came to see me not just to tell me this news, did you? The two nodded.
We are willing to join forces with the Holy Sun to deal with that Wu fellow. Dealing with Wu Ning was secondary, the main concern was that the young man before them was likely to become the next Holy Master of Wuji Palace, and they needed to take this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship. Furthermore, even if Wu Ning really has some powerful background, with Wuji Palace standing in front of them, they can be fearless. Chu Xingkuan smiled faintly, he could naturally guess some of their plans. But he didn't care. Looking across the entire Tianxian continent, their Wuji Palace is one of the most powerful forces. He fears nothing.
Boss, is that guy surnamed Chu provoking you?
Chu Xingkuan's words spread like wildfire, reaching Donghai City in just a few days.
Don't worry about him, he's just a dying man.
Wu Ning fiddled with the seafood in his hands, thinking to himself that when he killed him in a few days, he would definitely prepare it properly.
He's a petty person.
Chirp chirp. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the side. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura spread rapidly in all directions, instantly permeating the entire Myriad Manifestations Academy.
We're finally about to break through.
Wu Ning smiled. It seemed the 9-turn Saint Sage pill had worked.
On the tree. The bluebird soared into the sky, its size increasing rapidly, and its aura surged dramatically.
At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened, and boundless thunderclouds began to gather.
Holy calamity!
Countless people stared at the sky in shock. Swish, swish, swish.
One after another, figures appeared in midair.
They were all powerful figures from the Myriad Manifestations Academy, and each of them possessed an extremely strong aura. Among them, several figures were merely blurry shadows, yet they were extremely imposing, their aura unfathomable, and the gazes of the others towards them were filled with awe. Wu Ning glanced at it and realized that the Myriad Manifestations Academy indeed had a profound foundation. There were dozens of saint-level experts and 5 or 6 venerables in the sky, including 2 supremes. With such a lineup, apart from the 3 giants, it is estimated that no force in the entire eastern region can match it.
Moreover, these people certainly don't represent all the powerful figures in the Myriad Manifestations Academy. For example, Li Qingxian did not appear. TSK, a bluebird with ordinary bloodline has actually broken through to the 9th rank. It truly makes us ashamed. Many eyes were fixed on the bluebird in the sky, their expressions filled with emotion. They had to cultivate for thousands of years to break through to this level, but someone else's mount achieved it so easily. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Some people glanced at it and left, feeling disheartened. The venerable ones glanced at Wu Ning, nodded to him, and then left. Wu Ning stayed at the Myriad Elephants Academy for more than 3 months, and most of the Academy's powerful members knew of his existence. Grumble.
In the air, the bluebird's body length had increased to 100 feet, and its aura had also reached its peak.
Boom!
A bolt of deep blue lightning, as thick as a bucket, suddenly struck down, hitting the massive body of the bluebird directly, with countless bolts of lightning flying everywhere like sparks. Several saint-level experts immediately took action, their vast magical power surging to protect the entire academy.
Otherwise, the entire Myriad Realms Academy would be ravaged by the aftershocks of the tribulation.
As bolts of lightning struck down, their power increased continuously. Large patches of the bluebird's feathers were scorched, and it gradually developed serious injuries. Its cultivation level has increased too quickly along the way, and it has hardly experienced any battles. Now it is at a great disadvantage in the face of the lightning tribulation.
Li Yuanbao and the others were all sweating bullets.
The power of this lightning tribulation was too terrifying for them. They were afraid that even a trace of it would annihilate them. Wu Ning watched quietly, without intervening to help it overcome its tribulation. However, when its injuries became severe, she injected a trace of Chaos Origin liquid into its body. The lightning tribulation continued to damage its body, but it couldn't repair itself as quickly as the Chaos Origin liquid. It just means it has to endure some hardship, but if it can pull through, it will be of great benefit to it.
Tempering one's body through lightning tribulation is extremely rare.
The Holy Tribulation consisted of 27 lightning tribulations, each stronger than the last, and lasted for 4 or 5 hours.
Finally, the last lightning tribulation dissipated. Grumble.
With a cry, a powerful divine might instantly filled the heavens and earth, sweeping out in all directions.
It exudes an air of nobility and majesty. Phoenix bloodline?
The powerful saints looked astonished.
An ordinary bluebird has awakened the bloodline of a phoenix? Are you kidding me?
Wu Ning was also somewhat surprised. He had fed the little bluebird a phoenix blood grass, and it had gained a trace of phoenix bloodline.
But the awakened phoenix bloodline is not as simple as it seems.
It's at least tens of thousands of times stronger than before the breakthrough. This is something that a single sacred herb could not accomplish. It seems that the bluebird itself must possess a hidden phoenix bloodline. Chirp, chirp. The bluebird grew back its stronger feathers, chirped merrily a few times, then shrank its body and flew towards Wu Ning, landing in his palm.
Master, it seems like there's something extra inside me.
It's a bluebird, the bird said crisply. Wu Ning examined it and found nothing wrong. Its bloodline and cultivation level were extremely stable.
He tapped the little bluebird's head and asked, "Little bluebird, can you transform into human form now?" "Transformation? Master, how do I transform into human form?"
Wu Ning remained silent for a moment.
"You ask me? Who should I ask? Isn't this something you learn when you reach a certain level of mastery?"
He had heard that some demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines in the Northwest Demon Realm could transform into human form at the 6th rank. Those with slightly inferior bloodlines might need to be at the 7th or 8th rank to achieve this.
You should be able to reach at least the 9th rank, right? Of course, he estimated that even demonic beasts with poor bloodlines wouldn't be able to cultivate to the 9th rank. Forget it, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. It's fine as it is. The little bluebird squinted its eyes slightly, enjoying Wu Ning's caress.
Although it has reached the 9th level, its mental capacity is at most equivalent to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child.
3 days later, Li Yuanbao approached Wu Ning and said, "Boss, some people from the academy are also going to Wuji Palace to attend the ceremony. Should we go with them?" "No need, let them go first." Soon, a giant, dark yellow ancient ship flew out of the academy and disappeared into the sky in an instant.
Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. It was actually a sacred artifact, an ancient ship, which was very spacious and had many pavilions and towers.
It's like a small town that can fly. He suddenly felt that he was falling behind. Monster mounts seem a bit too primitive.
These days, flying artifacts and flying boats are all the rage.
The probability of directly signing in to get a flying boat is too low.
Wu Ning remembered that he still had 100 million tons of star ancient gold, so he decided to build a flying boat himself.
A perfect Emperor-class spaceship. However, forging an imperial weapon is not easy.
Wu Ning plans to design a model first, and then build a few sacred-grade flying boats to practice.
Before that, you need to take a look at what other people's flying boats look like.
A day later, Wu Ning stopped what he was doing. They planned to take Li Yuanbao and the other two to Wuji Palace to observe the ceremony. Wuji Palace is located in Qingling Prefecture, bordering the central region. The distance to Dongxian Prefecture is equivalent to crossing the entire eastern region. Before the breakthrough, the Azure Bird would have taken about half a month to fly, but after breaking through to the 9th level, it arrived in Qingling Prefecture in less than half an hour.
Now, in front of the mountain gate of Wuji Palace.
On a huge platform, Zhu Xingkuan sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in concentration, exuding a mysterious aura. Hundreds of palaces, magical artifacts, and flying boats floated in the surrounding sky, representing various Holy Land-level forces that had come to witness the ceremony. The Holy Son of Wuji is not even 1,000 years old yet, and he is about to break through to the Saint Realm. No wonder he is the 4th-ranked peerless genius on the King Conferment list.
Someone couldn't help but sigh.
The King Conferment ranking is a ranking of combat power at the King Conferment
realm.
Millions of people in the entire eastern region were granted the title of king, but only 100 positions were available. Although they are all young people around 1,000 years old, they can definitely represent the peak combat power of the king-level realm. Because those who are stronger and older than them have basically already broken through to the Saint Realm. More than half of the 10 most invincible kings recognized in the eastern region are listed here.
This list is highly prestigious. Buzz. Just then, 2 giant ancient ships broke through the air, exuding a powerful and oppressive aura.
Each ancient boat is thousands of feet long, filled with palaces and buildings, flowers and grass, and filled with many young men and women in luxurious clothes.
People from the Xiantian Sword Sect and Yunmeng Mountain have arrived. Everyone's expressions changed, their eyes filled with awe. Brother Wohen, Holy Maiden.
On the ancient boat of Wanxiang Academy, a handsome young man in a cloud-patterned robe bowed towards the 2 ancient boats. He is Lu Feibai, the peerless genius of Wanxiang Academy, ranked 3rd on the King Conferment list, even higher than Zhu Xingkuan. On the ancient ship of the Xiantian Sword Sect, a young man carrying a sword looked at him mockingly. "Brother Feibai, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come." Zhu Xingkuan is petty and vindictive, and he has always been unwilling to be overshadowed by you.
Aren't you afraid that he will cause you trouble after he breaks through? Lu Feibai smiled and said, Brother Wuhan, if the Holy Sun Shu breaks through, he will be looking for trouble with you.
Jian Wuhan remains silent. He ranked first on the list of kings, and Chu Xingkuan has definitely been jealous of him for a long time.
On the other side, on an ancient boat in Yunmeng Mountain,
a woman dressed in a flowing purple fairy dress with wide sleeves stood in front of a palace, smiling and nodding to Jian Wuhan and Lu Feibai. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes were like a clear pool of water, her temperament was elegant and refined, she seemed untouched by worldly affairs, and she seemed to be surrounded by a layer of rosy light, as if she were a goddess descended to earth.
Grumble.
A clear, melodious bird song suddenly rang out, accompanied by a powerful aura of divine might, immediately attracting many eyes.
This is a bluebird mount? Could this be the ruthless person who killed the 100 Refinements Saint and the Mortal World Saint? Some people, sensing the powerful aura emanating from the bluebird, couldn't help but speculate. This person is really bold, showing no respect for the holy son of Wuji at all, and now he even dares to come to Wuji Palace in person. This person's origins are unknown. He killed the holy son of the 100 Refinements sect and the holy maiden of the Red Dust Holy sect without any scruples. He must have some confidence to come to the Wuji Palace. Where are the people from the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Mortal World Holy Sect?
Only then did they realize that there were no flying boats from the 100 Refinements Holy Land or the Mortal World Holy Sect around them.
On the high platform,
sensing the unbridled aura of the azure bird, Chu Xingkuan couldn't help but open his eyes, glance coldly at Wu Ning on the azure bird, and then close his eyes again.
A moment later, the sky suddenly darkened, and thunderclouds began to gather. Here we go.
Everyone was shocked. The tribulation to become a saint was a rare event, occurring only once every few decades.
Boom!
Chu Xingkuan lived up to his reputation as a peerless genius ranked among the top on the king conferment list. He was fearless in the face of the lightning tribulation and charged straight at it, forcefully shattering each bolt of lightning. Wu Ning stood with his hands behind his back on the back of the bluebird, his black and gold robe exuding an air of nobility that attracted many glances.
Interesting, there might be a good show to watch today.
Jian Wuhan scrutinized him and found that he couldn't see through him at all. No wonder he was a being capable of killing a saint. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the Yunmeng saintess, followed by a striking smile.
Several hours passed in the blink of an eye.
Chu Xingkuan's fighting spirit soared even higher, and he forcefully shattered the last lightning tribulation, unleashing a powerful holy might from his body.
Just as everyone was preparing to offer their congratulations, a loud, arrogant laugh suddenly rang out.
It seems this prince has arrived just in time. A golden warship pierced through the clouds, descending from the sky with a terrifying pressure. This golden warship is over 3,000 feet long and is enormous. It is made entirely of crimson gold and is extremely luxurious. It is more majestic and imposing than an ordinary flying boat, and its value is definitely no less than that of a Saint King weapon. On the golden warship, a black flagpole was planted, on which hung an incomparably majestic black nine-dragon flag,
fluttering in the wind. The royal family of the Great Qian Empire? The crowd's expressions were slightly shaken.
This Great Qian Empire comes from the Central Region. Unlike the Eastern Region, the Central Region reveres dynasties and empires, and all sects and forces must submit to them. In the Central Region, there are 3 great dynasties and 3 great empires, each incredibly powerful and absolutely no weaker than the 3 giants of the Eastern Region.
And this Great Qian Empire is the empire that borders the Eastern Region.
Unexpectedly, when the holy son of Wuji underwent his tribulation, even members of the royal family of the Great Qian Empire came.
Brother Xingkuan, you've beat me to it again. Congratulations!
A young man dressed in a golden robe stepped out of the warship. He was imposing and dignified, with eyes that shone like cold stars and an air of nobility and arrogance between his brows.
This person is Song Yuanchen, the 3rd prince of the Great Qian Empire.
Behind him followed 5 or 6 young men and women, each with an extraordinary bearing, all of them geniuses at the king level.
Brother Yuanchen, I didn't expect you to come.
As Chu Xingkuan felt the surging power within him, he smiled and said to Song Yuanchen,
Ha, I am on my way to visit a senior on the East Sea Immortal Island. I just happened to hear that you, Brother Shinkuan, are preparing to undergo tribulation to become a saint, so I came here. Well, you've come at the perfect time. Now, please enjoy a great show.
Chu Shinkuan curled a wicked smile, turning his gaze to Wu Ning in the air with an air of arrogance.
I can't believe you actually came.
I, the Holy Sun, will give you a chance. If you choose to submit to me, the matter of killing the Holy Maiden of the mortal world will be wiped clean.
What do you say?
He changed his mind. Wu Ning might have a big secret, and it would be a better choice to win him over. Upon hearing this, everyone around immediately turned their attention to Wu Ning, wanting to see what choice he would make.
Oh.
Wu Ning didn't speak, but stretched out a hand to grab Chu Shinkuan. The next instant, Chu Shinkuan appeared out of thin air in front of him.
You've provoked me time and time again, what do you think I'll do?
Wu Ning looked at him indifferently, releasing a wisp of imperial might that forced him to kneel in the air.
Ah! Chu Shinkuan's face turned blood red.
Being forced to kneel on the ground in front of everyone was incredibly humiliating. His anger overwhelmed him, and he lost all reason. His eyes revealed a crazy killing intent.
How dare you humiliate me like this? I'll kill you. Snap.
Wu Ning slapped him across the face with a large whip, sending several teeth flying out with a spray of blood.
So what if I humiliate you? Ah! I'm going to kill you. Snap.
Wu Ning slapped him again, the crisp sound echoing in the air.
Holy Sun!
You audacious madman, release the Holy Sun at once. A group of black-armored guards, their eyes red, charged toward Wu Ning. Their leader was a Saint Realm expert, but before they could reach Wu Ning, they were all reduced to ashes.
Silence fell over the surroundings.
Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. The dignified Holy Son of Wuji Palace had been humiliated by someone.
How dare you? Who are you to humiliate Brother Shinkuan in front of Wuji Palace? Do you want to die?
Song Yuanshan looked at Wu Ning coldly, as if he were looking at a dead man.
This was the first time in his life he had ever seen such an arrogant person. Doesn't he know what kind of being he's provoked? Snap. Do you even have the right to speak?
Wu Ning glanced at him and slapped him across the face from a distance, instantly turning his handsome face into a bloody mess.
Song Yuanshan was stunned by the beating. Presumptuous.
On the golden warship, an old man in white robes flew into a rage, unleashing a terrifying aura as he raised his hand to attack Wu Ning. This old man was none other than a Saint King powerhouse.
Bang!
However, the next second, he was slapped to death by Wu Ning. Before anyone could react, an even more terrifying pressure descended, causing the sky and earth to change color and the void to tremble, as if it could not withstand this terrifying pressure.
How dare you insult my disciple? You're courting death.
In that instant, the world seemed to fall silent. A terrifying palm print appeared in the air, carrying unparalleled and terrifying power, and slammed straight towards Wu Ning and his companions.
Supreme! Everyone looked on in horror.
When the supreme ruler is enraged, the heavens and earth change color. Even a sage would be as weak as an ant before him.
Snort!
Wu Ning let out a cold snort, and the giant palm print that fell from the sky instantly vanished into thin air. Then, he reached into the void, traversing layers of spatial barriers, grabbed a bald old man by the neck, and yanked him out. Old man, I will not only humiliate your disciple, but also you. Wu Ning looked at him coldly, and a wisp of imperial might pressed down on him so that he could not straighten up and knelt down beside Chu Shinkuan with a thud. You. The bald old man stared in horror, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets.
This is fucking D-Wei. Unlike Chu Shinkuan, who was ignorant and couldn't even recognize D-Wei, he was not ignorant.
The bald old man was terrified, and he wished he could devour Chu Shinkuan alive. Damn it, it's one thing to be arrogant and domineering all the time, but you actually dared to provoke a great emperor.
Damn it!
At that moment, the scene was completely silent, everyone was stunned.
A supreme being. He actually knelt down in front of others like a dog.
This world is crazy,
they feel like they're dreaming. Song Yuanshan's face was slapped and his protector was killed. He was filled with rage, but seeing this scene, he didn't dare to utter a sound and quickly looked away for fear of attracting Wu Ning's attention. Of course, the most confused one was undoubtedly Chu Xingkuan. Even master. How is this possible? Impossible. I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. Break it. Wu Ning frowned slightly. Is this thing scared out of its wits? She shook her head, slapped him, and prepared to finish him off. Sir, please have mercy. A domineering-looking man in black robes appeared out of thin air. Wu Ning continued his actions without stopping, directly smashing Chu Xingkuan into a cloud of blood mist, even annihilating his soul, leaving him utterly dead. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the black-robed man who had appeared. He was merely a peak quasi-emperor, not worth his attention. What, you want to avenge him? No. The man in black robe shook his head, then politely cupped his hands towards Wu Ning. Your Excellency, Chu Xingkuan deserves to die, but I hope you can spare Supreme Wanfeng's life? Bang! However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the bald old man was smashed into a bloody mist. You! The man in the black robe was furious. Wu Ning looked at him indifferently and said, anyone who dares to attack me will only die. If you want revenge, you can take action now. I wouldn't dare. The man in black robes quickly cupped his hands in a gesture of extreme humility. Although there is a great emperor in the Wuji realm, that great emperor went to travel through the starry sky thousands of years ago and has not returned to this day. It was impossible for him to return in a short time, so he dared not clash with a great emperor at this moment. Your Excellency, now that Chu Xingkuan and Wanfeng Supreme are dead, I hope this matter can end here and not involve innocent people. Innocent? Wu Ning sneered. This old monster who has lived for countless millennia has killed countless people. How dare he talk about innocence? It's impossible for this to end here. Your Wuji Palace disciples provoked me first. If we let it go so easily, where is my dignity? If word gets out, won't everyone think I'm easy to bully? The man in black robes quickly said, Your Excellency is right. It is indeed my Wuji Palace that was at fault in this matter. On behalf of Wuji Palace, I would like to apologize to you here and hope that you can be lenient and not pursue this matter any further. You're quite sensible. Wu Ning's expression softened. Fine, I am not a bloodthirsty person and do not wish to cause any more bloodshed. You can offer 10 billion spirit crystals as compensation, and we can consider this matter settled. 10 billion spirit crystals? The man in black robes twitched his face. Where did he get so many spirit crystals? Those aren't spirit stones, they're spirit crystals. A full 10 billion, even if they emptied their Wuji Palace, they still couldn't come up with it. What, is it difficult? Wu Ning's tone was slightly cold. The man in black gritted his teeth and said, Sir, we cannot come up with 10 billion spirit crystals, but I am willing to offer a quasi-emperor weapon as compensation. Its value is definitely no less than 10 billion spirit crystals, what do you think? Okay, that works too. Wu Ning nodded indifferently. It seemed that these powerful forces were not so wealthy, not even having 10 billion spirit crystals. The man in black robes took out a purple gold bell and handed it to Wu Ning, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. As a peak quasi-emperor, he only possessed 2 quasi-emperor weapons, yet now he was about to give one away. It was like tearing a piece of his heart out. Wu Ning took the bell and examined it. It was a quasi-emperor weapon of the soul attack type, not bad, but useless to him. I'm giving you a chance. If you can gather 10 billion spirit crystals within a year, you can redeem this quasi-emperor weapon. The man in the black robe's eyes lit up. Thank you. With a wave of his hand, Wu Ning glanced at the figures hidden in the air, then led Li Yuanbao and the others away. The man in black robe's expression darkened, and he too vanished without a trace. Time was of the essence, he still needed to find a way to raise spirit crystals to redeem his quasi-emperor weapon. After they left, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. They dared not say a word or linger,
fearing that Wuji Palace would silence them, and they all fled in their flying boats as if trying to escape for their lives.
Many people are still shaken. What I saw and heard today was absolutely thrilling. They'll have enough to brag about for 100 years when they get back. Your Highness. Behind Song Yuanshan, several young men and women watched him cautiously.
Let's go, let's get out of here first.
Song Yuanshan's face was gloomy, and a
hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at them. These people have seen him at his most pathetic, they can't let this continue. Recalling what had just happened, boundless rage surged into his heart again, twisting his face, making his eyes venomous, and leaving half of his face a bloody mess, making him look like a vengeful ghost. The golden warship quickly disappeared into the horizon. Outside Wuji Palace, several figures appeared. They were all powerful figures from the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Mortal World Holy Sect, and they remained extremely silent at this moment.
What should we do next?
An elderly man with a white beard broke the silence.
What else can we do? Even Wuji Palace has admitted defeat.
Such an existence is not something we can afford to provoke.
Let's prepare to go and apologize. Well, that's all we can do.
On the other side.
Boss, you were so awesome just now. Li Yuanbao was filled with excitement, his eyes brimming with admiration and longing. I wish I could be as domineering as you someday.
No, I'd be satisfied with just 1/10,000th of your domineering aura, boss. Wu Ning smiled faintly, that's easy. As long as you raise your cultivation to the Great Emperor realm, you can do what I just did.
Li Yuanbao's face fell. He has only just broken through to the Dharma aspect realm.
With his talent, it would probably take him his next life to cultivate to the Great Emperor realm. Perhaps. Wu Ning looked up at the sky and said slowly, but you must know that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. The Great Emperor is merely the pinnacle of humanity, above him lies an even broader world. Su Ziqian and the other two were stunned by what they heard.
Could there be an even higher realm above the Great Emperor?
However, these things are too far away for them to grasp at present.
Perhaps only those who are powerful emperors have that qualification. Grumble.
The bluebird let out a clear cry, its wings fluttered slightly, and in an instant it soared thousands of miles towards the central region. Wu Ning intends to build an emperor-class flying ship, using starry ancient gold as the main material. However, the ancient gold of the stars is indestructible and extremely difficult to melt. To save time, he planned to find a divine fire that could melt the ancient gold of stars. According to Mo Bao, there is a fiery demon abyss in the Great Yen Empire of the central region. It has existed since ancient times, it is a peerless treasure land, but also a place of great danger, so much so that even powerful emperors dare not venture deep into it. Within this flame demon abyss lies a flame capable of melting ancient gold and stars.
Its name is Nine Netherworld Emperor Flame. Half an hour later.
The bluebird crossed the Great Qian Empire and the Great Zhou Dynasty, and entered the territory of the Great Yen Empire.
Suddenly,
Wu Ning frowned, noticing that a saint-level ancient ship was chasing after them.
Young Master Hong, those people must have extraordinary backgrounds to possess 9th-tier demonic beast mounts. Are we going to get into trouble?
On the ancient boat, a voluptuous woman clung to the arm of a richly dressed young man, speaking with some concern.
It's all right.
No matter how extraordinary their background may be, can they compare to our Huangfu family? The young man said dismissively. Their Huangfu family is one of the top 10 aristocratic families in the Great Zhou Dynasty.
One family with 2 supreme rulers. They consistently rank among the top 3 of the 10 major clans. More importantly, the current empress of the Great Zhou Dynasty is a daughter of their Huangfu family.
This made the entire Huangfu family untouchable in the Great Zhou Dynasty, except for the royal family.
Besides, I just want to make a deal with them. I don't think anyone would dare to disrespect the Huangfu family.
The young man's eyes reveal a
hint of arrogance. This direction, are they heading to the Flame Demon Abyss?
The young man frowned. The Flame Demon Abyss was a dangerous place, and even saints dared not venture there lightly. Even the 2 patriarchs of the Huangfu family dared not set foot in that deepest part.
Are these guys looking for death? Bai Yun, speed up and catch up with them. The ancient boat's speed suddenly increased dramatically. A moment later, as the bluebird arrived above the flame demon abyss, it was immediately enveloped by an exceptionally terrifying heat, and the surrounding space was scorched and distorted. If an ordinary person were to get close, they would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. Wu Ning released a burst of magical power to protect Li Yuanbao and the other two, and then had the bluebird land beside the flame demon abyss. At the same time, the ancient boat of the Huangfu family finally caught up. Friend, I am Huangfu Hong, the third young master of the Huangfu family of the Great Zhou dynasty. I would like to purchase your bluebird mount in exchange for a sacred artifact. What do you think? Huangfu Hong gave a confident smile. He bought the bluebird to give to a princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, who had always wanted a ninth-tier spirit pet, and this bluebird would definitely satisfy her. Roll. Wu Ning's eyes turned cold. It turned out he had his eye on Qingyao. Putting aside whether he'll sell it or not, wanting to exchange a single sacred artifact for a ninth-tier demonic beast is simply a pipe dream. Huangfu Hong's face immediately darkened. In his opinion, he had already given face by mentioning the name of the Huangfu family and being willing to exchange a sacred artifact for it. He never expected that this person would be so ungrateful. Boy, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Our Huangfu family is. Bang! Before they could finish speaking, they exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. If you don't want to leave, then stay forever. Wu Ning remained calm, having killed so many people, his heart had grown as cold as a sword. Of course, it could also be because his cultivation level was too high, killing people was like crushing a few ants, and he didn't feel anything at all. Ah, kill him! Upon seeing Huangfu Hong killed, Huangfu Hong's guards immediately turned red-eyed and frantically attacked Wu Ning. With their master dead, they would face certain death if they returned. It would be better to die together with the murderer to avoid implicating my family. Bang! Wu Ning's gaze was indifferent as he released a wisp of imperial might, instantly turning all the guards into clouds of blood mist, including the alluring woman. Heh, you have quite the nerve, daring to kill even a member of the Huangfu family. Just then, three figures flew out from the flame demon abyss. A refined middle-aged man, a charming woman in purple, and an old man with a hooked nose. The one who spoke just now was the old man with the hooked nose. Old man, what business is it of yours to interfere with my actions? Wu Ning said coldly. You? The old man's eyes flashed with a fierce light, but in the end he didn't dare to make a move. He couldn't see through Wu Ning's true strength and dared not act rashly. Snort! In the end, he only expressed his dissatisfaction with a cold snort, which was his last act of stubbornness. Then he turned and left without saying a single harsh word. Giggle! The woman in purple covered her mouth and giggled. Her figure was voluptuous, her gaze alluring and seductive. She looked Wu Ning up and down with interest, her voice soft and seductive as she spoke. Young master is so handsome, I like him very much. Wu Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Cluck cluck cluck, are you a chicken? The woman's face froze, then turned extremely ugly, as if someone had touched a sore spot. You two should speak calmly and avoid damaging the harmony. This flame demon abyss is a place of great danger, and we must not start a war here. The refined-looking middle-aged man next to him quickly tried to smooth things over. The woman didn't say anything and simply slipped away. The refined middle-aged man bowed to Wu Ning and then left. Wu Ning squinted as he surveyed the flame demon abyss ahead. It stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers and was no less than 100,000 kilometers wide. Within it, blazing red light emanated, distorting space, and its depths were unfathomable. This place is rich in rare and precious natural materials with the highest yang attribute, making it an absolute treasure for powerful individuals who have comprehended the laws of fire. Because of the existence of this fiery demon abyss, a large portion of the cultivators in the Great Yan Empire practice fire attribute techniques and martial arts, and the number of alchemists and weapon refiners also far exceeds that of other places. However, it is said that the flame demon abyss erupts with a fiery tide every now and then, spewing out some fire attribute rare and precious materials,
but it is a disaster for the area around the Flame Demon Abyss. You all stay here and don't wander around. I'll be back soon. Wu Ning turned to Li Yuanbao and the other two and said that the depths of the Flame Demon Abyss were somewhat dangerous, and he did not intend to take them down. After thinking for a moment, he drew a circle several hundred feet in diameter around them and instructed them not to leave the area within the circle. As long as they remain within the circle, even a quasi-emperor would find it difficult to harm them, and they need not worry about the fire tide of the Flame Demon Abyss erupting. Afterwards, Wu Ning entered the Flame Demon Abyss alone. Upon entering the Flame Demon Abyss, the space inside is even larger than what can be seen from the outside. A world ablaze with crimson, a world of flames. Wu Ning flew straight towards the depths of the Flame Demon Abyss, acting with impunity. Along the way, he encountered a large number of strange fire creatures, some humanoid, some beast-like, and some of all sorts of bizarre shapes. These fiery creatures are the flame demons. Even the weakest flame demon is equivalent to a king-level expert. Killing it will yield a treasure called fire essence. The deeper one goes, the stronger the flame demon becomes, and gradually flame demons with strength equivalent to the Saint Realm appear. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent and terrifying fluctuation came from the bottom of the abyss. Wu Ning scanned the area with his divine sense and found that it was actually a human venerable who was fighting against a giant fire demon. The flame demon was 100 feet tall, looked like a human, but had 3 heads and 6 arms. Its aura was extremely powerful, and it was in no way inferior to a venerable realm level 6 expert in its battle. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. He noticed something unusual. The fire demons we encountered before were almost entirely devoid of intelligence, possessing only the instincts of wild beasts. Even the 9th-tier fire demons, equivalent to the Saint Realm, did not possess much wisdom. But the fire demon before them was different. Its fighting style is like that of a battle-hardened soldier, fierce and experienced, completely different from the mindless Balrog. Wu Ning observed for a while before continuing deeper into the area without disturbing them. After that, he encountered some powerful human beings, most of whom were at the Venerable Realm, and even 2 of whom were Supreme Realm experts. The vast majority of them were probably powerful figures from the Great Yin Empire. By this point, Wu Ning had already ventured millions of miles into the territory. That's really deep. At this depth, the environment is extremely harsh, and the temperature is terrifyingly high. Even the Venerable One dared not stay there for long. Ha! Wu Ning suddenly looked tens of thousands of miles away and actually discovered a powerful expert at the Great Emperor Realm. It was a middle-aged man wearing crimson armor, holding a blood-red spear that had just pierced the head of a giant fire demon. That fire demon was 1,000 feet tall and exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was the strongest fire demon Wu Ning had encountered so far, and its strength should be equivalent to that of a quasi-emperor. Who is it? The emperor seemed to sense that someone was watching him, and instantly unleashed a vast and terrifying divine sense, sweeping rapidly in all directions. Wu Ning smiled faintly, making no attempt to hide, and flew directly towards him. Who are you? Wu Ning. The middle-aged emperor frowned almost imperceptibly. He had been an emperor for over 200,000 years and had never heard of a powerful emperor with the surname Wu in the Tianqian continent. He narrowed his eyes slightly. If this person hasn't just recently broken through to the new emperor level, then he must be from the stars. The Great Yin Empire, the Crimson Emperor Yin Qi. The middle-aged emperor introduced himself. So you are Senior Crimson Emperor. I've heard so much about you. Wu Ning smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Although he was a senior, they were both great emperors, so a little more politeness was enough. He was only at the 5th level of the Great Emperor Realm, which was 3 minor realms lower than him. After breaking through to the Great Emperor Realm, he condensed all the spirit stones and spirit crystals on his body into Chaos Origin Liquid, and directly advanced to the 8th level of the Great Emperor Realm in one go. They were only one step away from the 9th heaven. In terms of cultivation and strength alone, no one in the entire Tianqian continent is his match. Yen Qi smiled and waved his hand. No need to call me senior. Now that you have become an emperor, we can treat each other as equals. Wu Ning chatted with him for a few minutes before preparing to take his leave.
Yan Qi was somewhat surprised. You're going to the deepest part of the flame demon abyss?
His expression turned serious. Young friend, this flame demon abyss has existed for countless years. Its deepest part is a forbidden area, where even flame demons at the Emperor realm reside. It is said that a great emperor once tried to explore it, but he never came out again. Wu Ning nodded slightly.
Thank you for informing me. However, I have made ample preparations for this trip, and I can leave safely even if I encounter danger.
Seeing that he had made up his mind, Yan Qi said no more.
In that case, I wish you all the best on your trip.
If you ever have the chance to come to Diyin in the future, let's have a drink together.
Yan Qi tossed him a crimson gold token. I will definitely come to bother you then. Wu Ning smiled, put away the token, and left.
Yan Qi gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes lost in thought. He hasn't appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years, and now the Tianxian continent has gained such a young emperor.
How interesting. A moment later,
Wu Ning directly traversed space and arrived at the deepest part of the flame demon abyss, which was estimated to be nearly tens of millions of miles from the ground. Strangely, the temperature here is dropping instead of rising, and is only equivalent to the area where a 10th tier, venerable, flame demon is active. Wu Ning suddenly sensed a threat. He frowned and immediately summoned various magical treasures. The giant spirit battle armor appeared outside his body, inside which was the Xian Emperor's purple gold robe, both defensive imperial weapons, providing double protection. In addition, he held the Tai Emperor's sword in his left hand, the immortal fishing rod in his right hand, the Chaos Divine Gourd above his head, and the Chaos God Bell guarding his mind. Even if a true immortal were to attack, he was confident he could escape unscathed. According to Immobile, the flame demon abyss was merely caused by a fragment of a celestial king artifact falling onto the Tianxian continent, and it could never be stronger than his Chaos Divine Gourd. The most powerful thing here is that cluster of 9 netherworld emperor flames. Although it was just a wisp of fire essence remaining on that fragment of a celestial king artifact, after hundreds of millions of years of evolution, its current strength is absolutely terrifying.
He is at least on par with a top-tier emperor. Even stronger.
If Wu Ning hadn't been protected by the Chaos Divine Gourd, he would never have dared to come here. After thinking for a moment, he shouted in his heart.
System, send 3 daily check-ins. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a ball of Emperor-level fire essence.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a cluster of 9 netherworld Emperor flame.
Ding. Sign-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fragment of a celestial king artifact.
3 consecutive beeping sounds were heard.
Holy shit! Wu Ning blurted out that he had only intended to try it out, but he didn't expect to sign in all of them.
The system is as powerful as ever. System, I absolutely love you.
Wu Ning said excitedly, ignoring the other 2 items, and took out the 9 nether emperor flame directly.
Puff!
A cluster of dark golden flames appeared in Wu Ning's hand. The terrifying heat directly burned a huge black hole in the space, and even the void winds were burned into nothingness, but he did not feel the high temperature. The 9 netherworld emperor flame is an extreme high temperature that can burn the heavens and boil the seas.
Nothing in the world is immune to its flames, and even the great emperor cannot withstand it.
It has definitely reached the level of an immortal.
Ha, it really came to me without any effort.
Wu Ning laughed a few times, then controlled the 9 nether emperor flame to suppress its power, transforming it into a dark gold flaming robe that he draped over his body. Therefore, the 9 netherworld emperor flame of the flame demon abyss will no longer pose a threat to him. Wu Ning chuckled and flashed towards where the 9 nether emperor flame was.
Soon, he saw a man with skin as clear as jade, wearing a dark gold robe, sitting on the throne of fire. His eyes were as deep as black holes, his face was covered with strange black runes, his hair was like burning black gold flames, and his body was filled with an extremely ancient and scorching aura. Insignificant ants, how dare you trespass into the imperial palace? You're courting death.
9 nether emperor flame's eyes flashed with killing intent as he struck out with a palm towards Wu Ning.
Boom!
Wu Ning was completely unafraid, and swung his fishing rod, directly shattering the palm print. Nine Nether Emperor Flame was stunned for a moment, then suddenly, he widened his eyes and looked at Wu Ning in disbelief.
Human, you. How come you have the same flames as me? Who exactly are you? Emperor Zhou Yan stood up from his throne in shock.
He was formed from a wisp of fire essence remaining on a fragment of a celestial king artifact, which evolved over hundreds of millions of years.
It is absolutely unique in the world. How could there possibly be another flame like his? That's impossible.
As he stood up, an incredibly terrifying heat emanated from his body, instantly filling the surrounding space with cracks, as if it would collapse at any moment. Wu Ning revealed a villainous smile. I'll give you a chance to submit to me.
Otherwise, die. Human, you're courting death.
With a furious roar, the Nine Nether Emperor Flame unleashed a terrifying pressure that crushed down on Wu Ning, violent and scorching, instantly shattering the surrounding space like a mirror.
Two enormous Emperor-level flame demons
appeared beside him, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they glared menacingly at Wu Ning. Wu Ning seemed oblivious. This Nine Netherworld Emperor Flame is indeed very strong, even top-tier emperors would not be his match. But his most powerful weapon is his terrifyingly high temperature. Without this advantage, his strength would be reduced to less than 1/10. Wu Ning had already mastered a cluster of 9 Netherworld Emperor Flames, so he was naturally not afraid of its high temperature.
Kill him.
Nine Nether Emperor Flame waved his hand. The two Emperor-level flame demons instantly rushed towards Wu Ning, intending to tear him to pieces.
Buzz! Just then, above Wu Ning's head, the Chaos Divine Gourd trembled slightly. A magnificent and ancient aura instantly spread out, time stood still, space collapsed, and the surrounding area of tens of thousands of miles turned into nothingness in an instant. The two Emperor-level flame demons vanished instantly.
The Nine Nether Emperor Flame was also severely injured by this aura, and was left on the verge of death.
Wu Ning was secretly astonished. The power of this Chaos Divine Gourd was truly terrifying.
If releasing just a wisp of its aura has such power, the scene would be unimaginable if it were to unleash its full power.
I underestimated it before. With this treasure in hand, even a true immortal would be doomed.
As expected of a supreme innate treasure, it is terrifyingly powerful.
Human, what are you? How can you be so terrifying?
Nine Nether Emperor Yan stared in horror at the Chaos Divine Gourd. In his mind, the Immortal King artifact was the most powerful treasure, but its power was not even 1/10,000,000th of the power of the gourd in front of him. Wu Ning looked at him indifferently. Since you are unwilling to submit, then I have no choice but to forcibly refine you.
Don't kill me, I surrender.
Sensing the faint killing intent emanating from Wu Ning, Zhou Dian hurriedly shouted.
Ha, too late. You only get one chance, and you didn't cherish it.
Wu Ning let out a cold laugh and directly released his magic power to envelop him, while simultaneously controlling the Nine Nether Emperor Flame that he had signed in to devour his fire essence.
Damn it, no.
The Nine Netherworld Emperor Flame struggled desperately, but it was on its last legs and could not resist at all.
It could not even self-destruct and could only let its essence be devoured bit by bit. Human, you'll die a horrible death. I'll definitely kill you.
Wu Ning remained unmoved, sitting cross-legged in the void, continuously refining its origin. The terrifying fluctuations emanating from the depths of the flame demon abyss continued to spread upwards, actually triggering an unprecedented fiery tide. The Crimson Emperor Yin Shi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dashed towards the ground. If this fiery tide were to erupt, it would be an absolutely terrible disaster for the great Yin Empire. What worried him even more was that countless fire demons seemed to be frightened by something, and they were all desperately rushing towards the ground. If these fire demons were to break out of the fire demon abyss, that would be a real disaster.
Rumble.
Terrifying sounds continued to echo from within the flame demon abyss. Li Yuanbao and the other two watched nervously, sensing that something horrible was about to emerge.
Damn! We can't be that unlucky, can we?
The fiery tide, which hasn't been seen for hundreds of years, and we've run into it as soon as we arrive.
Li Yuanbao swallowed hard and said with difficulty.
What's there to be afraid of?
As long as we stay within the circle drawn by the young master, even the eruption of the flaming tide won't hurt us. Zhang Liang remained calm, displaying blind admiration and faith in Wu Ning. In his eyes, the young master was omnipotent. Su Ziqian didn't speak, but a hint of longing appeared in his eyes. He longed to be able to move freely in the flame demon abyss like Wu Ning, instead of being protected within a circle. This made him feel useless. Whoosh! A man in plain clothes carrying a broken sword rushed out of the flame demon abyss, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. He was clearly a venerable one, and he immediately noticed the 3 people and 1 bird not far away. Huh, what's this? He flashed out of the circle, and could vaguely sense a strange energy enveloping the area. Li Yuanbao and the other 2 tensed up for a moment. The man in plain clothes glanced at them, then reached out and touched the invisible barrier. Bang! The next instant, an irresistible and terrifying force erupted, and his body was instantly thrown away, disappearing into the sky like a shooting star in the blink of an eye. The 3 of them were stunned. They had thought it was something extraordinary. That's it? 10 breaths later, the fiery tide erupted. Terrifying flames, like hellfire, erupted from the flame demon abyss, resembling a flaming sword piercing the sky. Above the sky, Yan Qi's expression was solemn. Vast magical power continuously gathered in his hands, then transformed into a sky-covering barrier that enveloped the entire flame demon abyss. Swish! One after another, figures appeared beside him, all of them top experts from the great Yan Empire. There were dozens of people, the lowest of whom were venerables, including 3 quasi-emperors. Everyone, join me in stabilizing the barrier. Yan Qi shouted. No one dared disobey the emperor's command. Powerful streams of magic energy poured into the barrier. Yan Qi's expression softened slightly, but the solemnity in his eyes did not disappear. Supporting such a massive barrier, and also resisting the endless flames and the consumption of a huge number of fire demons, they could only hold out for a maximum of 3 hours. It's unclear how long this fiery tide will last. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. This blazing tide was extremely strange, and it seemed to be related to the young emperor who had ventured into the depths of the flame demon abyss. The great Yan Empire continues to send powerful warriors to the region. Meanwhile, more and more powerful figures in other parts of the continent have taken notice of the situation in the flame demon abyss. But very few chose to lend a helping hand. Most people just stood by and watched. What do the life and death of some ants have to do with them? Moreover, they are citizens of the great Yan Empire, so they have even less to do with them. Time passed little by little. 2 hours later. Deep within the flame demon abyss, the vast void gradually recovered, and Wu Ning's refining of the 9 Nether Emperor Flame's essence was also coming to an end. About 15 minutes later. Boom! Suddenly, a huge star fell from the sky, trailing a long tail of flame, piercing the heavens and crashing straight toward the flame demon abyss. Damn it, who is it? Yan Qi's expression changed drastically, and he was furious. If this star were to hit the barrier, the entire barrier would collapse instantly. At that time, the area within hundreds of thousands of miles of the flame demon abyss will be transformed into a living hell. Just as he was about to have a quasi-emperor from the great Yan Empire intercept them, dozens more falling stars appeared in the sky. Damn it! If I find out which bastard did this, I will tear him to pieces and extract his soul to be refined for 10,000 years. Yan Qi's expression turned extremely ugly, and his voice contained an incomparably terrifying killing intent. This greatly alarmed many powerful figures who were hiding in the air watching the spectacle, and they all retreated far away, fearing that they would be used as scapegoats. 3 quasi-emperors from the great Yan Empire attacked simultaneously, and stars were shattered one after another. He. A strange voice suddenly rang out. The 3 quasi-emperors were struck as if by a heavy blow, and they all groaned in unison, their auras instantly weakening. Boom! A gigantic black claw, obscuring the sky, emerged from the air, carrying terrifying power, and went straight for the 3 quasi-emperors. The laws of nature retreated along the way, and space continued to shatter. Demon Emperor! Yan Qi's eyes narrowed sharply. He hadn't expected that the one who made the move would be a 12th order demon emperor. Clang! Just as Yan Shi was about to make his move, a clear and melodious sword cry resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Laugh! A dazzling sword light pierced through the air, instantly severing the giant black claw in the sky. The sword light was incomparably sharp, severing the black giant claw without encountering the slightest resistance, and then cleaving the sky into a void rift 10,000 feet long. Ah! Who is it? A shrill roar echoed between heaven and earth. Hiss! Countless people gasped in shock. A powerful demon emperor had one of his claws severed by a single sword strike. Who is so ferocious? At this moment, a ripple appeared in the space, and Wu Ning appeared in the sky above the flame demon abyss. Dressed in a purple-gold imperial robe and holding the Tai Emperor sword, he was heroic and extraordinary, noble yet dignified. He waved his hand to retrieve the giant black claw that had fallen from the sky, then looked up at the heavens. You bastard, come out here, and I'll kill you with one sword. The world fell silent, all stunned by his domineering aura. Arrogant! A furious shout boomed like thunder. Immediately afterwards, the sky suddenly darkened, and a black celestial dog, tens of thousands of feet tall, tore through the void and appeared in the sky. Wu Ning was slightly taken aback. What a scoundrel! He just said it casually, and we thought he was a wolf. The black Tengu unleashed a terrifying pressure, its eyes flashing with murderous intent as it glared fiercely at him. Shameless human, how dare you ambush this emperor? Die! Boom! An incredibly terrifying aura erupted, and the black celestial dog extended another giant claw, striking directly at Wu Ning. The void trembled, instantly shattering into vast, terrifying void rifts. So strong! Countless powerful figures paled in shock, sensing the aura of death emanating from this attack. If they are caught in the crossfire, they will definitely die. How ridiculous it seems now that I had previously looked down on the Tengu because its giant claw was severed by a single sword strike. An emperor is an emperor after all, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. A single blow could annihilate countless of them. Wu Ning remained calm, it was merely an early-stage 12th order demonic beast. His strength is at most equivalent to a powerhouse at the third level of the Great Emperor realm. I wonder what the dog meat from the 12th tier tastes like. He muttered to himself, channeled his magic power into the Tai Emperor sword, and slashed at the heavenly dog. At the same time, the laws of time and space surged within him. The space-time around the Tengu was instantly frozen, and its attack abruptly stopped. They remained motionless, as if the pause button had been pressed. Laugh! A dazzling sword light pierced through the Tengu's body. Wu Ning instantly appeared above his head, summoning the chaotic god bell to annihilate its demonic soul. The law of time. Upon seeing the heavenly dog's attack freeze, Yan Shi and the other emperors were all filled with horror. The gaze directed at Wu Ning was filled with apprehension. Unexpectedly, he had mastered the supreme law of time. Presumptuous! Human, stop right now! Just then, an angry shout came from the northwest. Thump! Without even blinking, Wu Ning activated the chaotic god bell, shattering the heavenly dog's demonic soul with a single blow. Ah! No! Demon Lord, save me! Hateful! I told you to! Stop! Didn't you hear me? An incomparably terrifying aura descended, transforming into a majestic golden figure with a domineering gaze that overwhelmed the heavens. Yan Shi's expression changed slightly. It was that old codger from the demon realm. Humph. You think you can just stop because you say so? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Wu Ning snorted coldly, his hands moving without stopping, once again activating the chaotic god bell to completely annihilate the heavenly dog's demonic soul. Human, you're asking for death. Bang! The demon lord instantly flew into a rage, and a massive golden claw ripped through space, reaching for Wu Ning. I think you're the one who's looking for death. Wu Ning collected the corpse of the heavenly dog and slashed it with his sword. Clang! The Tai Emperor's sword clashed violently with the golden claws. Time seemed to stand still for a moment.
Then, a terrifying shockwave erupted, shattering thousands of miles of space and revealing a massive void black hole. Wu Ning's gaze narrowed slightly. The Taiye Emperor's sword was the most advanced imperial weapon, yet it had failed to sever the golden claw. That claw is hard. Little did he know, the Demon Lord was even more shocked. His claws, honed over hundreds of thousands of years, were impervious to swords and blades, water and fire, and possessed an indestructible sharpness, capable of even shattering ordinary imperial weapons. Unexpectedly, today's collision resulted in a major injury. A corner of his claw was actually broken off. The Demon Lord immediately calmed down and looked at Wu Ning with a serious expression.
Human boy, who are you? How dare you kill my Demon Realm Emperor? Do you want to die?
Wu Ning said indifferently, enough with the nonsense, let's have a battle in the starry sky if you dare.
This old guy is quite strong, with a late-stage 12th level cultivation, roughly equivalent to the 8th level of the Great Emperor realm.
Wu Ning was prepared to test his current strength against him.
However, the Emperor's destructive power was too great.
After a great battle, it was inevitable that the impact would reach the ground, and even a small aftershock would annihilate countless lives. Although Wu Ning showed no mercy to the enemy, he did not want to cause a large number of innocent casualties. The Demon Lord's expression was gloomy, but after glancing at the Taiye Emperor's sword in his hand and then at the surrounding void, he chose to leave.
Human, I will remember you.
Several human emperors are watching this place now, and he doesn't want to be surrounded and attacked. Although these humans usually fight fiercely among themselves, they will definitely put aside their past grievances and join forces when facing the demon race. Millions of years ago, the demon race was driven to the present-day demon realm by the combined forces of humans in this way.
Trying to leave?
Wu Ning replaced the Taiye Emperor's sword with the immortal artifact, the dragon fishing rod, and flashed after him. This old guy is quite strong, he doesn't have the habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain.
Young friend, don't pursue a cornered enemy.
Yan Shi shouted urgently.
Why?
Wu Ning paused and stopped. Yan Shi sighed and said, young friend, the demon race has a strong foundation. We can't push them too far, or we'll provoke a counterattack, and the entire continent will be plunged into chaos. Today, the Tianxian continent is dominated by the human race, who occupy the most abundant and vast territory on the continent. However, the demon race of the demon realm, the barbarian race of the far south, the ice and snow race of the far north, and the dragon race of the sea all covet the human territory. If the human race and the demon race were to wage war, other races would certainly not stand idly by. Although these emperors were not afraid, they were unwilling to see the entire continent suffer a devastating loss of life.
Wu Ning
frowned slightly. The thought of the various races fighting each other across the continent, with war and corpses everywhere, made him feel troubled. How wonderful it is that the world is at peace now. It was just a level 12 demon beast, it posed no real threat to him.
Fine, then spare his life for now.
Wu Ning nodded, he still needed to help Yan Shi resolve the troubles of the flame demon abyss. This whole thing started because of him, and he's not an irresponsible person. Wu Ning originally wanted to use the Chaos Divine Gourd to directly absorb the blazing tide, but that would likely destroy the entire flame demon abyss, and Yan Shi would probably fight him to the death. Having already taken the 9 Netherworld Emperor Flame, it's naturally not wise to push things too far.
Although the flame demon abyss is dangerous, for the entire Great Yin Empire, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks.
In the end, they had no choice but to use Yan Shi's clumsy method to temporarily seal the entire flame demon abyss and wait for the blazing tide to recede. After confirming the safety of Li Yuanbao, the other two, and the bird, he and Yan Shi stabilized the barrier together. This fiery tide lasted for a full day before it ended, and all the fire demons quieted down and returned to the fire demon abyss. The powerful figures of the Great Yin Empire all breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Shi wanted to invite Wu Ning to visit the capital of the Great Yin dynasty, but Wu Ning, still preoccupied with building an emperor-level flying boat, declined. Brother Yan, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely come to bother you.
Huh, then I'll be waiting for you anytime, young friend.
Yan Shi laughed heartily. Afterwards, Wu Ning led Li Yuanbao and the other two back to the Eastern Region Myriad Phenomena Academy. As soon as he arrived at the Wanxiang Academy, Li Qingxian came to greet him.
Senior. Fellow Taoist Li, please still call me fellow Taoist as before, Wu Ning said with a wave of his hand and a smile. Don't call me senior, am I that old?
Li Qingxian smiled bitterly, so you are actually a great emperor, no wonder I suffered such a crushing defeat that day. To be defeated by a great emperor, I have no reason to lose. Wu Ning remained silent for a moment, but still didn't say anything to discourage him. Otherwise, this guy would probably have to go into seclusion again. Let's go inside and talk. Not long after. Inside the manor in the back mountain. Wu Ning used a supreme artifact as a cauldron and the 9 netherworld emperor flame as fire to stew a large pot of demon emperor dog meat. The steam rose and the aroma of the meat was rich. As the saying goes, even immortals would jump over the wall if they smelled the aroma of dog meat. The enticing aroma of dog meat permeated the entire back mountain, attracting many old monsters who came with lewd smiles as they looked at Wu Ning.
Senior.
10,000 spirit crystals for 10 caddies of dog meat, I refuse to take it for free. Without a second thought, the old monsters pulled out piles of spirit crystals.
Senior, I want 100 gene. Senior, I want 200 gene. I want 500 gene.
Several old monsters spoke up one after another. This is dog meat from a 12th tier demon emperor, comparable to any elixir or medicine. 10 pounds only cost 10,000 spirit crystals, definitely not a bad deal. Wu Ning accepted the spirit crystal with a smile.
Even a mosquito is still meat, and he didn't have a single spirit crystal on him right now. It's just some dog meat.
Such a huge celestial dog, what they get is just a drop in the ocean.
After putting away the dog meat, the old monsters left satisfied.
Li Qingxian handed Wu Ning a storage ring. Fellow Taoist, I need 5,000 caddies.
Wu Ning's eyes lit up.
As expected of a quasi-emperor, he was very generous. He waved his hand dismissively, 50 million spirit crystals, eat as much as you like.
Then I won't stand on ceremony.
I happen to have several jars of rare wine here that are tens of thousands of years old. I've been reluctant to drink them all this time, it seems I've been waiting for this day. Li Yuanbao and the other two also came over, but their cultivation levels were too low to eat meat. They could only drink soup and eat a little bit of meat scraps at most. Qingniao, whose cultivation was slightly stronger, managed to eat 2 gene of meat. Wu Ning and Li Qingxian feasted, drinking and eating meat with great relish.
How delightful. As expected of demon emperor dog meat, its abundant essence is truly extraordinary.
Li Qingxuan's face was radiant. After eating several thousand pounds of dog meat, a continuous stream of vital energy filled his body, making him feel comfortable all over, as if he had eaten an elixir. After eating this dog meat today, he will definitely be able to break through to the peak of quasi-emperor. A flush rose to Wu Ning's face. Li Qingxuan's tens of thousands of years old spirit wine was indeed potent, it was the best wine he had ever tasted.
Let's drink some more.
2 hours later, Li Qingxian felt he was about to break through and quickly took his leave. Wu Ning's enthusiasm immediately waned. Wu Ning ate less than 1/10,000th of the food from the 12th tier celestial dog and kept the rest. He then began building his own emperor-class airship. For this purpose, he even used 300 caddies of heavenly dog meat to specially consult a venerable level weapon refiner at the Myriad Elephant Academy. Wu Ning possesses the strength of an emperor, wields a divine fire like the 9 nether emperor flame, and is proficient in the art of talismans, allowing his weapon refining skills to improve rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed.
Wanxiang Academy, Qifeng. Many students hurried towards Qifeng. A blonde youth stopped one of them and asked, "What are you doing here?"
The man was about to get angry, but after seeing who was stopping him, his expression immediately became respectful.
So it's senior brother Wangi. We're on our way to Weapon Peak. We heard that a great figure will be refining a weapon today. How big of a big shot? This. I guess he's at least a Saint King. Alright, you can go now.
A hint of disdain flashed in the young man's eyes. The Holy King was indeed a great figure to ordinary people, but to him, he was nothing more than that.
Weapon crafting, huh? The young man smiled and walked towards the weapon peak. He wanted to see how the weapon refining level of the weapon peak compared to that of the Wang family. At this moment, a square in Shifeng was surrounded by people, including many high-ranking officials from the academy. Wu Ning sat cross-legged on a high platform, examining a model of a flying boat. This is no ordinary model, it is a supreme artifact. This is the model he is most satisfied with so far. It is not only beautiful in appearance, but also combines a variety of functions. It even contains some inspiration from his previous life. At this moment, Wang Yi also arrived at the weapon peak square. He glanced at Wu Ning on the high platform and frowned slightly. So young, how high can his weapon refining skills be? Yet he's making such a big fuss. Could he be a disciple of some important figure from Weapon Peak? Wang Yi, I didn't expect you to come. Some acquaintances noticed him and came up to greet him. I heard that some important person is going to forge a weapon, so I came to take a look. Hee, your Wang family is one of the 3 great families of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Your weapon refining skills are among the best in the entire eastern region. If you join the Weapon Peak, you might have a chance to become a disciple of Venerable Crimson Fire. Wang Yi smiled faintly and said nothing more. Although his skill in weapon crafting was quite high, he actually didn't like it. He longed to become a true powerhouse, not just a weapon refiner. Ultimately, weapon crafting is just a craft. We can begin. Wu Ning put the flying boat model aside, then stood up. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of millions of tons of ancient star gold appeared in the air, radiating a magnificent starlight halo. Starry ancient gold has an extremely high density, a piece the size of a palm can weigh tens of tons. Hundreds of millions of tons doesn't seem like much, it's probably just a few hundred cubic meters. Puff! The 9 Netherworld Emperor flame rose up, directly enveloping all the ancient star gold, and then began to forge and smelt it. It's actually starry ancient gold. So much starry ancient gold. A burly old man stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock. He was none other than Qi Yang, the master of the Weapon Peak and the Crimson Fire Venerable. Old Qi, do you recognize what kind of flame that is? Just one look at it gives me a feeling of dread. An elderly man dressed in a traditional alchemist's robe asked from the side. A flame capable of melting ancient star gold must be no ordinary fire. It is estimated that only the flame demon abyss in the entire Tianxian continent could possibly find a flame of this caliber. The flame demon abyss. No wonder. Edge of the square. Wang Yi's eyes widened in horror. Such terrifying methods. Just what level of weapon refiner is he? He had thought he was at most a saint-level weapon refiner, but he never expected him to be such a big shot. Sizzle! The 9 Netherworld Emperor flame burned relentlessly, instantly reducing the surrounding space to nothingness. Despite Wu Ning's efforts to contain the temperature of the 9 Nether Emperor flame, the entire weapon peak remained as scorching as a furnace, with many students of lower cultivation levels constantly sweating profusely. In just over 10 breaths, the incredibly hard starry ancient gold was softened and almost melted by the heat. Wu Ning's magical power surged, controlling the ancient gold of the stars to compress and extend it, directly shaping the embryo of the flying boat. High-end metals only require simple forging methods. Starry ancient gold is the highest grade of metal, and it does not require repeated melting and refining like ordinary materials. Wu Ning's strength is so great that it does not require manual hammering or forging. He was already extremely skilled at shaping the prototype, but it still took him almost half an hour to shape such a large piece of metal into a complex flying boat prototype, and to do so with absolute precision. After that, the shape of the flying boat was officially taken shape. Wu Ning's control was extremely exquisite. The surface of the entire flying boat was extremely smooth, without the slightest flaw, and so smooth that it could reflect light. It was not at all like a rough piece of equipment. It can be described as a one-step solution, directly saving the work of further fine forging. Next, it is necessary to inscribe runes, array patterns, and law imprints. This step is the most complex and tedious. To enable a piece of metal to perform various functions, it almost entirely depends on these runes, array patterns, and law imprints. It's roughly equivalent to the human neural network.
The realization of each function of an emperor-level flying boat requires the imprint of laws as its foundation and relies on hundreds of millions of runes and array patterns for its operation.
All of this adds up to an absolutely enormous workload.
It took Wu Ning 3 whole days to complete this step.
3 days later,
a small flying boat, less than 100 meters long, floated in the air, radiating a dazzling blue-white starlight. The palaces, buildings, pavilions, and terraces above are all there, making it resemble a miniature ancient city.
This is the actual size of the flying boat. Don't be fooled by the fact that those saint-level flying ships are thousands of feet long. Their actual size is probably less than 1,000th of their size.
Otherwise, many factions would probably go bankrupt trying to build a saint-level flying ship. Wu Ning looked at the starship in the sky with satisfaction.
Next comes an extremely important step. That is spirit empowerment.
The current starship is, in essence, just a lump of metal engraved with runes and array patterns.
It is an inanimate object.
Imbuing something with spirit is to transform it from an inanimate object into a living thing that possesses spirituality or even a soul. The most common method used in this step is to sacrifice blood to the spirit. By allowing the embryo to come into contact with the flesh and blood of living beings, it absorbs the essence and vitality contained within, thus producing a wondrous change and giving birth to spirituality. After continuous nurturing and a long period of time, a spirit may be born. Some more extreme weapon refiners will inject the souls of other living beings into the weapon embryo during this process, making it directly become a weapon spirit. If one's weapon forging skills are not up to par, one might end up forging a deadly weapon. Wu Ning chose a relatively uncommon approach. That is to integrate a sacred artifact that has already given birth to a spirit into the starship. The spirit of the sacred artifact became the spirit of the starship. He first poured a large basin of celestial dog blood onto the starry sky-flying boat as a blood sacrifice, then took out a sacred artifact, a small cauldron, and threw it in. The 9 netherworld emperor flame rose and began to melt. The starship rapidly absorbed the heavenly dog's blood and the sacred artifact cauldron, and soon a mysterious change occurred. Gradually, it gained a touch of vitality and spirituality.
Boom! The sky suddenly darkened, and boundless thunderclouds gathered.
This is the final step in weapon crafting, the tribulation. However, only sacred artifacts qualify for this. Wu Ning directly threw the starship into the sky to receive the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. The entire flying boat was made of ancient star gold, belonging to the top-tier imperial weapon category, so there was absolutely no possibility of it failing the tribulation.
Boom!
Bolts of lightning struck the starship, making it even more perfect.
At this very moment, the entire eastern Shenzhou and a vast expanse of sea were filled with rolling thunderclouds.
Countless powerful figures stared at the sky in shock, thinking someone was about to become an emperor.
It's actually forging an emperor-level weapon. Many insightful teachers and students, including Wang Yi, were dumbfounded. So this important person is actually this important emperor-level weapon refiner. It seems that the Tianxian continent has not appeared for millions of years. An emperor-level weapon refiner must be a great emperor-level powerhouse. However, a powerful emperor may not necessarily be able to forge an imperial weapon. The imperial weapons possessed by those powerful emperors were either left behind by their predecessors or were their natal weapons that had undergone a long period of nurturing and upgrading. An imperial weapon is undergoing tribulation.
The commotion in Dongxian Prefecture was quickly noticed by top experts in other areas. Some people had burning eyes, with a hint of greed in their gazes, but no one dared to make a move to snatch it. They all assumed it was a great emperor's natal weapon undergoing tribulation. After all, there hasn't been an emperor-level weapon refiner for millions of years. No one dared to snatch food from the jaws of a great emperor.
Why does this imperial weapon look like a flying ship? How could an imperial weapon be a flying boat? It should only resemble one. No, that is a flying boat. The lightning tribulation lasted for an entire day.
As the last lightning tribulation dissipated, the starship suddenly unleashed a powerful imperial might.
Good. Wu Ning revealed.
A satisfied smile, raised his hand and beckoned, and the starry sky-flying boat instantly shrank to the size of a palm and fell into his hand. At this point, the starship was successfully forged.
But that doesn't mean it's over. Next, we need to set up various tools and transplant some flowers, trees, and other plants.
Wu Ning glanced around, reached out to smooth the void cracks burned by the 9 Nether Emperor flame, and then flashed back to the manor in the back mountain. Wu Ning had already prepared everything needed for setting up the starship. Soon after, he appeared in the sky. The starship flew out of his hand and instantly transformed into a giant flying boat that was 10,000 feet long. The airship was entirely dark blue, radiating a starlight halo, and was shrouded in an invisible barrier. Wu Ning stepped inside this barrier and immediately entered another space. This space is fixed and independent. It will not grow larger because the starship grows larger, nor will it shrink because it shrinks, and it will not even be disturbed by its shaking. Similar to the static space contained in a storage ring, but on a more advanced level. The starship itself is merely a vessel. It primarily carries this space, enabling it to move freely, teleport spatially, and even teleport over extremely long distances at the light-year level. Wu Ning began to decorate this space, adorning palaces, transplanting a large number of spiritual plants and flowers, arranging artificial mountains and lakes, and also releasing many plump spiritual fish. The entire spaceship quickly became vibrant with life. Finally, he placed the starship in the sky and used the spirit gathering array to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, filling the space of the starship. Finally finished. Looking at the magnificent and imposing starry sky flying ship, Wu Ning felt a great sense of accomplishment. This is his masterpiece, the result of half a year of hard work. Next, I need to figure out how to earn spirit crystals. Wu Ning muttered to himself, with the Chaos Divine Gourd in hand. What he lacked most now was resources like spirit stones and spirit crystals. 2 days later. Donghai City, Xianyu Auction House. Wu Ning appeared at the entrance of the auction house. A waiter, seeing his luxurious and extraordinary attire, quickly and respectfully said, "Sir, would you like to consign your item for auction or participate in the auction? Our next auction will be in 2 weeks. Take me to see the person in charge of your auction house." Wu Ning said calmly. The waiter sensed a powerful aura emanating from him, and his heart tightened slightly. He dared not be negligent. "Yes, sir, please come with me." A moment later, in a quaint and luxuriously decorated room at the Xianyu auction house. The auction house manager, with a humble and respectful expression, said, "Sir, please have a seat." His eyes held a deep sense of awe. He had seen Wu Ning's portrait 6 months ago. The headquarters had specifically instructed him not to provoke this person and to treat him with even greater respect than one's ancestors if they encountered him. "Someone, hurry up and bring me tea. Brew my treasured Lingshou Chun tea that I've kept for 10,000 years. Wu Ning waved his hand. "No need for that, let's get straight to the point." Yes, sir, please speak, I am listening." The steward said with a fawning expression. "I wish to hold several auctions. Do you have a way to spread the news throughout the entire continent?" "What is your excellency auctioning off?" the steward asked nervously. Let's start the auction with 1 quasi-emperor weapon, 10 venerable artifacts, and 100 sacred artifacts. There are also many top-grade spiritual artifacts and pills of the 8th rank or higher. Quasi-imperial weapon. Glug. The person in charge was stunned when he heard about the quasi-emperor's weapon and didn't hear anything. After that. There's no need to hear it clearly. There's a quasi-emperor weapon at the very end, enough to shake the entire continent. You should know that at their Xianyu auction house's highest level peak auction, the most that would appear as the finale item is a Saint King weapon. The manager was thrilled and quickly said, "Sir, please rest assured, our auction house will definitely spread this news throughout the entire continent within a month." Wu Ning nodded slightly and handed him a storage ring, saying, "These are the items from the first auction." The person in charge scanned the area with their divine sense and was immediately shocked. So many treasures. However, he dared not accept these things. If even a single word of it were leaked, it would surely attract the covetous eyes of countless powerful individuals. If they lose it, even if they auction off the entire Xianyu, they still can't afford to pay for it back.
Sir, you should take these things back for now. You can bring them out on the day of the auction.
All right. Wu Ning took back the storage ring and handed him a purple gold token, saying, if anything happens, you can use this token to contact me.
Yes, sir. The steward accepted the token with a smile. He was truly amazed that a mere token used for communication could be of such high quality as a sacred artifact. After Wu Ning left, the person in charge immediately contacted headquarters. Not long after,
a stunningly beautiful woman, elegant and pure, dressed in a moonwhite gown, appeared at the Xianyu auction house in Donghai City. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and her face carried a gentle grace, like a fairy under the moon, making one feel ashamed of oneself, as if even a glance would be a desecration.
Your Majesty!
The person in charge was startled and quickly bowed.
This woman was none other than the strongest person in the Xianyu auction house.
Supreme Lord of the Mysterious Moon. The former Xianyu auction house was only equivalent to a relatively powerful Holy Land, slightly inferior to the current Qingyun sect, and its strongest member was merely a low-level venerable. It was the appearance of the Supreme Xianyu that brought the Xianyu auction house to its current level, comparable to a top-tier Holy Land. It ranks among the top 10 powers in the eastern region.
No need for formalities.
The woman waved to help him up and said gently, tell me again about how that gentleman came to the auction house.
Yes.
The person in charge began to recount how he received Wu Ning upon his arrival at the auction house, and how he listened to Wu Ning explain his purpose, recounting everything in great detail. After listening, the woman smiled and gave him an approving look. Good job, you did very well.
Would you be willing to return to headquarters to take a position?
The person in charge bowed and said, Your Majesty, I am of low strength and experience. I would like to continue to hone my skills in Donghai City for a few more years.
Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix.
Back at headquarters, he was just a nobody, with many big shots above him. But if he stayed in Donghai City, he would be a regional governor, living a carefree life, and fearing no one except the Wanxiang Academy. Moreover, Donghai City is much more prosperous than the headquarters. He paid a considerable price to come here. Xianyu Supreme didn't say much, but tossed him a small jade bottle, saying, This is a 9th-grade sacred heart pill, which should allow you to break through a small realm directly.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
The boss was overjoyed. I will personally oversee the upcoming auction, and you will have full authority to assist me and mobilize all resources of the auction house.
Yes.
One of the 3 giants of the eastern region, the Xiantian Sword Sect. Sect Master, Supreme Xianyu has come to visit.
Supreme Xianyu? What's she doing here? Inside the main
hall, several elderly men looked puzzled. Jian Sangfeng stood up and said, quickly, why don't you invite Supreme Xianyu in? After saying this, he personally went to the entrance of the main hall to greet them. After all, he is a supreme being, so he should be given the respect due to him. A moment later, Supreme Xianyu arrived at the main hall of the Xiantian Sword Sect, led by an elder. Jian Sangfeng led the elders in paying their respects, saying, Greetings, Supreme Xianyu.
May we ask what brings you to our sword sect? I'm here to deliver an invitation.
Xianyu Supreme took out a gilded invitation and flew to Jian Sangfeng. Young Master Wu from the Myriad Elephants Academy wants to hold an auction, scheduled for the 5th day of next month, where quasi-emperor weapons will be auctioned.
A quasi-emperor weapon? Everyone's eyes lit up.
Jian Sangfeng was slightly startled.
As the sect leader of the Xiantian Sword Sect, he knew far more than the other elders.
That young Master Wu from the Myriad Manifestations Academy is a top-tier emperor.
A terrifying being who killed a demon emperor half a year ago.
Rest assured, Your Majesty, our sword sect will certainly be present.
He quickly said. Supreme Xianyu nodded slightly.
The invitation has been delivered.
I shall take my leave now. Your Excellency, please take care.
After leaving the Xiantian Sword Sect, Xianyu Supreme went to Wuji Palace in Yunmeng Mountain. The fact that these powerful figures need her to attend in person further emphasizes the grandeur of this auction.
Other factions only need to send people there. Half a day later. Central Region, Dakian Empire.
Emperor Qian was discussing matters with several ministers when an old eunuch suddenly rushed in. Emperor Qian frowned almost imperceptibly, but did not get angry. This old eunuch was one of his old comrades and could not possibly be ignorant of the rules. Such a rush must mean something important is happening.
Your Majesty, the Supreme Xianyu from the Eastern region has come to visit. Supreme Xianyu?
Please invite him. The old eunuch left in a hurry and soon brought Xianyu Supreme to the imperial palace. Even facing a supreme being, Emperor Qian dared not be presumptuous and personally rose to greet him. Without wasting words, Xianyu Supreme handed him an invitation and directly stated his purpose.
It's actually an auction hosted by that lord. Your Majesty, rest assured, our great Qian will certainly prepare to participate.
Emperor Qian hurriedly said. He knew that his son had some conflict with that adult and was worried about incurring the adult's displeasure. Now, however, it was an opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding. Xianyu Supreme nodded slightly, and then went to other empires and dynasties. In just 2 days, she traveled all over the Tianxian continent. They didn't even spare the demon race of the demon realm, the dragon race of the sea, the barbarian race of the far south, or the ice and snow race of the far north.
However, when they went to the demon clan, they only mentioned that a senior was going to auction off a quasi-emperor weapon.
No information related to Wu Ning was disclosed. Otherwise, she feared she wouldn't be able to leave the demon realm. 3 days later, Supreme Xianyu arrived at the Myriad Manifestations Academy. The purpose was twofold: first, to meet with Wu Ning, and second, to deliver an invitation letter to the School of All Things.
Back Mountain Manor.
Young Master Wu, I have notified all the major powers on the continent.
Do you have any other instructions?
Very good, this is your reward. Taking it should help you break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Wu Ning glanced at the woman in front of him. She was stunningly beautiful and had an extraordinary air about her, but unfortunately, she was a bit too old. He handed her a crystal-clear jade box containing a dark red pill, which he had refined using a drop of celestial dog's essence blood and chaotic source liquid condensed from 10 million spirit crystals. Wu Ning refined some and prepared to auction them off, with a starting price of 1 billion spirit crystals. A single drop of celestial dog blood essence is estimated to be worth hundreds of millions of spirit crystals, so he didn't actually earn much. If Xianyu Supreme can break through, he will be a living advertisement.
Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A smile appeared on Wu Ning's face.
Xianyu Supreme examined the jade box in her hand, somewhat shocked. It actually allowed her to break through to the quasi-emperor level.
Xianyu thanks you, young master.
Wu Ning waved his hand. Go ahead, and try to break through before the auction starts.
Yes.
Then Xianyu takes her leave.
Supreme Xianyu departed, completely satisfied.
2 days later, another person arrived at the manor.
Senior, I've come to redeem that quasi-emperor weapon. The newcomer was none other than the black-robed quasi-emperor from Wuji Palace.
Hearing that Wu Ning was preparing to auction a quasi-emperor weapon, he was afraid it would be his own, so he hurriedly sold some treasures and quickly raised 10 billion spirit crystals.
Here you go.
Wu Ning took the spirit crystal and returned the purple gold bell to him. He is not a man of his word. They're just quasi-imperial weapons, he has plenty of those.
Thank you, Senior.
The black-robed quasi-emperor finally felt relieved after retrieving his imperial weapon. However, the thought that he had lost 10 billion spirit crystals because of a mere disciple made him feel extremely heartbroken. After the black-robed quasi-emperor left, Wu Ning directly put 10 billion spirit crystals into the Chaos Divine Gourd.
A drop of Chaos Origin liquid was successfully condensed. Finally, I've broken through again.
Wu Ning smiled slightly and stepped into the secret room. The Northwest Demon Realm. A man with triangular eyes and a cold demeanor walked into the Demon Emperor's palace. My Lord Demon Lord, I have investigated thoroughly. The auction that is about to be held in the eastern region is backed by the same human expert who killed the Black Emperor half a year ago.
It was him.
Inside the Demon Emperor's palace, many powerful demons revealed murderous intent in their eyes. The Demon Lord's gaze was gloomy, and there was also killing intent in his eyes. My Lord Demon, not only have we been invited to this auction, but also the Dragon Clan, the Barbarian Clan, and the Ice and Snow Clan. The man with the triangular eyes continued.
Oh?
A glint of light flashed in the Demon Lord's eyes. Afterwards, he dismissed the demons and went to a hidden cave deep within the Demon Emperor's palace.
Demon Lord.
The three enormous demonic beasts, each 10,000 feet tall, transformed into human form and nodded slightly to him. These three great demons possessed a profound and terrifying aura. They were all powerful demon emperors at the 12th rank.
Demon Lord, when shall we attack the human race?
A red-haired demon emperor asked in a deep voice, for the killing of the Black Emperor had enraged them. More importantly, such a young emperor has been born among the human race, yet his combat power is terrifyingly strong.
They cannot allow this person to continue to grow. Otherwise, the demon race will be in grave danger.
The Demon Lord's gaze turned icy as he said, I have already contacted the Thunder Ancestor. He has been traveling through the starry sky for hundreds of thousands of years and has made a major breakthrough in his cultivation. He is now capable of fighting against a human emperor. We only need to wait another year for Lei Zhu to return to Tianxian continent. At that time, we will contact the Dragon Clan, the Barbarian Clan, and the Ice and Snow Clan to jointly attack the human clan. I believe they would be very happy to join forces with our people. Upon hearing this, the three demon emperors
immediately became excited.
With the intervention of the venerable Lei Zhu, our clan is destined to win this battle. Ha, after another year, our race can finally conquer the continent again. The flesh and blood of the human race, I, the Emperor, will certainly feast to my heart's content.
P.S. Happy Labor Day everyone.
Please urge me to update more. // Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sky over Donghai City was filled with rosy clouds and auspicious clouds. Countless residents of the city stared in shock at the sky as enormous flying ships pierced through the clouds and descended from the horizon above Donghai City.
Those are airships from the Holy Land?
They're all airships from the Holy Land. Before they could recover from their shock, three more giant flying ships, each thousands of feet long, appeared above Donghai City, radiating an exceptionally powerful aura that suppressed the aura of the hundreds of Holy Land flying ships around them.
Holy crap! What on earth happened that even the three giants have come? Look, people are coming out. They all seem to be heading towards the Xianyu auction house? Could it be that the Xianyu auction house is going to hold a peak auction? That shouldn't be the case. Not to mention that the next peak auction is still more than 30 years away. Even if it were to be held, shouldn't it be held at their headquarters in Yuehua Prefecture? Boom! Just then, a series of loud bangs came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, several magnificent golden ancient ships traversed distant space and appeared out of thin air above Donghai City. These ancient golden ships were adorned with enormous black banners, exuding a majestic and imposing aura. Hiss! Even the three great dynasties and three great empires of the central region have come. Some of the stronger individuals widened their eyes. Is this Donghai City, the easternmost point of the continent? On the golden ancient ship, many imposing young people looked down at the vast city below, their eyes filled with a variety of expressions, including curiosity, excitement, and disdain. It's a good place, being right next to the East China Sea. TCH. It's just average, it feels far inferior to our great Jin capital. I've heard that there's a myriad manifestations academy in Donghai City that has nurtured countless young geniuses. I wonder how it compares to our great Zhou Supreme Academy. One after another, the prodigies looked at Donghai City and commented on it. Suddenly, a series of Buddhist chants resounded in the sky. It is extremely mysterious, and listening to it gradually calms a restless mind. Tisk, those bald monks from the western regions have come too. These monks are still obsessed with worldly desires. How ridiculous that they even came to participate in an auction.
A strangely shaped ancient boat appeared in the sky, resembling a golden bowl, radiating a rich, holy Buddhist light.
Those with low cultivation levels couldn't help but worship it.
You flatter me, esteemed benefactors. The Buddha said that all things are predestined, and the fact that I am here with you all is due to fate.
A young monk in white robes rose gracefully. The Buddha of forgetfulness.
Many people's gazes narrowed slightly, for this young monk was a contemporary Buddhist disciple of the Western region's Buddhist sect. It is said that he is the reincarnation of a true Buddha, possessing great fortune. He had already cultivated to the saint realm hundreds of years ago, and is now only a little over 1,000 years old.
With unparalleled talent, he is destined to become an emperor.
With the arrival of the Western region's Buddhist sect, forces such as the Southern region's Desolate God Palace and Yenhua sect, and the Northern region's White Emperor City, Tianjin Mountain, and Wanhua Valley also arrived one after another. The people of Donghai City were all known from
watching.
In a short period of time, almost all the major powers on the continent arrived. But this is not the end.
Soon, a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth.
Hold head high. A black dragon, 10,000 feet long, appeared in the sky, pulling an extremely luxurious golden dragon boat behind it.
This, even the dragons have come. Mother, look. There's a dragon.
A child gazed innocently at the sky. At the very moment the dragon clan arrived, the demon clan of the demon realm, the barbarian clan of the far south, and the ice and snow clan of the far north appeared almost simultaneously. A terrifying aura permeated the entire city, causing countless residents to tremble in fear.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the auction hall.
Xianyu Supreme appeared silently in the air, his quasi-emperor aura completely undisguised.
Xianyu, you actually broke through? How could it be so fast?
The powerful figures from the major factions all showed expressions of shock. They had just met Supreme Xianyu a month ago. At that time, she was still at the supreme level.
How could she have broken through so quickly?
Xianyu smiled slightly and said, "There is a kind of pill in this auction called Blood God Pill.
Taking it can improve one's cultivation.
I myself relied on a Blood God Pill to break through to the quasi-emperor realm within a month.
Such a powerful elixir exists in the world?"
Everyone was shocked, and a desire arose in their hearts. Among the people from various forces, there are quite a few supreme experts.
Please, everyone. A moment later, everyone entered the auction hall. The entire auction venue was almost completely rebuilt for this auction.
The auction hall was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner, resplendent with gold and shimmering crystal lights, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The auction stage was set up in the center of the hall, surrounded by thousands of seats, with only top-tier Holy Land forces qualified to enter. In addition, there are 24 VIP rooms upstairs, which only the most powerful and influential can occupy.
In the box directly opposite the auction house entrance,
Wu Ning sipped a cup of morning dew tea and released his divine sense to envelop the entire auction house. This time, no emperor came, but almost every major power sent a quasi-emperor to oversee the situation.
The lineup is absolutely luxurious.
Wu Ning sighed slightly. He actually wanted to auction off a few more imperial weapons. However, a single imperial weapon can easily cost trillions of spirit crystals. If paid for solely with spirit crystals and spirit stones, no power in the entire Tianxian continent could afford it. These guys look glamorous, but they're all actually very poor.
It's estimated that selling a few more quasi-emperor weapons would empty their coffers. I wonder how many spirit crystals we can extract this time. About 15 minutes later, Xianyu stepped onto the auction stage and personally presided over the auction. Welcome everyone to this auction.
Please note in advance that all items in this auction are only eligible for delivery as cultivation resources such as spirit stones, spirit crystals, spirit marrow, and spirit herbs.
We do not accept any elixirs or magic treasures.
Xianyu directly released the aura of a quasi-emperor, and the scene became extremely quiet. No one dared to make a sound in front of a quasi-emperor.
The auction is now officially open. The first item up for auction is an 11th grade pill.
Xianyu raised her delicate jade hand, and a small jade box appeared in her palm. This pill is called the Blood God Pill. It is made from the essence blood of the Demon Emperor and a large number of top-grade rare and precious materials. It can directly improve cultivation and help a supreme breakthrough to the quasi-emperor realm. In addition, this elixir also has the effect of prolonging life. Even if the emperor takes it, it will extend his lifespan by at least 10 years. Xianyu explained as she opened the jade box. Suddenly, a dark red pill was exposed to everyone's gaze. The Demon Emperor's essence blood? TSK, I never expected it to be a pill refined from the essence blood of the Demon Emperor. No wonder it allowed a supreme to break through to quasi-emperor. If it works even on great emperors, wouldn't it be even more effective on supreme beings? Many people's eyes revealed a hint of excitement and strangeness, and they couldn't help but look towards the private room where the demons were located. Damn it! These damned humans dare to humiliate my demon race like this. Inside the demon race's private room, several powerful demons had extremely ugly expressions, but they only dared to roar in their hearts. They didn't dare utter a sound of cursing. The Demon Emperor has been killed, what are they compared to him? At the same time, a sense of longing arose in the hearts of several powerful demons. The essence blood of a powerful demon emperor is an extremely rare treasure to them. I never dared to dream of this before, but now I have the opportunity. 300 million spirit crystals, I'll take this Blood God Pill. A calm voice came from inside the Dragon Clan's private room. I will offer 500 million spirit crystals. 600 million. The VIP boxes kept bidding. Xianyu originally intended to start the bidding at 1 billion spirit crystals, but in the blink of an eye, the Blood God Pill was bid up to 1.2 billion. 15 billion spirit crystals. 16 billion. 2 billion spirit crystals. My Dragon Clan wants this Blood God Pill. Inside the Dragon Clan's private room, a majestic voice once again rang out, directly invoking the name of the Dragon Clan. The auction room fell silent for a moment, no one else placed a bid. The dragon race is so powerful that even the human race, no single force, is willing to provoke it. Moreover, the Dragon Clan possesses the entire world, so it's unwise to compete with them in terms of wealth. Boom! An unparalleled and powerful pressure permeated the entire auction hall, making many people unable to breathe. Inside the Dragon Clan's private room, the expressions of several powerful Dragon Clan members changed, all feeling a suffocating sense of oppression. The highest bidder wins the auction, no one is allowed to disrupt the proceedings. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting him experience what it means to use power to intimidate others. Wu Ning said coldly, these guys are blocking his path to wealth. If everyone's doing it this way, why is he even holding an auction? Please forgive me, senior, but I am willing to participate in this auction with a bid of 5 billion spirit crystals. A powerful Dragon Clan member hurriedly spoke. Such terrifying imperial power made him feel threatened by death. This is a ruthless person who just killed a demon emperor, they dare not disobey him. It would be more like the Dragon Emperor had arrived. If that's the case, then so be it. This will not be repeated. Wu Ning withdrew his oppressive aura with satisfaction. He hadn't expected these dragons to be so wealthy, spending 5 billion in one go. Wow, what a tycoon! Thank you, senior. The Dragon Clan experts breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had escaped a calamity. Although the dragon race is arrogant and doesn't value their own race, they wouldn't dare to show their arrogance in front of a powerful emperor. The bid from VIP room number 16 is 5 billion spirit crystals. Is there a higher bid? Xianyu asked a perfunctory question, and then quickly announced the ownership of the Blood God Pill. Now please look at the second item, a supreme artifact. The supreme artifact Soul-Chasing Bow, starting bid 80 million spirit crystals. Please begin bidding. Having learned from the Dragon Clan's experience, no one dared to reveal their faction this time, they all directly offered their bids. A supreme artifact was auctioned for 260 million spirit crystals. It is much higher than the estimated price on the market. After all, no one would put a supreme artifact up for auction in the past, it was something that was available but priceless. Then many more things appeared, including those at the saint level and even below the saint level. The people in the auction hall were no longer just spectators, they all joined in the bidding. Wu Ning brought out a lot of his inventory for this auction. For example, top-grade spiritual artifacts, sacred artifacts, various pills and refining materials are of no use to him at all. All of them were put into the auction sequence. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, over 1,000 items have been successfully auctioned off, including more than 10 blood god pills and 7 or 8 supreme artifacts. The variety of elixirs and treasures was dazzling. Even people from major powers felt like their eyes had been opened. Item number 1503, Blood God Pill. The starting bid is still 1 billion spirit crystals. I would like to remind you that this Blood God Pill is the last one available. Those who wish to bid should seize the opportunity. Alright, everyone, let's start bidding. Xian Yu said softly. Each Blood God Pill requires 10 million spirit crystals. Wu Ning used up all the spirit crystals he earned from selling heavenly dog meat, as well as the 100 million spirit crystals offered as compensation by the 100 Refinement Holy Land and the Red Dust Holy Sect, and only managed to refine a dozen or so. This is the last one. However, since we've harvested so many spirit crystals this time, we'll refine a few hundred more after this is over. It will be put on the shelf for sale at the next auction. Anyway, that celestial dog has plenty of essence blood, at least tens of thousands more drops can be extracted. Wu Ning thought to himself. 2 billion spirit crystals. A powerful demon clan member directly quoted the transaction price of the Blood God Pill from the previous auctions. 25 billion. An arrogant voice came from the Dragon Clan's private room. Of the dozen or so Blood God Pills, more than half were obtained by the Dragon Clan. Even if it's not about power or wealth, they are not afraid of anyone. 2 billion. A light, melodious voice came from the private room at Yunmeng Mountain. 3 billion. The powerful members of the dragon race didn't even blink. No one else bid. The last Blood God Pill also fell into the hands of the Dragon Clan. Half an hour later. The auction has finally reached its final moment. Boom! Xian Yu waved her hand, and a huge golden seal appeared in the air, radiating an extremely ancient and powerful aura. This item is called the World Suppressing Seal, a top-tier quasi-emperor weapon. It is indestructible, possesses the power of multiple laws, and can suppress a region of space and time. It can both attack and defend, and its power is boundless. Everyone stared intently at Jin Shirin. If it weren't for the fact that a great emperor was present, many people would probably have directly tried to seize it. This is a quasi-emperor weapon. Fairy Xian Yu, please start the auction quickly, urged a quasi-emperor from the Great Zhou dynasty. Xian Yu nodded slightly. In that case, I won't say any more. Starting bid, 10 billion spirit crystals. Please begin placing your bids. The auction house fell silent for a brief moment. 100 billion spirit crystals is an extremely large number even for a giant-level power. 105 billion. The first bidder was surprisingly a barbarian tribe from the far south. This race looks very similar to humans. However, like the demon race, the barbarian race reveres bloodlines. They are born extremely powerful, but have a low growth ceiling, making them natural-born battle. Maniacs. Adult barbarians are 3 zhang tall, with bodies as hard as steel. Their fighting style is extremely savage, and they look similar to humans, hence the name barbarians. The group was somewhat surprised. The far south was known for its barrenness, so how could they have come up with 10 billion spirit crystals? It seems that the barbarian race has quite a strong foundation. The price of 10.5 billion was quickly broken, and other major players stepped in. They had made ample preparations for attending the auction. This time, the wealthiest dragons did not bid. Almost all the participants in the auction were humans. Dragons have always been proud of their bodies, believing that their bodies and claws are their most powerful weapons. Of course, the dragon race does not reject weapons and magical artifacts, they only reject weapons and magical artifacts crafted by humans. The dragon race has its own tradition of weapon crafting, and the human race's weapon crafting techniques do not suit their style. Wu Ning felt a little regretful, as this meant the loss of a major client. Competition for the Jinshi seal was extremely fierce, and the price was quickly driven up to 18 billion spirit crystals. But at this price, only a handful of bidders remain with the financial strength to continue bidding.
200 billion.
An imposing voice emanated from the private room of the great Xia dynasty.
Box number 5 has bid 20 billion spirit crystals. Is there any higher offer?
Xian Yu looked around at the private rooms. There was no response for a long time.
200 billion spirit crystals is almost the limit.
Congratulations to the VIP in Box 5 for obtaining the Quasi-Emperor weapon, the Seal of World Suppression. Xian Yu announced the results in a soft voice.
Now, this auction is now over.
Guests who have not yet received their items, please proceed to the backstage area to complete the handover. In addition, the auction house will hold another grand auction on the 15th of next month, with a scale no less than this one, and there will still be a Quasi-Emperor weapon as the grand finale.
We hope you will all come and support us. There are still more?
Some people who didn't manage to bid on their desired items immediately became excited, thinking that they must do their best to collect spirit crystals and spirit stones when they got back.
I'm determined to make a big splash at the next auction. Fairy, I wonder if the Blood God pill will be auctioned again at the next auction? A supreme being asked expectantly.
Of course there are.
Xian Yu gave an affirmative answer.
Many supreme beings became excited. For them, the allure of the Blood God pill was even greater than that of a Quasi-Emperor weapon. After all, it was something that could help them break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Subsequently, the people from various factions reluctantly departed. As they walked out of the Xian Yu auction house, they all felt like they were in a dream. Quasi-Emperor weapons, Blood God pills, supreme artifacts, each of these items is something that would cause many powerful forces to fight tooth and nail for, yet they all appeared at the auction. Even though I didn't get to photograph anything this time, it was still an eye-opening experience and the trip was worthwhile.
Half an hour later.
Xian Yu delivered a storage ring to the private room where Wu Ning was. Young master, the auction raised a total of 62.8 billion spirit crystals and 739.6 billion top-grade spirit stones, all of which are in this storage ring. Wu Ning took the storage ring and probed it with a wisp of divine sense. This storage ring is of extremely high quality, no less than a top-grade spiritual artifact, and its interior space is large enough to hold a mountain. At this moment, it was almost completely filled with spirit crystals and top-grade spirit stones.
Very good.
Wu Ning smiled wryly, his purse was finally full again.
Here is the information for all the items to be auctioned next time. You can take a look. I'll be going now. Once you have finished your work for me, I will reward you handsomely.
Xian Yu quickly replied, "It is our honor to serve you, young master. Moreover, I have already broken through to the Quasi-Emperor level and dare not ask for any further rewards from you. Furthermore, holding such an auction covering the entire continent can enhance the reputation and prestige of Xian Yu Auction House, making it worthwhile even without receiving any remuneration." Wu Ning waved his hand casually, "We'll talk about it later.
I'll be leaving now." We returned to the villa behind the Wanxiang Academy.
Wu Ning poured 60 billion spirit crystals into the Chaos Divine Gourd, which quickly condensed into 6 drops of crystal-clear Chaos Origin liquid. Each drop contains immense energy, possessing the power to create wonders, radiating a hazy, colorful glow, and quietly suspended within the Divine Gourd.
600 billion spirit crystals, gone just like that. They really spend money like water.
With a sigh, Wu Ning swallowed the 6 drops of Chaos Origin liquid. In an instant, an incredibly powerful surge of energy rushed into his limbs and bones like a torrent, washing over his muscles and flesh, bringing him immense comfort. I don't know how much time has passed. Wu Ning suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light shot out. The indestructible golden body has finally been completed. At the same time, his soul had also reached the pinnacle of the illusory realm. His cultivation has also reached the great Emperor realm perfection. The next step is to comprehend the Tao and become an immortal.
However, becoming an immortal is not so easy.
Immortals belong to another level.
It's not even in the same dimension as the Great Emperor realm.
The path to immortality is ethereal, seeking the essence of the great Tao. Unaffected by laws and untouched by the passage of time, one has transcended birth, aging, sickness, and death, possessing endless lifespan. Without comprehending the great Tao, simply increasing one's cultivation level will hardly allow one to break through to the immortal realm, unless one reaches a point where quantitative change leads to qualitative change, thereby proving the Tao through force and forcibly entering the realm of the immortal path. Wu Ning felt that if he wanted to break through to the immortal realm, he would still have to rely on the system. With a system at his disposal, all he needs to do is keep checking in, and breaking through to the immortal realm will be a piece of cake. Looking at his personal system panel, he saw that he had accumulated 233 sign-in opportunities.
It won't be long before I get a yearly visa.
Wu Ning didn't rush to use his sign-in points, he had an extremely important matter to attend to. That is to break the 5th layer of the bloodline seal.
The process went very smoothly.
With his current cultivation level and physical body, he can easily withstand the bloodline power within the 5th layer of the seal, no longer experiencing the excruciating pain he felt the first time. After breaking the bloodline seal, Wu Ning felt that although his cultivation level had not increased, his strength had increased significantly again.
Should I be considered invincible below the level of immortals now? Wu Ning was in a good mood.
Even without relying on the Chaos Divine Gourd and the Dragon Fishing Rod, his strength should still be among the top in this vast middle thousand world.
The days that followed.
Wu Ning became leisurely again, accumulating daily check-in counts and occasionally studying the ways of talismans and formations.
Or occasionally give Li Yuanbao and the other two some pointers on their cultivation. The auctions continue as scheduled, roughly once a month.
Wu Ning needs more spirit crystals. Although the cultivation level cannot be improved at present, the quality of cultivation
can still be improved. This is equivalent to increasing our strength.
Anyway, those quasi-emperor weapons and supreme artifacts are of no use to him now, so Wu Ning plans to sell them all.
Let them make the most of their remaining energy. 4 months later. Finally, I've collected them all. System, grant me a yearly pass.
Wu Ning shouted excitedly in his heart, his eyes showing anticipation.
This is my second annual visa application, I hope my luck won't be too bad. Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mythical beast cub.
A mythical beast cub?
Wu Ning raised an eyebrow and immediately checked the reward information. It turned out to be a 9-tailed celestial fox that was less than 3 days old. He immediately retrieved it from the system space. It was Snow White, a tiny ball, just like a nursing kitten. It has a pair of beautiful pale gold eyes, a small pink nose and paws, but it also has 9 fluffy little tails.
What an adorable little thing!
Wu Ning placed the little celestial fox in his hand and tapped its little head. But he was suddenly stunned. Although this little celestial fox was small and its aura was not strong, it was actually a true great emperor.
Ha, no wonder it's a divine beast.
Born with the power of an emperor, they can become immortals upon reaching adulthood. The little fox gazed at him affectionately, and feeling his touch, it immediately squinted its eyes in enjoyment.
Wu Ning laughed. With this little guy around, there would be even more fun. Time flies, and life goes on. Another 6 months passed quickly. In the boundless starry sky, a thunder rock tens of thousands of feet long is shuttling among the stars. A particularly bright star is already in sight. Tianxian, I, Lei Ming, am back.
Lei Ming roared excitedly. He was the thunder ancestor of the demon clan, who had been away from the Tianxian continent for hundreds of thousands of years.
Now, he should return in an invincible manner. The manner behind the Wanxiang Academy.
Young master, this is the result of this auction, a total of 52.2 billion spirit crystals, 936 billion top-grade spirit stones, and over 600 billion high-grade spirit stones. Xianyu smiled and handed a storage ring to Wu Ning.
More than 50 billion, much less than last time.
Wu Ning sighed slightly, having held more than 10 auctions in a row, reaping over 800 billion spirit crystals. Nowadays, he has almost drained those giants of power.
Xian Yu, the auction need not be held anymore.
After thinking for a moment, he took out an ancient bronze mirror and handed it to her.
This is a quasi-emperor weapon called the Floating World Mirror.
It has extremely strong killing power.
I'm giving it to you.
Young master, how could Xian Yu dare to accept such a valuable item from you?
Take it. It's just a quasi-emperor weapon.
You've all worked hard these past few days, Wu Ning said, waving his hand.
Also, there's something else I'd like to ask you.
There's not much left to gain on the Tianxian continent, so Wu Ning plans to travel through the starry sky to broaden his horizons. While I'm at it, I'll find a place to sell a few imperial weapons. By then, he should be able to break through to the immortal realm, and then he can consider returning to the martial clan of the primordial ancient realm. After leaving Tianxian, Wu Ning planned to have Xian Yu secretly take care of some people in the Yin prince's mansion of the Great Jin dynasty. He also greeted Li Qingxian. In this way, he can leave with peace of mind. Rest assured, young master, as long as Xian Yu is alive, she will protect everyone in the Yin prince's mansion. After Xian Yu left, Wu Ning summoned Li Yuanbao and the other two. After nearly 2 years of training at the Wanxiang Academy, all three of them underwent tremendous changes. It's not just about cultivation level, but more about experience and knowledge. They are all worldly people, no longer the three country bumpkins who had just left the Great Jin dynasty.
Boss, did you call us here because you're planning to go back to the Great Jin again? Li Yuanbao asked.
For nearly 2 years, Wu Ning would take them back to Jin every few months.
Well, that's one of them. But I have something more important to discuss with you.
Wu Ning looked at them and asked, I'm planning to travel through the stars soon.
Would you like to come with me? Stargazing? The three of them's eyes lit up. Born between heaven and earth, how could they not yearn for the stars and the sea? Brother Wu, I want to go. Su Ziqian was the first to speak. Boss, take me with you. Young master, I'll go wherever you go. Wu Ning laughed and said, all right, go back and prepare. I will take you back to the Great Jin in 3 days, and we will set off to travel through the stars in a month. Oh, right, I have something else to give you. With a wave of his hand, Wu Ning summoned 3 drops of Chaos Origin liquid, radiating a hazy glow, before the three of them. Swallow it. This will improve your aptitude and increase your cultivation. As the three looked at the Chaos Origin liquid before them, a sudden longing arose in their hearts, making them realize that this thing was extraordinary and definitely a rare treasure. They had absolute trust in Wu Ning, and upon hearing his words, they swallowed the food whole without hesitation. Boom! The next moment, an immense amount of energy surged into their bodies like a torrent. Fortunately, this energy was extremely gentle, otherwise it would have burst them apart in an instant. Then, the three of them began to surge wildly. In a short while, he broke through to the heavenly palace realm. He broke through to the king ceiling realm after 10 breaths. After 100 breaths, you will directly enter the holy realm. Wu Ning glanced at the suddenly gloomy sky, then waved his hand and led them directly into the void. Almost at the same time, 3 mysterious figures appeared in the sky above the endless sea. They plunged into the sea and headed straight for the Dragon Palace. Demon Lord, why aren't you staying in your demon realm? What are you doing here in my Dragon Palace? Suddenly, an incomparably majestic voice rang out. Dragon Emperor, I have come here today to discuss important matters, which I believe you will find very interesting. Oh? To have you, Demon Lord, come in person, I'm intrigued. A moment later. The Dragon Palace, a magnificent and resplendent palace. Lei Zhu, I never expected you old codger to still be alive. The Dragon Emperor looked at the burly man beside the Demon Lord, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. When he was still the crown prince of the Dragon Clan, the other party was already a renowned Demon Emperor. He never expected that after hundreds of thousands of years, he would still be alive. With this old guy's current strength, he's probably unbeatable in the Tianxian continent. Ao Tsong, you brat, when I left Tianxian, you had already broken through to the great emperor realm. Now, so many years have passed, I wonder how much you have improved? Lei Zhu snorted coldly, unleashing a powerful aura. He had suffered a great loss at the hands of the old Dragon Emperor back then, and now he was determined to get revenge on his son. The Dragon Emperor's gaze turned cold, and he was about to erupt in anger. He was confident that even if he was not as good as his opponent, he was not far behind, and with the Dragon Clan's resources, he could put up a fight. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, the Demon Lord quickly said, "Both of you, calm down. What we are discussing today concerns the fate of our two races. We must not let some trivial matters delay our grand plan." Hearing this, Lei Zhu snorted coldly and withdrew his aura.
The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly.
It concerns the fate of our two races? Demon Lord, are you planning to attack the human race? The hearts of the demon race are known to all. The moment he saw Lei Zhu, he understood what the Demon Lord meant by the important matter. The Demon Lord nodded.
To be honest, Dragon Emperor, I have come here today precisely for this purpose. I wish to invite the Dragon Clan to join forces with our Demon Clan.
We are certain that we will be able to wipe out the human clan in one fell swoop.
The Dragon Emperor said calmly, "My dragon race rules over the four seas and has always kept to itself and the human race. Why should we join forces with you? Dragon Emperor, although the sea is rich, the continent is the center of heaven and earth. Your dragon race has been passed down from ancient times to the present.
How can you be confined to the sea for generations?"
The Dragon Emperor was somewhat tempted. Their dragon race had indeed coveted the continent for a long time, but the human race had dominated the continent for millions of years, and their foundation was unfathomable.
Taking action against the human race is too risky.
Seemingly sensing his concerns, the Demon Lord continued, "The attack on the human race involves not only our two races, but also the barbarian race and the ice and snow race." The Demon Lord briefly explained his plan: to use the barbarians and the ice and snow clan as cannon fodder to deplete the human race's resources. After annihilating the human race, the demon race and the dragon race will share the world. The Dragon Emperor was not one to hesitate. After hearing the Demon Lord's plan, he made his decision. "This plan is feasible, but I need your demon race to swear an oath of inner demons as proof that after you destroy the human race, you will share the world with our dragon race."
Of course, no problem."
After a long time, the grand plan to annihilate the human race was finalized.
The Demon Lord's expression suddenly turned solemn.
"Before we attack the human race, there is one person we must eliminate first."
"Oh? Who is it?"
"That's the kid who killed my demon race's Black Emperor 2 years ago."
The Demon Lord said with a solemn expression. 20 years old?
The Dragon Emperor and the Thunder Ancestor both stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief.
"How is this possible?"
"He's only 20 years old and he's already reached the Great Emperor level. Even if he's been cultivating since birth, it's impossible for him to do it this fast. After repeated investigations, I can confirm that he is indeed only in his early 20s.
The Demon Lord gave a wry smile.
When he first heard the news, he was just as incredulous as they were.
A 20-year-old emperor? That's simply astonishing. Could it be the reincarnation of a supreme being?
A strange light flashed in Lei Zhu's eyes. If such a prodigy were refined into an adult pill, it would definitely be a great tonic. It might even allow him to reach that supreme realm.
Ahem, I'll handle this human brat, but I'll need a few more people to assist me.
The Demon Lord glanced at him and said, "Now, I'm afraid only you, Thunder Ancestor, have the absolute strength to kill that human brat.
I will have the Nether Emperor assist you."
The Dragon Emperor said calmly, "Since we have formed an alliance, our Dragon Clan is also willing to send a great emperor to assist us."
With the assistance of 2 great emperors, I will surely capture it with ease. 2 days later,
Li Yuanbao and the other two had absorbed a whole drop of Chaos Origin liquid, and their cultivation had crossed several major realms, actually breaking through directly to the late stage of Quasi-Emperor.
However, they are considered the weakest of the Quasi-Emperors.
They may possess the cultivation level, but lack the corresponding understanding and insight into that level.
They haven't even fully grasped the principles yet.
But for Wu Ning, improving his cultivation level was just a side effect. His main goal was to use the Chaos Origin liquid to
enhance their cultivation aptitude.
With a drop of Chaos Origin liquid improving their foundations, all three now possess the potential to become immortals.
Looking across the entire Tianxian continent, this talent is among the most outstanding. Moreover, once you reach a certain level and your talent improves, acquiring laws will be much easier and faster.
It is estimated that within 100 years at most, the three of them will be able to successfully condense the origin of the law and elevate their cultivation comprehension to the quasi-emperor level. A century is a long time, but it is insignificant compared to their current level of achievement. After the three of them became familiar with their current realm, Wu Ning led them out of the void. Upon returning to the manor, Wu Ning frowned slightly. He sensed a faint, extremely subtle divine sense sweeping over him.
2 demon emperors and 1 dragon emperor seem to have come for me.
Wu Ning smiled slightly. It seemed there would be an unexpected gain today. Surprisingly, food delivery was automatically delivered to my door. He appeared. Above the heavens, Lei Zhu looked at the Myriad Manifestations Academy, scrutinizing Wu Ning's figure. His gaze narrowed slightly as he realized that he could not fathom the depth of this man's abilities. You two go first and test this kid's strength. I'll back you up. Lei Zhu spoke to the 2 people beside him. Why bother with all that? Let me escort the 3 of you on your journey. Wu Ning's calm voice rang out, and he instantly appeared in front of them. You arrogant brat. With my personal intervention and the assistance of 2 demon emperors, I will surely slay you today. With a roar, Lei Zhu unleashed a terrifying imperial aura that caused the heavens to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Wu Ning stood with his hands behind his back, his hair fluttering slightly. Any pressure that approached within 10,000 feet of him would dissipate without causing the slightest ripple. Lei Zhu's eyes narrowed, and he felt that Wu Ning was even more unfathomable. This boy is strange, let's all work together to suppress him. Boom! Before Lei Zhu finished speaking, he instantly released his true form, transforming into a thunder rock tens of thousands of feet long, with wings that blotted out the sky and dark purple lightning swirling in his eyes. The 2 people beside him also transformed into their original forms. A towering netherworld wolf, its massive body covered in eerie black patterns, exuded a sinister and terrifying aura, its blood-red eyes resembling the eyes of death. A black dragon tens of thousands of feet long, with thick limbs and its entire body covered in black dragon scales that faintly gleamed with a dark golden metallic luster, had a pair of huge dragon eyes as deep as black holes, exuding great majesty. The terrifying imperial might permeated the heavens and earth, and cracks filled the air, making it difficult to withstand the aura of 3 great emperors at the same time. In Donghai City, countless people stared at the sky in terror. It's the Dragon Clan, and the Demon Emperor. Donghai City is doomed. Many powerful cultivators fled in panic. Great emperors possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. A single strike could annihilate the entire East Sea City. If they had been a second later, they would likely have perished along with the city. They actually mobilized 3 great emperors. Are the demon race and the dragon race planning to go to war with us? I wonder if fellow martial arts master can withstand it. Li Qinxian felt heavy-hearted and immediately activated the emperor-level defensive array of the Myriad Manifestations Academy with all his might. Demon Realm. At this moment, the Demon Lord, leading 2 powerful demon emperors, is confronting 4 human emperors. Behind them were hundreds of millions of demons, the lowest being 7th-order demon beasts, including many 9th-order and 10th-order great demons. Each one was enormous, with a terrifying aura, and their eyes were greedily fixed on the human territory, revealing a bloodthirsty light. They are just waiting for the Demon Lord's order to flood into the human cities and begin to feast on human flesh and blood. Demon Lord, how dare you provoke a war against our human race? Do you want your race to be completely wiped out? A human emperor dressed in a black robe roared angrily. The Demon Lord said indifferently, Old man, the Tianxian continent originally belonged to my demon race. Now we are just taking back what is rightfully ours. However, I will remember your words. After you all die, I will exterminate your race and leave not a single human alive. How dare you? You damned hairy beast, I will surely kill you today. Several human emperors revealed murderous intent in their eyes.
This continent has never belonged to any race. Humans were also born on this land, but they are now able to dominate it because they are stronger.
The demon lord said no more and looked toward the eastern region. Once Lei Zhu has dealt with that human brat, the outcome of this war will be a foregone conclusion. Although the human race is strong, some of the old guys are not even on the Tianqian continent at the moment, so they are bound to be defeated.
At the same time,
the same scene was unfolding in both the southern and northern regions. The barbarian and ice snow tribes have stationed their troops on the border, confronting the powerful humans. The demon lord and the dragon emperor wanted to use them as pawns to deplete the human race's resources. But they weren't stupid, they were all waiting for the demon and dragon races to make their move, and even planned to let the two races make the first move so they could reap the benefits. The dragon army gathered above the endless sea, eyeing the western regions with predatory intent.
Pick the softest persimmons.
They were preparing to attack the mainland from the western regions. Among the 5 regions of the human race, the western region is the weakest overall, with only one Buddhist sect.
Time to get started.
The dragon emperor's gaze pierced through endless space, looking towards the eastern region, a smile appearing on his face. With a terrifyingly powerful old man like Lei Zhu making a move, and 2 veteran emperors assisting him, he didn't think that human kid had any chance of survival. By order of the emperor, the entire army shall be mobilized to begin the attack on the western regions. The eastern regions, above the vast sky. Wu Ning immediately summoned the dragon fishing rod. He had noticed the anomaly on the Xiantian continent and was preparing to quickly eliminate the 3 guys in front of him.
There happens to be a dragon here. You can try out the power of the dragon fishing rod.
Kill! Lei Zhu roared, his body crackling with lightning, and unleashed a terrifying lightning spear, charging towards Wu Ning. This thunder spear is a top-tier imperial weapon, obtained by him when he killed a great emperor of a foreign human race during his travels in the starry sky.
Soul-eating banner. Dragon god spear.
Both the netherworld wolf and the black dragon unleashed an emperor-level weapon, demonstrating their thorough preparations for killing Wu Ning.
Boom!
The terrifying aura caused the space to shatter and collapse completely, revealing a vast black hole in the sky, deep and terrifying, as if it were a cataclysmic disaster. The 3 imperial weapons, carrying world-destroying power, instantly arrived in front of Wu Ning. Wu Ning's eyes were calm as he held the fishing rod in his hand and swung it like a stick at the 3 imperial weapons.
Simple, direct, and straightforward. Clang!
With a single blow, the thunder spear shattered instantly, producing a crisp cracking sound. Countless fragments of the imperial weapon pierced through space and
disappeared into the vast void.
The force of this blow remained undiminished, directly shattering the sky and creating a void rift hundreds of thousands of feet long. The next instant, the dragon fishing rod struck the soul-devouring banner and the dragon god spear in succession, instantly shattering the 2 powerful imperial weapons with overwhelming force, without encountering the slightest resistance. Wu Ning unleashed a palm strike, imprisoning all battle fluctuations in the sky, leaving no trace of Donghai City below. With his current strength, achieving this would be a piece of cake.
Aha! With the imperial weapon destroyed, the 3 demons simultaneously let out a muffled groan, their auras instantly weakening considerably. How is this possible? Lei Zhu stared blankly. That was an imperial weapon.
He was severely injured and nearly died while trying to obtain this thunder spear, and it took him tens of thousands of years to recover.
How could it be destroyed so easily? That stick, it's terrifying. What level of weapon is it? Run! The netherworld wolf and the black dragon were horrified.
Their imperial weapons were destroyed, and they instantly lost their will to fight. This kid was too terrifying, they were simply not capable of dealing with him.
Since we're here, let's bury them properly. Stay here, all of you.
Wu Ning whispered, flicked the fishing rod, and the small blue ball at the other end instantly shot through the air, trailing an invisible thin line behind it.
Laugh!
The small cyan ball transformed into a streak of cyan light, instantly piercing through the bodies and souls of the 3 demons, with a few drops of imperial blood scattering across the sky.
Their massive bodies instantly froze in the sky.
Life vanished in an instant, like ice and snow melting away.
He's dead?
Wu Ning was secretly astonished. A casual strike had actually killed 3 great emperor-level experts. The power of a celestial artifact is terrifying. Wu Ning's hand trembled slightly as he retrieved the cyan ball, then collected the corpses of the 3 demon emperors. A thunder rock, a celestial wolf, and a black dragon. But they're all good stuff. Then, he vanished from the spot in an instant. Boss is awesome. Li Yuanbao and his 2 companions were excited, waving their fists, and their eyes were full of excitement. Dead. All 3 demon emperors are dead. Countless people stared blankly, wondering if they were dreaming. In less than 10 breaths, 3 emperors have died. How is that possible? Could it be that their human race possesses such great power? Lei Zhu has actually been killed. How is this possible? The demon lord's eyes widened in horror, and a chill ran through him. The 3 demons of Thunder Ancestor were almost instantly killed. He could hardly imagine just how strong Wu Ning had become. Several human emperors were also somewhat astonished. But after a brief moment of astonishment came a huge surprise. I never expected that my human race would have such a powerful figure. To instantly kill 3 emperors is something I, an old man, cannot even dream of. Let's make our move. All you powerful warriors, heed my command and follow me to slaughter. You hairy beast, I'm here to kill you. Kill. At the command of the 4 human emperors, the powerful figures from the various dynasties and empires behind them instantly charged towards the demon army, while they themselves were the first to attack the 3 demon emperors. Demon Lord, let's retreat quickly. A demon emperor with a face covered in scales hurriedly spoke. With Lei Zhu killed, they had long since decided to retreat. Withdraw? Where can we withdraw to now? If we lose this battle, our demon race will have no place to stand in the entire Tianqian. The demon lord's face was grim, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. That human boy indeed became the biggest variable in this battle. Demon Lord, as long as we live, we can always rebuild. Let's take some of our people and leave Tianqian. As long as we're alive, we might have a chance to return to Tianqian someday. Another demon emperor transmitted his voice. Leave Tianqian. No. I am not reconciled. The demon lord roared inwardly, a look of madness suddenly flashing in his eyes. An ancient array plate appeared in his hand, dark red in color, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Even the great emperor felt a sense of dread upon seeing it. It's all because of that human brat. As long as we can kill him, the final victory will surely belong to our demon race. The demon lord, looking crazed, threw the array plate in his hand, which flew over the demon army. The next moment, an incredibly terrifying ancient and malevolent formation manifested, exuding a sinister and bloody aura, instantly enveloping the entire demon army, including many powerful human warriors. Bang bang bang! In an instant, tens of thousands of powerful demons exploded into clouds of blood mist, which then surged into the great formation as streams of blood energy. This is... Several human emperors' pupils constricted sharply, and they immediately ordered the humans to retreat from the strong. Demon Lord, what are you doing? The 2 demon emperors were shocked and furious. These powerful demons were the backbone of the entire demon race, and many of them were their own clansmen. How could they be slaughtered at will? The demon lord said coldly, this formation is called the Myriad Spirit Sacrifice God Formation. As long as these hundreds of millions of troops are sacrificed, I will gain unparalleled power. At that time, no one will be able to stop me, and the entire Tianqian will belong to my demon race. But... no buts. They're going to die anyway, so we might as well dedicate ourselves to the cause of our people. The 2 demon emperors had gloomy expressions, but they didn't say anything more. That's considered tacit approval. Within the grand array of sacrifices to the gods, blood mist filled the air, and hundreds of millions of demons perished in droves, their screams echoing endlessly. At the same time, Wu Ning has crossed the entire continent to reach the western regions, and he plans to deal with the Dragon Clan first. First, the dragon race is the strongest. Secondly, he had long coveted the dragon race. Previously, they were hesitant to take action due to concerns about starting a war. Now that the other side has taken the initiative to declare war, he has nothing to worry about.
Upon seeing Wu Ning appear, the Dragon Emperor felt a chill run down his spine.
He recalled the scene of the three demons, Lei Zhu, being instantly killed, and suddenly felt a jolt. He roared wildly. By order of the Emperor, the entire army shall retreat. Retreat immediately. Die. Without wasting words, Wu Ning cast his fishing rod and swiftly annihilated one black dragon after another. The dragon army was not large, less than 100,000. But the quality is extremely high. The lowest level is a black dragon at the peak of the 8th rank. There are tens of thousands of 9th-tier black dragons and nearly 1,000 10th-tier black dragons. There are relatively fewer 11th-tier black dragons, only about 30. There are 5 dragon emperors of the 12th rank, plus the one that was killed earlier, making a total of 6. As expected of the ancient dragon race that possesses a vast and endless sea, this power is enough to rival the entire central region of the human race. But this can be considered a full-scale mobilization. The dragon race is small, numbering less than 300,000 in total, which is negligible compared to the trillions of human population. However, they are born with powerful bloodlines and have a lifespan far longer than that of humans. Moreover, once they reach adulthood, they can basically break through to the 8th rank, which can be described as a unique advantage. Die. Wu Ning went on a killing spree, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of black dragons died at his hands, all of them 9th rank or higher dragon clan powerhouses. The Dragon Emperor's eyes turned red with envy. Run! Run now! Damn human, I will kill you! The Dragon Emperor roared and unleashed 3 imperial weapons, charging straight at Wu Ning. The other 4 Dragon Emperors also knew that they could not escape death today. 3 of them stayed behind to hold off Wu Ning with the Dragon Emperor, while the last one led some of his people to escape. Roar! Kill! Watch out for his weapon. Even if it means my death today, I will hold him back and buy my people a chance to survive. Several dragon emperors, seemingly ready to fight to the death, began burning their dragon souls and fiercely attacked Wu Ning. Wu Ning remained silent, flicked his fishing rod, retrieved the cyan ball, and then flung it out again, instantly piercing through their bodies. At the same time, their dragon souls were annihilated. They had no chance whatsoever against the divine artifact. The moment the Dragon Emperor decided to join forces with the demon race to attack the human race, their fate was already sealed. Laugh! The small blue ball pierced the Dragon Emperor's heart. He glanced at Wu Ning with resentment, and the life force in his eyes quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, all 5 Dragon Emperors were killed and strung together by an invisible thread. Even the last Dragon Emperor couldn't escape it. His Majesty! Father! Ancestor! All the dragons went berserk, charging towards Wu Ning like moths to a flame. Even knowing they were no match, they still fought desperately. The pride of the dragon race does not allow them to be afraid of death. Commendable courage! Wu Ning gave a heartfelt exclamation of praise, but showed no mercy when it came to killing. Moments later, he slaughtered nearly 100,000 dragon soldiers, and the world fell silent, with blood raining down silently. Several human emperors watched from the sidelines, unable and unwilling to intervene. They were terrified that Wu Ning might go berserk and accidentally kill them, mistaking them for dragons, leaving them with no one to turn to for help. Wu Ning ignored them, collected all the dragon corpses, and flashed towards the demon realm. How terrifying! Just who is this young master? Even the legendary immortals descending to Earth couldn't be more impressive than him. The human emperors were still shaken. Wu Ning killed emperors as easily as killing chickens and dogs, which made them feel somewhat insignificant. Amit Ba. An old monk chanted a Buddhist prayer and turned his gaze toward the dragon palace. Esteemed benefactors, since things have come to this, let us handle the aftermath. Ha, master is right, let's go to the dragon palace. The eyes of the several human emperors immediately lit up. Demon realm. Damn it! His power is increasing, we must break that formation. A hint of anxiety appeared in the eyes of the four human emperors.
Take action. We can't let him continue like this. If you want to break this formation, you'll have to get past us first.
The two demon emperors transformed into their true forms and relentlessly entangled several human emperors. Now is the moment that will decide their fate. They cannot afford to back down. The demon lord was continuously absorbing the vast blood energy within the myriad spirits sacrifice god array, and his aura was rising rapidly.
Such immense power. Even if Lei Zhu were alive today, he wouldn't be my match.
He muttered to himself, his gaze somewhat obsessive and frenzied.
Then, he glanced in the direction of the western regions, his expression becoming serious once again. The dragon race is finished too. This boy is too terrifying. Am I even his match now? No. I need even greater power.
A hint of madness flashed in the demon lord's eyes, and his gaze involuntarily turned to the two demon
emperors and the four human emperors beside him. If I absorb their blood essence, I will be invincible.
Thinking of this, his eyes grew even more crazed, and he immediately controlled the myriad spirits sacrifice god array, instantly enveloping the six great emperors.
Ah! Demon Lord, what are you doing? You madman! You actually want to sacrifice us all?
The two demon emperors were furious and attacked the formation frantically. Within the great formation, a bloody aura filled with terrifying killing power and soul-corroding murderous intent was overwhelming, which even they, as emperors, could not withstand.
Feeling a deadly threat, the four human emperors dared not hold back any longer and directly used their trump cards to attack the formation.
However, the 10,000 spirits sacrifice god formation is an ancient and ferocious formation, and now, having sacrificed hundreds of millions of demon soldiers, it has become incredibly terrifying. Even with all six emperors attacking simultaneously, they were unable to shake the situation for a time.
Humph. A futile struggle. The demon lord snorted coldly and focused all his efforts on controlling the great formation, preparing to refine them.
You scruffy bird, you escaped once 2 years ago, but this time I'll see where you can run to this time.
Just then, Wu Ning stepped out of the void. He glanced around and couldn't help but admire the demon lord as a ruthless character.
He killed the demon without hesitation. Upon seeing him appear, the demon lord's gaze narrowed slightly. Without uttering a word, he directly controlled the myriad spirits sacrifice god array and charged towards Wu Ning.
Court death.
Wu Ning flicked his fishing rod, and the small blue ball instantly shot through the air.
Ugh!
The demon lord stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
A small hole was pierced through his chest, his demonic soul was quickly annihilated, and his life force was rapidly drained away.
In the end, a trace of bewilderment remained in his eyes.
He couldn't understand why, even though he was so powerful, he was still instantly killed. What kind of being is he fighting against? Bang!
The cyan ball shattered the array plate, and the myriad spirits sacrifice god array collapsed instantly. A terrifying aura of bloodlust erupted, turning the world crimson in an instant.
It's like a world of carnage. The two demon emperors looked utterly defeated. It's over. Everything is over. I'm not reconciled. The next second, Wu Ning killed them all.
From then on, the demon race had no more powerful figures. This war, started by the demon race, has already come to an end before it even began.
The four human emperors looked at Wu Ning with awe, a hint of fear in their eyes. You can handle the rest yourselves.
Wu Ning had no interest in dealing with them.
After collecting the corpses of the three demon emperors, he left after saying this. Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground, it's so delicious. I never imagined that I, Li Yuanbao, would have the chance to eat the legendary dragon meat in my lifetime.
The aroma of meat filled the courtyard, wafting for miles. A large cauldron was bubbling away, stewing dragon meat, while two sizzling, golden dragon tendons were roasting nearby.
It is a full half-meter thick.
Li Yuanbao and his two companions surrounded the large cauldron, each wolfing down a piece of dragon meat. After their cultivation level was raised to quasi-emperor, they were finally able to eat meat to their heart's content, no longer having to hold a bowl of soup and watch helplessly.
On the side,
Wu Ning placed the little fox on the table and was feeding her sliced roasted dragon tendons. The little guy is tiny, but he has a big appetite. Wu Ning had already fed her several plates of dragon meat and dragon tendons.
Wah! The little fox stuck out its pink tongue and licked Wu Ning's fingers, then lowered its head.
Wu Ning smiled and patted her head.
Are you full? Wah! The little celestial fox squinted its eyes contentedly, its 9 little tails swaying gently behind it. On the other side of the table, a large plate of dragon tendons sat in front of the little bluebird, which was engrossed in eating them. Wu Ning discovered that this little guy was a glutton, eating all day long, and had gained a lot of weight in the 3 years he had been with him. When it shrinks, it looks chubby and cute. Now that she's no longer needed as a mount, Wu Ning isn't worried about whether she'll be able to fly if she gets fat. After feeding the little celestial fox, Wu Ning also began to fill his own stomach. The taste and texture of the dragon meat were indeed quite good, better than that of the tengu, but not by much. What if I don't know what a real dragon tastes like? Wu Ning ate while thinking. The black dragon clan of the Tianxin continent is merely a wild, mixed-breed dragon, not even in the same league as a true dragon. However, it is estimated that only in vast worlds like the primordial ancient realm would pure-blooded true dragons exist. Not long after, a guest arrived at the manor in the back hills. Fellow martial artist.
Yan Shi smiled and cupped his hands in a very polite gesture.
Brother Yan, why are you being so polite with me? What brings you here?
Wu Ning smiled and offered a helping hand. Yan Shi took out a storage ring and handed it to him. Brother Wu, these are the spirit stones and spirit crystals we seized from the dragon clan and the demon clan. I heard you needed them, so I brought them to you.
Oh?
Wu Ning probed with his divine sense and his eyes immediately lit up. The spirit crystals piled up into a huge mountain, totaling more than 200 billion. There are even more spirit stones, at least 3 trillion, and they are all top-grade spirit stones. Yan Shi said with a smile, most of those spirit stones and spirit crystals come from the dragon clan. They have accumulated wealth over generations, and their wealth is truly astonishing. As he spoke, a hint of emotion couldn't help but appear in his eyes. More than 200 billion spirit crystals. Even as an emperor, he had never seen so many spirit crystals. Ha, I do need spirit stones and spirit crystals, so I won't stand on ceremony with you.
Wu Ning smiled and put it away. Brother Yan, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you sit down and have something to eat with us?
Yan Shi glanced at it and was immediately tempted.
Brother, I wonder if this is the flesh of that old dragon emperor? I've been eyeing him for a long time.
So you like the Dragon King's meat, brother?
No problem, I'll cut off a leg and have a taste. Ha, you understand me, bro? The next day,
Wu Ning led Li Yuanbao and the other 2 back to the Great Jin Dynasty.
The Great Jin Dynasty remains the same as before, peaceful and prosperous, just as always. Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian went back to their respective homes and found their respective mothers.
Wu Ning also brought Zhang Liang back to the palace.
In the days that followed, the situation on the mainland changed dramatically, but the remote little place of Dejin remained unaffected.
Wu Ning's life returned to normal. He spent his days eating, drinking, and playing with foxes and birds.
It felt like going back to the past.
However, half a month later, something unexpected happened to him.
His former fiancée, Lin Qingyao, has now transformed into the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin Holy Land in Lian Prefecture.
Her triumphant return to her hometown has caused quite a stir in the capital.
This Taiyin Holy Land is a holy land that reveres women and possesses Saint King-level powerhouses. Lin Qingyao possesses the Taiyin profound body.
3 years ago, she was spotted by a wandering elder of the Taiyin Holy Land, who took her in as a disciple and brought her back to the Taiyin Holy Land. Later, with the help of the Supreme Elder of the Taiyin Holy Land, her Taiyin profound body transformed into the Taiyin Holy Body, making her a top genius and assuming the position of Holy Maiden.
That can be considered an extraordinary stroke of luck.
After returning to the capital, Lin Qingyao visited the Prince of Yan's residence the very next day.
Wu Ning met her once. After 3 years, I'm truly impressed.
Lin Qingyao has changed a lot. She has a gentle and quiet temperament, and her demeanor is elegant and refined.
She really has the demeanor of a saint. She was completely different from the proud Princess Qingyao of yesteryear.
If Wu Ning hadn't secretly checked her soul aura, he would have thought she had been possessed. It seems that having seen the world has helped her grow a lot. Wu Ning chatted with her casually for a few minutes, then let her leave. The past is like fleeting clouds, they were from different worlds. Seeing her now is a way of putting an end to the past. Like pearls flowing in jade turning, a month passes in the blink of an eye. On this day, a flying ship tens of thousands of feet long broke through the sky from the Great Jin dynasty and disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. On the Tianxian continent, many emperors looked up at the sky and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. With a terrifying, mysterious figure looming over them, no one felt at ease. Now that the figure had left, they all felt instantly relieved. From now on, the Tianxian continent will still be dominated by them. So this is what the starry sky looks like? On the starship, the group gazed at the boundless starry sky, feeling both awe and disappointment. The starry sky was not as beautiful as imagined, instead, it was silent, deep, and dim, without any sound.
It was eerily quiet, with no sense of up, down, left, or right.
Everywhere was deep darkness, giving people a sense of unknown fear. It was as if some incredibly terrifying horror lurked within that darkness. However, in some extremely remote places, bright spots of light can be seen. Those points of light are all stars. The Tianxian continent is called a continent, but it is actually a star, an extremely large star.
Half of it is sea, and half is land.
Gazing at the starry sky, one can take in its full beauty.
Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian had a hint of lingering affection in their eyes.
The stars have no bearing on time, looking back now, everything will have changed.
However, they weren't too reluctant to leave.
In order to travel to the stars, they specially learned a technique to create clones.
Both of them created an avatar to remain in the Great Jin dynasty.
As long as their original bodies did not die, the avatars would not dissipate, and they no longer had any worries. Wu Ning was currently examining the star map left behind by the Heavenly Origin Saint King. He originally planned to follow the route of the Heavenly Origin Saint King, but now he has changed his mind. In the end, Tianyuan Saint King was just a Saint King. He couldn't travel too far in the starry sky. At most, he could only wander around the star systems around Tianxian continent. Wu Ning didn't want to waste time and planned to go directly to the most prosperous star system in the universe.
Little Black, tell me about the structure of this universe? What are some bustling star systems and interesting places?
He almost forgot that this guy was known as someone who knew everything within the Great Tao. Imobao's spirits lifted, he finally had a chance to use his skills again.
Cough cough.
He cleared his throat and then said, Master, this universe is called the Yuanling realm, also known as the Yuanling universe. It is a superior middle thousand world. The elemental realm is extremely vast, with a diameter of approximately 90 quadrillion light-years, containing tens of thousands of boundless starfields, as well as large areas of undeveloped wasteland.
The Master is currently located in a starfield called Ancient Abyss. The Ancient Abyss Star Region. Tell me about this Ancient Abyss Star region?
Master, all star fields in the Yuanling realm can be divided into 4 levels, low level, medium level, high level, and top level. The Ancient Abyss starfield is a high-level starfield. The Ancient Abyss starfield is generally flat and double conical in shape, with a maximum diameter of 800 billion light-years and a maximum thickness of about 320 billion light-years, containing hundreds of millions of galaxies and billions of life-bearing planets. Furthermore, although the Tianxian continent exists only in a remote star system, it is still one of the top 1,000 powerful planets in the entire Ancient Abyss star region.
Imobao recounted the story in detail.
Wu Ning was not surprised. After all, the pinnacle of the middle thousand worlds is the Great Emperor realm, and the Tianxian continent has at least 30 great emperors, so it is definitely not too weak. Even in a top-tier star system, it's by no means a small place.
Little Black, how many top-tier star domains are there in the Yuanling realm? Which top-tier star domain is closest to the Tianxian continent?
Master, there are only 13 top-tier star domains in the Yuanling realm, the closest of which is called the Nine Heavens Star Domain.
The Nine Heavens Star Domain, how far is it from Tianxian? More than 3,825 trillion light-years. So far?
Wu Ning frowned slightly. The great emperor could traverse the void and travel billions of light-years a day. However, such a vast distance would take thousands of years even if a powerful emperor crossed the void without stopping. He's only 21 years old now, 1,000 years is far too long.
Does Master want to go to the Nine Heavens Star Domain?
I know many shortcuts that can allow Master to reach the Nine Heavens Star Domain within 10 years.
Mo Bao said confidently. 10 years?
Wu Ning's eyes lit up. A 10-year term wasn't unacceptable.
All right then. Little Black, the rest of the route is up to you. Let's go to the Nine Heavens Star region. Understood, Master.
A spaceship radiating starlight sped through the void at an incredibly terrifying speed. Its speed is beyond the reach of even ordinary great emperors, seemingly leaving time behind. The days of traversing the void were too boring and tedious. At first, Wu Ning would go fishing, tease the little celestial fox, or cultivate a piece of land to plant fruit trees and grow flowers. But it gets incredibly boring after a while.
Finally, he decided to take a nap.
Great emperors generally don't need to sleep, but when they do, they sleep for a very long time. Wu Ning slept for a full 9 years. 9 years later, one day, he suddenly felt something and woke up from his dream. Instantly, an incredibly terrifying aura emanated from his body, like an ancient behemoth gradually awakening.
Have we arrived?
A somewhat ethereal voice came from his mouth.
The next moment, his figure vanished from the room and instantly appeared outside the palace. Master, you're awake?
Mo Bao flew over happily, and before Wu Ning could ask any questions, he took the initiative to say, Master, we have arrived at the Nine Heavens Star region, but we are still in the edge area. It will probably take another month to reach the central star system of the Nine Heavens Star region.
Yes, very good.
Wu Ning glanced around. The starship was still shuttling through the void. The surroundings were vast and deep, far more so than the starry sky. There was no sound or light, only endless darkness, which enveloped the starship like a tidal wave.
Wah!
Just then, the little celestial fox rushed into his arms like a streak of light, letting out a soft cry and nuzzling affectionately against his chest.
The little guy has finally grown a bit.
A smile appeared in Wu Ning's eyes as he gently rubbed her little head. Perhaps because of its strong bloodline, the little celestial fox grows up extremely slowly.
She's
already 10 years old, but looks like she's just a month old.
Owner.
The little bluebird transformed into a streak of blue light and flew over. Her magical power surged, and she transformed into a little girl dressed in a blue feather robe. She looked about 11 or 12 years old, with fair and delicate skin, like a beautiful porcelain doll.
But he's a little chubby. With chubby cheeks and round little hands, she was both adorable and somewhat comical.
Wu Ning could hardly bear to look at it. Currently, apart from the three of them, Li Yuanbao and the other two on the flying boat are still in seclusion for cultivation. Wu Ning inspected the area, then started a fire to cook meat, treating himself to a good meal.
A moment later,
the Nine Netherworld Emperor flame rose, simmering a pot of dragon marrow. Wu Ning leaned lazily against a rocking chair, munching on a 10,000-year-old golden spirit fruit while checking his system profile.
Name, Wu Ning. Cultivation level, perfected Great Emperor realm.
Physical body, imperishable golden body, great completion.
Soul, illusory realm, perfect. Physique, timeless divine body.
Cultivation techniques, supreme scripture, first level, ancient scripture of heavenly refinement, first level. Supernatural power, a glance that lasts 1,000 years, perfect.
Weapons, Tai Emperor sword, giant spirit battle armor, chaos bell, dragon fishing rod. Pet, nine-tailed celestial fox, juvenile stage. Remaining check-in attempts, 3,862. Nearly 4,000 check-in opportunities.
2 beams of light shot out from Wu Ning's eyes, and he immediately became excited. With so many sign-in opportunities, you can use 7 monthly sign-ins and 10 annual sign-ins.
System, give me 3 annual passes.
Wu Ning immediately shouted excitedly.
Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a celestial grade enlightenment tea tree. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a supreme spatial divine power world in the palm of your hand. Ding! Check in successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 300,000 years of cultivation. 3 system notification sounds rang out in succession. Only 300,000 years?
After Wu Ning finished speaking, he shook his head, feeling that he was being too greedy.
He could gain 300,000 years of cultivation simply by signing in. What more could he ask for?
He then turned his attention to 2 other rewards. The Immortal Enlightenment Tea Tree has 49 enlightenment tea leaves, each containing the profound mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Holding it allows one to directly comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth, making it an unparalleled opportunity. The spatial supernatural power world in the palm is a truly supreme supernatural power. When cultivated to its fullest extent, it can create a chaotic world in the palm of one's hand, with the sun, moon, stars, and all living things, where life and death are determined in a single thought, possessing boundless power. With a smile on his face, Wu Ning first took out the enlightenment tea tree. A small tree less than 2 feet tall, with yellowish-brown branches that are as translucent as jade, has 49 emerald green leaves covered with mysterious golden patterns. To his surprise, this enlightenment tea tree could actually run and jump. Its roots intertwined and clustered into 2 clumps, like 2 feet, making it walk in a very nimble and proper manner.
The 2 branches swayed like arms. It's just like a little tree man. Master.
The sapling cannot speak, but it can emit a kind of spiritual fluctuation, which can achieve an effect similar to divine communication. Wu Ning looked at it in surprise for a few moments, unable to tell whether it was male or female.
He thought for a moment and said, "From now on, you'll be called Little Tree." "Thank you, Master."
The sapling stretched out 2 branches and hugged Wu Ning's
legs affectionately, its leaves swaying slightly.
Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, little celestial fox, also curiously gathered around, a hint of doubt in their eyes, as if they couldn't understand why this tree grew so strangely. The sapling clung tightly to its owner's leg. Upon arrival, she seemed a little shy.
Imo Bao flew to its side and said proudly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Imo Bao. You can call me Master Bao or Master Imo. From now on, when your master isn't around, you'll have to listen to me, understand?"
Imo Bao, acting like the boss, began to explain the rules to it.
"This guy looks dull and easy to bully."
Wu Ning smiled without saying a word. It was quite interesting to have these 4 guys around him. After filling his stomach, he plucked a leaf from a small tree, then had the 4 of them guard the flying boat while he returned to the palace to go into seclusion and test the effects of the enlightenment tea. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. The starship has entered the most prosperous and powerful core area of the 9 heavens star domain. However, Wu Ning remains in seclusion in the palace and has not yet emerged. The other 3 had no ideas, so Imo Bao had to take the initiative and stop the starship on a desolate, dead star. Activate the concealment array and quietly await the master's emergence from seclusion. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in a flash. On this day, a golden ancient ship, 10,000 feet long, suddenly appeared in this starry sky. A golden flag with a large, martial, character embroidered on it was stuck in the air. Immediately afterwards, 5 more black ancient warships sped in from different directions, surrounding the golden ancient ship.
"Miss, I'll go stop them. You take the young master and leave first."
On the golden ancient boat, a hunched old man spoke to a woman in a blue dress beside him. The woman had a graceful figure and long, flowing black hair. She looked extremely young, with a beautiful face, fair skin, eyebrows like distant green mountains, and eyes like the bright moon, but a hint of anxiety was faintly revealed in her eyes.
"No. Uncle Wan, I won't let you go to your death."
The woman shook her head and said with a firm gaze,
"We've been away from the Tianyu star system for a long time now. If we just hold on a little longer, the family's experts will arrive soon. But I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out until then."
The old man sighed helplessly. There are two supreme beings among this group.
We probably won't even last half a quarter of an hour.
The woman glanced back at the boy behind her, her gaze softening before hardening again.
Uncle Juan, I'll hold them off for a bit. You find the right opportunity to take Junie away. Miss, please let me go.
Don't worry, I have a magical artifact bestowed upon me by my great-grandfather to protect me, so nothing will happen.
Run. Why did you stop running? A group of masked people flew out from 5 ancient warships and surrounded the golden ancient ship. The 2 leaders were both dressed in blood-red robes and wore blood-red masks.
The others were dressed in black robes and wore black masks. Stop wasting time talking to them, just take them down directly to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. One of the men in the blood-red robes snorted coldly and swung his palm directly at the golden ancient boat.
Boom!
A streak of purple light flew out from the golden ancient boat, instantly shattering his palm print.
The purple light revealed its true form, a purple dagger radiating a cold light. A quasi-emperor weapon?
The blood-robed man's eyes narrowed, a glint of greed flashing across them.
I want this quasi-emperor weapon.
After saying that, he immediately flashed and grabbed at the dagger.
Snort! How dare you lay a hand on my Tianyu martial family? You have some nerve.
The woman appeared in mid-air, with an ancient scroll radiating a powerful aura hanging
above her head. It was indeed a quasi-emperor weapon. Then this quasi-emperor weapon belongs to me.
Another man in a blood-red robe rushed toward the woman who had dodged away. The remaining men in black robes launched attacks on the golden ancient ship.
Court death.
The woman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She instantly activated 2 quasi-emperor weapons and killed over 100 black-robed men, but was immediately entangled by 2 blood-robed men. Both of them are veteran supreme beings with terrifying strength.
She had only recently advanced to the venerable realm, and even with 2 quasi-emperor weapons in hand, she would find it difficult to contend with them.
They were put on the defensive after just a few rounds.
Terrifying battle shockwaves instantly filled the starry sky. Stars were affected, and many smaller stars were directly destroyed by the aftershocks. On a desolate, dead star.
Inside the starry ancient ship, several pairs of eyes were watching the battle in the starry sky. Xiaoqing asked, Xiaohei, these people are about to affect this area.
What should we do? No need to rush, let's take a look first, they're just a few ants.
Xiaohei said calmly. However, he changed the subject. That woman, and the people on that ancient ship, have a connection with the master.
We can save them. What does this have to do with me?
Wu Ning's voice suddenly appeared behind them.
Master, you've emerged from seclusion? Xiaoqing exclaimed in delight. Xiaobai jumped right into his arms.
Wu Ning chuckled and ruffled her hair, then looked at Mo Bao. Xiaohei, what connection do you think that woman has with me?
Master, that woman's name is Wu Shichen.
She comes from the Wu family of the Tianyu star system in the Nine Heavens star region. This Wu family is the descendant of a member of the Wu clan you belong to.
I see. Wu Ning nodded.
Since that's the case, he's considered a member of the martial clan, so naturally he can't be bullied by others.
Outside.
Wu Shichen's face gradually turned pale. With her cultivation level, controlling 2 quasi-emperor weapons was far too difficult.
She was somewhat anxious.
The golden ancient ship was surrounded by 5 ancient warships and a large number of black-robed men, and there was no way to break through in a short time.
Damn it!
You bastards, when our clan's experts arrive, we will surely slaughter you all.
Little girl, don't expect anyone to come and save you.
The Wu family is in dire straits themselves and has no way of taking care of you. With the 2 of us supreme beings taking action today, no one can save you.
Whoosh!
Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere beside Wu Shichen.
Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire area. So strong.
The 2 men in blood-red robes suddenly changed their expressions.
Who are you? Look, I'm the one who saved them.
Wu Ning smiled faintly and pointed to the woman beside him.
Your Excellency, we are elders of the Azura Temple, ordered to capture the Wu family. Please do not make a mistake. A man in a blood-red robe spoke in a threatening tone. This man is very strong, but so what? If he offends the Azura Temple, even the great emperor will die. The Temple of Azura? What an arrogant name. Is it that powerful?
Another man in blood-red robes revealed a hint of anger in his eyes and said coldly, "You have quite the nerve, daring to disregard my Azura Temple."
Oh. Bang!
Wu Ning, too lazy to say anything more, simply slapped him to death.
Bastard! You dare kill someone from my Azura Temple? Are you courting death?
The remaining man in the blood-red robe was immediately filled with shock and anger, his face turning extremely ugly.
Bang!
Before he could finish speaking, he exploded into a bloody mist.
Run!
Upon seeing the two supreme elders killed, the remaining men in black robes were terrified and immediately abandoned their attack on the golden ancient ship, fleeing in a
frenzy.
With a casual wave of his hand, Wu Ning caused all the men in black robes to vanish into thin air. "This humble woman, Wu Shichen, thanks you for saving me, senior." A look of surprise flashed in Wu Shichen's eyes.
She quickly took 2 steps forward and gracefully knelt down.
While her appearance wasn't stunningly beautiful, she was delicate and gentle, with graceful manners and a dignified and serene temperament, making her a rare beauty. Wu Ning raised his hand in a gesture of support. No need for such formalities.
My surname is also Wu. The reason I saved you is simply because I have a slight connection with your ancestors.
The Wu family of the Tianyu star system are descendants of a main disciple of the martial clan of the primordial ancient realm who went down to the mortal realm for training millions of years ago. Although the disciple has now perished, these people are indeed of the Wu clan bloodline. The various branches, collateral disciples, and bloodlines like the Tianyu martial family that have been scattered and left behind are countless and too numerous to count. However, Wu Ning has not yet returned to the Wu clan. Wu Shichen and the Tianyu Wu family behind her were among the first clansmen he met, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness to them.
Does the senior have some connection with my ancestors?
Wu Shichen looked surprised.
They both have the surname Wu, and what's their connection?
A variety of guesses instantly flashed through her mind.
Wu Ning waved his hand and said, "Don't overthink it. I heard from that person that your family seems to be in trouble. I happen to have nothing to do, so I'll go with you to take a look."
"Thank you, senior." A hint of joy appeared in Wu Shichen's eyes, but when she recalled what the elder of the Azura Temple had said earlier, a sense of worry arose in her heart.
A moment later,
the golden ancient ship sped through the starry sky, heading rapidly towards a certain star system. Wu Ning's starship followed at a leisurely pace. This starry sky is located in the core area of the nine-heaven star domain, where bright stars and magnificent star clusters can be seen everywhere, which is completely different from the desolate and dim remote star domains. The Tianyu star region, where the Tianyu Wu family resides, is also one of the central star systems of the nine-heaven star region.
Extremely powerful.
It possesses no fewer than 100 top-tier planets as large as the Tianxian continent, and even more massive superplanets. However, superplanets are extremely rare in the vast universe, with only 2 in the Tianyu galaxy. They are each ruled by 2 ancient Taoist lineages that have produced immortals. Wu Ning brought Wu Shichen and her brother to the starry sky flying boat and learned some basic information about the Tianyu Wu family from her.
The Tianyu martial clan is the ruler of a top-tier planet. The clan has an emperor-level ancestor and no fewer than 10 other great emperor-level experts. After all, they possess the inheritance left by the disciples of the main lineage of the martial clan, so their foundation is definitely not weak. Especially in terms of the inheritance of cultivation techniques, it cannot even compare with the lineage of immortals. The Tianyu Wu family has always kept a low profile and has experienced many ups and downs over the millions of years, but being targeted by the Azura Temple this time still made Wu Shichen feel a sense of urgency. It should be noted that the Azura Temple is renowned throughout the entire nine-heaven star domain, having produced more than 10 immortals. Its profound foundation is incomparable to that of ordinary immortal lineages. However, Wu Ning didn't take it too seriously. He had already had Mo Bao investigate,
and there are currently no immortals in the entire Nine Heavens star domain. The immortals are too destructive.
Once someone becomes an immortal, they can only stay for a maximum of 100
years before being expelled by the cosmic laws and guided to the greater world. If you refuse to leave, you will be warned, or even suffer divine punishment. It's like when you grow up, but you stay at home all the time and never go out. After a while, your parents will start to dislike you. At best, they'll nag you a bit, at worst, they'll resort to physical violence. Meanwhile, immortals from other worlds who wish to enter the Middle Thousand universe will be targeted by the heavenly Tao of the universe.
Unless one is powerful enough to be unafraid of the laws of the universe.
When Wu Tianyun and his wife sent Wu Ning to the mortal realm, they were merely using a magical incarnation.
Do you know why the Azura temple attacked you? Wu Ning asked curiously. What's wrong? Is there something you can't say?
Wu Shichen shook her head slightly. Actually, it's not really a secret.
This matter is related to my mother.
Back then, my mother was a famous beauty in the Tianyu star system, with unparalleled beauty and charm, and was admired by countless young cultivators. One of them was Ho Qing. Although he came from a small family, he relied on his exceptional talent and actually went to my mother's family to propose marriage. Because of his humble origins, he was naturally turned away. Later, Ho Qing harassed my mother many times without success. After my mother married my father, he disappeared. Rumors circulated that my father secretly sent someone to kill him, but as time went on, no one mentioned it anymore, and it was gradually forgotten. But who knew that decades ago, he would reappear, and suddenly become a big figure in the Azura Temple. The Azura Temple's attack on our Wu family now must be their revenge. Wu Shichen's voice was calm, without much emotional fluctuation, but the young boy beside her was already filled with anger. That damned Ho Qing, how dare he covet mother? He's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. The boy's name was Wu Junyi. He was handsome with red lips and white teeth, and had a dignified bearing. He was not yet 16 years old, and was nearly 2,000 years older than his sister.
In an ordinary family, this would be equivalent to the age difference of dozens of ancestors.
Wu Ning smiled faintly, never expecting such a cliché story behind it. Ho Qing's ability to rise from humble beginnings to become a prominent figure in the Azura Temple, despite being a nobody, suggests he is indeed a person favored by destiny.
Soon, the celestial galaxy is already in sight.
It was an extremely dazzling and vast galaxy, with billions of stars flowing around, shining brightly and radiantly, giving people a dreamlike sense of beauty. Senior, we're almost there. Wu Shichen gazed in the direction of Tianwu Star, the top-tier planet ruled by the Tianyu Wu family. At this moment, outside the Wu family on Tianwu Star, dozens of enormous ancient ships hovered in the sky, vaguely divided into 4 camps, surrounding the ancient city of Wujia below. These ancient ships exuded terrifying auras, and they were all manned by powerful emperors.
Listen up, members of the Wu family. Hand over Wu Hang and his wife, or today will be the day the Wu family is destroyed. On one of the ancient ships, an old man in a yellow robe with a deep aura threatened in a stern voice. Ha, what a boastful tone. Gu Chang, it's been tens of thousands of years since we last met.
Your skills haven't improved, but your arrogance has grown. Above the Wu family, a towering old man stepped out of the void, followed by more than 10 powerful emperors with imposing and fierce auras.
Martial powers.
Upon seeing this imposing old man, all eyes around him involuntarily sharpened. This is a veteran emperor-level expert who has been famous for hundreds of thousands of years.
He is a top-tier figure in the entire Tianyu galaxy. An old man named Gu Chang sneered, "Old Ghost Wu, you'd better think this through. This is the will of that great man from the Azura Temple. If you offend the Azura Temple, there will be no place for your Wu family in the entire Nine Heavens star region. Now, you can use 2 young disciples to appease that lord's anger. There is still room for maneuver." "Humph, how could my Wu family have any cowards who fear death? You want me to hand over my clan members? No way."
A hint of disdain flashed in Wu Shintong's eyes. "You 4 families are willing to be lackeys of the Azura Temple, but the Wu family is not as spineless as you.
If you want to fight today, then fight. I'll fight you to the bitter end. You old fool, you don't know what's good for you. Gu Chang cursed angrily. Anger was also evident in the eyes of the others. However, no one intended to make a move.
These people who came to besiege the Wu family came from 4 other ancient clans with long histories in the Tianyu star system. It can be considered an affiliated force of the Azura Temple. However, they are all ancient families with the power of an emperor. They respect the Temple of Azura, but they are not afraid of it. This time, they came to pressure the Wu family at Ho Qing's behest, but they only went through the motions without putting in any real effort.
It's just for show.
The Wu family's dozen or so emperors are no pushovers. Even if the 4 families combined their strength to destroy the Wu family, they would still suffer heavy losses.
They're not that stupid. Moreover, the emperor is not so easy to kill.
If even a few escape, the 4 families will never have peace.
Ho Qing now holds a prominent position in the Azura Temple, having been incredibly lucky to receive the inheritance left by an immortal ancestor. But that's all.
He's not even the lord of the Azura Temple, so why would they risk their lives for him? It's already a big favor to him to even pretend to do it.
With his unwavering composure, how could Wu Shintong not see through the thoughts of these old fellows? What are you doing? Why haven't you made a move yet?
Just then, a woman dressed in a flowing, colorful dress emerged from the void. Her appearance was exceptionally beautiful, but her brows revealed a hint of arrogance, as if she didn't even care about the group of emperors present.
The Wu family refuses to hand over Wu Hang and his wife, so why haven't you taken action to raze them to the ground?
The woman's gaze was icy as she loudly questioned the emperors and patriarchs of the 4 ancient clans.
Gu Chang and the others' faces darkened. Damn it, you're just a mere venerable one, do you think you can get away with this? She's just a lowly maid in the Temple of Azura, where does she get such a sense of superiority?
Miss Longyu, the Wu family has a profound foundation and many great emperors, each with extraordinary strength. Although we have a slight advantage in numbers, our strength is too weak to defeat the Wu family.
We hope that your Azura Temple can send more powerful experts. Gu Chang said calmly.
A hint of anger flashed in the woman's eyes. This old man was just trying to fob her off.
I will remember your words, senior.
Once Longyu returns to the temple, I will tell my lord the truth. The woman said coldly.
Boom!
Suddenly, the sky trembled slightly. A golden ancient ship and a giant flying ship emerged from the sky one after the other and descended towards the Wu family's direction. Longyu happened to be blocking the way, but she had no intention of moving aside.
It seems Elder Yu Tu and his group failed with the flying boat of those 2 little bastards from the Wu family. What are you all standing there for? Destroy these 2 airships right now.
Longyu said in a cold voice.
No one responded.
The emperors of the 4 ancient clans all focused their gazes, staring solemnly at the giant flying ship behind them.
It's actually an emperor-class spaceship.
What kind of power has the resources to make such a large scale
investment?
Even the 2 immortal lineages in the Tianyu star system don't have such extravagance.
What is the origin of this flying ship? Could it be that the Wu family has some terrifying backer? Damn it! Serves me right.
Longyu felt she had lost face, her expression turned extremely ugly, and she was furious with these people.
Whoosh!
Wu Ning appeared in the air with the Wu siblings. His gaze swept around the group and finally landed on the Wu family members.
Not bad, it didn't disappoint me.
Wu Ning felt even more favorably toward them because they did not choose to hand over their clansmen to appease the situation due to the coercion of the Azura Temple. If they had chosen to compromise, he wouldn't be here right now.
Who are you?
Wu Shinton looked at him with suspicion, feeling that his words were somewhat strange. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of closeness and awe towards this young man. This puzzled him greatly.
We'll talk about that later. Let's deal with this problem first.
Wu Ning waved to send the Wu siblings to the ground, then looked at Longyu.
Are you from the Temple of Azura?
A hint of arrogance flashed in Longyu's eyes. I am a maidservant of the candidate for the godchild of the Azura God Temple.
Who are you to dare interfere in the affairs of my Azura god temple? Is she Ho Ching's maid? Go back and tell your master that the Wu family will be protected by me from now on. If your Azura temple doesn't know what's good for you, I won't hesitate to make sure that the Nine Heavens star region is no more. Wu Ning said calmly. You! A look of disbelief flashed in Long Yu's eyes. How dare you threaten my Azura temple? You! Roll! Before she could finish speaking, Wu Ning unleashed a terrifying pressure that sent her flying tens of thousands of miles away. Put! Long Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning deathly pale. She dared not say anything more, a hint of resentment hidden in her eyes, before turning and fleeing at top speed. Wu Ning snorted coldly, then looked at the people from the four ancient clans. You also want to make a move against the Wu family? Gu Chang and the others' expressions changed slightly. This person possesses an emperor-level flying boat, has an unfathomable aura, and doesn't take the Azura temple seriously. He must come from a terrifyingly powerful force. We can't afford to mess with them. You've misunderstood, sir. We were just passing by. We're leaving now, right away. Stop. Wu Ning spoke up again, coming and going as you please? It's not that easy. Gu Chang cupped his hands in greeting and said with a forced smile, You are right. It was really wrong of us to frighten the Wu family by passing by. How about we offer this treasure as compensation? As he spoke, he took out a section of green vine and used his magic to control it to fly to Wu Ning's front. The ancestors of the other three clans exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then each presented a treasure as an apology. Wu Ning glanced at the four treasures and found that they were all of good quality, with a value roughly equivalent to a quasi-emperor weapon. These old guys are sensible enough. He waved his hand and said, All right, you can leave now. I will let this go this time. But if there is a next time, your clans will have no reason to exist. The group nodded hurriedly, then quickly led their people away. Not only did they come here empty-handed, but they also lost a treasure. What the hell is this bad luck? Your mightiness. At this moment, Wu Shintong and the others asked Wu Shichen about Wu Ning's background. Although they only got a few words, a very bold guess suddenly arose in his mind. Young master, please come with me to the Wu family's main hall for a chat. Wu Shintong politely cupped his hands in greeting. Wu Ning nodded and followed them down to the ancient city of the Wu family. A moment later. The main hall of the Wu family. Wu Shintong had someone serve him spiritual tea, then dismissed all other people, leaving only the Wu family's emperors and the current head of the Wu family, Wu Hang. That is, the father of Wu Shichen and her brother. After a few simple pleasantries. With a solemn expression, Wu Shintong asked Wu Ning, Young master, may I ask if you are from the martial clan of the Upper Realm? You know about the martial clans of the Upper Realm? A hint of surprise flashed in Wu Ning's eyes. It seemed that the Wu clan disciple had not hidden his identity from his descendants. Boom! Upon hearing Wu Ning's words, Wu Shintong felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind, and his expression immediately became excited. Young master, are you really from a martial clan from the Upper Realm? When our ancestor ascended to heaven, he said that he came from the martial clan of the primordial ancient realm in the Upper Realm. If his descendants can ascend, they can go to the martial clan of the primordial ancient realm to recognize their ancestors and return to their clan. In our Wu family, only the family head and great emperor-level experts have ever been qualified to know this secret. It's just that the later generations of disciples are not up to par, and no one has been able to ascend to heaven in millions of years. Wu Shintong wore a look of shame on his face. He has cultivated to the level of emperor for hundreds of thousands of years, but he still has no clue how to become an immortal and ascend to heaven. At this moment, everyone in the hall looked at Wu Ning with excitement in their eyes. The martial clans of the Upper Realm were, in the past, legendary beings to them. Unexpectedly, one day they actually met the Wu clan. Moreover, this happened when the Wu family was facing a crisis. I see. Wu Ning nodded slightly. This young master does indeed come from the martial clan of the primordial ancient realm. Yes, that is, the martial clan from which your ancestors came. It's actually true. Upon receiving Wu Ning's affirmative answer, everyone was shocked and became even more excited. This old man, Wu Shintong, pays his respects to you, young master.
Wu Shintong was so excited that his beard trembled slightly, and he quickly bowed to Wu Ning.
We pay our respects to our lord.
The others were so excited that they all knelt down.
No need for formalities.
Wu Ning raised his hand, and an invisible force helped them up. Wu Shintong's heart stirred slightly. As expected of a young master from the main clan of the upper realm, his cultivation is unfathomable at such a young age, and he has mastered the laws of space to such an extraordinary degree.
I will stay with your Wu family for the time being.
I will be at the Azura Temple, so there's no need to worry.
Also, there's something else I need your help with.
Wu Shintong quickly replied, Young master, please give your orders.
The entire Wu family will obey your commands. Wu Ning smiled faintly, it's nothing important. Does your Wu family own an auction house?
Reporting to young master, our Wu family does indeed have an auction house, but it only exists on Tianwu Star and is not well known in other parts of the Tianyu Star system.
It doesn't matter if you're not famous, as long as you're famous.
Wu Ning took out a storage ring and handed it to him. There are about 100 imperial weapons in here, as well as some quasi-imperial weapons and other treasures. You can choose any 3 imperial weapons to keep, and take the rest to auction for me. Martial God Tong probed in with a wisp of divine sense and immediately whitened his eyes.
So many imperial weapons.
He had never seen so many imperial weapons, and each one was extremely powerful.
They are all top-tier imperial weapons. His breathing quickened. Thank you for your generous gift, young master. However, isn't it a bit too ostentatious to bring out so many imperial weapons? The appearance of so many imperial
weapons will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of countless powerful individuals.
It's all right.
A murderous glint appeared in Wu Ning's eyes.
With me here, anyone who dares to try and steal will be killed without mercy.
Understood. Then I will personally take charge of this matter and make sure to summon all the major powers in the starfield that can afford imperial weapons to the scene.
Wu Shintong was immediately relieved.
He believed that Wu Ning's confidence must stem from some powerful trump card, allowing him to be fearless against anyone in the starfield. After all, they came from the main clan of the upper realm, so it's normal for them to have some trump cards up their sleeves. Subsequently, he arranged for Wu Ning to reside in a huge palace with Wu Ning retrieved the starship. Li Yuanbao and the other 2 were awakened by him, and then directly sent outside the Wu family to train. With their current cultivation levels, as long as they don't provoke the Great Emperor, they should be able to protect themselves without worry. Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, and Xiaoshu naturally stayed by Wu Ning's side.
He felt he might stay with the Wu family for a long time. After that, they should just return to the Wu clan. 9 Heavens Star Domain, 9 Heavens Galaxy. The Temple of Azura. Ho Qing's face darkened. How dare you disregard my Azura temple? This is utterly insolent.
Long Yu looked aggrieved. Your Highness, that man was not only insolent, he also threatened to destroy our Azura temple if we didn't know what was good for us.
Oh? Who is it that dares to speak so arrogantly?
At this moment, a young man in purple robes appeared in the palace.
Master.
Ho Qing immediately bowed respectfully. Long Yu was so frightened that she knelt on the ground. The man waved his hand and said with a smile, It seems that our Azura temple has been silent in the starry sky for too long. It's been so long that some people have forgotten the temple's prestige, and some have even dared to threaten to annihilate us.
Ha ha ha.
Master, they are just some ignorant and arrogant fools, Ho Qing said respectfully.
You're right.
However, if we do not pay attention to such reckless remarks, it may affect the reputation of my temple if word gets out. A cold, murderous glint flashed in the man's eyes before he handed Ho Qing an ancient, blood-red token.
Take my token and go to the Azura Hall.
With this achievement, your election for the position of godchild should be a sure thing.
Thank you, Master. Ho Qing was overjoyed.
Besides him, there are 3 other candidates for the Divine Son in the temple, each with an extremely profound and powerful background. Although he was fortunate enough to receive the inheritance left by the immortal ancestor and was accepted as a personal disciple by the temple master, his foundation and experience were still shallow.
They are not in a favorable position in the election.
But with this achievement, plus the help of his master behind the scenes, the position of the Son of God will undoubtedly belong to him.
On the ground.
There was also a look of ecstasy in Long Yu's eyes. Once Your Highness is chosen as the divine child, her status will rise accordingly. By then, even the true disciples in the temple, who were serving the Son of God, would no longer dare to treat her with disrespect. If he were in the outside world, he would be an enviable and revered figure.
Moreover, as His Highness's personal maid, spending every day with him, what if something were to happen?
In the future, perhaps she still has a sliver of a chance to become the wife of the temple's master.
In an instant, boundless ambition arose in Long Yu's heart. Young master, what kind of meat is this?
The energy it contains is terrifying. In the Wu Ning was roasting dragon meat. Mo Bao, Xiao Bai, Xiao Chang, and Xiao Shu were sitting on one side. On the other side were the Wu siblings.
Only the two younger members
of the Wu family were qualified to enter the palace where Wu Ning lived.
This is dragon meat. You two are in for a treat today. Dragon meat?
The siblings opened their eyes wide. Dragons were incredibly powerful and ancient creatures. There are also dragons in the Nine Heavens star domain, but even those immortal lineages dare not provoke them.
The young master actually took them to eat dragon meat? Feeling the immense energy contained within the dragon meat, Wu Shichen couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what level of dragon is this?"
The piece of dragon meat in your hand is from a great emperor realm dragon.
Here is another piece of 9th rank dragon meat, which was prepared for you, little Junie.
Thank you, young master. Wu Junyi's eyes gleamed as he quickly moved closer to Wu Ning.
Dragon meat at the great emperor realm?
Wu Shichen stared at the dragon meat in her hand, speechless with shock for a long time.
The three people, one bird, and one fox ate with relish, their mouths still lingering on the delicious food.
Mo Bao and Xiao Shu stood by, watching blankly, unable to even drink the soup.
Look how much they're enjoying their food, little tree, do you want some? Master Bao, but I don't have a mouth.
The little tree blankly emitted a spiritual fluctuation.
That's true, but you should be able to drink some soup from the roots, unlike me, who can't even drink soup. Drink the soup. The sapling swayed its branches, seemingly tempted.
Wu Ning suddenly looked up at the sky and murmured, "It's finally here." A blood-red ancient warship, tens of thousands of feet long, pierced the sky and flew straight toward the Wu family. The next moment, Wu Shintong appeared in the
Young master, the people from the Azura temple have arrived.
They've deployed the elite forces of the Azura Hall. His expression was somewhat solemn. The Azura Hall within the Azura temple is an absolutely terrifying existence, filled with numerous powerful individuals, all of whom are seasoned veterans of countless battles. They have hunted down more than one emperor-level expert. It has a notorious and infamous reputation throughout the entire Nine Heavens star region.
Boom! The Crimson Ancient Warship appeared above the Wu family's territory and launched an attack without any preamble.
An incredibly terrifying crimson beam of light shot out from the ancient warship, directly blasting towards the ancient Wu family city below. The space along the way shattered, seemingly unable to withstand the power of this crimson beam of light.
Buzz!
A massive defensive formation appeared, enveloping the entire ancient city of Wujia. The crimson beam of light crashed into the defensive array, instantly creating a terrifying explosion. Energy raged, space was shattered in an instant, leaving behind a huge black hole.
They're actually from the Azura Hall of the Azura God Temple. It seems the Wu family is doomed this time.
Countless people stared at the sky in horror. Among these people were members of the local forces of Tianwu Star, as well as spies sent by other major forces. Seeing that even the elites of the Azura Hall of the Azura Temple had been mobilized, no one believed that the Wu family could still survive.
The Wu family is far too arrogant. They actually think they can contend with the Azura Temple. They are simply courting their own destruction. TSK, this is the consequence of going against the Temple of Azura.
A short while later, The energy storm gradually dissipated, and the Wu family's defensive array shook violently, but it did not break. Just as the Crimson Ancient warship was about to launch another attack, an incomparably dazzling sword beam slashed down from the void. Bang! The entire ancient warship was instantly torn to pieces, and figures fled from it in a sorry state. Among them were 3 Emperor Venerables and 10 Great Emperors. Asshole! An old man dressed in a blood-red robe with gold patterns flew into a rage. That one sword strike just now killed at least 100 of them. Old Yu. Ho Qing walked over in a disheveled state, followed by Long Yu, who was pale as a ghost. She begged Ho Qing to bring her along, but she almost died as soon as they arrived. You're Ho Qing? At that moment, a tall and slender figure appeared out of nowhere opposite them. Wu Ning stood with his hands behind his back, handsome and refined, with an extraordinary air about him. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he seemed to be the center of the world, becoming the focus of everyone's attention the moment he appeared. Your Highness, it's him. He's the one who said he wanted to destroy our Azura temple. Long Yu immediately screamed. Boy, how dare you? You dare to boast about destroying my Azura temple. I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years and have never seen such an arrogant person. The old man in the blood-red robe with golden patterns roared angrily. A cold glint appeared in Wu Ning's eyes. He immediately summoned the dragon fishing rod, flicked it lightly, and instantly attacked him. A chill suddenly ran through the old man's heart. Without thinking, he instantly dodged. Quick reaction. Wu Ning sneered, how could it be faster than a celestial artifact? Laugh. The cyan ball shot out of the air without warning, instantly piercing the old man's chest, and then spun around his body countless times. Ugh! The old man's eyes widened, but his gaze quickly dimmed. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Wu Ning saw the old man's body instantly shatter into pieces, scattering into the sky. Old Yu. Ho Qing was utterly horrified. Old Master Yu was the deputy head of the Azura Hall, a top-tier figure among the emperors. He was just killed like that? How could that be? Kill him. Upon witnessing the death of the deputy hall master, the remaining 2 emperors and 10 great emperors all felt their scalps tingle. They dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately summoning their imperial weapons and unleashing their most powerful attacks, all at once heading towards Wu Ning. Die! Wu Ning put away the dragon fishing rod, summoned the giant spirit battle armor, and with a flash, charged forward wielding the Taie Emperor sword. It would be a waste to kill these people directly, he plans to use them as practice targets first. Clang! A dazzling sword light swept across, and Wu Ning charged through the enemy ranks, unleashing a flurry of slashes with his sword. He wore the giant spirit battle armor and possessed the great perfection undying golden body, capable of withstanding the attacks of Emperor weapons, so he was not afraid of their attacks at all. Just go all out and slaughter everyone. Boom! Terrifying energy collided and raged in the sky, shattering the void, causing the firmament to tremble, and countless people trembled in fear. Wu Shintong, together with the great emperors of the Wu family, cast a barrier to protect the ground. After all, it was territory ruled by the Wu family, and they couldn't just ignore it. Within the Wu family, Wu Hong soared into the air and flew straight towards Ho Qing. Ho Qing, all of this started because of you. Do you dare to fight me and put an end to this feud? You've actually broken through to the quasi-emperor level? A hint of surprise flashed in Ho Qing's eyes, and he immediately charged towards him. So what if you've broken through to quasi-emperor level? Today I'll kill you right in front of her. Ha, you think you can take that? The two immediately clashed, each move possessing terrifying power, but compared to the battle on the other side, it was nothing. Ah! An emperor let out a shrill scream as Wu Ning cleaved him in two with a single sword strike, his soul instantly burned to nothingness by the 9 netherworld emperor flame. This is the 5th emperor he has killed. He has mastered the laws of time and space. These guys not only can't break through his defenses, they can't even touch his shadow. The Emperor Venerable could barely hold his own against him for a while, but these great emperors couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from him. Withdraw. This guy is a monster, we need to get out of here. An emperor covered in blood exclaimed in shock and anger.
Trying to escape?
Wu Ning stopped what he was doing and immediately brandished his fishing rod.
You finished your warm-up. It's time to send you on your way.
The cyan ball shot through the air, transforming into a streak of cyan light that danced back and forth in the sky at a speed so fast that even the emperor's divine sense could not detect it. The remaining emperors and great emperors of the Azura temple were instantly frozen in mid-air, like lifelike statues. A moment later, Wu Ning gently tugged at his hand, as if reeling in a fishing rod.
All the emperors and great emperors instantly turned into a pile of minced meat.
The world was deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, their expressions somewhat dazed.
So many emperors and great emperors, they're all dead?
And the death was so hasty.
That's terrifying.
Countless people gazed in awe at the figure in the sky, feeling that he was like a god or a demon, utterly invincible. As expected of a young master from the main clan of the upper realm, his methods are indeed beyond our imagination.
Wu Shinton's eyes also showed a sense of awe. To be honest, he was a little worried before.
After all, Wu Ning was only one person, while the Azura temple was a behemoth that had stood in the Nine Heavens star region for countless years, and it was indeed somewhat dangerous to fight against it. But now it seems that his vision was too narrow. The methods of those in the upper realms are beyond his comprehension. Wu Ning waved his hand, collecting the storage rings one by one, and then killed all the other people in the Azura temple.
Including Long Yu.
Now only Ho Qing remains.
Wu Ning left him with Wu Hong.
Wu Ning didn't care about someone who had just broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Although Ho Qing was fighting to the death with Wu Hong, he was also paying close attention to the surroundings. When he saw that the Azura Hall Emperor and the Great Emperor who had accompanied him were all dead, he felt a sense of despair.
Now he's all alone. No! I haven't become a god yet, I can't die here.
Ho Qing roared furiously in his heart. He has endured countless hardships and torments to get to where he is today, and he absolutely cannot die here without knowing why.
Bang! You dare to be distracted during the battle? You're asking for death.
Wu Hong smashed his shoulder with a spear, instantly shattering his shoulder bone.
This is impossible. How can you be so strong?
Ho Qing's eyes were red, and he looked like he was going crazy.
He possesses the legacy of an immortal ancestor, so how could anyone at the same realm be stronger than him? He doesn't believe it. Wu Hong remained silent, relentlessly attacking his weaknesses and vital points with his gun. No matter how strong the immortal inheritance of the Azura temple is, how can it be stronger than the inheritance from the martial clan?
Besides, Ho Qing's talent was not as good as his.
Damn it!
Ho Qing harbored resentment in his heart. He had originally planned to defeat Wu Hong and kidnap him in exchange for a chance to survive. But now it seems more likely that he will die at his hands. That's ridiculous.
In the ancient city of Wu family,
a woman with a gentle and graceful demeanor smiled as she gazed at the sky. She is Qin Lan, the current wife of the Wu family patriarch and the mother of Wu Shichen and her brother. From beginning to end, she had no relationship with Ho Qing, it was all just wishful thinking on his part. But now, Qin Lan hates him to death. Because she almost brought disaster to the Wu family, all of which was caused by Ho Qing.
Mother, father is going to win. Beside them,
Wu Shichen and her brother cheered. Qin Lan smiled slightly, hee, your father has never lost.
Boom!
Wu Hong thrust out his spear, and Ho Qing's body was shattered by the spear's edge.
Don't kill me. My master is the lord of the Azura temple. If you dare to kill me, my master will definitely not let your Wu family off.
Ho Chang became frightened and roared in terror.
Wu Hong sneered, do you think our Wu family is still afraid of your Azura temple?
As soon as he finished speaking, a shot smashed his head.
A moment later,
the Wu family members came before Wu Ning.
Young master, this time.
Wu Ning waved his hand, interrupting them, you all go do what you need to do. I'm going to the Azura temple later to resolve this matter once and for all.
We can't just keep waiting for the enemy to come to our door. When his strength allows, he prefers to take the initiative.
Young master,
Are you going to the temple of Azura? Everyone was startled. Wu Shintong said, Young master, isn't this too dangerous? Why don't you take us with you?
Although we are not as strong as you, young master, we should still be able to help you.
No need, I can go by myself. It's just a Shura temple. Do you think I can't handle it?
Wu Ning smiled faintly. Recalling the devastating battle they had just fought, everyone fell silent.
For this young master, the temple of Azura seemed to pose no real danger.
Since that's the case, we won't stop you any longer, but please be careful, young master. The Azura temple has produced immortals, and there must be some trump cards left behind by those immortals. Wu Shintong said with a solemn expression. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'm not afraid even if a true immortal descends, let alone some immortal techniques. Without saying another word to them, Wu Ning set off immediately. He didn't even use the starship, he directly traversed the void with his physical body.
It's faster than traveling by starship.
The Azura Temple is located in the Nine Heavens star system, the core of the Nine Heavens star region. It is not too far from the Tianyu galaxy, only more than 20 billion light-years away. Wu Ning went at full speed and arrived at the Zhouxiao star system in less than a day. This star system is the core of the Nine Heavens star domain, extremely powerful, and possesses a total of 9 super planets.
The Temple of Azura is located on one of these super planets.
This super planet is called Shura Star. Without delay, Wu Ning traversed the void and descended directly onto Shura Star. This was the first time he had ever seen a super planet, and he was quite shocked. This super planet has a diameter of 100 billion kilometers, which is at least hundreds of times larger than that of a top-tier planet. Its volume is 1,000,000 times greater. Compared to super planets, top-tier planets are simply inferior. Other ordinary planets are even smaller, like grains of sand. Furthermore, the spiritual energy on a superplanet is far more concentrated than that on a top-tier planet, and even the laws governing heaven and earth are much stronger. It's easy to imagine that cultivating on such a planet would allow for a much faster pace and greater achievements compared to people in other places. No wonder even a mere maid in the Azura temple has such a sense of superiority. Wu Ning looked around carefully before arriving at the location of the Azura temple.
Clang!
A clear, melodious sword cry rang out. Without saying a word, Wu Ning immediately summoned the Taiye Emperor sword and slashed at the defensive array of the Azura temple.
Boom!
The terrifying energy storm shattered the void, and the defensive array immediately began to shake violently.
Presumptuous! Who is attacking my Azura temple?
One after another, terrifying figures appeared, shouting in shock and anger. Wu Ning seemed not to hear, pouring his vast magical power into the Taiye Emperor's sword and slashing down once more. This time, he used all his strength. The dazzling sword light cleaved through the void, striking the defensive array of the Azura temple with overwhelming force.
Boom! After a brief stalemate, the entire formation shattered with a deafening roar.
A terrifying energy storm instantly surged into the Azura temple, destroying magnificent palaces and vast mountain ranges in an instant, and annihilating tens of thousands of disciples.
Ah! Damn it! Damn it!
A group of powerful figures from the Azura temple, their eyes turning red, unleashed their imperial weapons and charged madly towards Wu Ning.
You dare destroy my temple? I will tear you to pieces. Go to hell!
Wu Ning immediately replaced the Taiye Emperor's sword with a dragon fishing rod and killed all the Shura temple experts who rushed towards him,
showing no mercy whatsoever.
He came here specifically to wipe out the entire family. Whoosh! A young man in purple robes appeared in the sky, his expression terrifyingly gloomy, his eyes filled with an intensely strong killing intent.
Who are you, and why are you attacking my Azura temple? Speak up, and I'll give you a quick death. Wu Ning glanced at him and asked, You're the lord of the Azura temple?
As I said, if your Azura temple doesn't know what's good for you, then there's no need for you to exist. I always keep my word, and today I'm just here to fulfill my promise.
So it was you.
The man's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he instantly summoned 12 terrifying blood-red array flags.
Die!
The 12 blood-red array flags instantly transformed into a terrifying azura blood array, enveloping this entire area. A terrifying aura of bloodlust permeated the air, instantly transforming into terrifying crimson monsters that roared as they charged toward Wu Ning. At the same time, an extremely malevolent aura swept over him, attempting to invade his body and erode his will.
That's interesting.
Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. This formation was extremely profound and powerful, far exceeding the Emperor level. Even if it hadn't fully reached the immortal level, it was definitely not far off.
The Emperor is trapped in the formation. If he doesn't know how to break the formation, he will definitely die.
However, Wu Ning is different from ordinary emperors, he has a cheat code. The 9 Netherworld Emperor flame rose from his body, transforming into a flowing flame robe that draped over his body.
Any malevolent energy that approached would be instantly burned into nothingness.
Then, he swung the fishing rod with all his might, and the small blue ball shot through the air, pulling an incredibly sharp, transparent line. Even space itself was directly severed.
Sizzle!
All the crimson monsters were instantly cut in half at the waist, transforming back into bloodthirsty energy. Wu Ning continued to swing his fishing rod, and the terrifying thin line instantly severed the blood-red battle flags one by one. The azura blood array collapsed instantly.
How is this possible?
The man in purple robes held a battle flag that had been cut off, leaving only the flagpole in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief.
This array of flags was forged over decades by an immortal ancestor and could not be destroyed even by imperial weapons. How could it be destroyed so easily?
Put!
Suddenly, a jet of blood shot out from his neck. Then, more arrows of blood shot out.
His neck had already been cut off.
However, the thin line of the dragon fishing rod does not have the effect of annihilating the soul. The Emperor-level powerhouse has strong vitality and will not die even if he is beheaded.
Losing your head is at most considered a minor injury. But Wu Ning didn't give him a chance, directly controlling the cyan ball to pierce his skull.
The soul and life force were instantly annihilated.
Thus, a powerful ruler fell from grace. Wu Ning did not stop and continued his crushing slaughter.
Screams and wails continued to ring out.
More and more powerful figures from the Azura Temple roared and charged towards him. Moments later, they were all turned into corpses. Suddenly, more than a dozen extremely old figures blocked Wu Ning's path. His eyes narrowed slightly. These dozen or so old guys all exuded an aura of decay, and they must all be old monsters who were nearing the end of their lives and could only lie in their coffins and eke out a living. My lord, our descendants were blind and offended you, and now they are all dead.
Could you please show mercy and spare our Azura temple?
We are willing to offer compensation this time to satisfy you. An elderly man in a gray robe bowed respectfully and said. Although they hated him to death, they dared not show it. A hint of indifference flashed in Wu Ning's eyes.
Old man, now that I've made my move, it's a fight to the death. There's no reason for me to back down now.
A chilling killing intent suddenly erupted in the eyes of the dozen or so old men.
Stop wasting words with him.
Summon the patriarch to descend and slay this fiend. One of the elders took out an ancient bronze token and said, this junior disciple, Ding Han, respectfully invites the ancestral master to descend. With that, he crushed the token in his hand.
Boom!
In an instant, a terrifying aura descended, carrying an unparalleled and immense pressure. The sky trembled and the starry river shook. Even a great emperor was as weak as an ant before this pressure.
This is an aura belonging to another level. In the 9 heavens star domain.
A series of magnificent gazes turned towards the direction of Shura Star with surprise and uncertainty.
Summoning immortals? What happened at the Azura Temple? What on earth are these lunatics up to now? Quickly, send someone to investigate immediately. On the planet Shura.
A blurry figure appeared in the sky, towering 100,000 feet high, exuding an ethereal Taoist aura, as majestic as heaven and earth. His gaze was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, looking down upon the world with the arrogance of a god. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, as expected of an immortal, even a mere phantom is so terrifying.
I wonder if it can withstand one attack from the fishing rod. Greetings, ancestor. We beseech you to slay the great enemy of our temple.
More than a dozen elderly men knelt down in unison.
Laugh.
The cyan ball shot through the air in an instant, and before the immortal phantom could react, it was pierced through the center of his forehead.
Presumptuous. The illusory figure of the immortal flew into a rage, and with a furious roar, shattered the sky, revealing countless cracks in the void.
But in the next instant, his phantom shattered inch by inch, instantly turning into a pure white light spot and disappearing into the world.
The founder?
A dozen or so elderly men stared wide-eyed in horror.
The immortal ancestor is gone?
Wu Ning was very satisfied. The dragon fishing rod was still as terrifying as ever.
It truly lives up to its reputation as a top-grade immortal artifact. With his current strength, wielding the dragon fishing rod, he could even kill a true immortal who descended to Earth.
However, after this incident, he should prepare to break through to the immortal realm.
Ah! Let's fight him to the death.
An old man in a gray robe roared and unleashed a pseudo-immortal artifact, charging madly towards Wu Ning.
If you're too old, then go die. I'll send you on your way.
Wu Ning held back and instantly killed more than a dozen decaying old monsters. They then rushed into the Azura temple. At that moment, he suddenly felt a pang of regret, wishing he had brought Wu Shintong and the others along. There are too many disciples in the Azura temple, it would be good to have them help share some of the killing.
Wu Ning sighed inwardly.
There were over 100 million disciples of the Azura temple, and he simply couldn't kill them all.
It would be
against the natural order for the strong to slaughter too many weak. In the end, he only killed all the experts above the venerable realm.
Little Black, which of these remaining people do you think will be able to cultivate to the level of great emperor or above in the future? Following Mo Bao's guidance, they then killed hundreds more people. That should make things foolproof, right?
Wu Ning wasn't worried that these people could pose a threat to him, but he had to consider the Tianyu Wu family's situation to some extent. Now that these potential emperors have been eradicated, some unnecessary hidden dangers have been eliminated. The Shura temple was littered with corpses, and countless weak disciples fled in a frenzy.
The once mighty power of the Starfield Overlord was destroyed in a single day. Whoosh!
Wu Ning waved his hand to collect all the storage rings, then flashed into the depths of the Azura temple. The Sutra Repository, Dharma Treasure Pavilion, Elixir Pavilion, and so on, can all be packed up and taken away together.
Finally, there is the treasure vault of the Azura temple.
There are 3 in total, all located in a secret realm created by immortals, in extremely secluded locations. Wu Ning was found through his calligraphy. The space inside is extremely vast. In addition to the most important treasure vault, there are also boundless top-grade spirit fields, shrouded in spiritual mist and overflowing with rosy light. Top-grade spiritual herbs are as plentiful as weeds, holy and venerable herbs are everywhere, and even emperor-level treasure herbs are quite numerous. Regardless of whether they were ripe or not, Wu Ning directly picked all the emperor-level medicinal herbs and then entered the treasure vault.
His eyes lit up immediately.
The treasure vault was originally a spatial imperial weapon, with an extremely large internal space, at least hundreds of kilometers in length and width. Inside, rows of wooden shelves were neatly arranged, filled with all sorts of rare treasures, elixirs, weapons, talismans, and various kinds of natural materials.
It radiates a dazzling, precious glow. A dazzling array, so many that they can't be counted.
He was momentarily captivated by what he saw. Those treasures that can be placed in the treasury are at least saint-level treasures, venerable-level treasures account for 1/3, and quasi-emperor-level treasures account for 1/10. There are relatively few emperor-level treasures, less than 1%, but the total number is so large that even 1% is an extremely terrifying number. In addition, the treasure vault contains a massive amount of top-grade spirit stones, piled up casually in the corners like stones that don't cost money. At the deepest part of the treasure vault, there is a bronze platform made of precious refining materials, on which are placed hundreds of jade boxes and treasure chests covered with terrifying restrictions.
Wu Ning randomly opened a few.
The worst items inside are rare Imperial-level treasure medicines, while the rest are talismans, array plates, pseudo-immortal artifacts, and so on, all crafted by immortals. These are the most powerful foundations of the Azura Temple. Wu Ning didn't hesitate and packed it all up to take away. On a high platform deep within another treasure vault, he discovered many ancient storage rings. A quick scan with his divine sense revealed that each storage ring was filled with spirit crystals, totaling trillions. He discovered hundreds of such storage rings. Holy crap! Wu Ning's eyes were shining. This was worth trillions of spirit crystals. Even with his extensive knowledge, he couldn't help but be shocked. With so many spirit crystals, didn't those guys in the Azura Temple spend them? Taking a deep breath, Wu Ning continued his looting. It took him nearly half an hour to completely loot the 3 treasure troves. We acquired over 800 Imperial weapons alone. Although the quality varies. Even the worst one is still an Imperial weapon. In addition to the hundreds of Imperial weapons he obtained from killing those powerful emperors, he now possesses more than 1,300 Imperial weapons. The Azura Temple's accumulation over countless years is truly profound. Such terrifying wealth could only be provided by an ancient power like the Azura Temple, which has stood in the starry sky for countless years. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, figures with profound and terrifying auras appeared in the air near the Azura Temple, their eyes filled with fear as they looked down. Hiss! What on earth happened? The Azura Temple was actually destroyed? No wonder they even summoned immortals before, but they were still destroyed. What kind of force possesses such terrifying power? The Azura Temple is a Starsky Overlord level power. Someone with the strength to destroy them. Hiss, could it be? Some people looked surprised but dared not say anything more. In the entire Nine Heavens starfield, if there is anyone with the power to destroy the Azura Temple, it is probably only the Nine Heavens Palace, the undisputed ruler of the Nine Heavens starfield. There might be people from the Nine Heavens Palace hiding nearby, so they dared not discuss it any further. Hey! Look, someone's appeared. Wu Ning left the treasure vault with a broad smile, feeling extremely happy. A trip to the Temple of Azura filled his pockets to an unprecedented level. He suddenly frowned, sensing that many divine senses of Emperor Realm experts were enveloping him. Boom! With a thought, he unleashed his divine soul power, instantly annihilating those divine senses. This person is incredibly powerful, he must be an emperor. They are probably here to gather information, just like us. We don't know which faction they come from. This person arrived before us. Where do you think he went? Could it be the treasure vault of the Azura Temple? Some people were certain that if he were the first to arrive, he would definitely go to the treasure vault first. A flicker of greed crossed everyone's eyes. One of the men in black robes stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting to Wu Ning. Fellow Daoist, I am Wu Hao, the vice sect master of the Tsanyan divine sect. May I ask how you should address me? What, you want to rob me? Wu Ning appeared in the air in one step, looking at him with a half-smile. Wu Hao's expression froze, and he gave a stiff smile. Fellow Daoist, you misunderstand. We all came to investigate. Seeing that you appeared at the Azura Temple just now, we wanted to ask if you had discovered anything earlier? Oh. Wu Ning sneered and said, then listen up. The Azura Temple was destroyed by me, and from now on, this entire world belongs to me. You shall leave now at once, or else die. Boom! An incredibly terrifying pressure emanated from his body, causing the expressions of the emperors present to change. What terrifying power! Wu Hao immediately took 2 steps back, feeling that this power was even more terrifying than that of their sect's strongest ancestor. Isn't your excellency being a bit too arrogant? We are all from major powers in the starfield, and we have quite a few emperors behind us. A red-haired man said with a displeased expression. Bang! Wu Ning casually slapped him away. Roll! Those who don't walk for 3 breaths will die. Hateful! The red-haired man's face was extremely ugly. Wu Ning's casual slap had severely injured him, and it would take at least 100 years for him to recover.
Fellow Taoist, I shall take my leave. Wu Hao cupped his hands in greeting and left first.
The others sneered inwardly and also took their leave, intending to go back and gather their strongest warriors to come again. They wondered how many people would be envious of the legacy left behind by the Azura Temple. A mere Emperor Venerable cannot withstand the power behind them.
This person is so arrogant, he
won't even know how he died. Seeing that everyone else had left, the red-haired man dared not linger any longer. A flash of hatred crossed his eyes, and he quickly slipped away.
Wu Ning remained calm.
Many people had witnessed him destroying the Azura Temple, and the news would spread quickly. He didn't believe those guys would dare to come looking for their own deaths then.
If they dare to come, the Azura Temple will be their fate.
After thinking for a moment, he took out a pseudo-immortal level array plate, activated it, and it transformed into a large array that enveloped the Azura god. There are still many good things here, so we can't let anyone else get a bargain. After doing all this, he left Shura Star directly. A day later, Wu Ning returned to Tianwu Star.
Young master, you're back?
Wu Shintong's eyes lit up with surprise, and he immediately went to greet him. Wu Ning waved his hand and said, I'll give you a day to prepare. We'll move tomorrow, and I'll take you to Shura Star. He worked so hard to conquer such a huge super planet, and he didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands and be given away to someone else. He had no use for it himself, so he could only give it to the Wu family. After all, they are of martial blood, so they can't be considered outsiders.
Moving to the planet Shura?
Wu Shintong was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Young master, you didn't destroy the Azura Temple, did you?
What, is there a problem? No problem.
Wu Shintong swallowed hard and said with difficulty. He felt a bit dizzy, probably because he's getting old and can't handle stimulation.
The Temple of Azura has been destroyed.
Grass. Soon, the entire Wu family sprang into action, with everyone packing their belongings to prepare for the move, creating quite a commotion. Wu Ning then returned to his palace. He took out the hundreds of storage rings containing spirit crystals. Then he summoned the Chaos Divine Gourd. Instead of using the spirit crystals first, they put all the spirit stones they had collected on this trip into the pot. It seemed like a lot, but in the end, it only condensed into less than 300 drops of Chaos Origin liquid.
Wu Ning downed the drink in one gulp. Boom!
A vast and boundless energy surged into his body like a celestial torrent, and the supreme scripture immediately began to operate on its own.
This one gulp contains 3 million years of cultivation.
Wu Ning felt an unprecedented fullness in his body, so comfortable that he almost groaned out loud. He felt that his body was undergoing some kind of transformation, but it wasn't very obvious.
Much later,
the torrent of energy within the body gradually calmed down.
Call.
Wu Ning exhaled, feeling his body brimming with power, as if he could shatter an emperor with a single punch.
This is not an illusion.
With a single punch, he possesses over 3 million years of cultivation. Even an ordinary Emperor Venerable would absolutely be unable to withstand it.
Ha! Has a day already passed so quickly?
Wu Ning scanned the area with his divine sense and found that Wu Shintong and several Wu family emperors were waiting outside the palace.
Are you all ready?
Wu Ning walked out of the palace and asked them.
Young master, we are all packed and ready to depart at any time.
A hint of excitement flickered in Wu Shintong's eyes. Wu Ning nodded slightly. All right, let's set off now.
A moment later,
the starship soared into the sky, plunged into the clouds, and then disappeared into the void. Wu Shintong was extremely decisive. He moved the entire Wu family, leaving only a peak quasi-emperor to guard their ancestral home. He has already tied the entire Wu family to Wu Ning's ship.
At the same time,
the news of the destruction of the Azura Temple has spread far and wide among the major powers in the starfield.
An uproar ensued, with countless people discussing it endlessly.
The fact that a dominant force like the Azura Temple was wiped out without a sound has put all the top forces on edge, prompting them to send spies to the Nine Heavens star system to investigate. At the same time, various guesses flashed through their minds. and they all agreed that the culprit who destroyed the Azura Temple was most likely the Nine Heavens Palace.
The Nine Heavens Galaxy, the Nine Heavens Palace. A gentle breeze caresses the rippling blue waves. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, an old man and a young man are playing chess. Xiao Quan, what do you think about this?
The old man placed a piece and casually asked a question. Grandmaster, according to the information we have gathered so far, although that person is strong, he should not have broken through to the immortal realm. The reason he was able to destroy the Azura Temple was entirely due to a magic weapon.
Based on my guess, that should be a celestial artifact.
A true celestial artifact.
A true immortal artifact?
The old man's expression shifted slightly.
In the Nine Heavens star domain, some immortal lineages possess pseudo-immortal artifacts as their foundation.
The so-called pseudo-immortal artifacts are weapons and magical treasures that have been refined by immortals. They retain the immortal's magical power and Taoist charm, making their power far stronger than that of imperial weapons. But it certainly can't compare to a true immortal artifact.
The Azura Temple naturally possesses pseudo-immortal artifacts, and in considerable numbers.
A magical artifact capable of destroying the Azura Temple is very likely a true immortal artifact. A thoughtful look appeared in the old man's eyes.
That person hasn't even broken through to the immortal realm yet, so how could he possess an immortal artifact? Could it be?
The young man smiled slightly. Grandmaster guessed correctly, that person should not be from this world. Everyone knows that immortals can ascend to the upper realm, but few know that people from the upper realm can also travel to the lower realm. The so-called upper and lower realms are just names. Their Nine Heavens Palace had already established its lineage in the upper realm, and knew far more information than others. This is precisely why the Nine Heavens Palace is the only dominant force in the Nine Heavens star domain.
People from the upper realm, it seems I'll have to pay them a visit sometime.
The old man smiled faintly. The starship arrived at Shura Star.
Wu Ning frowned slightly.
The formation he had set up in the Azura Temple had actually been broken.
Ah, that's great. Looks like there really are people who aren't afraid of death. Seeing the cold smile on his face, Wu Shintong felt a chill run down his spine and cautiously asked, "Young master, has something happened?" "It's a small matter. You take care of the Wu family's affairs, I'll handle it myself."
Wu Ning stepped out of the starship and appeared above the Azura Temple. At this moment, the vast Azura Temple was filled with people, but the highest cultivation level was only 3 great emperors.
The rest were almost all quasi-emperors and venerable ones. They're probably all here to snag a bargain.
With their strength, there was absolutely no way they could destroy the pseudo-immortal level formation he had set up. It seems that someone knows the truth about the destruction of the Azura Temple, but is unwilling to accept it. So, taking advantage of his absence, they secretly came to Azura Star, broke the formation, and wanted to enter the Azura Temple to search for treasures.
Heh, you think you can fool me by doing this so secretly? Wu Ning gave a cold laugh. Boom!
A vast and terrifying pressure erupted, instantly enveloping the entire Azura Temple.
3 breaths time. Roll or die.
They were just some small fry. Wu Ning was too lazy to bother with them.
Run, run! How terrifying! The people in the temple were terrified and fled. In a panic, wishing they had more legs.
The 3 emperors fled directly into the starry sky.
What a terrifyingly powerful expert! Who is this person? The 3, still shaken, gazed in the direction of Shura Star, secretly relieved.
If that person had harbored murderous intent, they would probably already be dead. At this moment, Wu Ning was inspecting various secret realms. Besides the 3 treasure vaults, the Azura Temple also has several other cultivation realms.
Last time he only glanced at it briefly and didn't even have time to thoroughly search it. There must be quite a few good things inside. Upon inspection, it was discovered that 3 cultivation secret realms had been looted. They looted even more thoroughly than he had, not even letting go of a single spirit jade floor tile or a top-grade spiritual herb. The technique was incredibly professional. Damn it, how dare they take advantage of me? Xiao Hei, find out right now which bastard did this. I'll make him regret ever being born. Master, it was the people from the Celestial Star Palace who made the move. The leader of the group is named Yuan Min.
He was the previous palace master of the Celestial Star Palace, and he achieved the position of emperor 200,000 years ago.
Celestial Star Palace. Yuan Min.
A cold glint flashed in Wu Ning's eyes, but he did not rush to make a move.
He needs to settle the Wu family members first.
Their new home is located on the original site of the Shura Temple, which is now considered the best place in terms of feng shui on the entire Shura star. In fact, all that's needed is to repair the damaged parts of the Azura Temple, and you can move in immediately. As a dominant force in the starfield, the Azura Temple is far stronger than the ancient Wu family city on Tianwu Star.
The Wu family was overjoyed, everyone felt like they were dreaming.
While they were cleaning up the corpses and repairing the buildings, Wu Ning rearranged several pseudo-immortal level formations. He used almost all the usable formations he obtained from the Shura Temple's treasury.
It can be considered as taking from the Azura and using it for the Azura.
Subsequently, Wu Ning bestowed the two pseudo-immortal artifacts obtained from the treasure vault upon Wu Shintong, entrusting him with the responsibility of overseeing the Wu family. Martial God was already a veteran emperor-level powerhouse, and with two pseudo-immortal artifacts by his side, there were very few people in the starfield who could threaten him. Only then did Wu Ning feel at ease leaving Shura Star.
The Celestial Palace is not located in the Nine Heavens Galaxy, but in the adjacent Ancient Cloud Galaxy.
The Celestial Star Palace is located on the Celestial Star, which is only about 3 billion light-years away from the Azura Star.
1 hour later,
Wu Ning broke through the void and descended above the Celestial Star Palace.
Bang!
Without saying a word, Wu Ning threw a punch directly at the Heavenly Star Palace.
The enormous fist-shaped imprint slammed into the defensive array, immediately unleashing a terrifying roar.
The entire defensive array trembled precariously, and its light rapidly dimmed.
Quickly! Stabilize the palace protecting formation with all your might.
A group of emperors and deities soared into the sky, their magical power surging and continuously pouring into the formation, barely managing to stabilize the crumbling array. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. He has indeed become much stronger.
He hadn't even used his full strength when he nearly shattered a pseudo-immortal level formation with a single punch. 3 million years of cultivation is truly impressive.
At this moment, powerful figures from the Celestial Star Palace appeared in the air.
Upon seeing Wu Ning, their eyes immediately narrowed. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Star Palace without provocation? Do you think our Celestial Star Palace is easy to mess with? A man in a black robe shouted angrily.
Wu Ning glanced at him indifferently. The man suddenly felt a suffocating sensation, and his face turned slightly pale.
There's no need to play dumb with me. You should all know who I am.
Wu Ning said indifferently. I am merciful and do not wish to commit further killings.
I will now give you two choices.
First, hand over Yuan Min and all the items you obtained in the Azura Temple, and also hand over 300 trillion spirit crystals as compensation.
In return, I can show you leniency. Second, you can also choose to resist. Wu Ning gave a faint smile. He already knew.
A chill ran through the hearts of everyone in the Celestial Star Palace. They had already thoroughly investigated the destruction of the Azura Temple, so they naturally understood how terrifying the person before them was. If we resist, it might become the next Azura Temple, right? What puzzled them was that they had done it extremely secretly, so secretly that no one knew what was going on.
How did he find out that it was them? And how did they find them so quickly and accurately?
I'll give you 10 breaths to consider, Wu Ning said again.
If no choice is made after 10 breaths, I will assume that you have chosen the second option.
The people from Tianji Star Palace exchanged glances, and then an old man in plain clothes stepped forward.
Fellow Taoist, we are willing to return everything that we obtained from Tianji Star Palace and make compensation. However, could you please spare Yuan Min's life, fellow Taoist? You have no right to bargain with me.
Wu Ning said coldly.
The old man sighed and said, Fellow Taoist, what do you think? We are willing to offer another 100 trillion spirit crystals in exchange for Yuan Min's life? Wu Ning frowned slightly. Fellow Daoist, 200 trillion spirit crystals is the most we can offer.
Even if we empty our coffers, the Heavenly Star Palace can only come up with a maximum of 500 trillion spirit crystals.
Okay, deal.
Wu Ning's brows relaxed slightly. He was not a bloodthirsty person, and considering how sensible Tianji Star Palace was, he was not unwilling to spare Yuan Min's life.
Of course, the main reason is that they gave too much.
Killing one person is meaningless, but it can be sold for 200 trillion spirit crystals, a huge profit. The old man felt relieved, but his face showed some bitterness. It's a classic case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead.
500 trillion spirit crystals. The accumulation of countless generations in the Star Palace has vanished in an instant. Greed is a deadly thing. Fellow Daoist, 500 trillion spirit crystals is no small sum. Could you give us some time to raise it? How long will it take? Not much, just 1 hour will do. Alright, then I'll wait for you for an hour. Thank you.
The old man cupped his hands in greeting and led the group back to the Celestial Star Palace. Wu Ning placed a magnificent golden throne inlaid with various rare and precious stones, and sat in the air with an imposing air, an invisible aura pressing down on the hearts of everyone in the Heavenly Star Palace. Time passed little by little. Soon, the old man came to him again and handed him a dark gold bracelet. Fellow Daoist, the 500 trillion spirit crystals, as well as everything we obtained from the Azura Temple, are all in here. Wu Ning nodded lightly. This bracelet was a spatial magic treasure. When he swept it with his divine sense, 500 trillion spirit crystals piled up like a sea. In addition, there are a large number of elixirs, pills, magical treasures, and so on. It also includes more than 10 imperial weapons and 7 mature imperial-grade medicinal herbs. Upon seeing the 500 trillion spirit crystals, the last trace of anger in Wu Ning's heart dissipated, and he coldly snorted. Very well, this time I will let you off the hook. You'd better. Watch yourselves. After saying that, Wu Ning immediately disappeared. The old man sighed as he looked at the spot where he had disappeared, and his whole appearance aged even more in an instant. Guards, take Yuan Min to the Star Prison and subject him to the punishment of thunder and fire for 10,000, 100,000 years. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in the old man's eyes. The idea of stealing treasures from the Azura Temple was first proposed by Yuan Min, and he personally carried it out. Now that this has happened, someone needs to be held responsible for this, and he is the most suitable person to do so. Back to Azura Star. Despite the turbulent outside world, Wu Ning's life finally returned to calm. He took out all the spirit crystals on his body and put them all into the Chaos Divine Gourd. The gains from the Azura Temple, plus the compensation from the Celestial Star Palace, amounted to approximately 10 quadrillion spirit crystals. It can condense 100,000 drops of Chaos Origin liquid. Wu Ning couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. 100,000 drops of Chaos Origin liquid could fill several large bowls. If I consume it all, wouldn't that increase my cultivation by 1 billion years? Even if forcibly breaking through to the immortal realm is extremely difficult, surely one should be able to easily break through with 1 billion years of cultivation? Moreover, it might even be possible to break through to a very high level. Wu Ning immediately decided to go into seclusion to break through to the immortal realm. He informed the martial god and gave him a few trump cards. Then, he plucked a tea leaf from a small tree and returned to the secret realm to focus on his breakthrough. The so-called seclusion is just drinking the Chaos Origin liquid. A small cup every 3 days, and a large bowl every month. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Ning sat cross-legged in the boundless void, his aura as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. After drinking a few cups of Chaos Origin liquid, the secret realm space could no longer withstand the occasional wisp of aura he emitted, so he could only enter the void to continue his seclusion. Now, more than half a year has passed, and Wu Ning has swallowed all 100,000 drops of Chaos Origin liquid. The Supreme Scripture was constantly operating at full speed, absorbing the vast energy contained in the Chaos Origin liquid. It wasn't until I broke through to the second level 2 weeks ago that I regained my composure. Glancing at the pitch-black void, Wu Ning's expression brightened.
Now we can begin the tribulation.
After he finished speaking, his aura exploded instantly.
Boom!
It swept across the void in a mighty and terrifying manner. If he were in the starfield, even if he only unleashed his power now, it would be enough to annihilate a large part of the starry sky. Even if a true immortal stood in front of him now, he felt he could smash them to pieces with a single punch. Soon, an aura of extraordinary terror descended. Immediately afterwards, Wu Ning felt as if an incomparably vast and supreme will was watching him. Indifferent, devoid of any emotion.
It must be the cosmic will of the primordial spirit realm.
He ignored it and prepared to overcome the immortal tribulation first.
Boom! A moment later,
a 9-colored lightning bolt, filled with awe-inspiring divine power, fell from the boundless void and struck Wu Ning directly. This divine lightning bolt seemed to transcend the constraints of time and space, making it impossible to dodge or destroy.
They can only passively endure it. Bang!
His body flew backward for billions of light years in an instant, and finally came to a slow stop, seemingly after hitting something.
Hiss!
Wu Ning gasped, feeling a sharp, intense pain coursing through his body. The pain was not only physical, but also soul deep, making it even more unbearable. It was as if it had been torn into
countless pieces and constantly crushed. Ah! Damn it, it hurts so much.
His face was somewhat distorted. This 9-colored divine lightning is too terrifying, even with his current strength, he is finding it difficult to resist.
And this is only the first lightning tribulation. There are 9 tribulations to become an immortal. And each one was more terrifying than the last.
If the first lightning tribulation was already this terrifying, he could hardly imagine how terrifying the 9th lightning tribulation would be.
Damn!
No wonder it's the legendary 9-colored immortal tribulation. After a long pause, Wu Ning's expression was a mixture of shock and delight. The Ascension Tribulation is divided into 5 levels: 1 color, 3 color, 5 color, 7 color, and 9 color. The realm of immortals has 4 major levels: True Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Immortal King, and Immortal Emperor. One can become a true immortal by passing through the first tribulation of immortality, and there is also a small chance of cultivating to become a celestial immortal. Those who survive the 3-colored immortal tribulation will have the qualifications to become an immortal king. Having survived the 5-colored immortal tribulation, one can be considered an unparalleled genius throughout all the heavens and myriad realms, possessing the qualifications to pursue the Tao and become an immortal emperor. Those who survive the 7-colored immortal tribulation can be called unparalleled geniuses, and may become eternal giants who surpass the immortal emperor realm in the future. The strongest 9-colored immortal tribulation has been passed by very few people since the beginning of the primordial chaos. As long as they do not perish halfway through, they are now all supreme beings standing at the pinnacle of all the heavens and myriad realms. Although the tribulation to become an immortal does not fully represent the final achievement, those with extraordinary luck and destiny can eventually become immortal emperors, even if they only survive the first immortal tribulation. There are also supreme geniuses who have survived the 7-colored immortal tribulation, but due to various reasons such as emotional afflictions and inner demons, they ultimately cannot even reach the immortal emperor realm. But without a doubt, those who can overcome the high-level immortal tribulation possess absolutely terrifying talent. It's much easier for them to break through to a higher level than for others.
Ha ha ha.
Wu Ning stood in the void and couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. In terms of talent alone, he has already reached the pinnacle of all the heavens and myriad realms. With the system by his side, it won't be long before his cultivation level reaches the highest point in the heavens, allowing him to compete with those supreme beings. For a moment, Wu Ning felt a surge of heroic spirit.
But just then, another bolt of 9-colored divine lightning struck down. Boom! Holy shit! System, give me 3 annual passes.
As the divine lightning struck him, Wu Ning immediately roared. He had been eyeing the opportunity to sign in during the tribulation for a long time, and naturally he couldn't let go of such a good opportunity as the ascension to immortality.
Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Chaos Divine Lightning Seed. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a supreme thunder magic technique, Thunderous Realms.
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 500,000 years of cultivation. As the system notification sounded, Wu Ning was once again blasted away by the 9-colored divine lightning, this time flying back for hundreds of billions of light years before finally stopping. It took a long time to recover. He started checking the sign-in rewards.
The Seed of Chaos Divine Lightning?
A hint of surprise appeared in Wu Ning's eyes.
The
9-colored lightning that descended from the 9-colored immortal tribulation was the Chaos Divine Lightning, only its power had been weakened countless times. The true Chaos Divine Thunder possesses the power to destroy the world. It can easily annihilate a middle thousand world, making it incredibly terrifying. If this Chaos Divine Lightning seed is planted within the body, it can be nourished by one's own cultivation, or it can absorb the power of lightning to grow. Once it grows up, it will be able to control the true power of the Chaos Divine Thunder.
Absorbing the power of lightning, this 9-colored divine lightning should also be able to absorb it, right?
Wu Ning muttered to himself, then immediately took out the Chaos Divine Thunder seed and planted it in his heart aperture.
Soon, the third bolt of 9-colored divine lightning struck. Boom!
Wu Ning was sent flying backwards instantly, but this time he felt much more relaxed, as most of the divine lightning power was devoured by the chaotic divine lightning seed in his heart aperture.
Ah, it really works. Wu Ning became invigorated.
With this chaos divine lightning seed in my body, no matter how terrifying the 9-colored immortal tribulation is rumored to be, I should be able to get through it smoothly.
However, he still underestimated the 9-colored immortal tribulation. Each of the 9-colored divine lightning bolts is twice as powerful as the previous one. Boom! Boom!
As bolts of 9-colored divine lightning struck, Wu Ning was repeatedly blasted away like a ball. From the outside in, from the body to the soul, the pain was so intense he wanted to die. By the time he survived the 7th 9-colored divine lightning bolt, his physical body had suffered considerable injuries, his soul was trembling, and his tolerance for pain had reached its limit. As the 8th bolt of 9-colored divine lightning struck, even the already transformed indestructible golden body nearly collapsed, and its soul and consciousness began to become somewhat blurred.
Just then, an unusually cool aura enveloped his soul.
Wu Ning jolted awake, his soul and consciousness instantly returning to normal.
Memories flooded his mind. No!
I died a pathetic death in my previous life, how can I die silently like this in this life?
I, Wu Ning, am destined to be invincible throughout the heavens, how could I possibly fall under the tribulation of becoming an immortal?
Wu Ning roared inwardly, his eyes burning with fierce flames.
His goal was to reach the pinnacle of the heavens, how could he be defeated by a mere tribulation to become an immortal? Ha ha ha! A mere tribulation lightning strike, how could it possibly stop me?
Wu Ning laughed wildly, took out all the immortal medicines and pills that Moronin had given him, and swallowed them, quickly repairing the injuries to his physical body and soul. He then put that tea leaf of enlightenment into his mouth.
Boom! All bloodline seals collapsed instantly.
In an instant, a magnificent and ancient terrifying aura erupted from his body, making him look like an ancient god or demon descending to earth.
Finally, the 9th divine lightning bolt descended. It struck Wu Ning instantly. Boom!
Wu Ning felt time and space freeze instantly, and the whole world suddenly turned into a 9-colored world, with 9-colored hazy light clusters all around. There was no pain whatsoever, on the contrary, I felt extremely comfortable. As one after another 9-colored light orbs surged into his body, he felt a sense of instant sublimation, and all sorts of insights and thoughts flooded his mind. Wu Ning suddenly realized that his 9th tribulation lightning seemed to be somewhat different.
There were no challenges whatsoever, it was purely a giveaway. What exactly happened? He had no time to think further, immediately discarding distracting thoughts and quickly absorbing the profound insights brought by the 9-colored light. Cluster. At the same time, the aura emanating from him gradually became ethereal and unfathomable. In the boundless void, all was deathly silent. This has been the case since time immemorial.
But somewhere in the void, there was a huge cocoon of light, quietly radiating a mysterious 9-colored halo. Within the cocoon of light, a tall and slender figure could be faintly seen, shrouded in a hazy divine light, completely naked. After an unknown amount of time, the nine-colored cocoon suddenly trembled slightly. Then, the trembling intensified, and the cocoon of light gradually shrank. Several hours later, all the nine-colored halos were absorbed into the body of one of the figures. In the void, only a naked young man sat cross-legged. Mum. Wu Ning suddenly let out a comfortable groan and then opened his eyes. His gaze was peaceful yet extremely bright, as if it held a vast starry sky. A breakthrough has been achieved. Wu Ning blinked and immediately focused his mind on introspection. His body underwent a dramatic transformation. Nine-colored halos flowed faintly through his meridians, bones, and flesh, containing the supreme mysteries of the Great Tao. He was flawless and completely different from his previous mortal body. He felt that he could erase his past self with just a glance. This is a leap in the level of life, a difference in dimensions, which even the most extraordinary genius cannot overcome. I wonder what level I'm at now. Wu Ning murmured to himself, feeling that his cultivation level could not possibly be as simple as just breaking through to the true immortal realm. He immediately opened his system profile panel to check. Name, Wu Ning. Cultivation level, perfected celestial immortal realm. Physical body, divine treasure of the physical body, half-step minor completion. Soul, reality, mid-stage. Physique, eternal Tao body. Cultivation techniques, supreme scripture, second level, ancient scripture of heavenly refinement, first level. Supernatural powers, a glance that captures 1,000 years, perfect, a world in the palm of your hand, beginner. Remaining check-in attempts, 2056. Perfected celestial immortal realm? Wu Ning's eyes widened slightly, he had actually crossed 2 entire major realms. These are 2 major realms within the immortal level. Although he possessed 1 billion years of cultivation before his breakthrough, after converting it into immortal power, it's estimated that he could only break through to the peak of the true immortal realm. But now he has directly reached the peak of the celestial immortal realm. You must know that after entering the immortal realm, each minor realm is a huge threshold that only extraordinary geniuses can overcome. The difference between great realms is like heaven and earth. The gap between a true immortal at perfection and a celestial immortal at perfection is estimated to be more than 100 times greater than the gap between an emperor and a true immortal at perfection. It can be said that a powerful expert at the peak of the celestial immortal realm can kill a large number of immortals at the peak of the true immortal realm with a wave of his hand. What exactly is going on? Wu Ning frowned and thought for a long time. He felt that it should be related to the last divine lightning of the 9-colored immortal tribulation. It seems that it was because of the 9-colored light clusters that merged into his body that his cultivation level directly rose to the perfect celestial immortal realm. Not only his cultivation level, but his physique also underwent a tremendous change, with his time divine body directly transforming into the even more powerful eternal Tao body. This must all be related to those 9-colored light clusters that have merged into his body. It must be a perk of surviving the 9-colored immortal tribulation. However, the final divine lightning bolt of the 9-colored immortal tribulation was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He stared at the chaotic divine lightning seed in his heart, which had grown several times larger, and felt that it was related to him. Without much thought, Wu Ning immediately took out a set of clothes from the system space and put them on. I can't believe a month has already passed. The number of check-ins increased by 33, and 33 days had passed since he began his ascension to immortality. Just as Wu Ning was about to leave the void, he suddenly stopped. He recalled that when he passed through the first 9-colored divine lightning, he seemed to have bumped into something in the void. More importantly, given his physical strength and the incredible speed at which he was blasted away, he managed to shatter that thing. Instead, it caused his speed to decrease drastically. What exactly is that thing? I didn't have time to investigate then, but now that I have the time, I naturally have to find out. He immediately released his divine sense. No, at this moment it should be called divine thought or immortal thought. An endless and vast divine thought emanated from his body, instantly enveloping an area of 80 billion light-years in all directions. Wu Ning's figure flashed, his divine sense constantly sweeping across the void. A moment later.
Found it.
Wu Ning flashed to a certain place in the void, where an enormous bronze ancient mountain was floating.
Its altitude reaches a full 9 light-years. The immortal abode of the Great Void?
With a sweep of his divine sense, Wu Ning immediately discovered a bronze gate 100 feet tall in a certain place on the bronze ancient mountain, with the 4 ancient characters Taisu Immortal Mansion engraved on it. Wu Ning arrived at the bronze gate, examined it carefully, and then reached out to step back towards the gate.
This ancient bronze mountain is extraordinary. Not only is it incredibly hard, but it can also block his divine sense from probing. If he is not mistaken, the entire interior of this ancient mountain should be hollow. Its interior is the Taishu Immortal Abode. Squeak!
Wu Ning pushed hard, and the bronze gate was slowly pushed open, without any mechanisms or restrictions.
Boom!
A wild and ancient aura immediately emanated from within the bronze gate, as if opening a long-sealed era. As soon as the bronze gate opened, Wu Ning's divine sense immediately surged in. The interior of the bronze ancient mountain was larger than he had expected, containing a vast galaxy with a diameter of at least 300 million light-years. Its size is comparable to a vast galaxy, with a total of 12 superplanets. Unfortunately, these planets all withered and died, becoming dead stars.
The entire galaxy was deathly silent, devoid of any life.
Wu Ning flashed into an ancient bronze palace. This palace is called Taishu Immortal Palace. It is the core of the entire Taishu Immortal Mansion. It is a lineage established by a powerful immortal king. This immortal king's title is Taishu Immortal King. Around 200 million years ago, the immortal king Taishu offended a terrifying figure in the holy nether immortal realm. To escape being hunted down, he fled to the lower realm of Yuanling realm with his immortal mansion. As a top-tier immortal king, he is no longer afraid of the heavenly Tao of the primordial spirit realm. However, fearing that opposing the heavenly Tao would attract the attention of that great figure, the Taishu Immortal King placed the Taishu Immortal Palace in the void and then left alone. He never came back. Later, perhaps because the immortal King Taishu had fallen, the bronze ancient mountain fell into silence, and the star system inside it gradually weakened, like a rootless duckweed. Some of the remaining immortals in the Taishu Immortal Mansion had to take a portion of their people away from the mansion to find another place to live. However, because they were unable to refine the ancient bronze mountain, they were unable to take it with them. Now, 200 million years later, the galaxy inside the bronze mountain has become completely silent. Wu Ning wandered around, but all the good stuff had been taken away by the people from the Taishu Immortal Mansion. All that was left for him was this ancient bronze mountain. Wu Ning smiled. It was truly an unexpected delight. After all, this ancient bronze mountain was equivalent to a celestial king artifact. Immortal artifacts are classified into 5 grades: low grade, high grade, and supreme grade, as well as immortal king artifacts and immortal emperor artifacts. The dragon fishing rod in his hand was nothing more than a top-grade immortal artifact. Unexpectedly, after going through a tribulation, I also gained a celestial king artifact for free. When luck comes, you can't stop it. Wu Ning immediately flew out of the bronze ancient mountain. He tried it out first, and even with his current cultivation at the peak of the celestial immortal realm, he found it somewhat difficult to refine. This shows just how powerful the celestial king artifact is. No wonder the immortals of the Taishu Immortal Mansion couldn't refine it back then. Wu Ning estimated that it would take him about 3 years to fully refine this ancient bronze mountain. It took a little while. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to Shura Star first. More than 9 months have passed since he began his seclusion, and the Wu family has now settled down in the Azura Temple. Underneath, turbulent waves surged, while on the surface, all was calm and tranquil. Fortunately, no one was foolish enough to cause any more trouble for the Wu family. Wu Ning found Wu Shintong, who was hosting an auction. The auction included the imperial weapons Wu Ning had given him before, as well as some treasures he later obtained from the Shura Temple's treasury. "Young master, you've emerged from seclusion?" Upon seeing Wu Ning, Wu Shintong's eyes lit up with joy. He had felt uneasy while Wu Ning was away. Surrounded by wolves on the planet Shura, he really didn't have much confidence when facing some overlord-level forces. "Has anything happened lately?" Wu Ning chatted with him briefly, and then gave him some trump cards, all of which he had made himself, capable of killing even a true immortal.
Wu Shintong was horrified. Could he even kill a true immortal?
He suddenly realized that the young master's aura seemed to be becoming increasingly unfathomable.
Young master, have you already become an immortal?
A thought flashed through his mind, and he asked in disbelief.
Is that strange?
This.
Wu Shintong remained silent.
He felt like he had been hit with a critical strike, and wisely stopped discussing the matter. He then took out a spatial magic item and handed it to Wu Ning. Young master, these are all the spirit crystals that have been auctioned so far, totaling over 236 trillion.
Well done.
I'm going into seclusion for a while longer, so please be careful. After giving a few words of advice, Wu Ning left directly. He returned to the secret realm where he had previously secluded himself, found Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, said a few words of comfort to them, handed them a few dragon bodies, and then went directly back to the void to begin refining the ancient bronze mountain.
Time flies like an arrow.
3 years have passed in the blink of an eye.
Receive. Boom.
In the boundless void, Wu Ning gave a soft shout, and the ancient bronze mountain immediately shook violently.
The next moment, the ancient bronze mountain began to shrink.
Originally 9 light-years high, it eventually turned into a miniature mountain 9 inches tall and fell into Wu Ning's hands.
It's so heavy.
Wu Ning weighed it in his hand. Although he had successfully refined it, he still felt its terrifying weight. Even his body felt extremely heavy.
Its actual weight is absolutely terrifying.
If it grows bigger and is thrown out, it could kill a whole bunch of celestial
beings. It's another powerful weapon.
Wu Ning put it away and then left the void to return to Shura Star. In the days that followed, he lived in the secret realm of the former Azura Temple. Occasionally, he would take Xiaoqing and Xiaobai out for a trip, but most of the time he would stay in the secret realm. Having broken through to the immortal realm, Wu Ning did not intend to immediately return to the martial clan of the primordial ancient realm.
The celestial immortal realm is still not quite perfect.
Wu Ning was worried that he would encounter some trouble after returning to the Wu clan, so he planned to develop his strength cautiously for a while and then consider returning after breaking through to the immortal king level. By the way, you can accumulate more sign-in attempts, which will allow you to quickly become stronger after returning to the martial clan.
Wu Ning is extremely patient.
This period of hiding lasted for a full 300 years. The primordial ancient realm, the martial clan. Inside a quaint, antique-style room.
Husband, more than 300 years have passed, why hasn't Ninger returned yet?
A look of longing appeared in Morongyan's eyes.
Wu Tianyun felt a bit overwhelmed.
In the past few decades, Morongyan had nagged him countless times, if not 1,000, then 800.
Madam, don't worry. Ninger has the talisman I gave him, so he'll be fine.
With his talent, he should be able to ascend to immortality soon.
Morongyan glared at him. You said the same thing last time.
And the time before that. The time before that, you said it exactly the same thing, word for word.
You said the same thing last time, just like the one before last, and it wasn't much different. Wu Tianyun inwardly grumbled, but dared not voice it.
He was somewhat helpless, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? I will send an avatar down to the mortal realm in a couple of days to secretly check on Ninger. What do you think, madam?"
Morongyan's eyes lit up.
"Stop dawdling, go now."
9 Heaven Star Domain, Azura Star.
It's been over 300 years, and he's only at the late stage of Immortal King. That's a bit slow.
Wu Ning sighed.
He couldn't resist using all the check-in attempts he had accumulated over the past 300 years. There are all sorts of treasures, and on average, you can sign in once every 10 times to increase your cultivation level. Each time, it adds up to 500,000 years of cultivation, totaling approximately 16 million years of cultivation. That's what allowed him to advance from a celestial immortal at the perfect stage to a celestial king at the late stage.
It's too slow.
Wu Ning has made up his mind to save all the sign-in opportunities he gets in the future and use them after returning to the Wu clan. For a supreme clan like the Wu clan, the rewards for signing in would definitely be several levels higher.
Using his sign-in opportunity in the nether is such a waste.
Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and looked through endless space toward the center of the nine heavens star system.
Someone is actually undergoing the tribulation to become an immortal. Interesting. Center of the nine heavens galaxy.
An aged figure stood in the void, emanating a terrifying aura, with a faint scent of decay within.
Boom!
A bolt of purple divine lightning pierced through the void, falling from an unknown place and instantly striking the old man. His body flew backward instantly, smashing into countless tiny stars.
Someone is actually undergoing immortal tribulation. The divine lightning is terrifying. I feel like if I were hit by it, I would be gone instantly.
It seems to be Ancestor Qingye from the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate.
Ancestor Qingye is one of the oldest beings in our nine heavens star region.
My grandfather grew up listening to his stories. He passed away tens of thousands of years ago.
I never expected that he would still be alive. This immortal tribulation is terrifying. Can Ancestor Qingye overcome it?
Countless top experts gazed at the aged figure at the center of the nine heavens star system, their eyes filled with awe and wonder.
If Ancestor Qingye successfully transcends his tribulation, the nine heavens star domain will have another immortal. Nine Heavens Palace.
An old man and a young man gaze at a scene in the starry sky. Their Nine Heavens Palace is also located in the center of the Nine Heavens star system, not far from where Ancestor Qingye underwent his tribulation, only about 100 million light-years away. The old man sighed. It seems this old fellow is nearing the end of his life and wants to make one last gamble. The path to immortality is eternal, and true immortals have endless lifespans. Crossing that step grants eternal life. But even a single step away feels like an insurmountable chasm.
Those who successfully overcome the immortal tribulation are 1 in 10,000. Grandmaster, do you think Ancestor Qingye can successfully overcome the immortal tribulation?
The young man asked.
It's hard to say.
Ancestor Qingye was once a peerless genius who shocked the entire starfield. He became a great emperor in just 10,000 years, but whether he can survive the immortal tribulation depends on his fate.
Becoming an immortal is difficult.
The old man sighed softly, his gaze towards Ancestor Qingye filled with anticipation. He had already cultivated to the pinnacle of humanity and comprehended a trace of the Great Tao's rules. His next step would be to transcend tribulation and become an immortal. If Ancestor Qingye successfully overcomes his tribulation, it may bring him many insights and inspirations.
Boom! One after another, streaks of purple divine lightning descended.
The old Ancestor Qingye was charred black all over, and his beard and hair had long since turned to ashes, making him look extremely miserable.
Many people's hearts tightened, and they secretly worried for Ancestor Qingye.
Unless they have a grudge against the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate, few people want Ancestor Qingye to fall under the immortal tribulation.
Because at this moment, Ancestor Qingye represents a powerful emperor-level expert who is challenging the immortal tribulation.
If he succeeds, it will undoubtedly be inspiring, and many emperors will be encouraged. If he fails, many emperors will become fearful of the immortal tribulation, making their chances of surviving it even slimmer.
Azura Star. A celestial tribulation of one color.
Wu Ning smiled faintly. The power of this celestial tribulation was incomparable to the scene of his own tribulation.
Even a celestial tribulation of this level couldn't break through his defenses.
Looking at the lightning tribulation falling from the void, Wu Ning's heart stirred.
His chaos divine lightning seed could absorb the power of lightning to accelerate its growth.
Although this divine lightning was weak, it was still a celestial tribulation, and for the time being, it was a rare tonic. However, after thinking it over, he didn't take action. After all, they had no grudge against each other, and with his current status and strength, doing such a thing would be too beneath him. I wonder where this celestial tribulation came from. Wu Ning gazed leisurely at the starry sky. The power of the immortal tribulation is absolutely beyond the control of the heavenly Tao of the middle thousand worlds.
Otherwise, wouldn't it be possible to continuously create immortals simply by controlling one middle thousand world?
For a powerful figure at the immortal emperor level, controlling the heavenly Tao of a middle thousand world is not a difficult task.
Could it be from the vast world?
Wu Ning kept thinking, and suddenly a brilliant idea popped into his mind. The Chaos Divine Thunder Seed needs to absorb the power of thunder to grow, and there is actually a very good way to do this, but he has always overlooked it. A smile appeared on Wu Ning's face, and he vanished in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in the vast void. Boom! The aura of the Celestial King erupted from his body in an instant, sweeping across the endless void. Soon, Wu Ning felt a magnificent and supreme will watching over him. Immediately afterwards, a violent and terrifying immense pressure swept over us. Stop looking! Quickly unleash the divine punishment! Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously, the system had concealed his aura, so the heavenly Daos will could not sense his presence at all. Now that I've deliberately exposed my aura, once the heavenly Dao unleashes its divine tribulation lightning, the Chaos Divine Lightning Seed will have milk powder. Rumble! Moments later, boundless thunderclouds gathered in the void, forming a vast sea of lightning, within which flashes of electricity appeared, and black lightning dragons darted and rolled, accompanied by continuous thunderclaps. An extremely terrifying pressure permeated the void. Boom! Boom! The divine punishment begins. Hundreds and thousands of black lightning dragons burst out of the boundless sea of lightning and rushed straight towards Wu Ning. Unlike the tribulation, the heavenly punishment immediately unleashes its ultimate move. These black lightning bolts are the source of the destructive power of lightning, controlled by the heavenly Dao of the universe. Their power is extremely terrifying, and each bolt is no less than the strike of a celestial king. Only a top-tier immortal king like the Taishu Immortal King could be completely unafraid of the heavenly Dao of the Middle Thousand Worlds. A fighting spirit flashed in Wu Ning's eyes. Having reached the late stage of Immortal King cultivation, he no longer knew just how strong he was. This divine punishment is a good opportunity for him to test his strength. Wu Ning swung his fist and dodged to charge at a thunder dragon. Boom! A terrifying divine power erupted from his body, and Wu Ning easily shattered the thunder dragon with a single punch. The latter immediately transformed into a large patch of black lightning, which was then absorbed into his body and devoured by the Chaos Divine Lightning Seed. Wu Ning immediately felt a tingling sensation. His physical body is too strong. With his physical body and divine treasures combined with his eternal Dao body, even the physical bodies of ancient ferocious beasts of the same realm might not be able to compare to his. These black lightning bolts posed no threat to him whatsoever, instead, they felt like an electric shock massage on his body, extremely pleasant. Ah, that's awesome. Wu Ning laughed loudly and continued charging towards the other thunder dragons. Boom! Boom! In an instant, hundreds of thunder dragons were all blasted apart by him, turning into a large amount of thunderous power that he absorbed into his body. At the same time, even more thunder dragons burst out of the sea of thunder, densely packed, numbering at least tens of thousands, each tens of thousands of feet long. The sight of tens of thousands of thunder dragons charging together was extremely impactful. Wu Ning was fearless and used only his physical strength, like a ferocious humanoid beast, attacking without defending, rampaging through tens of thousands of thunder dragons. Even if it is occasionally hit by a few thunder dragons and sent flying billions of light years away, it will rush back and destroy them. That's incredibly reckless. Boom! Boom! In no time, he had blasted all 10,000 thunder dragons to pieces again. Rumble! This time, the boundless thunderclouds had been brewing for a long time before a terrifyingly large thunder dragon emerged. Light years long. It seemed to be the embodiment of the entire universe, possessing an incomparably majestic body, ancient and awe-inspiring, and emanating an extremely terrifying aura. Wow! Wu Ning's eyelids twitched. Such a huge thunder dragon was terrifying just to look at. The visual impact is too strong. Compared to that, his body was like a speck of dust. Roar! This thunder dragon seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence. It raised its head and roared, its voice instantly resounding throughout the entire universe, like an ancient creature from prehistoric times roaring, its sound traveling through endless years to reach this spacetime. This guy is pretty strong. Wu Ning muttered something to himself, but showed no fear and charged straight at him. With his physical strength and cultivation level erupting simultaneously, Wu Ning unleashed his full power.
Bang!
The Thunder Dragon extended a claw, possessing immense power and incredible speed, instantly swatting him away.
Indeed very strong. Ha, let's do it again.
Wu Ning let out a long roar and charged forward again.
Boom! Boom! A terrifying shockwave raged through the void.
Half a month passed quickly, and the man and the dragon clashed repeatedly, having fought hundreds of thousands of rounds. At the beginning, Lei Long held a firm advantage, knocking Wu Ning away one after another. But later on, Wu Ning became more and more skilled at using his own strength, and his combat power became stronger and stronger. He gradually held his own and fought Lei Long to a standstill. They fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights once again.
Thunder Dragon let out a roar and stopped attacking.
His eyes were indifferent. He glanced at Wu Ning and then returned directly to the boundless sea of thunder.
If we can't beat them, so be it. Hey, don't go.
Wu Ning was having a great time fighting when he didn't expect this guy to just run away. He shouted and dashed into the sea of lightning. The Thunder Dragon had already dissipated into the source of thunder, and Wu Ning felt a little regretful. Then he quickly absorbed the almost endless thunder power around him. Seemingly sensing his movement, the boundless sea of lightning dissipated rapidly, disappearing without a trace in a short moment. Tisk, so stingy. Wu Ning shook his head and immediately focused his mind inward, where the Chaos Divine Thunder seed in his heart aperture doubled in size once more.
Although this divine punishment power is not as high level as the 9-colored immortal tribulation, it has the advantage of being more abundant.
What a pity. If we had absorbed all of that sea of lightning, we probably could have controlled some of the power of the Chaos Divine Lightning. Wu Ning secretly thought about it and suddenly felt an urge to break into the Heavenly Tao origin space, but in the end he suppressed this somewhat crazy idea. Absorbing too much of the power of lightning's origin might affect the entire universe, and he didn't want to cause any big trouble for his own selfish reasons.
Moreover, the Heavenly Tao of the universe is not so easy to deal with.
In addition to the thunder origin, it also controls the 5 elements origin, yin and yang origin, and various other primal forces.
A moment later,
Wu Ning returned to Shura Star in a cheerful mood. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately discovered a figure exuding the aura of a true immortal in the 9 heavens star system.
Huh, it actually worked?
Wu Ning raised an eyebrow, but wasn't too surprised.
He was just an ordinary true immortal. Upon learning of Wu Ning's return, Wu Shintong quickly came to pay his respects. Young master, ancestor Qingye has successfully transcended his tribulation and ascended to immortality. He plans to give a sermon at the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate in 3 months and has invited people from all major forces to attend. Would you like to go and take a look?
Wu Shintong presented a gilded invitation.
No need, you can go if you want.
Wu Ning said casually. He had no interest whatsoever in a true immortal preaching the Tao.
Yes. At the same time, in the vast void, a dark golden shuttle sped towards the 9 heavens star domain at an extremely terrifying speed. Husband, how much longer until we arrive? Madam, don't worry.
At our current speed, we should be able to reach Ninger's star region in 3 months at most. Wu Tianyun said softly, though he was somewhat puzzled.
Only 300 years have passed, how did Ninger travel so far? Even if you travel non-stop for a moment, you can't travel hundreds of trillions of light years, right? Could it be that Ninger has already broken through to the true immortal realm?
As evening turned to morning, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Shintong has already led several members of his clan to the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate to listen to the immortals preach.
Currently, the Chaos Origin liquid condensed from spirit crystals is no longer of much use to Wu Ning. He now needs to use immortal stones to condense Chaos Origin liquid of the immortal grade.
Therefore, he bestowed some Chaos Origin liquid condensed from spirit crystals upon the Wu family. With just a few hundred drops, he elevated all of the previous dozen or so great emperors to the Emperor Venerable realm. Then, several hundred more drops were used to cultivate dozens of new emperors. With the addition of some trump cards bestowed upon them by Wu Ning, the Wu family's overall strength is now undoubtedly the strongest in the Nine Heavens Star region. Wu Ning is already preparing for his departure from the Nine Heavens Star region. He planned to stay for another 100 years, accumulating 100 years of sign-in opportunities, before returning to the Wu clan. At that time, the Wu family will have the resources he left behind, and they will not be afraid of being coveted by others.
Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate.
Today is the day that Ancestor Qingye is giving a sermon, and the entire Wanhua Heavenly Gate is bustling with activity. People from all the major powers in the starfield brought generous gifts to congratulate Ancestor Qingye on his breakthrough to immortality.
The so-called immortal preaching is also a means of making money.
Almost all the immortals who broke through in the past in the Nine Heavens Star domain have done this. The Great Hall of the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate. The Azure Flame Divine Sect presents 10 Imperial Weapons and 10 Imperial-grade medicinal herbs to congratulate Ancestor Qingye on his ascension to immortality. The Heavenly Heart Dao Palace presents 10 Imperial Weapons and a piece of Star-tier Divine Gold to congratulate Ancestor Qingye on his ascension to immortality. The Xianming Divine Sect has presented 10 Imperial Weapons. Inside the main hall, people from various powerful factions presented their lavish gifts. As if by prior arrangement, the gifts sent by each faction were of roughly the same value. Sending too little might displease the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate, while sending too much would invite rejection from other major powers.
Everyone else is giving gifts like this, so what's the point of you giving more than us?
Behind the crowd. Wu Shintong's expression hardened slightly, and he secretly thought to himself that something was wrong. Their Wu family used to have such a low status in the starfield that they were not qualified to receive an invitation to listen to the immortals preach.
This is the first time, so I don't know the ins and outs.
He only prepared one imperial weapon and one imperial-grade medicinal herb for this trip, thinking that the gifts were already generous enough. He didn't expect that the other forces would be so generous. 10 imperial weapons and 10 imperial-grade medicinal herbs.
Holy crap, that's terrifying. If it were the Wu family hundreds of years ago, they might not be able to come up with the money even if they sold everything they owned.
Soon, everyone in front had finished giving their gifts.
Wu Shintong took a deep breath and had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward.
He took out 2 magnificent purple gold treasure boxes from his storage ring and placed them in front of the deputy sect leader of the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate, who was in charge of receiving gifts. It's Wu Shintong, the ancestor of the Wu family. In the main hall, everyone's eyes immediately fell on him. The Wu family, who rose to power by stepping on the Azura Temple, is a source of curiosity and apprehension among all the major forces in the Nine Heavens Star region.
Feeling the gazes of everyone, Wu Shintong smiled bitterly to himself and forced a smile, saying, "The martial family of Shura Star presents an Emperor-level weapon and an Emperor-level precious herb to congratulate Ancestor Qingye on his ascension to immortality." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent. A royal weapon and a royal-grade medicinal herb? Many people scoffed inwardly, thinking that nouveau riche are nouveau riche and don't know any manners. They knew that the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate and the Azura Temple had always had a good relationship. Now that the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate had an immortal in charge, it was already good enough that they didn't actively cause trouble for the Wu family. They actually handed over their weakness to the other party. This is going to be interesting. The deputy sect leader of Wanhua Tianmen frowned slightly. Everyone else gives away 10 imperial weapons and 10 precious herbs, but you only give away 1 imperial weapon and 1 precious herb. What? You look down on our Wanhua Tianmen? Or do they still look down on Ancestor Qingye?
His face immediately darkened. Now that their Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate has an immortal ancestor in charge, even the Nine Heavens Palace doesn't dare to be presumptuous.
How dare a mere Wu family look down on them? No matter how powerful your Wu family is, do you have an immortal guarding you? He sneered inwardly and said coldly, "Wu Shintong, what is the meaning of this from your Wu family?" Wu Shintong frowned slightly. "Damn it, it's just a little less than others. It's not like I didn't give you any. Why are you giving me that attitude right now?"
Grass. I give you gifts, and in the end I still have to put up with your attitude.
It's infuriating.
I apologize, but my Wu family's foundation is shallow compared to yours, and we really cannot produce 10 imperial weapons and 10 imperial-level precious herbs. Martial God Tong said calmly. A dark glint flashed in the eyes of the deputy sect leader. The Wu family destroyed the Azura Temple and occupied the Azura Temple's accumulated wealth over countless years, yet they still dared to say that the foundation was shallow. He immediately snorted coldly, Wu Shintong, don't think that just because your Wu family destroyed the Azura Temple you're invincible. Don't be so arrogant, or you'll be wiped out one day. Wu Shintong waved his hand and put away the 2 purple gold treasure boxes. It seems that your myriad transformations Heavenly Gate does not welcome our Wu family. In that case, I will not present this gift. Their martial family lineage originated from the martial clans of the Upper Realm, and now, with the young master's backing, they don't need to be subservient to anyone. You! The deputy sect leader's face darkened. Farewell. Wu Shintong called to a few clansmen, then turned and left. The Wu family is indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. Just then, an old man in purple robes walked into the main hall, blocking the path of the Wu family members. Wu Shintong frowned. Who are you? I am the disciple of Ancestor Qingye, and Emperor Hongming of the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate. The old man said proudly. He's now a disciple of an immortal. So you are a disciple of Ancestor Qingye. May I ask what brings you to block our path? Hongming coldly shouted, Wu Shintong, your Wu family is really bold. The major hegemonic forces of the 9 Heavens Star Domain have been passed down from ancient times to the present. In order to maintain the balance of the star domain, even if an immortal is born, they will not take action against any hegemonic force. And your Wu family actually dared to destroy the Azura Temple, which is simply outrageous and shows no regard for the major powers of my starfield. Now that all the major powers in the starfield are here, shouldn't your Wu family give us an explanation? Explain? Wu Shintong sneered, the Azura Temple wants to destroy my Wu family, so what's wrong with my Wu family destroying them? Where's the evidence? This is all just your side of the story, it won't convince us. Wu Shintong's face turned completely cold. This old guy was clearly looking for trouble. Any attempt to provide an explanation is just an excuse. Whether you believe it or not is your business, it has nothing to do with my Wu family. After saying this, Wu Shintong walked around him and headed out of the main hall. Boom! Hongming suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura, which repelled many people. He stared coldly at the Wu family members. Martial God, I have known the Azura Temple's ancestor Moyun for hundreds of thousands of years, and our friendship is extremely close. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm afraid your Wu family won't be able to leave my Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate today. Wu Shintong ignored him and walked straight outside. How dare you! Hongming roared and swung his palm at him. Bang! But the next moment, his body flew backward, crashing through the wall of the hall, causing the defensive formation to collapse and the entire hall to crumble instantly. One after another, figures flashed into the air, looking at the martial arts techniques with surprise and uncertainty. He actually sent Hongming flying with a single blow, and he even struck first despite being the one who attacked later. Is martial divine power really that strong? The Wu family is far too arrogant, daring to make a move at the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate. They're finished. People from various powerful factions revealed a gloating look in their eyes. They would be more than happy to see the Wu family wiped out. How dare you, the Wu family, destroy my Heavenly Gate Palace? The deputy sect leader of the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate roared angrily. Then, figures flew out from the depths of the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate and surrounded the Wu family members. Wu Shintong frowned deeply. It seems that your Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate is truly determined to be our Wu family's enemy. The deputy sect leader coldly ordered, make your move and take them down. Kill. A glint of intent flashed in Wu Shintong's eyes as he dove towards one of the men. The men behind him all made their move. Originally, they came to listen to the immortals preach, so all of them were powerful emperors. Moreover, he is no ordinary emperor. Boom! Bang! A terrifying energy storm instantly swept across the Myriad Transformations Heavenly Gate, causing space to collapse, large areas of buildings to turn to ashes, and many myriad transformations Heavenly Gate disciples to be affected. The Wu family members were incredibly powerful, each wielding a pseudo-immortal artifact, and in a short time, they killed many of the powerful members of the myriad transformation